Chapter 1 Wife, give me some money, I want to go pick up girls. Wife, give me some money, I want to go pick up girls. In the conference room of Yun City Su Group. President Su Yixue was convening a shareholders meeting when the door was suddenly pushed open by her husband Yi Fan, who said something that stunned everyone present. Is this the silly husband you've been married to for 3 years, President Su? Isn't it? Married for 3 years, does nothing, just smokes, drinks, and chases girls every day. I really don't know how President Su puts up with it. The key is, President Su is about to spoil Yi Fan to the skies. Oh. Is that the tall-legged, well-shaped young lady from last time? Su Yixue put down the file in her hand, picked up her phone. And responded to Yi Fan with a smile, how much do you need? Is 100,000 enough? If not, I'll ask finance to transfer you some more. That's enough. Thank you, wife, love you. Seeing the transfer received on WeChat, Yi Fan made a flying kiss gesture towards Su Yixue and turned to leave. Wait. Su Yixue called out to Yi Fan, stood up, and handed him her car keys, take my Ferrari out. My husband is going to pick up girls, he can't lose face. Su Yixue's provocative move completely overturned the shareholders' perceptions. This is something you rarely see in a lifetime. I've grown up, but when have I ever seen a wife support her husband in chasing after other women? Even providing funds for chasing women. But Su Yixue didn't care at all about the expressions of the people below. She stepped forward gently and tidied Yi Fan's collar, saying with a face full of tenderness, husband, come back early tonight. It's our 3rd wedding anniversary. We have to celebrate it somehow, okay? Gentle. Like a little bird dependent on someone. Even humble. These were the words flooding everyone's mind. Is the current President Su still the same President Su they knew? The usual President Su is decisive, aloof, and unapproachable. Now, to think that a pathetic live-in son-in-law would actually be so humble. Why? It depends, if I'm done with my work, then sure. After saying that, Yi Fan waved to Su Yixue and left the hall. Leaving Su Yixue standing there in a daze for quite a while, sigh, these years have really been hard on him. The secretary beside him, Tang Qian, couldn't hold back any longer, President Su, you can't spoil Yi Fan like this. With his pathetic appearance, he's already asked you for money 7 or 8 times this month. Shut up. Tang Qian wanted to continue speaking, but Su Yixue directly interrupted her, my own husband, I cherish him myself. Who are you to butt in? A ruthless glint flashed in Su Yixue's eyes, I now announce, Tang Qian, you are fired. Go to finance to settle your salary, then get lost. Ah. President Su, I. The hundreds of shareholders below were all dumbfounded. Tang Qian was directly fired by Su Yixue just for complaining to Yi Fan once. President Su, Secretary Tang is after all a senior executive of the group, firing her like this is inappropriate, isn't it? Below, the company's vice president, who is also Su Yixue's second uncle Su Mingho, questioned Su Yixue's decision. Su Yixue just gave him a cold glance, what, do you want to be fired along with her too? One sentence instantly made second uncle obediently shut up. Does anyone else have any objections? Su Yixue glanced at everyone present. Everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to go against her anymore. Continue the meeting. You discuss how to handle the 300 million funding gap in the Su family. I'm listening. Su Yixue returned to her seat. Although the people below began to discuss fiercely, Su Yixue's heart had long been drawn away by Yi Fan. Married for 3 years. That damn bastard, he never even touched himself once. The closest contact was just a hug. Every time after washing up and going to bed, Yi Fan always said he was only interested in money. Is he really only interested in money? Then why does he hang out at the club every day? Is it because he doesn't dress sexy enough, or isn't open enough? It's just that my own husband, after marrying me, doesn't want to play, could it be that my charm isn't that bad? Tonight, I must be more proactive, and Su Yixue even bought those embarrassing outfits that men like online. No matter what, I have to win you over. Yi Fan left the company, driving Su Yixue's red Ferrari, heading straight to the top Tian Shang Ren Jian club in Yin City. At the club entrance, a chubby man wearing overalls was already waiting for Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, it's been a few days. You look even taller and more imposing, full of heroic spirit, dazzlingly radiant. Even the sun pales in comparison. That flattering smile on his face seemed to practically have the words, brown noser, written all over it. This chubby man was also the eldest son of the wealthy Wang family in Yun City, named Wang Fugue. Because he often mingled with Yi Fan at various clubs, he was deeply attracted and impressed by Yi Fan's charm, and vowed to be a loyal sycophant, following Yi Fan around every day. Alright, next time come up with some fresh lines. Is everything arranged inside? Yi Fan interrupted Wang Fugue and strode towards the main door. Old Wang handles things, young Master Yi, rest assured. The entire club, all the women, even the aunties who clean the toilets, I've called them all for you. A dazzling array, surely one will satisfy you, young Master Yi. If you're not interested in women, I can also call some muscular studs for you. Get lost. Seeing Wang Fugue's sleazy look, Yi Fan kicked him in the butt. In the largest emperor's private room of heaven on earth, a row of scantily clad girls respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, young Master Yi, welcome. The dazzling scenery on their chests, and the qipao with slits up to the waist, the skirts made Yi Fan feel a sudden heat. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that I can't touch women before mastering the dragon taming technique, I would definitely save these young girls. Not bad. Everyone gets a reward. Old Wang, everyone who sees it gets a share, 2,000 each. Yi Fan threw a stack of cash to Wang Fugue. Remember, don't forget to send them the photos, so they can keep an eye on the people in the pictures. Whoever finds any trace of the girl in the photos will receive a heavy reward. Got it. When Wang Fugue was giving money to those girls, Yi Fan opened his phone and stared at a fairy-like beauty on the screen, somewhat lost in thought. It's been 3 years. Yi Fan said he came to pick up girls, but in reality, he came to the club to hand out money. It was never about picking up girls, but about finding someone. Looking for the little junior sister who disappeared 3 years ago. Because someone said they had seen the little junior sister in the Yun City clubhouse circle, Yi Fan went from one place to another searching. Next batch. After seeing all the beauties at the Heaven on Earth Club, Yi Fan did not stay but left the clubhouse, bought a bunch of medicinal herbs at Yun City Pharmacy, and then headed straight to the western suburbs of Yun City. Outside a quiet villa in the western suburbs of Yun City. A shy young girl stood at the door. Seeing Yi Fan appear, she immediately smiled brightly, "Brother Fan, you're here. I thought you weren't coming." The girl wore a white camisole, with her chest so full it seemed about to burst forth. Below, she wore a pair of khaki shorts that fully displayed her smooth, long, and shapely legs. When Yi Fan got out of the car, the girl shamelessly rushed forward, jumped up, and wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, her whole body almost hanging on him. The two full mounds pressed against Yi Fan's chest, and Yi Fan deeply felt what it was like to sail on the sea with turbulent waves. This little girl looks petite and cute, but she has quite a bit of capital, very well stocked. Let's go. First let's go inside and see how your father is. Yi Fan pulled the girl off his body and strode towards the room. The girl in front of him was named Li Yao, the daughter of the Li family, one of the 4 great wealthy families of Yun City. Yi Fan came to help Li Yao's father with his illness. A few days ago, Li Yao's father, Li Feng, suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness. They searched all the doctors but couldn't find any cause. Later, by chance, they met Yi Fan, and after applying the Ghost Valley 13 needles, Li Feng immediately woke up on the spot. Yi Fan came today actually to do some finishing work, prescribe a few medicines, and stabilize the condition. Divine Dr. Yi, you're here, please have a seat. In the villa's main hall, Li Feng had already gotten up from the bed and was standing at the entrance warmly welcoming Yi Fan. Yi Fan stepped forward and carefully checked Li Feng's pulse. Mr. Li's health is basically fine now. I came today to bring a few doses of herbal medicine to strengthen the foundation and replenish vitality. After brewing and drinking it, his condition will stabilize and there will be no problems. While speaking, Yi Fan handed over the herbal medicine in his hand. Li Feng's son, Li Tao, quickly reached out to take it. Thank you, Dr. Yi, thank you, Dr. Yi. The group sat down according to their roles and chatted briefly. After confirming that Li Feng was fine, Yi Fan intended to take his leave. These days are a critical time for Yi Fan to break through the dragon controlling technique, and Yi Fan wants to make the most of the time to break through. Otherwise, the beloved wife at home can only watch and not eat, which is too painful. Every time Yi Fan tricks Su Yixue by saying he doesn't like women, how is that possible? It's just that Yi Fan's master instructed him that because of the injury 3 years ago, Yi Fan lost all his kung fu. To recover his kung fu, he must cultivate the dragon controlling technique to above the 9th level. But now Yi Fan is stuck at the 8th level of the peak, just a little bit away from breaking through. If Yi Fan touches a woman before this, not only will his power recovery be completely undone, but Yi Fan will also be counterattacked and die on the spot. So, even if 10 women stripped naked and crawled into Yi Fan's arms now, Yi Fan wouldn't dare to have any thoughts. Li Feng gave Li Tao a look, and Li Tao quickly stood up, handing a bank card to Yi Fan, saying, "Divine Dr. Yi, you saved my father and are a great benefactor to my Li family. This is a small token of appreciation, please be sure to accept it." Yi Fan smiled faintly and pushed the bank card back, "I'm not interested in money." With just one sentence, both Li Feng and Li Tao were stunned for a few seconds, their gazes involuntarily turning to Li Yao beside them. Li Yao's face flushed with embarrassment as several people looked at her, and after hesitating for a while, she finally said, "Brother Fan, as long as you like, I'm willing, let's go." While speaking, Li Yao, her face full of blush, pulled Yi Fan and walked outside. Yi Fan was left completely confused. "Go? Where to?" Li Yao coquettishly stomped her foot and said, "Ah. You're so bad, to the hotel, or maybe home is fine." Chapter 2, I Want to Be Your True Woman. Hearing Li Yao's words, Yi Fan was speechless. Turning to look at the expressions of Li Feng, Li Tao, and the others, he immediately understood that they had misunderstood. They thought that because he was not interested in money, he must be interested in people. Planning to give Li Yao to him? Nonsense. How could I, Yi Fan, be that kind of person? If I'm going to give it, it has to wait until after I break through in my cultivation method. Ahem. Presidently, I think you misunderstood my meaning. Yi Fan coughed once and continued, "What I mean is, a doctor has a heart like a parent. Saving the head of the Li family is just a matter of course, just wanting to make friends with the Li family. We have a long future ahead, right?" Yi Fan emphasized the words, "a long future ahead," very heavily, and deliberately glanced at Li Yao while speaking. Seeing Yi Fan leave, a strong look of disappointment appeared on Li Yao's face. "Humph. What's with the sigh? Is there something about me that's not good enough? I have the chest if you want chest, I have the looks if you want looks. Whatever other women can do, I can do it too, and what they can't do, I can do as well." While speaking, Li Yao glanced at Yi Fan's lower abdomen, then slightly moved her lips, thinking she should be capable of handling it, right? After a few people sent Yi Fan away, Li Feng hurriedly said to Li Tao, "Go check if we have any potential cooperation with the Su family. Since we can't get in through young Master Yi, then we'll start with the Su family. Dr. Yi is a valuable asset, we must hold on to him tightly." Li Tao nodded, "No need to check, I've already received a call from the Su family's second uncle, saying that Su Group currently has a funding gap of 300 million, and he also invited me to attend the Su family banquet tomorrow, probably because of this matter." Su family's second uncle. Is that Su Mingho? I've heard he's not very reliable. Li Feng frowned, "But since he's from young Master Ye's wife's family, I think you should go and see what's going on tomorrow." "I think so too. I never planned to talk with Su Mingho, if I were to talk, it would be directly with President Su Yixue." Li Tao glanced at his younger sister who had just entered his room and sighed deeply, "It's just about my little sister," sigh. Li Feng was also somewhat helpless, "It's a pity that Dr. Yi is already married. Hopefully, Xiaoya won't get too deeply involved." Yi Fan went home and practiced the Yulong technique for 9 cycles at home. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Su Yixue's call came through on time. "Honey, are you done with your work? Where are you?" "I'm at home, come pick me up." Yi Fan still remembered that Su Yixue had said today was their 3rd wedding anniversary, and they wanted to celebrate together. Good. After Su Yixue drove home and picked up Yi Fan, she took him straight to the 8th floor of the Royal Hotel in Yun City. In a private room, a candlelight dinner had long been prepared in advance. During the meal, Su Yixue was especially lively, pouring drink after drink for Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not afraid of this amount of alcohol. Looking at his wife's beautiful profile, he played along with Su Yixue's act, pretending to be drunk as he said, "Wife, didn't you say you prepared a gift for me? Where is the gift?" Yi Fan's act was very convincing, his speech becoming somewhat slurred. Seeing that the time was about right, Su Yixue helped Yi Fan walk toward the adjacent suite, saying, "The gift is in the next room, we'll know once we get there." Su Yixue helped Yi Fan into the adjacent presidential suite, letting him sit on the sofa, then she slipped into the dressing room, saying, "Wait a moment, it will be ready soon." A rustling sound came from the changing room, and when Su Yixue walked out again, Yi Fan's blood instantly surged, and his breath caught. Damn! Is this still the wife I know? At this moment, Su Yixue had already shed all her clothes, replaced by a pink nurse outfit. The thin garment could not conceal Su Yixue's absolutely beautiful figure. Curvy and shapely, with exquisite curves. Below, still a pair of black stockings, stimulating Yi Fan's eyes. "I am the gift I'm giving you today, husband, do you like it?" Su Yixue said shyly, took 2 enchanting steps forward, struck a provocative pose, then affectionately nestled into Yi Fan's arms. "Husband, it's been 3 years, today. I want to truly be your woman. Such a perfect beauty lying in your arms, looking as if she's yours to savor. Which man could resist? The key point is, she is still your legal wife. Wife, you are playing with fire." Yi Fan's breathing grew heavier as he grabbed Su Yishua's wandering little hand. Su Yishua spoke with eyes half closed, "Come on. Let me feel just how hot your fire really is." This sentence completely ignited the raging fire in Yi Fan's heart. Ah! Yi Fan no longer cared about anything, flipped over and pinned Su Yishua beneath him, his large hands shamelessly demanding from her body. The suit he had just put on was torn to shreds in an instant. Clothes were flying around the room, a complete mess. The temperature in the room was rising rapidly. It looked like the two were about to get entangled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a whooshing sound broke out in the room, and a flying knife shot fiercely past Yi Fan's lower abdomen, embedding itself firmly in the wall. If the blade had gone down another 2 centimeters, Yi Fan would have been castrated on the spot. "Young master, don't fail at the last moment. You still bear a tremendous responsibility. Take care of yourself." A shadow flashed outside the window, and at the same time, a cold voice sounded from outside. Yi Fan looked down at Su Yishua beneath him, who had already been hit in the sleep acupoint by 2 yellow bean-sized darts and had fallen into a deep sleep. "Hanjua, are you trying to kill me? You almost castrated me, disturbing me at a time like this. Haven't you heard? To die under the peony flower is to be a charming ghost." Yi Fan shouted angrily at the window. But Yi Fan cursed for a while, yet there was no response from outside. 3 years ago, after Yi Fan lost his kung fu, his master sent the sect's top assassin, Hanjua, to secretly protect Yi Fan's safety. Hanjua is a ruthless man of few words, but when it's time to act, he never hesitates. After being stopped by Hanjua like this, Yi Fan calmed down and, thinking about the consequences if he broke the rules, broke out in a cold sweat. 23 years ago, Yi Fan was just 1 year old when he was sent to the sect to learn martial arts. 3 years ago, when Yi Fan was preparing to return to his family, the sect suffered a heavy blow. 2 senior disciples died in battle. The master was seriously injured, the second uncle was cut into 8 pieces by enemies, and 3 junior sisters went missing. Yi Fan was also seriously injured by a mysterious expert, losing all his martial arts skills and becoming a cripple. Yi Fan and his master were forced to withdraw from the sect headquarters. To divert attention, the master arranged for Yi Fan to marry into the Su family. Meanwhile, the Yi family in Yin City was also attacked. When Grandpa fought the enemy, he was seriously injured. The whereabouts of the parents are unknown, and several uncles also died in battle. The Yi family suffered a heavy blow, and the status of the top family in Daxia is already precarious. The Yi family's assets were gradually dismantled by their opponents. Although Grandpa still gritted his teeth and persisted, their deterrent power was gradually declining. After Yi Fan learned about the situation, he immediately wanted to return home, but his master stopped him. The sect and the Yi family were attacked simultaneously. This is definitely not a coincidence. Yi Fan's master, Gu Feng, sensed the smell of conspiracy. Obviously, someone doesn't want you to go back. Therefore, before your strength is fully restored, you must not openly set foot in the Yi family. From then on, almost all the resources and elixirs were given to Yi Fan. Yi Fan is the hope for the entire sect's prosperity. He is the key to the Yi family's renewed glory. If I break the rules and die, it doesn't matter, but if I let down the hopes of the sect, that would be a great sin. Yi Fan was raised by the sect mistress since childhood. If he doesn't avenge her, how can Yi Fan have peace of mind? Little junior sister and I depend on each other, with true and deep feelings. He hasn't been found yet. How could Yi Fan die? How could he have the right to die? And those bastards who almost wiped out the Yi family, how could Yi Fan possibly let them go? Hidden in the Su family for 3 years, fortunately, nothing unexpected happened afterward. Thinking of this, Yi Fan let out a long sigh, bent down and carried Su Yishua onto the bed, pulled over the quilt and gently covered Su Yishua. Wife. Don't worry, at the fastest it will take 3 days. Only 3 days. After 3 days, when my Yulong technique completely breaks through to the 9th level, then I will let you be my true wife. Looking at the wife in front of him who always cared for and pampered him, Yi Fan's eyes were full of tenderness. He couldn't help but lower his head and kissed Su Yishua's neck, planting a deep red strawberry mark on her neck. Chapter 3, You Are Just Addicted to My Beauty. After settling his wife Su Yixue, Yi Fan sat upright in the room and began to seriously practice the dragon taming technique. In an instant, a stream of light enveloped Yi Fan, running wildly through the meridians all over his body, and a faint dragon shape had already begun to take form. Yi Fan closed his eyes and could clearly feel the huge energy deep within his dantian, which had been dormant for a long time, beginning to stir. Is it finally about to break through? Yi Fan clearly touched the threshold of the 9th level of the dragon taming technique, but was just short of the final bit. Yi Fan practiced through the night, running the dragon controlling technique for more than 10 cycles, but in the end, he still couldn't break through that barrier. Finally, he could only go to bed, holding his beautiful wife tightly as they fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Yixue woke up feeling sore all over, as if her whole body was about to fall apart. Seeing herself lying in Yi Fan's arms without a single thread of clothing, Su Yixue's face flushed with embarrassment. Was Yi Fan that fierce last night? Will I be able to handle it myself in the future? If it really doesn't work, should I call my best friend Qing Ruolin for help? After this evil thought popped into her head, Su Yixue was quite shocked. Pa! Su Yixue, you can spoil your husband all you want, but how can you have such an evil idea? After moving a bit on the bed, Su Yixue quickly realized the problem. This damn guy, he didn't even touch me. Although she had no experience, Su Yixue still knew that even though she was lying naked with Yi Fan, apart from leaving a few marks on her neck, Yi Fan hadn't done anything substantial. Husband, wake up, why didn't you do the same as me yesterday? Everyone else did. I'm your wife, what more do you want from me? Su Yixue shook Yi Fan awake, her eyes already red as she spoke. Su Yixue is none other than the most beautiful woman in Yin City. A cold and aloof CEO, pure and immaculate. In front of outsiders, he presents an image of commanding presence and decisive action. But for Yi Fan, being humble was one thing, yet buying so many outfits and then deliberately striking such a provocative pose in front of Yi Fan, this had already reached Su Yixue's limit. Su Yixue was about to lose control. Oh. That. Yi Fan turned over and reached out to tidy Su Yixue's messy hair, I'm not available these days. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Yixue froze right on the spot. Inconvenient. Do men also get their period? Su Yixue angrily punched Yi Fan's chest. This damn scoundrel, at least come up with a decent excuse. No. I calculated with my fingers, the broom star is in the sky these days, clashing with my fate, so it's not suitable to be together. Next time, when the time, place, and people are all right, I definitely won't let you off. Pfft. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Yixue couldn't help but burst out laughing. What kind of nonsense reason is that? Doing some exercise, do you still have to consider the right time, place, and people? But looking at the hickey on her neck in the mirror, Su Yixue was already very happy. Yesterday, between the two of them, except for the last step, they kissed and touched. This was the first time in 3 years they had such intimate contact. This is already very good. Things need to be taken slowly. Yi Fan is her own husband, sooner or later, he will be hers. There's no way he can run away. Good. I'll listen to you. Let's get up quickly. Grandpa has arranged a family feast today, and Grandma has been looking forward to it for a long time, waiting for you to come back for dinner. Su Yixue shyly got up and dressed, reminding Yi Fan as she spoke. Although Yi Fan married into the Su family, he was different from most sons-in-law. In the Su family, except for the second uncle Su Mingho and his family, everyone else treated Yi Fan like a treasured gem. Saying he was the family's favorite was not an exaggeration at all. Good. Xiao Fan is here. Come, sit next to Grandma. How have you been lately? Look at you, you've lost weight. Yixue, give him something to eat if you haven't prepared it well. Yi Fan and Su Yixue had just entered the main hall of the Su family courtyard when Grandma Song Mei called Yi Fan to sit beside her. Su Yixue was a bit jealous, Grandma. That's not. Seeing you so close with Yi Fan, I am your real granddaughter. Song Mei laughed heartily, looking at Su Yixue's flushed face, a bright light appearing in her eyes. Yixue, you all have already. As someone experienced, Song Mei immediately noticed that Su Yixue was different. Su Yixue blushed, Grandma. Yesterday we celebrated our 3rd anniversary, had some drinks, and stayed at a hotel. Good. Good. Haha. Xiao Fan, you need to put in more effort. We're all waiting to hold a great-grandson. Grandpa Su Guohua smiled as he stroked his beard, teasing Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced at Su Yixue, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard to help Yixue give birth to a whole football team. Yi Fan really liked the harmonious atmosphere of the Su family. Although this was not his sect, Yi Fan had lived here for 3 years and still felt the warmth of his sect. TCH. I'm not a sow, how could I possibly give birth to so many? Although Su Ishua spoke coquettishly, her eyes were full of happiness. Grandpa and Grandma barely spoke a few words all morning, but when they saw Yi Fan and Su Ishua, their faces almost blossomed with smiles. Sitting below, second uncle Su Mingho and his son Su Dong looked increasingly displeased. Humph. A live-in son-in-law, what's there to be so proud of? He's just a freeloader, a disgrace. What did you say? Although Su Dong's voice was very low, Grandpa Su Guohua heard it faintly and his face immediately darkened. Su Dong. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. If you keep muttering, get out. Su Dong's face was full of embarrassment, but more than that, there was resentment. Before Yi Fan married into the Su family, Su Dong was the darling of his grandparents, but after Yi Fan came, Su Dong felt like he was just picked up off the street. Why? Su Dong wanted to argue a few more words, but his father Su Mingho stopped him. The eldest young master of the Li family, Li Tao, is here to visit. At that moment, a loud voice sounded at the door. Li Tao, the eldest young master of the Li family, appeared at the hall entrance carrying several large gift bags. This is a Su family banquet, what is the eldest young master of the Li family doing here? Grandpa Su Guohua frowned and glanced around at everyone. Su Mingho quickly stood up and said, Dad. Young Master Li was invited by me. Our Su family has been facing financial difficulties recently, right? Young Master Li is interested in investing. I want to take this opportunity to talk. Whether it succeeds or not, it's definitely better than some freeloading trash. Su Mingho hurriedly stepped forward and extended his hand to Li Tao, wanting to shake hands. Young Master Li, please come inside. Having invited the eldest son of the Li family, one of the 4 great wealthy families of Yuncheng, Su Mingho felt as if he had done something truly great, and he walked with his back straightened. Smack. Before Li Tao could take a step, a teacup was smashed right in front of him. Young Master Li, this is a family banquet of the Su family. Please leave. Chapter 4 I am Chong Yi Shao's wife. It was the old master of the Su family, Su Guohua, who spoke up. Originally, the old master had no objections to Li Tao. It was just because Su Mingho insulted Yi Fan that the old master suddenly lost his temper. Li Tao stopped in his tracks and sneered coldly at Su Mingho. He didn't even bother to glance at the hand Su Mingho extended. Who are you? Do I know you? Ha! Su Mingho's hand froze in midair, and he was stunned. Young Master Li, didn't I call you yesterday? Yesterday at the shareholders' meeting, when discussing the company's funding gap, Su Mingho stood up and said he had a solution. He immediately contacted young Master Li, hoping to invite him to invest. Li Tao had always refused before, but yesterday he surprisingly agreed to come and take a look. But today, Li Shaoran did come, yet he said he didn't know me at all. Who am I? What exactly happened? Su Mingho only felt a head full of question marks. When Li Tao turned to look at Su Guohua and the others, his face once again broke into a smile. Old man, you misunderstood. I came today for Yi Shao's wife. Ah, no, I came to find Yi Shao. I owe Yi Shao a huge favor. While speaking, Li Tao quickly walked over to Yi Fan, extended both hands, and shook hands with him. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Li Tao even winked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan naturally understood that Li Tao wanted to give this favor to him. Li Tao's action stunned everyone present. Su Mingho, Su Dong, including third uncle, grandpa, grandma, and others were all stunned. Yi Fan is actually so familiar with Li Shao from the 4 major wealthy families. Li Shao came here for Yi Fan. A gleam flashed in Grandpa's eyes. Thinking of the power of Yi Fan's sect behind him, he immediately understood that it shouldn't be strange for Yi Fan to know Li Shao. Over the years, the Su family has been able to develop so rapidly thanks to the covert support of the sect behind Yi Fan. Old Master Su has always believed that the best thing he ever did in his life was to marry Yishua to Yi Fan as his wife. Ah. So young Master Li is Xiao Fan's friend. Please have a seat. I didn't mean it just now. I was aiming to hit that scoundrel. Young Master Li, please don't take offense. Grandpa Su Guohua's face changed faster than flipping a book. Below, Su Mingho's face turned ashen, even greener than the leaves of the green ivy. Is there really such a difference in treatment? Your own friends are going to be kicked out, but Yi Fan's friends get the best seats. Su Mingho really wanted to leave immediately, but he was even more curious to see what exactly Yi Fan was up to. It's nothing, It's nothing. After Li Tao handed the gift to the old man, he immediately sat down beside Yi Fan. Old Master Su, I heard that Su Group recently needs some development funds. Our Li family is very eager to cooperate with Su Group. I wonder how much funding Su Group currently needs. Very eager to cooperate with Su Group. Nonsense. Su Mingho involuntarily rolled his eyes. With Su Group's funds about to run dry recently, they had almost begged every bank and major institution. After everyone assessed Su Group's situation, not a single one wanted to cooperate with Su Group. Some people even directly blacklisted Su Ishue's phone. The Li family isn't stupid, how could they really want to cooperate with Su Group? The only explanation is that, for Yi Fan's sake, the Li family wants to save the Su Group. What kind of means does Yi Fan have to make the Li family submit? When Li Tao asked the old man, he was also looking at Yi Fan. With Su Ishue's face full of shock, Yi Fan turned to ask her, honey. How much is our current funding gap? Is 300 million enough? Li Tao added beside, as long as Miss Su needs, young Master Yi just has to say the word, not to mention 300 million, even 3 billion is no problem. Before coming, Li Feng repeatedly instructed Li Tao to hold tightly to Yi Fan's golden thigh at all costs. Li Feng was very clear about his own illness, even experts from international hospitals couldn't cure it, and ordinary doctors were absolutely powerless. But Yi Fan could save Li Feng with silver needles, so Yi Fan must be someone from that mysterious place. Being friends with Yi Fan, the Li family will definitely be able to leap over a huge step. Moreover, those hidden enemies of the Li family will at least have to think twice before making a move against the Li family in the future. Ah! Su Ishua looked at Yi Fan with a face full of surprise. Previously, Su Ishua hadn't been able to find cooperation with the Li family, not because she didn't try, but due to the scale of the Su family, she simply couldn't get an appointment with core executives like Li Tao. But now, Li Xiao himself was actively coming to seek investment. This Yi Fan is truly a treasure husband. No need for that much, 300 million is enough. Su Ishua said somewhat uncertainly. All right. I'll arrange for the finance department to transfer the funds right away. As for the contract, we'll complete it tomorrow. Li Tao took out his phone and gave the order directly. After 2 or 3 minutes, Su Ishua received a call from the company's financial director, President Su. We suddenly received a payment of 300 million from Li Group, saying it is an investment and that they have agreed with you to invest in our Su Group. The money arrived so quickly. Su Ishua was even more surprised, no contract needed, just a direct transfer. This is abnormal, way too abnormal. Yes. This money cannot be touched by anyone without my order. Su Ishua hung up the phone and bowed slightly to Li Tao, young Master Li, thank you for your timely help. Li Tao waved his hand and said, Miss Su, you're too polite. Compared to the help young Master Yi has given to my Li family, this is nothing. After a few casual words, Li Tao tactfully stood up to take his leave. Everyone, I still have things to attend to at my company, so I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. After seeing Li Tao off, the entire hall instantly erupted in excitement. Yi Fan, well done. I knew it, my grandson-in-law is really impressive. The old man Su Guohua smiled broadly as he looked at Yi Fan. Regarding Yi Fan's identity, no one knows, but Su Guohua probably does. He also understands that although Yi Fan is currently hiding his sharpness, sooner or later, Yi Fan will take off. Wei Yishua, being able to marry Xiao Fan, is her good fortune. Among the core young members of the Su family, some are grateful to Yi Fan, while others are shocked by Li Tao's boldness. Su Mingho and Su Dong were left out on the sidelines, a trace of gloom flashing in their eyes. This Yi Fan is simply too detestable. We must find a way to drive him out of the Su family, or else my father and I will never have a chance to rise in the Su family. Dad! Do you still remember Yun Feiyang from the provincial capital? He was Su Ishua's college classmate, and he came to see Su Ishua last time. How about we invite him to help us? Su Dong's eyes shifted as he suddenly thought of an idea. Let's do it then. After the family dinner, a girl Yi Fan had previously been involved with suddenly called him, Young Master Yi, I recently changed jobs. The person you asked me to watch out for, I think I saw her at my new company. Why don't you come and take a look? Little junior sister has news. Yi Fan's expression turned serious. After tidying up, he drove Su Ishua's Ferrari straight to the Yun City Royal No. 1 Club. In nearly 3 years, Yi Fan had almost carpet-searched, visiting every venue in Yun City. And Royal No. 1 is one of the last few remaining. Xiaofang, you've put on some weight here. Yi Fan shamelessly reached out and grabbed the thigh of a hostess, causing the beauty to pout coquettishly, "Oh. Young Master Yi, you're so bad. Always taking advantage of me, yet not taking care of my business." Yi Fan smiled slightly, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a few red bills, stuffing them into the beauty's V-neck. "Who said I haven't taken care of you? Look at the girl in the photo, where is she now?" Xiaofang quickly responded, "Last month, a girl named Chu Yan came here. She looks a lot like the one in the photo, but I can't be sure if she's the one you're looking for. I have some secretly taken photos here, do you want to see them?" While speaking, Xiaofang took out a secretly taken photo from her phone. Yi Fan just glanced at it, and his whole body immediately stiffened. Little junior sister. The news is true, the little junior sister really arrived in Yun City, and even appeared in such a place. Chapter 5, Little junior sister strayed into the club. Although Yi Fan really likes to go to the club to rescue those girls, he does not want his little junior sister to appear here. Once, how pure was the little junior sister? How innocent and naive she was. In a place like this. Yi Fan just thought about it and his face turned green. "Tell your boss, I want her to accompany me today." Yi Fan once again stuffed several red bills to Xiaofang. Xiaofang was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. "Don't worry, young Master Yi, I'll have the boss arrange it for you." When taking Yi Fan upstairs, Xiaofang curiously asked. "Young Master Yi, is the beauty in the photo your old lover? You're so persistent about her, mobilizing so many sisters to find her." Yi Fan's face turned cold. Women, it's not good to know too many secrets. Yi Fan went upstairs to the second floor and, after sitting down in the private room, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. In Yi Fan's heart, he hoped that the junior sister would appear here, but on the other hand, he also did not want the junior sister to appear here. "Boss, a customer specifically requested Chu Yan to accompany them." On the third floor of Royal No. 1, in the boss's office, the supervisor was reporting to a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. "Oh." The middle-aged woman behind the desk looked up at the supervisor. "Didn't I tell you? Miss Chu Yan has other arrangements here and won't accompany the guests. Are you just ignoring what I said?" The supervisor said bitterly, "Boss. I gave the order, but I didn't know that today's guest specifically requested Miss Chu Yan to accompany him. Moreover, this young Master Yi is a major investor in Yun City and quite famous in the Yun City circle. We can't afford to offend him." The middle-aged woman was still hesitating when a door on the side of the office opened, and a young girl in a white dress came out. "Sister Yun, it's okay. I just want to take a look. If the guest behaves, it's fine, but if not, you know what I'm capable of." The girl in the white dress is Chu Yan, the new little sister who just arrived at Royal No. 1 Club recently. Sister Yun frowned slightly, then finally said helplessly, "All right. Be careful yourself, if anything happens, call us anytime, I'll arrange 2 bodyguards right at the door." Watching the supervisor leave the office with Chu Yan, Su Yun's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. "I don't know how much longer we can hold on." In the emperor's private room on the second floor, Yi Fan had just lifted his teacup when the door creaked open. "Handsome guy, hello. I am Chu Yan, number 001. The girl in a white dress pushed the door open, her pure and innocent appearance displayed before Yi Fan, who was struck as if by lightning. Bang! The teacup in Yi Fan's hand fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. "Su-chan. Little junior sister, is it really you? I've been looking for you for 3 years, junior sister." Yi Fan, usually playful and carefree, now looked heartbroken, his eyes red, rarely so serious. Naturally, the one who entered was Chu Yan. Upon hearing Yi Fan's call, Chu Yan's body instantly froze. If one observed carefully, the girl's body was trembling slightly. But after just a few seconds, the girl quickly adjusted her emotions, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes as she said, "Handsome guy, what little junior sister? You must have mistaken me for someone else." "HM." Yi Fan, who had already walked up to Chu Yan's side, suddenly froze. Mistaken identity? How could that be? Yi Fan looked Chu Yan up and down. "Little junior sister, we've lived together for 10 years, how could I possibly mistake you? By the way, you have a red mole on your lower abdomen. If you don't believe me, lift your clothes and show me." While speaking, Yi Fan tried to lift Chu Yan's clothes. But Chu Yan quickly stepped back a few paces, nervously covering her clothes. "Handsome guy, please respect yourself. We're just here to drink and play games, please don't get handsy. Also, handsome guy, you have the wrong person. My name is Chu Yan, not Su-chan." Chu Yan frowned as she explained, her eyes showing a hint of evasiveness. Chu Yen. Xiao Chan. You are clearly Su Chan. That year, when we were gathering herbs in the mountains, we fell off a cliff. It was you who carried me back, your feet were worn down to the bone. It took several months of rest to recover, have you forgotten? Also, that year when I was sick, you sneaked into my room at midnight and used your body to warm my bed. Yi Fan looked at the girl in front of him with a puzzled expression, unable to understand why the little junior sister in front of him did not recognize him, even though she was clearly his little junior sister. Little junior sister, is someone threatening you? If so, blink your eyes. In Yun City, with me here, no one can bully you. Yi Fan stepped forward, grabbing Chu Yan's arm and explaining to her. But Chu Yan just shook her head, struggling out of Yi Fan's hand. Handsome guy, you have the wrong person. I am feeling a bit unwell, you should call someone else to keep you company. When Chu Yan pushed Yi Fan's wrist away, her fingers inadvertently tapped twice on the back of Yi Fan's hand, then she dashed out the door like a flash. Only after running to a lounge at the end of the corridor and locking the door behind her, Chu Yan could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother Fan. I'm really so happy to see you. Everyone said you were dead, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. Chu Yan squatted in the corner, sobbing, but now there are spies everywhere around, how can I recognize you? Back then, when the sect was attacked, Su Chan did not die, nor was she truly missing. When the assassin was about to strike, another group stopped the assassin's action and then took Su Chan away. The leader of the assassins seemed to be familiar with the person behind Su Chan, so Su Chan was safe and sound, only leaving Yi Fan's side. Su Chan originally planned to resign herself to living a muddled life, but unexpectedly met her senior brother Yi Fan again in Yin City. Yi Fan was in the private room, suddenly feeling disheartened, frowning as he pondered what problem his junior sister might have encountered. Just now, when the little junior sister left, what did it mean when she tapped twice on the back of her own hand? Looking at a dropped room card on the ground, General Manager's office. Yi Fan's mind raced quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he understood the reason. He instantly smiled broadly, so that's it. See you at the General Manager's office at 2 a.m. Humph. It's best to have a bed in the office. After being apart for 3 years, the little junior sister must be missing her own scent. The steps that weren't completed before should be made up tonight, so that the little junior sister can't live without me. Yi Fan left the club and glanced back at it, finally feeling a sense of relief. Although he hadn't recognized the little junior sister, at least he knew she was here. No matter what difficulties come later, he could find a way to solve them. In the boss's office of Royal Club No. 1, Su Yun used to sit in the boss's seat, but at this moment, the one sitting in the boss's seat was actually Chu Yan, who had just met Yi Fan in the private room. In the office, besides Su Yun, there was also a large group of the club's executives standing. Order it to be kept secret. Not a single word about Yi Fan coming today is allowed to leak. If anyone leaks the news, I won't let her off. Chu Yan shouted at everyone, her voice cold, even carrying a hint of killing intent, completely different from her previously weak image. Yes. So, Royal No. 1's real boss isn't Su Yun, but Chu Yan. After everyone left, Su Yun closed the door and looked at Chu Yan with a complicated expression. Xiao Chan, that person just now was the senior brother you've been talking about, right? Has he finally found you? Why didn't you acknowledge him? Chapter 6 This is someone's first kiss. Su Chan shook her head and said, Sister Yun, you know very well my current situation. I can barely protect myself now. It's really unwise to provoke Yi Fan at this time. Moreover, if the news that Yi Fan is still alive leaks out, they will definitely stop at nothing to hunt him down, which would endanger senior brother. Su Yun sighed and said, Xiao Chan, I've heard that young Master Yi has been handing out money at various clubs in Yun City for years, all for the purpose of finding you. This shows he truly cares about you. Can you really bear to watch him like this? Can I bear it? Su Chan had a momentary daze in her expression. After being apart for 3 years, every night, wasn't Yi Fan's shadow always in her mind? They grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and were even life and death comrades back to back on the battlefield. How could Su Chan not think of Yi Fan? But what use is just thinking? The Su family in the capital saved her from that attack back then, but after her grandfather fell seriously ill, she was once again treated as an abandoned child, already being pushed to the brink of life and death by her eldest and second brothers. If they knew Yi Fan's identity, they would definitely use this information to tell those who attacked back then. How could they let their senior brother go? I must not be a burden to my senior brother. Sister Yun, the martial arts expert sent by the eldest brother, will arrive in Yun City tomorrow. If we don't hand over this last bit of property, they definitely won't go easy on us. Su Chan gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. By the way, I have to go to the provincial city tonight. There are some important things in the safe in my room. You can stay in my room tonight. As the true owner of the Royal No. 1 Club, Su Chan has her own private room here. Good. Yi Fan had just gotten into the car when Su Ishue's call came through. Hubby. Thank you so much. With the investment you pulled from the Li family, our Su group can finally get through this. You're my wife. What are we thanking each other for? If you want to thank me, just learn a few more tricks later on. Yi Fan was still very pleased with his beautiful wife. It had been 3 years since he married into the Su family. At first, his wife Su Ishue was a bit distant, but as they spent more time together, Su Ishue truly doted on Yi Fan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to give him money to go flirt with other women. Ah. You're so bad, but at night, you don't touch me. When exactly will be the perfect time, the right place, and the right mood? In the Su group office, Su Ishue held the phone, her face flushed with shyness as she asked Yi Fan, but her expression was full of anticipation. Having been together for 3 years, although Yi Fan appeared to be unruly on the surface, Su Ishue could never truly understand him. From the few words she heard from her grandfather, Su Ishue knew that Yi Fan was a hidden dragon, destined to soar one day. Now Su Ishue was a bit worried, fearing that once Yi Fan took off, he would leave her behind, so she kept thinking about becoming Yi Fan's woman as soon as possible. Very soon. Really very soon, at most 3 more days. Yi Fan was also itching with excitement from Su Ishue's teasing. Yesterday during cultivation, the aura inside him vaguely transformed into the shape of a dragon. There is a business banquet tonight. Can you accompany me? A few flies have been bothering me constantly, but with you there, they probably won't be too bold. Good. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Over the years, due to the loss of his powers, Yi Fan had kept a low profile and had hardly paid attention to the trash who harassed his wife Su Ishue, earning himself the reputation of a good-for-nothing in the outside world. Now is the time to take off this hat. After hanging up the phone with his wife, Yi Fan started the vehicle, planning to go home and continue his cultivation. Just thinking that his junior sister might now be coerced, along with the tragic incidents involving the sect and the Yi family back then, made Yi Fan feel deeply distressed. Especially the Yi family. Yi Fan heard that there was another powerful family that had already openly declared war on the Yi family. Grandpa is old, great-grandpa is seriously injured, and if he doesn't step forward now, no one knows if they can hold on. Creak. As the vehicle just entered an abandoned demolition area, a girl wearing a white long dress suddenly blocked Yi Fan's vehicle. Big brother. Hurry, save me. The girl looked to be under 20, with rosy skin. Her slender and graceful figure was faintly visible beneath the long dress, especially the waves on her chest and the perky hips below her waist. That curvaceous figure was a deadly temptation for any man. The girl looked at Yi Fan with a panicked expression through the car window, while behind her, 7 or 8 burly men dragging steel rods and machetes were rapidly encircling her. Yi Fan glanced at the 7 or 8 burly men. There was no martial aura emanating from them, so they were just ordinary people. Yi Fan had now cultivated the dragon control technique to the 8th level. Although his strength had not yet returned to its peak as in the past, dealing with these small-time thugs was still not a big problem. Kid, I advise you not to meddle, or you'll be dealt with along with him. The scar-faced leader fiercely waved his machete at Yi Fan and reached out to grab the girl in the white dress. Yi Fan frowned, swiftly dodged off the car, and fiercely punched towards the man's machete. Crack. Crack. A powerful chi surged through Yi Fan's fist, instantly shattering the battle knife in the man's hand into pieces that fell to the ground and turned into fragments. Damn. Yi Fan's domineering action directly shocked all the thugs present, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Oh my god. A group of thugs were so scared that they desperately tried to escape, but Yi Fan moved like lightning, his figure turning into a ghost, swiftly weaving through the crowd of thugs. Bang bang bang. In just a few seconds, all those thugs were lying on the ground wailing in pain. Let's go. I'll take you away from here first. Yi Fan glanced at the thugs lying on the ground, feeling somewhat emotional inside. My strength still hasn't fully recovered. In the past, when Yi Fan was at his peak strength, a single punch was enough to deal with these thugs. Now it actually took this long. If the enemies who once harmed the Yi family and the sect back then came looking for trouble, what would I do? Okay. The girl obediently followed Yi Fan into the car, her eyes full of joy as she looked at him. After the vehicle left the demolition area and arrived at a bustling commercial district, the young girl finally said to Yifan. Handsome, thank you for saving me just now. The person who came to pick me up has arrived, you can just drop me off by the roadside. The vehicle stopped by the roadside, and before the girl got out, she suddenly took off the necklace around her neck. Handsome. I can't repay you for saving my life, so I'll give you this necklace my mother left me. Since you are a cultivator, this necklace will definitely be useful to you. No need. Yifan was still hesitating when the girl stuffed the necklace into his hand, suddenly reaching out to hook around Yifan's neck and kissed him on the lips. Pat. This is my first kiss. Future husband, you have to work hard, I'm waiting for you to come and marry me, you must become strong as soon as possible, this is all the help I can give you. Feeling the fragrance on his lips, Yifan was a bit confused. What's going on? I just saved a beautiful woman, and she gave me a necklace, saying she would wait for me to come and marry her. Yifan wanted to say something more, but the young girl had already gotten off the car, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd, leaving no trace. Yifan held the necklace in his hand and felt it, his expression instantly turning serious. 4th grade vitality pill. Yifan's eyes burned as he looked at the necklace. At this moment, from the black pendant beneath the necklace, the scent of a 4th grade vitality pill was emanating. Isn't this exactly the perfect elixir to help oneself break through? That top-notch beauty just now said she is my future wife and came specifically to deliver elixirs to me. And she's also bringing a beautiful wife along. Chapter 7, Returning to the Peak of the World. Trash, tremble. Although Yifan had many doubts in his heart, he knew that now was not the time to investigate these doubts. Without any hesitation, Yifan drove, speeding home. Currently, the top priority is to restore his power as quickly as possible. Only then, whether it is to rescue the junior sister or to deal with those old enemies from the past, will Yifan have confidence. After Yifan's vehicle left, the girl in the long skirt slipped out from behind the crowd, staring intensely in the direction Yifan had gone, murmuring, "Husband, please don't let Wanner down." Beside the girl, another beauty in jeans spoke up, "Miss. Are we really going to bet all our treasures on him? Is he really that powerful?" The girl nodded, "Of course, don't forget, he is the first in Baleoshiman in 500 years to cultivate the dragon control technique beyond the 7th level, a prodigy. Once he completely breaks through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique, he will definitely be a man standing at the pinnacle of this world. By that time, everyone will be trembling and kneeling at his feet." The girl in jeans pouted, "I hope so. Miss, you gave him your only vitality pill, and when you go back, Uncle Fu will be talking about you again." The girl in the white dress was unconcerned, "The husband I chose myself must be the hope for my family's revival. How about we make a bet? If I win, you will marry him with me, how about that?" "Oh dear. Miss, you're teasing me again." Junlan Tianxia, this is the residential community where Yifan and Su Ishua's villa is located. After Yifan returned home, he quickly double-locked the courtyard gate and the living room door, then went into the bedroom on the 2nd floor, sat cross-legged on the floor, and with a punch shattered the pendant beneath the necklace. Inside the pendant, a milky white pill appeared in Yifan's hand. The pill was only about the size of a fingertip, but the moment the pendant shattered, a strong fragrance spread throughout the room. Just by smelling it, Yifan felt refreshed and invigorated. The surging energy and the ancient aura above made Yifan extremely excited. 4th grade pills are rare items in the entire martial arts world, something you can encounter but not easily obtain. For ordinary martial artists, having such a pill is enough to break through to the master level and above, and after reaching master, it greatly helps in advancing to martial lord, and even from martial lord to martial saint. That mysterious beautiful girl today really did me a huge favor. Without any hesitation, Yifan directly swallowed the pill. The pill melted as soon as it entered the mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into Yifan's body. Instantly, a mighty power surged wildly through all the veins and tendons in Yifan's body, feeling as if it would burst his body apart. Yifan dared not be careless, rapidly circulating the dragon control technique, beginning to absorb the vast energy brought by the pill, continuously gathering energy, continuously rising. Streams of light continuously circulated outside Yifan's body, starting slowly at first, then accelerating again, until finally becoming faster and faster, with Yifan's entire body engulfed in a sphere of holy light. At this moment, centered on the room where Yifan was, the surrounding heaven and earth began to dim. It was originally a clear sunny day, but suddenly a fierce wind began to blow, the sky above started to churn with clouds, forming a vast and mighty vortex, looking as if the end of the world was approaching. The powerful pressure made all living beings within a 3-kilometer radius around it dare not move recklessly. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the Yun City Town Marshal headquarters, the alarm began to sound piercingly, "Minister, something's wrong. A huge energy fluctuation has suddenly appeared in Yun City." On the monitoring screen, a shocking energy fluctuation pattern was violently oscillating. Minister Mo Zhong from Yun City Town's Martial Affairs Department stepped forward in shock to check, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Judging by the energy fluctuation, this is at least a master-level expert breaking through. Since when did Yun City have such a powerful expert? Looking at the direction, it's in the western suburbs of Yun City. Let's go, we have to hurry. With such a powerful expert appearing in Yun City, we must be cautious. It's best to be on good terms, otherwise, if they turn into an enemy, it would be troublesome. In cultivation, breaking through the Huajin stage is an obstacle that many cannot overcome in their lifetime, with only 1 in 1,000 succeeding. After Huajin comes control, and to break through to the master level is yet another huge gap. Looking across the entire Great Xia, masters who have broken through to the Grandmaster level are definitely well-known and influential figures, famous names that everyone can mention. Offending a Grandmaster level expert is definitely not a wise thing to do. In Yifan's villa, as the circulation speed of the energy within Yifan's body increased, Yifan felt that deep within his dantian, something that had been dormant for a long time finally began to crack. 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 After Yifan ran the dragon control technique to the 10th cycle, he felt as if an eggshell inside his dantian had shattered. A profound and ancient powerful force awakened within Yifan's body, seeming like a fierce beast, or perhaps a raging demon from hell. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Yifan's body, and the golden light around him instantly transformed into a 9-clawed golden dragon, circling Yifan 3 times before leisurely merging back into his body. Around the villa, just moments ago, the wind was howling fiercely, and the heavens and earth were in turmoil. That turbulent aura instantly gathered into the room, and as the golden dragon disappeared, everything immediately returned to normal. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was calm and beautiful. It was as if nothing had happened. Inside the room, Yifan felt his entire body filled with boundless power. The strength of his martial energy was tens of times greater than before, and his perception was also tens of times stronger than before. At this moment, Yifan could almost clearly sense the movement of an ant underground 500 meters away. Dragon Mastery. 9th level. Breakthrough achieved. Yifan's strength, before being injured, was at the peak of the Grandmaster level, but now, Yifan was very clear that his strength had long surpassed several levels beyond Grandmaster. It was definitely above the peak of Martial Sovereign, but whether he had already broken through to Martial Saint, Yifan was still unsure. But Yifan was certain that if, at this moment, those enemies who had destroyed his sect and the Yi family back then stood before him, Yifan alone could completely slaughter them. Congratulations, young master. You have broken through the 9th level of the dragon control technique. Yifan had just stood up when Hanjue suddenly appeared in the room. According to the sect leader's arrangement, after the young master breaks through the 9th level of the dragon control technique, it will be up to you to decide when to launch the heaven-killing plan and carry out full-scale revenge. While speaking, Hanjue respectfully handed a token to Yifan. This token symbolizes the highest authority of the Beiluo Shermen. With the token in Yifan's hand, Yifan knew that his master had officially entrusted the Beiluo Shermen to him. After the sect was attacked back then, the master ordered all vassal forces under Bailushi Gate to go into hiding and wait for the right moment. Heaven-killing plan. Activate immediately. Those who destroyed my sect back then must pay the price. A dark expression flashed across Yifan's face. Also, Hanjue, go investigate the current situation of the Yi family right away. Since I have fully restored my strength and even surpassed the previous peak of the Grandmaster level, it's time to consider returning to the Yi family. As the sole heir of the Yi family for 3 generations, Yifan cannot let the family decline. The number 1 family of Daxia must continue to shine. Chapter 8, Breaking off the engagement. Then I'll divorce her first. Yes. Hanjue swiftly stepped back and quickly began issuing orders to the hidden global forces of the North Luoshi sect. In an instant, the whole world began to boil with excitement. Europa, Frank, the head of the Rothschild family, saw the instructions received on his phone and was moved to tears. Has the young master finally awakened? That's great. Fuck, those bastards, screw them. On the West African battlefield, a man like a black bear, actually the internationally feared whirlwind-killing god, also looked up to the east because of an instruction. The emperor is indeed still alive. I have a goal to follow for life again. In a certain manner in the beautiful country, a beautiful woman had just broken the neck of a rich man. Seeing the instructions on her phone, the muscles on her face twitched twice. Damn bastard. You made me shed so many tears. This time when I come back, just wait and see how I pin you to the bed and make you properly compensate. By the way, I haven't known the taste of a man for a long time, you heartless one, just wait for me. While speaking, the beauty also wickedly licked her sexy lips. Great Xia. Britain. Japan. With a single command from Yifan, the whole world began to boil with excitement. The heavenly killing plan has been launched. Everyone knows that Baliu Shiman has not been destroyed. The number one prodigy genius of Baliu Shiman back then did not perish, but has risen again. This time, it's the turn of those enemies to start trembling. In Yun City, Yifan tidied up his bedroom and drove towards the Yi family mansion that he had longed for day and night. At that time, when he was cultivating in his sect, his grandfather and great-grandfather often secretly went to the mountain to see Yifan. Now, 3 years have passed in a flash, and he doesn't know how those two elders are doing. Having stayed hidden in Yun City for 3 years, Yifan had passed by the gate of the Yi family mansion countless times, but because he had lost all his power and due to his master's warnings, fearing that his enemies might discover any clues, Yifan never once set foot inside. And now, Yifan's strength has finally fully recovered and even surpassed its peak, so he can finally return openly and proudly. However, in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, Yifan does not intend to reveal his strength in front of his grandfather for the time being. When Yifan drove to the Yi family compound, he found several luxury cars parked at the entrance. Judging by the license plates, they seem to belong to another major family of Daxia, the Xian family. The Xian family and the Yi family are both among the 6 great noble families of Daxia, and their relationship with the Yi family has always been very friendly. But ever since 3 years ago, when the Yi family was attacked, the Xian family has had less and less contact with the Yi family. Why are you here today? Yifan stopped the car and said to the bodyguards at the door, please make way. Yifan, the eldest young master of the Yi family, is back. Yifan thought the bodyguards would all greet him excitedly, but to his surprise, they remained calm and said, kid, you look able-bodied. So why come here to scam us? Let me tell you, this is already the 13th group this month trying to impersonate the young master. Get lost, don't force us to get rough. Yifan was stunned for a moment, someone actually wanted to impersonate him. Yifan immediately understood. He had left the family to train when he was just 1 year old and hadn't returned for more than 20 years. Although his grandfather and great-grandfather had visited him, those visits were absolutely secret, and the bodyguards at home naturally did not recognize Yifan. The Yi family is somewhat declining now, but like a centipede that dies yet does not rot, it remains a giant in Daxia. If one could enter the Yi family, at least having food and clothing would be guaranteed. I really am the eldest young master of the Yi family. Yifan wanted to speak to prove his identity, but suddenly found that he didn't know how to start. If you don't believe me, let my grandfather come over, and we can do a DNA test. Do you think the Yi family has nothing better to do than to mess around with you? Get lost, or we'll really start fighting. As they spoke, several bodyguards at the door began pulling steel rods from their bodies, seemingly really intending to attack Yifan. Yifan sighed helplessly, is it really so hard for me to just want to go home? Yifan was contemplating whether to force his way in when suddenly, from the room, an old man with white hair appeared and said, stop. He really is the young master, let him in quickly. Young master, you have finally returned. The old master and the great-grandfather have missed you terribly. Hurry, come in quickly, we are discussing important matters about you today. Zhongbo. The bodyguards respectfully bowed to the old man, allowing him to lead Yifan into the Yi family courtyard. On the way to the main hall, after Zhongbo's introduction, Yifan learned that this Zhongbo was the Yi family steward, named Wang Zhong, who had served the grandfather for many years. Actually, 3 years ago, when Yifan married into the Su family, the Yi family already knew Yifan's identity. They just feared that Yifan's master might have other plans, so they didn't come to disturb Yifan. However, they have been fully aware of Yifan's behavior over these years. Young master, the old master knows about your behavior these past few years. If the old master has a bad temper, please bear with it. Damn it. A respectable disciple of the Yi family, yet he spends every day hanging out in clubs. The old master of the Yi family is almost losing face. Can't you not lose your temper? Yifan felt a bit embarrassed. Before he and Zhongbo could get close to the hall, they heard a quarrel coming from inside. Old Master Yi, it's not that our Xian family is unreasonable. Indeed, there was a marriage agreement between our two families back then, but up until now, your grandson has been very clear. Are you going to let our Yufei just waste away like this? What if your grandson is already dead? Does our Yufei have to remain a widow? No, today, this marriage must be called off. The one speaking was Xian Jinghua, Yufei's second uncle and the current head of the Xian family. Many years ago, when the Yi family and the Xian family were as close as if they were wearing the same pair of pants, the old patriarchs of both families arranged a marriage between their great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Now, the Yi family has been attacked, and the sect where Yi Fan belongs has also been attacked. Yi Fan's fate is unknown, and the Xian family has come to break off the engagement. Nonsense. Who said my grandson is dead? Damn it, it's just that. Yi Changfeng, the old master of the Yi family, thought of his grandson's recent actions and felt a burning anger in his teeth. 3 years ago, he was indeed injured, but he was hanging out at the club every day. I'm a woman, and I don't want to marry such a scoundrel. However, at this moment, the old master of the Yi family certainly cannot lose face. If the Xian family breaks off the engagement and Yi Changfeng agrees to it just like that, where will the Yi family's face be? Moreover, the Yi family is currently being besieged by several other major forces. If the Xian family withdraws again, the pressure on the Yi family will only increase. No one knows how much longer the Yi family can hold on. Old Master Yi, we all know about the ambush the Yi family suffered back then. Over these 3 years, our Xian family has not taken advantage of your misfortune. We have helped the Yi family both openly and behind the scenes, and you are well aware of this. Even if I beg you today, Yufei cannot be delayed any longer. If your grandson is still alive, let him come out and show himself to everyone. As the head of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua was naturally not someone to be taken lightly. From the perspectives of reason and friendship, his arguments left Yi Changfeng with no way to refute him. Yi Changfeng sighed deeply. He was well aware of the support the Xian family had provided over the years. If it weren't for their covert assistance, the situation of the Yi family might have been even worse now. Just as Yi Changfeng was about to continue speaking, Yi Fan suddenly strode into the hall, glanced at Xian Jinghua and the others, and said, I, Yi Fan, the 4th-generation legitimate grandson of the Yi family, am back. You wanted to break off the engagement. I agree, but... Yi Fan paused and said, but this marriage is not for you to break off. It is I, Yi Fan, who am divorcing her. When Yi Fan spoke, he pointed his finger at Xian Yufei. Swish. All eyes at the scene instantly turned to look at Yi Fan, and the hall fell into silence. Chapter 9, A man at the pinnacle of the world, you will never be able to reach him in the future. Overbearing. Mighty. Truly has the style I had back in the day. This was the first feeling that came to old Master Yi Changfeng of the Yi family, but he quickly became a bit worried. Damn. You really did act arrogantly, but how are you going to end this? The other side is the Xian family, a family with strength comparable to the Yi family. It's you. Xian Yufei was first furious when she heard Yi Fan's words. As the proud daughter of the Xian family, many lined up to marry her, yet this ungrateful bastard from the Yi family actually wanted to divorce her first. If this gets out, where will I put my face? But when Xian Yufei saw Yi Fan's face clearly, she became even angrier. Isn't this Yi Fan, a frequent guest at the famous club in Yin City recently? Every time he goes to the club, he has to find about 10 girls. It's said that many of those girls can't even walk steadily after coming out. Is this Yi Fan really that powerful? Yufei, do you know him? Xian Jinghua was after all the head of the family. Although he was very angry inside, he could still control his emotions and turned around to ask Xian Yufei with a puzzled look. Humph. Who in Yin City doesn't know him? In the past 3 years, young Master Yi has either been at the club or on his way there. He's almost treated the clubs in Yin City as his home. A person like that, I, Xian Yufei, would never marry, even if I died. Xian Yufei spoke with immense anger, as if Yi Fan had done something terrible to him. Yi Fan touched his nose. He was clearly saving thousands of girls, which was a good thing for humanity. So why was Xian Yufei so repulsed? You really won't marry me? Just don't regret it later. Let me tell you, I am a man you could never reach. Yi Fan looked at Xian Yufei intensely, with a half-smile. Now Yi Fan had broken through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Saying this was no brag. Xian Yufei was speechless. Before she could speak, another young man nearby hurriedly said, regret my ass. Who do you think you are, a trash who hangs out in clubs every day? You don't deserve Yufei at all. Smack. That young man kept babbling, but Yi Fan didn't say a word and slapped him hard across the face. Damn it. Did I ask you to talk? Keep babbling and I'll chop you up to feed the dogs, believe it or not. Yi Fan didn't tolerate the young man at all, just looking at his eyes, Yi Fan knew something was off. While everyone was talking, the young man's eyes kept scanning Xian Yufei, as if he wanted to strip her clothes off. Damn it! That is my fiancée. Even if I don't want her, how could you just look at her casually? I am from the Lin family, and you actually dare to hit me? On what grounds? The young man covered his swollen face and jumped up to scold. Because I am the eldest young master of the Yi family. So what? You want to hit me, do you dare? Yi Fan perfectly displayed the image of an arrogant young master, stretching his face close to the young man. Come on, if you have the guts, hit me. Anyone who doesn't hit is a loser. The young man glanced at the old master of the Yi family sitting above, his face gloomy, but in reality, his heart was blooming with joy. He muttered a few words, not daring to make a move. This is the Yi family, and the old master of the Yi family is also known for being fiercely protective. If he really made a move, even if he is the eldest young master of the Lin family, it would be difficult for him to leave here unscathed. Alright, young master Lin, don't speak. Xian Jinghua interrupted Lin Xiao, then turned to Yi Changfeng and said, Old Master Yi, I have also heard of this Yi Fan. Let's not talk about the issues with the club for now, but he is already a son-in-law of the Su family. He's married, yet he still wants to marry Yu Fei. Isn't that inappropriate? What's wrong with that? A martial arts master, who still cares about these broken rules. Isn't your old master the same way? Old Master Yi knew Yi Fan's situation better than anyone else. Although Yi Fan marrying into the Su family was very likely arranged by Yi Fan's sect, in front of outsiders, everyone would have their own thoughts. Moreover, it's a prestigious family like the Xian family. However, the old master of the Xian family did indeed say the same as Yi Changfeng, that he did not have only one wife, which made Xian Jinghua awkward to respond and he could only change the subject. Old Master Yi, even so, is this Yi Fan in front of us really a member of the Yi family? How can you prove it? Xian Jinghua's words made Lin Xiao unable to hold back again. Yeah. Old Master Yi, how can you be sure that this guy in front of us is really a member of the Yi family? Maybe some random person is pretending to be a member of the Yi family, wouldn't you be deceived? Yi Changfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't he already know whether Yi Fan was a member of the Yi family? For more than 20 years, the old master and the great-grandfather would quietly visit Yi Fan's sect. It's only been 3 years since they last saw him, could they really mistake him for someone else? Moreover, when Master Yi Fan arranged this matter, he roughly informed the Yi family patriarch to cooperate. How could Yi Fan's identity be mistaken? Otherwise, with the Yi patriarch's temper, would he still let Yi Fan say so many things here? Damn it! Can't you understand human language? I told you to stop whining, stop whining. When Yi Fan heard Lin Xiao speak, he got angry, stepped forward, kicked him to the ground, and then kept kicking Lin Xiao's crotch repeatedly. Pft! Pft! It was the sound of the egg breaking, and Lin Xiao finally passed out from the pain. Xian Yufei beside him couldn't stand it anymore and reached out to stop Yi Fan. Yi Fan, don't go too far. Let me tell you, even if you shout to the heavens today, I will never marry you. Give up on that idea. I never said I wanted to marry you, did I? Forced melons may quench thirst, but I prefer the sweet ones. Yi Fan gave Xian Yufei a sly look. It must be said, Xian Yufei's curvy figure was indeed top-notch, rivaling that little girl who had previously given him pills. I hope you won't regret it. Bring me the marriage contract. Yi Fan glanced around, saw the marriage contract on the table beside him, grabbed it, and quickly wrote a big divorce on it with a pen. Then he signed his name, threw the contract to Xian Yufei, and said, Take it. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. HM. Looking at the name Yi Fan signed on the marriage certificate, Xian Yufei suddenly felt a bit dazed. In Xian Yufei's imagination, given the current situation of the Yi family, shouldn't Yi Fan be clinging to her, begging her to marry him? How did Yi Fan agree so easily? Moreover, the key point is, judging by Yi Fan's gaze, there seemed to be a hint of disdain. Looking down on me. How am I any less? Still can't catch his eye. Especially when seeing the character, rest, the harm was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. Xian Yufei felt like a toy that no one wanted. What? Still not leaving? If you don't leave soon, shall we just go straight to the bridal chamber? Yi Fan looked at the dazed Xian Yufei, scanning her up and down with a sinister charm, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable all over. Shameless. After speaking, Xian Yufei slightly bowed to Yi Changfeng and said, Grandpa Yi, sorry, I have to go first. With the purpose achieved, Xian Jinghua also took his leave and left. After a few people left the Yi family compound and were about to get in the car, Xian Yufei suddenly stopped and said to Xian Jinghua. Second uncle. Are we really doing the right thing? I always feel that today's situation is a bit different from what I imagined. That Yi Fan. I can't quite see through him. Xian Jinghua was not a fool. From the scene just now when Yi Fan attacked Lin Xiao, he also saw some clues. You mean Yi Fan was hiding his strength? That incident back then didn't really affect Yi Fan. Xian Yufei shook her head. I can't quite explain it, but the moment Yi Fan signed just now, I felt as if something was gradually drifting away. Don't overthink it. Even if Yi Fan comes back, what happened back then doesn't affect him much, but the Yi family is now facing a crisis that's hard to overcome. A top master at the peak of the grandmaster level is hunting them down, the Yi family's old patriarch is seriously injured and not yet recovered, and the Yi family's descendants are dwindling. Who can stop this? I hope they can get through this. Xian Jinghua glanced at the Yi family mansion behind him, then stepped into the car and quickly left. Chapter 10, Has a Grandmaster Targeted the Yi Family? After everyone left the Yi family mansion, Old Master Yi Changfeng glanced around, quickly grabbed Yi Fan, and hurriedly walked towards the backyard. You turtle grandson, why are you coming back at a time like this? You don't know, a grandmaster expert targeted the Yi family yesterday and said they would come to wipe out our entire Yi family within 2 days. Aren't you coming back to die? Yi Changfeng complained to Yi Fan in a bad mood, go see your great-grandfather, and I'll arrange a plane to send you abroad immediately. Otherwise, our Yi family will really be wiped out. Go abroad. Why go abroad? Doesn't the Yi family still have the great-grandfather? The great-grandfather is also a grandmaster-level expert. Are you still afraid they'll come to provoke us? The reason the Yi family became one of the 6 great noble families of Daxia is precisely because of the Yi family's patriarch. The Yi family's patriarch entered the master level before the age of 30, personally founded the Tianlong army, and guarded the southwest of Daxia with an army of 800,000 for 50 years. Since the Tianlong 9 armies began guarding, there have been no more conflicts on the southwest border. Sigh. Don't mention it. A month ago, your patriarch was seriously injured by a mysterious expert, and his strength has not yet recovered. Meanwhile, your sister is stationed at the border and cannot leave. The Yi family is in a very urgent situation right now. Listening to Yi Changfeng's account, Yi Fan frowned deeply. Were those who attacked the Yi family back then making a move again? Even the grandmaster-level great-grandfather was seriously injured, it seems the opponent is not to be underestimated. By the way, your master arranged for you to stay with the Su family for 3 years, so why have you suddenly returned now? Has your strength recovered? Grandfather Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Fan with anticipation. Yi Changfeng was still very confident in his grandson. He had entered the grandmaster level before the age of 20. If it weren't for the great battle 3 years ago, when Yi Fan's innate talent was damaged, Yi Fan would probably be a martial sovereign level expert by now. No. Yi Fan responded, let's go see great-grandpa first. Sigh. It's all fate. Those damn bastards are all hoping for the downfall of the Yi family, but what do they know? If the Yi family falls, how could they possibly be better off? When Yi Fan and his grandfather were walking towards the backyard, he suddenly turned to look at his grandfather and said, by the way, Grandpa. Do you know who wants to deal with our Yi family? Yi Changfeng shook his head. After all these years of investigation, we don't have any concrete evidence, but one thing I dare to be sure of is that this matter definitely has something to do with the Lin family. The Lin family is also one of the 6 great noble families of Daxia. They also control another fierce tiger army of Daxia, guarding the southeast, but their prestige and influence are much weaker compared to the Yi family. However, over all these years, the Lin family has never given up on competing with the Yi family for the position of the top family. No need for evidence, as long as it's related to the Lin family, that's enough. At worst, just wipe them out directly. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Others might not understand how terrifying the power of Bailiu-Shaiman is, but Yi Fan knew it well. Back then, if it weren't for those mysterious experts suddenly attacking, no one would have been able to shake Bailiu-Shaiman at all. Yi Changfeng was stunned. His eldest grandson seemed different from before. Well, he was already very arrogant before, but after marrying into the Su family for 3 years, he seemed even more arrogant. Is he being stifled to the point of frustration? My poor grandson. In the backyard, Yi Fan saw the state of his great-grandfather Yi Qinkuan. He instinctively wanted to take action, but thinking that his current strength was not yet ready to be revealed, he forced himself to hold back and did not act. Great-grandfather, rest assured, I will definitely find a doctor to help you get better. If you're not good at taking action yourself, then you can only find a badass doctor to do it for you. Ding dong. Yifan's phone suddenly received a message from Hanzhuo, young master. We found out, recently there's a master called Tian Kuei, who is said to have slaughtered the entire Yi family. That guy has no sect and often appears in the Yun City black market. Looking at the information on the phone, Yifan's mouth curled up. Tian Kuei. Dare to lay a hand on my Yi family? Then start with you. Let's also see how strong I really am. Yi Changfeng, standing nearby, saw Yi Fan's expression and was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, jumping around. Yi Fan, what do you mean? Aren't you planning to leave? Leave? Why should I leave? Grandpa, don't worry. Just a grandmaster level expert, I can easily kill him. Yi Fan spoke impulsively, revealing his true thoughts. Now Yi Fan has broken through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique, his strength surpassing that of the martial sovereign. For a moment, Yi Fan can't think of anyone who could be his opponent. Perhaps, the big shots from the 4 holy lands could fight against him. Stop messing around, Dad. Yi Fan is immature, please don't be so stubborn. Yi Changfeng wanted to persuade him, but Yi Qinquan directly interrupted Yi Changfeng. What kind of skill is being a deserter? Isn't it just death? A coward dies with his head hung low. Look at Yi Fan, this is the true son of the Yi family. Don't look at me being injured now, as long as they dare to come, even if they are grandmaster experts, I will still tear a piece of flesh off them. Although Yi Qinquan was lying in bed, the domineering aura he showed while speaking even affected Yi Fan. This is the blood burning in the veins of the Yi family's sons. Yi Changfeng, seeing that he couldn't persuade the old and the young, could only sigh helplessly, sigh. I have already requested reinforcements from the capital, and also from the Tianlong army. After hearing the news, several of your old subordinates are rushing to Chaoyun City. Hopefully, we can hold on. Grandpa, great-grandpa, you both rest first. I'll go handle some matters and come back to see you later. Since it is known that Tian Kuei wants to make a move against the Yi family, the best way is to take Tian Kuei out before he makes his move. Leaving the Yi family mansion, Yi Fan headed towards the Yun City black market according to the address given by Hanzhuo. In the Lin family courtyard, Lin Dong had bandages wrapped around his crotch, his legs spread apart, leaning sideways on a chair. Almost all the senior members of the Lin family were present, their expressions somewhat solemn. Lin Dong, are you saying that the bastard from the Yi family didn't die? And he's back. The speaker was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family and governor of Tiannan province, a man of high rank and power. Yes. Second uncle, I saw it with my own eyes, and we all know that Yi Fan is familiar to us. He is a son-in-law of the Su family and has lived in Yincheng for 3 years. We didn't even know. Lin Hua's face darkened, he's playing tricks on us under the lamp. 3 years have passed, and we didn't expect that bastard from the Yi family to be alive, living right under our noses for 3 years. But I can't understand why he suddenly came back at this time. Yeah. Now that the Yi family is clearly on the verge of destruction, isn't Yi Fan coming back at this time just a death wish? A group of people from the Lin family spoke one after another, voicing their thoughts. Since he dares to come back, he must have some trump card. You must know, Baliu Shimen was once the #1 sect in the martial arts world, and Yi Fan, as Baliu Shimen's top prodigy, we absolutely cannot take him lightly. Listening to everyone's analysis, Lin Hua nodded, what everyone said is correct. However, our top priority at this stage is to get Lin Dong and that girl from the Xian family married as soon as possible. With the support of the Xian family, our Lin family can advance further. But second uncle, Yi Fan, that bastard crippled my balls. Even if I get married, looking at the beautiful Xian Yufei, I can't do anything. Lin Dong was beside them, his eyes almost shooting fire. That hateful Yi Fan actually dared to cripple him. Lin Hua glanced at Lin Dong indifferently, these are all minor issues. At worst, in a few days, the doctor can attach a toothpick from a teddy for you, and it will work just the same. Chapter 11, Sting Operation. My home has a glowing 3090. The Yun City Black Market is located in the eastern suburbs of Yun City, in the basement of an abandoned factory. Because it is backed by a sect, even the authorities dare not act here lightly. This place operates 24 hours a day, so even at 3 in the afternoon, the parking lot outside the black market is filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Since he didn't plan to reveal his true strength so soon, Yi Fan had no intention of using his real appearance. After parking the car properly, Yi Fan casually pinched his face in front of the mirror, and then, another handsome and unfamiliar face appeared before his eyes. Disguise technique, this is a classic skill from Yi Fan's sect. This damn face of mine, no matter how I pinch it, it's just one word, handsome. Yi Juntian. At the registration place, Yi Fan casually gave a name. As for the treasure verification, any one of the pills on Yi Fan's body was enough to qualify for entry. After all, over the years, in order for Yi Fan to recover quickly, the sect had basically invested all their cultivation resources on Yi Fan. Although 4th grade pills are not easy to obtain, Yi Fan still had several of them on his body. These pills hold great attraction for martial artists below the martial sovereign level. The basement black market is very spacious, roughly as large as the biggest football field. It is divided into many stalls and corridors. People entering the black market can set up their own stalls or trade freely. The lighting is just a bit dim, giving it a mysterious atmosphere. Yi Fan glanced around, there were quite a lot of people densely packed inside, at least over 1,000. In such dim lighting, finding Tian Kuei would be very difficult, even with Yi Fan's magical eyes to assist. According to the information given by Hanjua, the most obvious characteristic of this Tian Kuei is greed. In this black market, the thing Tian Kuei does the most is killing and robbing, quietly tricking people who have treasures to come out, then killing them and seizing their treasures. Although this breaks the moral rules, Tian Kuei is very clever and never causes trouble inside the black market. The sect behind the black market has no way to deal with Tian Kuei. Everyone, look over here. I have top quality pills that can assist cultivation, help everyone break through, and heal injuries. The highest grade is 3rd grade pills, only for exchange, not for sale. If anyone has good treasures, come and trade with me. Yi Fan took out several pills and deliberately showed them off in front of everyone. According to the experience in the underworld, especially in such black markets, it is best not to flaunt your wealth. But Yi Fan deliberately wanted to do this, intending to lure the snake out of its hole and draw out that Tian Kuei. 3rd grade elixir. This is really a good thing. On the market, it would cost at least 10 million per pill, right? It really is, this fragrance is so rich. Brother, I'm warning you, you shouldn't take out so many good things all at once. It's fine inside the black market, but once you leave this black market, if you haven't sold your stuff, then you'll be in trouble. People continuously gathered around, some expressing amazement and surprise, while others kindly advised Yi Fan. But Yi Fan just smiled slightly. Rob. Now that I have this strength, who else dares to snatch from me? If they dare to snatch from me, I will skin them alive. Several people wanted to come over to exchange cultivation techniques, martial skills, and some medicinal herbs with Yi Fan, but they were not the people Yi Fan was looking for, so Yi Fan naturally ignored them. Yi Fan shouted as he walked along, and after making a small circle, an old man wearing a tang suit smiled and walked toward Yi Fan. Seeing the pill in Yi Fan's hand, the old man did not hide the greed in his eyes at all. He's here. The information given by Hanjua was very complete, and it included a photo of Tian Kuei, who was exactly this old man in front of them. Brother, are you planning to trade all these pills? Tian Kuei stepped forward 2 steps and took a careful look at the pills in Yi Fan's hand, which were indeed 3rd grade pills. Recently, Chen Kuei felt that he had hit a bottleneck in his cultivation, stuck at the Grandmaster level for many years, but his strength had never been able to break through. If he had some of these 3rd grade pills to assist him, perhaps his strength could break through to Martial Sovereign in one go. Yeah. Brother, do you have any good treasures? If you have treasures, I also have many pills here, look. As he spoke, Yi Fan took out several boxes from his body again, all filled with pills of various sizes. This time, Yi Fan already had more than a dozen pill boxes laid out in his hands. So many pills, Tian Kuei's eyes went straight from looking at them. Today I met a sucker. Several older guys around looked at Yi Fan with regret, wanting to warn him, but Tian Kuei gave a sharp look to those people around, his warning expression was unmistakable. This guy is mine today, if any of you dare to fight me for him, I'll fight you to the death. Great. I really do have a lot of treasures hidden at home, including martial arts techniques, some treasure maps, and some precious medicinal herbs. How about you come with me to my place and take a look? Tian Kuei looked at Yi Fan with anticipation, afraid that Yi Fan would refuse. When you come to my place, brother, pick any treasure you like, I'm absolutely generous. Tian Kuei said as he stepped forward with a burning gaze, affectionately putting his arm around Yi Fan's shoulder. If you didn't know, you'd think Yi Fan and Tian Kuei were brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. Yi Fan sneered coldly in his heart. This Tian Kuei's acting skills could easily win an Oscar for Best Actor. He probably has done so many killings and looting that he is extremely familiar with the whole process. Really? Then shall we leave now? Yi Fan pretended to look surprised and said, but brother, you can't lie to me. Let me tell you, I am also a martial arts expert with considerable strength. If you lie to me, I won't be polite. Yi Fan deliberately controlled his aura to around the mastery stage. Such strength is indeed not low in the mundane world. But for a master-level Tian Kuei, it was nothing worth mentioning, completely controllable. Of course, let's hurry. Let's make the deal quickly, I have other things to do tonight. Tian Kuei was a bit anxious, having agreed to the matter of that big shot, who had urged several times already, tonight they must take action against the Yi family. Yi Fan could naturally guess that the matter Tian Kuei referred to was taking action against the Yi family. Humph. If you want to take action against the Yi family, then this young master will send you on your way first. As Yi Fan and Tian Kuei walked together towards the exit, the crowd behind began to sigh with regret. Sigh. What a pity, such a good young man, and he's going to suffer again. That old bastard has already caused 7 or 8 incidents this month, and no one dares to stop him. Who can blame them? He's a master-level expert after all. It's really a disgrace to martial arts masters. Yi Fan followed Tian Kuei out of the black market. At Tian Kuei's enthusiastic invitation, Yi Fan did not drive his own car but got into Tian Kuei's car, leaving the Yun City black market and speeding away. But the direction Tian Kuei drove was not towards the city center, but heading out of Yun City. Tian Kuei drove very fast. In less than 10 minutes, they had traveled more than 10 kilometers. Finally, Tian Kuei parked the car beside a mountain forest. On one side of the forest was wasteland, and on the other side was a sheer cliff thousands of feet high. Big brother, are we here already? This doesn't really look like home. Yi Fan got out of the car, actually having long known Tian Kuei's intention but deliberately asked. Home. Ha. Young man, this is the graveyard chosen for you. How is it? The feng shui here is pretty good, with mountains and water. Hand over the stuff obediently, and I'll give you a quick resolution. Tian Kuei looked at Yi Fan calmly, the fox's tail was finally revealed. Chapter 12, failed to show off and got XZ instead, easily crushed. Graveyard? Big brother, you must be mistaken, right? Weren't we here to make a deal? Didn't you say you had many treasures to trade with me? I have so many pills here, we can definitely cooperate well. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, showing no panic like Xiao Bai at all. However, Tian Kuei did not notice these things. At this moment, his eyes were only on the pills in Yi Fan's hand. Trade. Dream on. Young man, you are too naive. I, Tian Kuei, have never had the habit of trading with others. If I want something, I usually take it with my fists. While speaking, Tian Kuei took a step closer to Yi Fan. Kid, don't even think about attacking me. I've already tested you, you only have mastery-level strength. I can kill you with one palm. Obediently hand over the stuff, say your last words if you have any, but even if you say them, I won't help you. Bad. That old scoundrel is really bad. But I want to try. Yi Fan's smile disappeared from his face, and he stared gloomily at Tian Kuei. Try. Try my ass, what a waste of time. Tian Kuei had already walked to within 2 meters of Yi Fan. Impatient with Yi Fan's actions, he reached out and slapped Yi Fan's shoulder, planning to knock him unconscious first, then loot the treasures on him, and finally throw him off the cliff to feed the eagles. Tian Kuei has always done it this way before. Boom! A powerful aura surged from Tian Kuei's palm, striking Yi Fan's shoulder with a chilling murderous intent. I have to say, the strength of a Grandmaster level is really terrifying. A powerful aura surged violently in all directions, cutting down a large area of surrounding trees. But after one palm strike, the situation Tian Kuei expected did not occur. Yi Fan stood still, not moving his body at all, not even changing his breathing. Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have? Yi Fan looked at Tian Kuei with a half-smile, his eyes full of mockery. Damn! Tian Kuei's eyes were full of confusion, what is going on? Was your palm strike just now fake? How come when I struck out, this guy didn't react at all? Die! Tian Kuei stubbornly swung his fist again, punching towards Yi Fan's chest. Boom! Boom! This time, Tian Kuei used all his strength, tearing the air and letting out a wailing sound. A Grandmaster's full power punch is enough to destroy an entire building. This kid in front of me looks at most a little over 20 years old. No matter how strong he is, he shouldn't possibly have reached the Grandmaster level, right? I just don't believe it, one punch won't kill him. But the fact is, after Tian Kuei threw the punch, he watched helplessly as his fist stopped just 3 inches in front of Yifan's chest. Around Yifan's body, a visible aura appeared, like a wall, firmly blocking his fist. No matter how hard Tian Kuei exerted his power, it couldn't move forward even an inch. Gang Qi. You actually cultivated Gang Qi. This is impossible. At this moment, Tian Kuei finally realized something was wrong. The Yifan before him, what kind of mastery realm is that? It is said that only the peak of martial sovereign, or even martial saint level strength, can form such a powerful protective Gang Qi. But Yifan is clearly just in his early 20s, how could he possibly have such formidable strength? Humph. Impossible, you just haven't seen it before. Yifan glanced at Tian Kuei indifferently, now it's my turn to make a move. Swish. Without any hesitation, Yifan slapped Tian Kuei on the head. Pfft. Yifan controlled the force very well, the strike hit Tian Kuei's head without causing it to burst, but the force penetrated through Tian Kuei's body, like a pile driver, forcing Tian Kuei halfway into the ground. Crack. Crack. Yifan struck again, with 2 punches he destroyed Tian Kuei's dantian, broke his arm, broke his thigh. Tian Kuei collapsed on the ground, looking at Yifan with a face full of fear. Big boss, spare my life, I was wrong, I failed to recognize a great man, I beg you to spare this dog's life. Tian Kuei's voice was trembling as he spoke. From Yifan's actions just now, Tian Kuei realized that Yifan's strength was absolutely on a completely different level, utterly crushing him. The ridiculous thing was, he was still jumping around and showing off endlessly in front of Yifan. Isn't this just asking for trouble yourself? Yifan ignored Tian Kuei, instead finding a stone nearby, then squatted beside Tian Kuei, coldly looking at him and said, I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I'll give you a quick resolution. If not, for every wrong answer, I'll knock out one of your teeth. Ah. Boss, why? I can give you money, and I can give you many treasures. Even if I wanted to rob you, you don't have to kill me. Shut up. Am I asking you or are you asking me? Crack. Without any hesitation, Yifan directly knocked out one of Tian Kuei's front teeth. Tian Kuei gritted his teeth in pain, but he also realized that Yifan was a ruthless person. Speak, who sent you to eliminate the Yi family? Yifan came to find Tian Kuei today to solve the Yi family's hidden troubles, and Tian Kuei was the clue. Ah. You are the helper hired by the Yi family? Who exactly are you? Tian Kuei stopped halfway through speaking, suddenly realizing he might have made a mistake again, something he shouldn't have asked. Crack. Sure enough, another tooth was knocked out by Yifan. Are you going to tell me willingly, or should I keep knocking out your teeth? If I knock out your teeth and you still don't talk, I might consider sticking a toothpick into your finger, or the tiger bench, or the heavenly lamp. There are at least 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Listening to Yifan's words, Tian Kuei knew that Yifan truly meant what he said. I say. It's a big shot from the provincial capital who told me to take action, but we only contacted each other by phone, I haven't met him in person. However, I roughly heard that it seems he was also commissioned by the Lin family. Humph. The Lin family. The Lin family again. Now Yifan is starting to suspect that when they attacked and besieged the Yi family back then, the Lin family might have been directly involved too. Yifan asked several other questions, but Tian Kuei did not provide any useful information. Boss, I've told you everything I know. I'll give you all my wealth and treasures, please spare my life, okay? Tian Kuei wriggled on the ground, humbly begging Yifan. Yifan's mouth twitched. First, transfer your money to me. Let me see if it's enough to buy your life. Yifan gave Tian Kuei the card number, then took out Tian Kuei's phone and used facial recognition to transfer money. To Yifan's surprise, this guy actually had tens of billions in cash. Besides, Tian Kuei also stored diamonds, cultivation methods, and pills in the safe. Tian Kuei obediently handed all the treasures to Yifan, including the safe's password and the key to his villa's main door. After telling Yifan all the passwords, he looked at Yifan expectantly. Boss, is this enough now? Alright, let's hit the road. Yifan gave a cold smile and stomped on Tian Kuei's neck with one foot. Crack. Tian Kuei's neck was broken, and he died on the spot, going to meet the king of hell. How could Yifan possibly keep such a scumbag? However, there are actually so many treasures hidden in Tian Kuei's villa, it seems I must find time to go and retrieve them. After quickly tidying up the scene, Yifan drove Tian Kuei's car and rushed back to the city. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, Yifan still had to accompany his wife to a banquet in the evening, so he needed to hurry back to pick her up. Chapter 13, I'm not dead yet, and you're trying to snatch my wife. At the black market parking lot, a few old brothers who had seen Yifan at the black market before were shocked to see Yifan actually get out of Tian Kuei's car, staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. Little brother, you are still alive. What happened to Qin Kuei? Yifan said calmly, that old bastard tried to steal my elixir, but I killed him with one punch. Killed him? The expressions of the people around Yifan changed instantly, they looked at each other in disbelief, completely stunned. They are very clear about Tian Kuei's strength, a master-level expert was actually killed by this brother with a single punch. This brother in front of us doesn't seem to have any injuries, which means his strength is far above Tian Kuei's, right? Brother, my name is Zhang Tao. May I ask what your name is? Several men quickly gathered around, their eyes full of passion as they looked at Yifan. Yifan's action this time can also be seen as eliminating a threat for the people. The key is, if he can hold on to such a powerful ally, wouldn't that mean having a strong backing in the future? Yi Juntian. Yifan responded coldly, then got into another car and dialed Wang Fugui's number. There is a car at the black market parking lot. Come and drive it away, then take care of it. After hanging up, Yifan drove towards the Su Group. At this moment, downstairs at the Su Group building, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was holding a bouquet of flowers, standing at the entrance with a beaming smile, seemingly waiting for someone. This guy is none other than Yun Feiyang from the provincial capital, who is also Su Yixue's college classmate. He has been pursuing Su Yixue for 4 or 5 years, and even after Su Yixue got married, he continued to harass her persistently. Seeing Su Yixue come out of the office building, Yun Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward, smiling as he handed the flowers to Su Yixue and said, Yixue, you're finally off work. I've been waiting here for you for quite a while. These are for you, do you like them? Su Yixue frowned, Yun Feiyang, what are you doing here? I've told you many times, don't give me these things. I'm already married, I have a husband, and I'm not interested in you. In fact, Su Yixue always rejected Yun Feiyang very decisively and directly. But for some reason, Yun Feiyang was like a piece of stubborn chewing gum, clinging to Su Yixue and refusing to let go. Hee. I know, isn't he that good-for-nothing live-in son-in-law? I've heard that after marrying you, he lazes around every day, doesn't work, and hangs out at clubs all the time. You're with such trash. Yixue, you're really degrading yourself. Yun Feiyang looked at Su Yixue with a pained expression and continued, what's wrong with being with me? The Yun family is a huge clan dominating the southwest, and I'm truly sincere with you, Yixue. My own husband, I cherish him myself. Yun Feiyang, if you keep talking about my husband like that, don't blame me for being rude. Su Yixue walked past Yun Feiyang, looking into the distance, waiting for Yifan to come pick her up. Yun Feiyang blocked Su Yixue, a trace of gloom flashing across his brows. Yixue, have you thought it over? You know, the raw materials for your Su Group's jewelry business are also supplied by my Yun family. If we join forces, the Su family will definitely continue to thrive. As he spoke, Yun Feiyang forcefully shoved the flowers into Su Yixue's hand, his words clearly carrying a hint of threat. Think about my ass. Suddenly, a big hand reached out, snatched the flowers from Yun Feiyang's hand, and smashed them hard on the ground. Damn it. I'm not dead yet, and you're trying to steal from me. Are you looking for trouble? Hearing this familiar voice, Su Yixue's tightly clenched heart instantly relaxed. Husband, you're here. Su Yixue smiled and stepped forward, linking her arm with Yifan's, looking very affectionate. This guy has been pestering me for a long time, so annoying. Are you that useless freeloader Yifan? A pretty boy living off others, what's there to be proud of? Yun Feiyang sized up Yifan from head to toe, reluctantly admitting in his heart that Yifan was indeed much more handsome than him. Smack. Yifan didn't indulge Yun Feiyang at all. He raised his hand and slapped Yun Feiyang hard across the face. Calling me trash every time. Is that polite? If your parents don't teach you, then I'll teach you how to behave. Ah, damn, ouch. Yun Feiyang uttered 3 exclamations in a row, seeing stars from the slap, his body spun several times on the spot before barely stabilizing, half his face instantly swollen. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Yun Feiyang, as the eldest son of the Yun family, was born with a golden key in his mouth. Growing up, no one has ever dared to speak harshly to him, let alone hit him. Damn it. I don't care who you are, if you dare to snatch my wife, I'll beat you every time I see you. Yi Fan was never a low-key person, but because his sect was attacked, he lay low for 3 years. Now that his strength has recovered, he has returned to the family. With Baliu Shaiman behind him and the Yi family, the top family in Daxia, supporting him, does Yi Fan still act low-key? Take life and death lightly. If you don't accept it, then fight. You, vulgar. Yun Feiyang covered his swollen face, looking at Yi Fan with a face full of resentment. Trash like you, how do you deserve Ishue? You don't go to work every day. Have you seen my imported BMW? 1 million. You damn well won't earn that much even if you work as a security guard for your whole life. And the watch I'm wearing? 3 million. Have you ever seen it? In terms of strength, Yun Feiyang did not dare to make a move against Yi Fan, so he tried to crush Yi Fan financially. Su Yishue smiled faintly beside Yi Fan, secretly sighing in her heart. This Yun Feiyang really brought this on himself. Who is Yi Fan? He is the eldest young master of the Li family, one of the 4 great wealthy families in Yin City. Li Tao personally came to court Yi Fan, offering the Su group an investment of 3 billion yuan. Although Su Yishue was not very clear about Yi Fan's true background, she knew for sure that Yi Fan was no ordinary person. Husband, if you like luxury cars, how about I take you to buy one tomorrow? Su Yishue took the strategy of pampering her husband to the extreme. As long as her husband needed it, it was the right thing to do. Yun Feiyang's face turned ashen as he watched from the side. He was indifferent to himself but so doting towards a pretty boy. What exactly did Yi Fan have? Boom! Before Yi Fan could speak, not far away, a black Hummer suddenly accelerated and directly crashed into Yun Feiyang's BMW. The modified Hummer has a strength comparable to a tank. With such an impact, it instantly dented Yun Feiyang's BMW, deforming the entire car. Idiot! Your car can still run now. I'll write your surname backwards. Wang Fugue jumped down from the car arrogantly and quickly walked towards Yi Fan. Big brother, I've long disliked this idiot. Well done. Yi Fan couldn't help but give Wang Fugue a thumbs up. Chapter 14, 2 scumbags together just make a bigger scumbag. Ah! My car, damn it. Yun Feiyang saw his newly bought car almost completely wrecked, howling in pain as he rushed towards it, running his hand over the surface of the vehicle. You bunch of thieves. Yun Feiyang looked at Yi Fan and Wang Fugue and immediately understood, they were in cahoots. My car is worth several million. If I don't get an explanation today, don't think you can leave here. Yun Feiyang coldly scolded Wang Fugue and Yi Fan, then waved at a black business van behind him. 6 bodyguards in black suits quickly got out and surrounded Yi Fan and Su Yishue. Either you compensate me, or, Yishue, tonight you accompany me for dinner, and I can also give up on having them pay for this car. Smack. What level do you think you are? You actually want to have dinner with your sister-in-law, in your dreams. Before Yi Fan could make a move, Wang Fugue acted first, slapping Yun Feiyang away and then relentlessly kicking him. The other bodyguards wanted to attack Wang Fugue, but although Wang Fugue was fat, his movements were surprisingly agile. With fists as big as fans, he knocked those bodyguards to the ground with just a few punches. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Fatty, you actually know Kung Fu. Why didn't I know this before? Wang Fugue smiled slyly and said, Big brother, I never expected this either. Your grandfather and my grandfather have actually been old friends for many years. Big brother, you are actually the mysterious eldest young master of the Yi family. If I had known earlier, I should have come to flatter you sooner. Wang Fugue's sly smile made Yi Fan a bit helpless. Get lost. Tonight I have to accompany Yishue to a banquet. You handle things here. Alright. As Yi Fan left with Su Yishue, Wang Fugue's arrogant voice came from behind. Do you know who my big brother is? The eldest young master of the Yi family, the top family in Daxia. How dare you provoke my big brother? I'll cripple you right away. Don't forget, this is Yin City. In the car, Su Yishue looked at Wang Fugue's figure in the rearview mirror with some worry and said, Husband, is this really okay? The Yun family has considerable influence in the southwest region. If this continues, what if they come to retaliate? Revenge? With Yi Fan's current strength, is he still afraid of a small revenge from the Yun family? Not to mention the power of Baliu Shaiman, even just the Yi family alone, although it has declined now, is still not someone the Yun family dares to provoke. Don't worry. Wife, if the sky falls, your husband will hold it up, nothing will happen. Yi Fan smiled faintly, let's go back and change. Clothes first, then calmly attend the banquet. You have protected your husband for 3 years, starting today, let your husband protect you. Yi Fan looked at Su Yixue in front of him with deep affection. He truly liked this wife. Having married into the Su family for 3 years, Su Yixue has never shown Yi Fan a single cold look, she almost cherishes him like the apple of her eye. Downstairs at the Su Group building, Yun Feiyang was severely beaten again by Wang Fugue, his face swollen like a pig's head, and he also took several kicks in the groin. Watching Wang Fugue and Yi Fan walk away, Yun Feiyang muttered gloomily, "Those two bastards, just wait for me." Thinking of Su Yixue, Yun Feiyang's eyes burned with heat, damn it. That stinky bitch Su Yixue, if it weren't for the power behind your mother, I wouldn't stoop so low to beg you. Just wait until I get you into bed, I'll make you regret it. Hesitating for a moment, Yun Feiyang dialed a number. Hey. Lin Xiao, are you going to the business banquet tonight? I heard there will be a lot of beautiful women. What, you got beaten up? Who beat you? Yi Fan again. Damn. That bastard seems to be going to the banquet with Su Yixue too. Tonight is your turf, you absolutely can't let him have it easy. Two brothers in hardship, as soon as the call connected, it was a barrage of complaints. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Lin Dong, the one who was beaten up by Yi Fan at the Yi family. Humph. This Yi Fan, isn't he just relying on the Yi family? Anyway, the Yi family is doomed tonight, and you still dare to come to the banquet, then I'll make sure you come back no more. This business banquet was initiated by the Lin family of Yun City, with the theme of uniting the business tycoons of the Southwest region to jointly create a favorable business environment in the Southwest. But actually, it's just businesses praising each other and providing a platform for the big shots to connect with one another. At 7 in the evening, Yi Fan and Su Yixue appeared punctually at the entrance of the Lin family banquet hall. Just after entering, they saw Lin Dong, Yun Feiyang, and several other young masters waiting at the main entrance. Hee. Isn't this the eldest young master of the Yi family? The Yi family is almost wiped out, is young master Yi preparing to come back altogether and set off at once? The one speaking was Lin Dong. After Yi Fan had destroyed the symbol of his manhood in the Yi family, Lin Dong now felt almost nothing when seeing Xian Yufei. Just the thought that second uncle plans to use Teddy's toothpick to connect himself makes Lin Dong feel as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Damn it. After connecting with Teddy, will my future son really be a dog bastard, or will he be mine? Yi Fan saw Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang, two idiots, and couldn't help but smirk. What? Wasn't getting beaten up before enough? Do you think two pussies combined are greater than two pussies? In my eyes, the two of you combined are just one bigger pussy. A slight wave of martial aura from Yi Fan caused Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang to tremble involuntarily, stepping back 2 steps. Now Yun Feiyang also knew Yi Fan's identity. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was the eldest young master of the Yi family, the top family in Daxiao. This was a bit troublesome. Forget it, young master Lin, let's hold on for now, there are still plans later. Yun Feiyang advised Lin Dong. Only then did Lin Dong forcibly suppress his breath, let Yi Fan in, then turned and took 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter behind him, handing one to Yi Fan. Then taking a deep breath, he tried to smile as he spoke to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, earlier at the Yi family, I was impulsive and caused some misunderstandings. This glass of wine is my apology to you. Young Master Yi, can you drink it? Yi Fan took the wine glass over, just glanced at it lightly, and couldn't help but sneer coldly in his heart. You bunch of trash, I don't even bother playing this game with you. Yi Fan was born with demon eyes, able to see many things ordinary people cannot. And the glass of wine Lin Dong handed to Yi Fan was very suspicious. Yi Fan just identified that this champagne contained at least the thick phlegm spat out by 5 people. Lin Dong lost face at the Yi family and actually wanted to regain his face in this way. Yi Fan glanced at Lin Dong and immediately had an idea in his heart. But at that moment, a graceful figure quickly flashed over and sharply said to Yi Fan, you can't drink that glass of wine. Yi Fan looked up and was stunned because the girl in front of him was none other than Xian Yufei, the one who came to break off the engagement with him. At this moment, Xian Yufei was wearing a black evening gown, her fair shoulders shining under the lights, her slender figure and noble temperament almost becoming the focus of the entire room. This little girl, wasn't she the one who broke off the engagement with me? Suddenly reminded myself again, what does this mean? Chapter 15, trying to show off but ending up getting screwed over. Xian Yufei reminded Yi Fan because she had previously discovered some suspicious activity. Before Yi Fan arrived, Xian Yufei noticed Lin Dong, Yun Feiyang, and several other young masters gathering together secretly, and then holding a cup while quietly spitting into it. At that time, Xian Yufei didn't know what Lin Dong was planning, but when she found out Lin Dong wanted to invite Yi Fan to drink, she finally understood. Lin Dong was seeking revenge on Yi Fan, making him drink the cup of wine mixed with their thick spit. The harm is not great, but the insult is extremely strong. Xian Yufei didn't know why, but when she saw Lin Dong trying to frame Yi Fan, she immediately stepped forward on her own to warn Yi Fan. Logically, Yi Fan should have been hated deeply by Xian Yufei since he directly broke up with her, but Xian Yufei found that she couldn't hate him at all. Instead, she felt a special curiosity about Yi Fan. In fact, Xian Yufei even somewhat regretted going with her second uncle to cancel the engagement. Yufei, what are you doing? Lin Dong saw Xian Yufei suddenly stand up, his eyes a little flustered and somewhat confused. Because under the arrangements of the two major families, the Xian family and the Lin family, tonight besides the regular business banquet, there was also an important event, which was to confirm the engagement ceremony between the Lin family and the Xian family. In other words, from tonight onwards, Xian Yufei would become Lin Dong's fiancée. Even if Xian Yufei discovered something, she should be on his side, right? What I do has nothing to do with you. Xian Yufei originally didn't have much affection for Lin Dong. The only reason she agreed to break off the engagement with the Yi family at that time was simply because she didn't want her fate to be arranged by others. In a large family's marriage, Xian Yufei knew she had no say at all. So under the family's arrangement, Xian Yufei reluctantly agreed to attend today's banquet. Originally calm, the moment Xian Yufei saw Yi Fan, she found herself becoming restless again. Anyway, I can't drink this glass. As she spoke, Xian Yufei reached out to take the glass from Yi Fan's hand and intended to pour out the champagne inside. But when Xian Yufei tried to take it, Yi Fan held onto the glass without letting go, looking at her with interest and said, "My ex-wife, it seems you still have some feelings, huh?" Yi Fan glanced up and down at Xian Yufei. "If you weren't so eager to break off the engagement, maybe this melon would be very sweet." Yi Fan blinked at Xian Yufei and leaned close to her ear, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, don't worry, I know my limits." A warm breath blew against Xian Yufei's ear, making her heart feel hot and her face flush with embarrassment. This guy knows. Xian Yufei was still puzzled, but Yi Fan had already started to act. Yi Fan took a step forward holding his wine glass, reached out and hooked Lin Dong's neck, saying, "Young Master Lin is truly magnanimous. Even though I kicked your balls to pieces, you are still so understanding and willing to reconcile with me. For this generosity, we must have a drink." Every word Yi Fan said hit Lin Dong's sore spot, but when he heard Yi Fan's last sentence, Lin Dong was still happy. No matter what, as long as Yi Fan drinks this glass of wine, Lin Dong's hatred in his heart can be reduced by 80%. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Dong held his wine glass and clinked it with Yi Fan, looking at Yi Fan with anticipation. As soon as Yi Fan drank this glass of champagne, Lin Dong would reveal the truth. But what Lin Dong never expected was that at the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Fan suddenly raised his glass and lifted his hand. Then he poured the glass of champagne in Yi Fan's hand into Lin Dong's mouth. Lin Dong's mouth was wide open, still not reacting to what was happening, and Yi Fan thoughtfully patted Lin Dong's chest, allowing the entire glass of champagne to slide into Lin Dong's stomach. "Young Master Lin. Cheers, let's wipe the slate clean on our past grievances," Yi Fan said as he drank the clean glass of wine in Lin Dong's hand, deliberately turning the glass upside down to show off. Damn. After 2 seconds, Lin Dong finally reacted. "What did I just do? That bastard Yi Fan actually fed me the glass of champagne full of thick phlegm. The glass of champagne I just drank contained thick phlegm spat out by myself, Yun Feiyang, and several other young masters. Damn. No wonder I just tasted spicy, garlic, and chive flavors." Yun Feiyang said he had hot pot for lunch. Ugh. Lin Dong suddenly felt like he was about to explode. Damn you. Ugh. Lin Dong was about to go crazy, covering his mouth and rushing frantically to the bathroom. "In my bathroom," Lin Dong vomited violently, almost bringing up everything from 3 days ago. By the end, what he vomited was black strips, which should have come out from another orifice. Lin Dong felt extremely nauseous. He wished he could turn his stomach inside out and wash it with a high-pressure water hose. "Yi Fan, you bastard, I'm not done with you yet." Lin Dong only realized at this moment that Yi Fan had actually long discovered the clue in the wine glass. All the compliance was just a setup, and at the crucial moment, he turned the tables on himself. In the banquet hall, watching Lin Dong leave in a sorry state, Xian Yufei couldn't help but show a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. "This Yi Fan is really too cunning. So you knew all along and still made me worry so much." Humph. Xian Yufei rarely acted coquettish in front of Yi Fan, and her expression was just like a little girlfriend acting cute in front of her boyfriend. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This Xian Yufei had already broken off their engagement. Could it be that she had fallen in love with him? Damn, this charm of mine, looks like I need to control it better. The key point is, his legitimate wife Su Yixue was still right beside him. Yi Fan glanced to the side. Su Yixue was wearing a purple long dress, equally elegant and noble, with an extraordinary temperament, tall and slender figure. Together, the two were both perfect beauties, scoring 100 points, the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. It was hard to tell who was superior. Hello, I am Su Yixue, Yi Fan's wife. Su Yixue spoke first, gracefully extending her hand to Xian Yufei. Upon hearing Su Yixue's introduction, Xian Yufei felt a sudden sharp pain in her heart. Yi Fan's wife. If I don't do it myself, then I would be Yi Fan's wife, right? Hello. Xian Yufei, is the fiancé engaged for many years to both the Yi family and the Xian family. Xian Yufei obviously did not want to fall behind in the confrontation, so she only told half the truth. She is indeed the fiancé chosen by both the Yi family and the Xian family, but the problem is that you definitely called off the engagement this afternoon. Miss Xian. Yi Fan wanted to explain a few words. He didn't want his wife Su Yixue to misunderstand. But Xian Yufei didn't give Yi Fan a chance to explain at all. Miss Su, later I want to invite young Master Yi to dance with me. Miss Su, you wouldn't mind, right? Damn. Yi Fan sensed a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. War, is it starting now? Chapter 16, Husband, you're so bad. Of course I don't mind. Men, sometimes changing tastes, I definitely support it. After all, it's not my husband who suffers the loss. Su Yixue still wore a smile on her face, but the provocation in her words was not any less. Yi Fan thought to himself, WTF, and silently said, Wife, you have to reject her. This Xian Yufei, even though she had already broken off the engagement with him, suddenly came to invite him to dance. She must have taken a fancy to his good looks. Hee hee. Miss Su really knows how to joke, but I do understand the order of first come, first served. Then I'll see you later. As she spoke, Xian Yufei threw a flirtatious glance at Yi Fan, then turned away gracefully. First come, first served. Yi Fan naturally understood the meaning behind these words. This was to remind Su Yixue that, in terms of her relationship with Yi Fan, Xian Yufei was actually first. It was because Xian Yufei and Yi Fan didn't work out that Su Yixue had the chance. Yi Fan is now, after all, a man standing at the pinnacle of the world, yet he suddenly finds that facing two women is even more challenging than facing a martial sovereign expert. How is this the style of my young Master Yi? Humph. It seems that next time these girls act like this in front of me, they'll have to be spanked. Wife, this Xian Yufei is a marriage match arranged by the family, but because I haven't returned home for many years, the engagement was called off. Yi Fan wanted to explain, but Su Yixue directly tilted her head and kissed Yi Fan on the lips. Husband. You don't need to explain to me. My heart belongs only to you. For you. I can endure everything. Think about it, even when you go to the club to flirt with girls, I can accept it, so how could I be afraid of one more? While speaking, Su Yixue coquettishly twisted her body in Yi Fan's arms. Husband, how about we take advantage of the perfect timing tonight? Seeing Su Yixue's shy expression, Yi Fan thought about how his dragon mastery had completely broken through, and indeed, it was a perfect time to unite. All right. I calculated it, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. By the way, I saw a new position yesterday, you can learn it. Yi Fan hooked Su Yixue's slender waist, a burning look appearing in his eyes, making Su Yixue's face flush with shyness. Hubby. You're so bad. Seeing his wife like this, Yi Fan helplessly sighed deeply. Junior sister. I still love you. Such kindness, I really find it hard to refuse. Yi Fan also forgot exactly which master said it, a treasure is a treasure, a baby is a baby, a dear one is a dear one, and a sweetheart is a sweetheart. How can one betray the true feelings of life? Distinguished guests, welcome to the banquet hosted by my Lin family. This shows the great importance placed on my Lin family. Today, we have one goal, to eat well, drink well, and have fun. Later, we will have a mysterious surprise activity, so please look forward to it. The banquet officially begins, and the host taking the stage is Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. This middle-aged man is smooth and tactful, his words made everyone feel very comfortable, as if they were greatly valued. But Yi Fan stared at Lin Hua, his mind already thinking about how to kill him. Because from Qian, as well as Grandpa and others, Yi Fan learned from various sources that the attack on the Yi family back then was definitely related to the Lin family. Therefore, there is no need for any evidence to take action against the Lin family. As long as I know that your Lin family made a move, then just destroy them. Next, our first activity, the Dance of Freedom. Everyone can freely invite a dance partner and dance as you please. Although it was said to be casual dancing, once the lights were turned on, the spotlight in the room instantly shone on one person, none other than Lin Dong. Lin Dong had just vomited in the bathroom for nearly half an hour, so his face looked a bit pale. Especially since his crotch had been treated by Yi Fan yesterday, it was still bandaged with gauze, looking swollen and bulky. But Lin Dong also knew that today's event was very important to both the Lin family and the Xian family. Let me introduce everyone, this is Lin Dong, the third-generation elite of the Lin family. Despite his young age, he already manages 2 publicly listed companies, which earned profits exceeding 10 billion last year. Lin Hua was holding a microphone nearby, introducing Lin Dong's situation. Obviously, this was to build momentum for Lin Dong. In the third generation of the Lin family, they plan to officially promote Lin Dong. Unless something unexpected happens, Lin Dong will take over the entire Lin family in the future. Dear Miss Xian Yufei, may I invite you to dance? Lin Dong elegantly extended the invitation to Xian Yufei, who was sitting on a chair nearby. This beautiful lady is Xian Yufei, the daughter of the Xian family, well known on the Daxia beauty list. I'm sure everyone recognizes her. Miss Xian has known my Lin Dong for many years, they are very close friends, almost like childhood sweethearts. Let's all wish them well. When Lin Hua was making the introduction, the spotlight in the hall also shone over to another table. Over there, several senior members of the Xian family were surprisingly present as well. The head of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua, along with several other senior members, were all there. Seeing the spotlight come over, Xian Jinghua even waved to everyone. This meaning is definitely worth exploring. Lin Hua introducing Lin Dong in front of so many people would be one thing, but also introducing the relationship between Lin Dong and Xian Yufei is another. The key point is that these senior members of the Xian family not only attended today's banquet but also did not object. Doesn't this mean that the Xian family wants to form a marriage alliance with the Lin family? At the same time, as 2 of the 6 great noble families of Daxia, if the Xian family and the Lin family unite, it would have a tremendous impact on the entire situation in Daxia. As the number 1 family in Daxia, the Yi family probably can't maintain their status after that attack 3 years ago, right? Xian Yufei sat in the chair, facing Lin Dong's invitation, her facial expression changing rapidly, but she did not speak. Lin Dong was anxious. Miss Xian, are you willing? This was all part of the script rehearsed tonight. Lin Dong and Xian Yufei dancing together was a debut performance and also a setup for their engagement later. At the crucial moment, Xian Yufei actually hesitated. Lin Dong couldn't help but glance in the direction where Yi Fan was. Damn it, could it be that Xian Yufei was refusing him because of Yi Fan? I refuse. In front of so many people, Xian Yufei actually directly rejected Lin Dong and instead quickly walked towards where Yi Fan was. I already have an appointment with someone, that is Yi Fan, the eldest young master of the Yi family. Xian Yufei walked up to Yi Fan, without saying a word, directly grabbed Yi Fan's arm and pulled him up. Such a scene stunned everyone present. What's going on? Everyone more or less knows the usual arrangements and tricks of these wealthy families. Since they announced it like this, hasn't everything already been arranged? Everyone thought the Lin family and the Xian family marriage was a done deal, but Xian Yufei suddenly refused Lin Dong's invitation and even raised another man's hand. What does this mean? Slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Chapter 17, the Yi family is going to produce a dragon. Swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xian Yufei, while also glancing at Lin Hua and Lin Dong. They were all very curious about how Lin Dong and Lin Hua would handle this matter next. Lin Hua's face instantly darkened. Holding the microphone, he tried to speak several times but didn't know what to say. How was he supposed to say it? The 2 young people had clearly been arranged to hold their engagement ceremony tonight, but the girl ran off with another man, someone from the Yi family, who had a deadly feud with the Lin family. Xian Yufei, what the hell are you doing? Didn't we agree? Why did you suddenly go looking for this trash? Look for him. Lin Dong quickly walked towards where Yi Fan and Xian Yufei were, instinctively wanting to scold Yi Fan, but thinking of Yi Fan's arrogant methods, he obediently swallowed the rest of his words. Who said we agreed? It was always your Lin family making decisions. Did I, Xian Yufei, agree? Even my second uncle hasn't fully agreed to your Lin family's plan, right? Humph. Xian Yufei linked arms with Yi Fan and continued to say to Lin Dong, besides, Yi Fan and I already have a prior engagement. Please step aside, don't block us from dancing. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to Xian Yufei's invitation, but as long as it upset the Lin family, Yi Fan was very interested. Yufei is right. Even if I don't want Yufei as my wife, it's none of your business to lick her, get lost. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan kicked Lin Dong flying. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but unfortunately at this moment, the scene was deathly silent, and most people heard Yi Fan's words very clearly. What? The Xian family and the Yi family originally had an engagement? Isn't that right? It's just that the eldest young master of the Yi family is said to have been training martial arts outside and hasn't returned. Now, could it be that this Yi Fan is the eldest young master of the Yi family? It seems most likely. The attack on the Yi family back then caused great damage. Now that the eldest young master of the Yi family has returned, does it mean they intend to rise again? But I heard that this Yi Fan has already married into the Su family, and now with Xian Yufei involved, it's quite interesting. The crowd was talking all at once, and the atmosphere on site was somewhat strange. Lin Hua looked at the reactions of the guests below and then turned his gaze to Xian Jinghua, wanting to see his attitude. But at this moment, Xian Jinghua was watching the confrontation between Yi Fan and Lin Dong with great interest. In fact, when he was breaking off the engagement with the Yi family earlier today, Xian Jinghua discovered that the eldest son of the Yi family was hiding behind Yun City, and he realized that something was not right. The Yi family was originally supposed to have fallen from the position of the top family 3 years ago after being attacked, but they have persisted for so long. Recently, another master-level expert wanted to make a move against the Yi family, and Yi Fan made a high-profile return at this time. Yi Fan definitely has his own trump card. When talking with Xian Yufei earlier, the two of them were considering whether the action of breaking off the engagement today was the right decision. Head of the family. There is news from the Yi family. According to information passed back from people in the black market, the master expert who was preparing to make a move against the Yi family was killed by a young man named Yi Juntian. The master expert was killed. Xian Jinghua's eyebrows twitched twice. Within Yun City, everyone actually knows very well who the master experts are. To silently and skillfully kill a grandmaster, one's strength must completely surpass that of the grandmaster. A young man killed Tian Kuei at this critical moment. And what's more, his surname is Yi. Xian Jinghua looked at Yi Fan with a somewhat complicated expression. If this kid from the Yi family really is yours, then the Yi family might be about to produce a dragon. Did our Xian family make a mistake this time? I hope we haven't gone too far wrong. After learning this news, Xian Jinghua deliberately ignored the gaze Lin Hua cast at him, making it very clear that he had no intention of stopping Xian Yufei's actions. This shameful matter will naturally be borne only by the Lin family. Ha! It's normal for young people to have their own ideas. Come on, everyone jump up, our mysterious event later still has to continue. As Lin Hua spoke, his eyes involuntarily glanced over at Xian Jinghua. The Lin family and the Xian family are joining in marriage, which is the result of a joint decision by the top leaders of both sides. There's no way they would cancel just because of this dancing thing, right? On the dance floor, Yi Fan was holding Xian Yufei's slender waist, already starting to dance to the rhythm of the music. Ex-wife, what's going on with you? Wasn't tonight the event you arranged? Why the sudden change of mind? Not planning to marry that idiot anymore. Yi Fan looked at Xian Yufei with a half-smile. Xian Yufei's expression darkened for a moment, and the look in her eyes toward Yi Fan was filled with a trace of confusion. Yi Fan. Do you think I'm very fickle? Actually, I don't like Lin Dong, I just don't want to follow the family's arrangement to marry a man I've never met. But after seeing you, I realized. Realized what? That I'm too handsome. Then you fell deeply in love and couldn't extricate yourself, and want to devote yourself to me? Even if it means offending the Lin family. Yi Fan looked at Xian Yufei in front of him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The daughters of these great families are not only good-looking, but their intelligence is also not something ordinary people can compare to. The reason Xian Yufei made such a decision must have been after careful consideration, and the senior members of the Xian family did not intervene, which speaks volumes. This represents the attitude of the senior members of the Xian family as very subtle, not completely siding with the Lin family. It is precisely because of this that Yi Fan's feelings towards Xian Yufei have improved somewhat. Shameless. Xian Yufei coquettishly said, wriggling a bit in Yi Fan's arms. When she looked at Yi Fan again, she found that he was actually very handsome, naturally possessing a pair of peach blossom eyes, with a gaze that seemed to have a hook capable of capturing a person's soul. Have I really fallen in love with Yi Fan? Xian Yufei was greatly startled by this thought in her heart. How could it be possible? I was the one who personally went to break off the engagement with him, and that guy even wrote a big divorce character. There is no longer any connection between Yi Fan and me, and basically, it's impossible for us to be together again. While the two were dancing to the music, Lin Hua, sitting among the guests, angrily approached Xian Jinghua. Brother Xian, what's going on? How was this arranged? This girl Xian Yufei suddenly changed her mind. Isn't this a slap in the face to my Lin family? On the surface it was Xian Yufei who refused, but in reality, it represented the attitude of the Xian family. As the head of such a huge family, Xian Jinghua was naturally not an easy person to deal with. He dodged the issue and said, Master Lin, there's something you might not know yet. The master expert who planned to go and massacre the Yi family tonight has already been killed. What? Hearing this news, Lin Hua's reaction was unusually intense. That master expert is dead. How come I didn't know? Lin Hua greeted Xian Jinghua but didn't bother to continue talking. He quickly left the hall, returned to a backstage room, and made a phone call. After understanding the situation, Lin Hua frowned tightly. Yi Juntian. Who the hell is this bastard causing trouble now? The Yi family once again narrowly escaped disaster. Things are a bit troublesome. Xian Jinghua, that old fox. Humph. Since you came today, getting off the ship won't be so easy. Chapter 18, One dragon and two phoenixes danced together, stunning everyone. In the hall, Yi Fan and Xian Yufei were dancing. Seeing Su Yixue sitting on a chair with a disappointed expression on her face, Yi Fan suddenly felt a bit reluctant in his heart. But at this moment, letting go of Xian Yufei also seemed inappropriate. Thinking of this, Yi Fan said to Xian Yufei beside him, Miss Xian, I suddenly have an idea. How about we do a trio dance? Ah. Before Xian Yufei could react, Yi Fan had already slipped over to Su Yixue while holding Xian Yufei. Dear wife, may I invite you to dance with us? Su Yixue was momentarily stunned, but seeing Yi Fan's sincere eyes, she had no hesitation and decisively agreed, okay. Su Yixue's pampering of Yi Fan was genuine. Even when he was chasing girls, she actively gave him money, so what was a dance in comparison? Thus, everyone witnessed a breathtaking scene that stunned the entire audience. In the huge dance floor, Yi Fan was alone, embracing two of the most dazzling beauties in the room on either side. Dance to the music. Sometimes like heavenly flowers scattering, sometimes like 100 flowers competing in spring, sometimes like the blossoming of youthful light. Stunning. Stunning is not enough to describe it. All eyes were drawn to Yi Fan, Su Yixue, and Xian Yufei. There were originally a few people dancing in the dance floor, but at this moment, they all gave way, making space for Yi Fan, Xian Yufei, and Su Yixue. Because no matter how graceful the other dancers' moves were, in front of Yi Fan and the other two, they all paled in comparison, losing their brilliance. Everyone was immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, as if feeling that the three of them were naturally meant to be together, perfectly harmonious. Outside the crowd, a familiar figure quickly walked into the hall. It was Su Dong, Su Yixue's cousin. When he saw Yun Feiyang and Lin Dong, Su Dong hurriedly spoke, Young Master Yun, finally found you. So, how is it? Did you win over my sister? At this moment, Yun Feiyang's face was bruised and swollen. Looking at the situation in the arena, he was angry. Hearing Su Dong's words, he kicked Su Dong's but with a bad temper. Are you blind? When Su Dong looked towards the arena, he saw Yi Fan not only holding Su Yixue but also holding Yun City's most beautiful woman, Xian Yufei. He immediately shouted in surprise, Damn! Awesome! Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang heard Su Dong's words, and the two of them glared at Su Dong angrily in an instant, scaring Su Dong into shrinking his neck with an embarrassed smile on his face. Take off! In the arena, as the music was about to end, Yi Fan lightly shouted, suddenly embracing Su Yixue and Xian Yufei on both sides, and simultaneously tossed them high into the air. Then, Yi Fan spread his arms wide, stood on one foot, striking a pose like a golden rooster standing proudly. Su Yixue and Xian Yufei, the two beauties, were firmly held in Yi Fan's left and right palms. Yi Fan grasped their ankles, keeping their bodies as steady as Mount Tai in the air. Like twin phoenixes spreading their wings, or like fairies on the jade terrace. The three of them thus formed an incredibly harmonious picture, frozen on the last beat of the music. Good. Great dance. Wonderful, I feel as if I've been transported into a dream. So beautiful, a perfect match of talent and beauty. This is truly a match made in heaven. Wait, does this count as two couples or how does that work? All the guests on site were stirred up, roaring and cheering one after another, their palms almost red from clapping. Lin Dong stood outside the crowd, angrily smashing the cup in his hand on the ground. Damn it. That bastard Yi Fan, why doesn't he just die? Damn it. Today is clearly my home turf. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan became the protagonist, stunning everyone, and Xian Yufei even danced with Su Yixue alongside Yi Fan. Taking advantage of all eyes being on him, Yi Fan lifted the two beauties and glanced at all the guests present, saying, "Everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Yi Fan, the only heir of the fourth generation of the Yi family, the top family in Daxia. Now I'm back. I have a bad temper. If anyone has bullied my Yi family before, you'd better come and apologize voluntarily. Otherwise, when I come looking for you, I will use a bulldozer to flatten your entire family." Overbearing. Mighty. Yi Fan's words left everyone present stunned. The Yi family? Which Yi family? Damn. Is it the Yi family, the top family of Great Xia? The mysterious fourth-generation young master of the Yi family, wasn't he said to have died in that attack 3 years ago, and now he's making such a high-profile return? No wonder this guy has such presence, turns out he's the eldest young master of the Yi family. Everyone present at the scene has now remembered the name Yi Fan. At this moment, the two beautiful women standing on Yi Fan's arms were about to have their hearts jump out. This bad guy, creating such an ultimate romance, how can anyone possibly bear it? Confirmed by the look in the eyes, that is the person who makes my heart beat. Su Yixue and Xian Yufei almost simultaneously looked down at Yi Fan, then at the same time withdrew their gazes, exchanged a glance, and pretended as if nothing had happened. After Yi Fan put down the two beautiful women, Su Yixue tenderly threw herself into Yi Fan's arms. "Husband. You are amazing, I love you to death." Xian Yufei beside them also did not let go of Yi Fan's arm. He used to be my husband too. Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Miss Xian, that's enough. Just this morning, you came to me in a fierce manner to break off the engagement, didn't you? Now we have nothing to do with each other. Can't I regret it? Don't you know women are fickle?" Xian Yufei pouted a little aggrievedly, looking pitiful and delicate. But Yi Fan ignored Xian Yufei and instead held Su Yixue as he walked toward his seat. Xian Yufei looked at Yi Fan's departing back, a sly smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Humph. You bad guy, you flirted with me and now you want to leave. This lifetime, I'm going to cling to you." Xian Yufei's change of mind destined the upcoming Lin family event to be a huge joke. However, Lin Hua and Lin Dong still harbored illusions, thinking that on matters of right and wrong, Xian Yufei would not disregard the face of the Lin and Xian families. They still wanted to push forward the engagement ceremony between the Lin and Xian families, trying to forcibly bind the two families together. Lin Hua and Xian Jinghua exchanged a glance, and after everyone's emotions calmed down, he continued speaking into the microphone. "Miss Xian truly has beautiful dance moves. Thank you, young Master Yi, for cooperating in the performance. Tonight, there is another good thing for Miss Xian. That is, our two great families, the Lin and Xian families, have jointly decided to hold an engagement ceremony between Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei. What does everyone think?" "Huh?" For a moment, no one responded, none of the guests below reacted to Lin Hua. On stage, Lin Hua was so embarrassed that his toes were almost curling into a 3-bedroom apartment. Good. After a few of the Lin family's senior sycophants understood, they hurriedly cheered, and the scene began to liven up a bit. But most guests were hesitant. Just now, Xian Yufei refused to dance with Lin Dong. The Lin family still wants the two to get engaged, aren't they out of their minds? Chapter 19, Sister Yixue, you don't mind Yi Fan having one more wife, do you? Now, please welcome Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei to the stage. Lin Hua didn't care about the awkwardness and forcibly pushed the process forward. Anyway, I'm not embarrassed, the ones who are embarrassed are others. Lin Dong came up, but Xian Yufei was sitting in the chair, showing no intention of leaving. "Yufei, what's wrong?" Besides Xian Yufei, second uncle Xian Jinghua asked her. In fact, Xian Jinghua clearly understood what Xian Yufei meant, but under the current circumstances, he could not show his attitude too obviously. Although the Yi family is not dead for the time being, no one can guarantee what problems the Yi family might encounter later. Besides, the Lin family is backed by mysterious forces. Xian's family is now caught in the middle, and it's unwise to offend either side. Second uncle, I don't want to marry. Xian Yufei said with a serious expression, revealing her true feelings. If you don't want to marry, then follow your own heart. Xian Jinghua said as he glanced in the direction where Yi Fan was. In today's situation, neither you nor second uncle can break the deadlock. With these words, Xian Jinghua actually made his meaning very clear. Since the Xian family cannot break the deadlock, the only one on the scene daring to confront the Lin family is Yi Fan. I understand, thank you, second uncle. Xian Yufei showed a slight smile on her face and quickly walked over to Yi Fan. Yi Fan had just stuffed a piece of mango into his mouth. Seeing Xian Yufei coming over again, he couldn't help but feel a bit headache. Honey. I don't think the banquet is interesting. Let's go home, shall we? For Yi Fan, whether Xian Yufei and Lin Dong get engaged or not doesn't affect him at all. Because in a couple of days, after the forces under Bailuo Shaiman arrive, Yi Fan plans to completely flatten the Lin family. But at this moment, the look in Xian Yufei's eyes towards Yi Fan was filled with a different kind of affection. Coming to find Yi Fan, of course, was to ask for help. Yi Fan, I don't want to marry you. Before Xian Yufei could speak, Yi Fan directly interrupted her, forget about asking me for help. If I help you again, I'm afraid you'll really fall in love with me. Originally, Yi Fan thought that after snapping at Xian Yufei like this, she would back off, but unexpectedly, Xian Yufei did not avoid it at all. So what if I fall in love with you? I'm willing, isn't that enough? Sister Ishue, you wouldn't mind Yi Fan having one more wife, right? While speaking, Xian Yufei looked at Su Ishue with a pleading gaze. Su Ishue naturally saw the situation today. The Lin family wanted to forcibly arrange the engagement ceremony between Xian Yufei and Lin Dong, but Xian Yufei did not want to marry and was helpless. It seemed that the only one who could break the deadlock now was her own husband, Yi Fan. But judging by Yi Fan's expression, he did not intend to help Xian Yufei. Although Su Ishue wanted Yi Fan to help Xian Yufei, she respected Yi Fan's wishes more. Miss Xian, I listen to my husband. As long as he is willing, not to mention one wife, I wouldn't mind 10 wives, and I could even serve them during their confinement. Ahem. Yi Fan was listening nearby and thought, wow. My treasure of a wife is just too fierce, isn't she? Letting me go out to pick up girls with money is one thing, but being this open-minded? It seems I am blessed. Seeing Xian Yufei looking at him with longing eyes, Yi Fan was thinking about how to handle this matter. On the podium, Lin Dong, who could no longer wait, saw Xian Yufei walking towards Yi Fan again and was starting to lose his patience. He rushed over quickly, looking at Yi Fan with a face full of resentment, and said, Yi Fan. I won't argue with you over other matters, but today is the important day of my engagement. If you dare to cause trouble, the Lin family will never let you go. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, the Lin family participated in the attack on the Yi family back then. If you won't fight me to the death, then I will fight your Lin family to the death. Young Lin, you're joking. Today is your great day, I should be having a good drink with you to celebrate. Huh, it's best if this drink has some flavor, like sour and spicy, or hot pot flavor. Young Lin, what do you think? Others didn't quite understand what Yi Fan was saying, but Lin Dong knew that Yi Fan was mocking him for swallowing his own phlegm earlier. Ugh. Hearing Yi Fan bring up that matter again, Lin Dong felt a wave of nausea and was about to vomit. Yi Fan, don't go too far, don't think that my Lin family is afraid of you. We weren't afraid before, and we definitely won't be afraid now. If you piss me off, I'll directly let you all. Lin Dong stopped halfway and didn't continue speaking. Lin Dong was very smart, knowing that it was not wise to entangle with Yi Fan at this moment, so he turned his gaze to Xian Jinghua sitting not far away and said, Second uncle, look, I have already come down to invite Yufei. Why don't you say something and let Yufei go up first to complete the ceremony? Lin Dong was leveraging power, using the Lin family's influence to pressure Xian Jinghua, using Xian Jinghua's influence to pressure Xian Yufei, and also trying to use the many people present to pressure the Xian family, making them consider their face, thereby urging Xian Yufei to go on stage. But Lin Dong had no idea that Xian Jinghua's attitude had actually been very clear before. How could he be led around by Lin Dong? Lin Xiao, matters of you young people, this old guy won't interfere. I heard Lin Xiao is also a master at coaxing girls, but if you can't even win over Yufei. As the ancient said, if you can't sweep your own house, how can you sweep the world? In the future, with such a huge Lin family business, no one would dare to entrust it to Lin Xiao, right? Isn't it just about chasing girls? How does that have anything to do with family management? Lin Dong's face turned pale. This old guy Xian Jinghua is really putting himself on the hot seat. It seems that if he can't win over Xian Yufei today, he is nothing but trash. It's all because of this Yifan. If Yifan weren't here, wouldn't Xian Yufei have long been at his mercy? Thinking of this, Lin Dong was about to have the bodyguards come over and drive Yifan out. But before Lin Dong could make a move, Xian Jinghua spoke again. However, I do have a suggestion. No matter how much you quarrel or make a scene, in front of so many people, if you start getting physical, it still wouldn't be dignified. Lin Dong was speechless. This old guy was deliberately targeting him, wasn't he? But Lin Dong didn't notice that when Xian Jinghua said this, his gaze was actually fixed on Yifan. Yifan originally didn't intend to get involved in Xian Yufei's matters, but seeing Lin Dong's annoying expression, Yifan decided not to let him off easily. For Yifan, his combat power was basically invincible, a single punch could send Lin Dong flying, easily solving the problem. But obviously, this was not the best solution. Seeing Xian Jinghua's gaze and hearing his words, Yifan looked up at the huge chandelier overhead and instantly had an idea. The Xian family currently cannot stop the engagement from proceeding, as long as Xian Yufei does not agree, the result cannot be changed. But if... Let's just say, if Lin Dong suddenly got knocked out and died by a chandelier falling on his head, what kind of engagement ceremony would still be held? Besides, Lin Dong was knocked out and killed by the chandelier, which has nothing to do with me at all. Let's do it this way. But Lin Dong had no idea that he was about to have more bad luck. Seeing that he couldn't get help from Xian Jinghua, he turned his attention back to Xian Yufei. Yufei, so many guests are watching. If something embarrassing happens today, the loss won't just be the Lin family's face. Xian Yufei looked at Yifan expectantly, but Yifan raised his head high, seemingly staring absent-mindedly at the chandelier above, completely ignoring Xian Yufei's meaning. Sigh. That damn bastard, he ended up hurting himself. If only I had known, why did I even break off the engagement? Xian Yufei looked around in disappointment. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Xian family, at this moment, there was no one who could help her. Xian Yufei was ready to accept her fate and planned to step forward and follow Lin Dong to the podium. But she knew that once she took this step, the rest of her life would be decided. She was resistant in her heart, but what else could she do? Yifan, if you just say a word now, I, Xian Yufei, will definitely be devoted to you. But Yifan still stared at the chandelier above, doing nothing. What does this mean? Is the chandelier more beautiful than me? Chapter 20, How are you any different from the traitor Chow? Xian Yufei suddenly felt inexplicably angry. Why is this Yifan so heartless? After all, she was his fiancée before, right? Seeing that she is in trouble, he is so indifferent. Since you won't take the initiative, then I will. A resolute look suddenly flashed in Xian Yufei's eyes. Doesn't the Lin family care about their reputation? Then this lady just refuses to give it. You guys are going to get engaged, right? If this lady steps forward and fiercely kisses Yifan, would your Lin family still have the face to continue the engagement ceremony? If you still dare to, then at night, strip naked and climb into Yifan's bed yourself. This green hat has been delivered right to the house, even with SF Express free shipping. If the Lin family can accept this, then Xian Yufei really has resigned herself to fate. Just as Xian Yufei took a step forward, Yifan, who had been motionless, suddenly spoke, "Be careful." The next moment, Yifan suddenly flashed out, holding Su Yixue with one arm and Xian Yufei with the other, quickly dodging 2 meters to the side. Lin Dong saw the change in Xian Yufei's expression and thought she had given in, but suddenly realized that Yifan had taken Xian Yufei away again. Yifan, are you freaking crazy? Clearly, she's my predetermined wife, so why do you always like to hold other people's wives? How are you any different from the traitor Chow? Lin Dong was still scolding when suddenly his head felt as if it had been hit by a locomotive. Bang! With a dull yet crisp sound, a huge chandelier nearly 2 meters in diameter above Lin Dong's head fell straight down, hitting his head hard without missing. Lin Dong's head was directly split open, blood flowing all over his face, and his body swayed a few times as if he was just coming to his senses. Ugh, my head is so dizzy. I see so many little stars. Lin Dong muttered under his breath, and the next moment, his body swayed and he fell straight to the ground. Quiet. The scene was silent, so quiet that everyone could hear a pin drop. Such a coincidence. Just as Lin Dong was about to take Xian Yufei on stage, he was suddenly knocked unconscious by the chandelier above. All the guests couldn't help but look up, and some sharp-eyed guests immediately noticed something was wrong. The chandelier was hanging vertically, at least 1 meter away from Lin Dong. Under normal circumstances, even if the chandelier fell, it wouldn't hit Lin Dong. Moreover, this is the Lin family hall, everything must be carefully inspected over and over again. How could such a basic problem occur? The chandelier screws are loose. That's impossible. Also, how was Yi Fan able to predict that the chandelier would fall and still manage to save Xian Yufei and Su Yixue at the critical moment? This is not normal. Extremely abnormal. Now, those shrewd guests looked at Yi Fan's eyes again, filled with astonishment. They were sure that this matter was definitely caused by Yi Fan. But where is the evidence? Where is the proof? Moreover, judging from what everyone has seen, the Xian family should be very grateful to Yi Fan, because if it weren't for Yi Fan, the person knocked unconscious wouldn't have been just Lin Dong. It's imaginable that if a beautiful woman as stunning as Xian Yufei were hit by the chandelier, she might even be disfigured. The guests can understand the situation, and naturally Lin Hua and the senior members of the Lin family can understand it too. It must be that bastard Yi Fan causing trouble, but the same problem is, they can't find any evidence. Xian Jinghua looked at Yi Fan with relief, stood up and said to Lin Hua, head of the Lin family, Lin Dong is already unconscious. I think the engagement ceremony should be cancelled. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and save him. Xian Jinghua called out to Lin Hua and didn't forget to direct the Lin family bodyguards to take action. Xian Jinghua smiled as he walked through the crowd towards Yi Fan and Xian Yufei. Yufei, the banquet is basically over for today, let's go home. Ah. Okay. Xian Yufei had forgotten that Yi Fan was still holding her. For some reason, being held by Yi Fan like that just now made Xian Yufei feel an unprecedented sense of peace. Originally, this embrace belonged entirely to herself. And now, I have pushed him away with my own hands. What just happened in the hall made Xian Yufei feel like she was dreaming. I was about to take action myself, and the chandelier just happened to fall. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Xian Yufei is also a smart and clever girl. With a little thought, she knew it was still Yi Fan who helped her, only his method was more skillful. Yi Fan, thank you. Xian Yufei gently thanked Yi Fan, reluctantly leaving his embrace, then curled her nose at him. Yi Fan, I was wrong to you before, but what I want to tell you is that I won't give up. I will win you back. Ah. This girl, is she really this wild? His legitimate wife is right beside him, and she openly says she wants to steal someone else's husband. But Xian Yufei immediately added, Yixue sister, don't worry, I won't take him away, I'll even leave half. Ahem. How about you just cut me in half with a knife then? Half for you, half for me. The bodyguards of the Lin family quickly rushed forward and carried away Lin Dong, who had fainted. The engagement ceremony on site was naturally cancelled since the main person involved fainted. As for whether there will be another chance later, anyone who isn't an idiot can see that the Lin family has no chance anymore. Although Yi Fan did nothing today, he was absolutely the winner. Xian Yufei was happy, Yi Fan was in a good mood, but Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family, was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. Just a reckless kid from the Yi family, yet he managed to make the Lin family go in circles. Seeing that Yi Fan had not left yet, Lin Hua hesitated for a moment and decided to go meet Yi Fan. If necessary, Lin Hua was determined to eliminate Yi Fan as the highest priority target of the Lin family. Yi Fan, you grew up wandering outside, your parents died early, you had a mother but no guidance. What you did today at the Lin family gathering really displeases me. So arrogant, be careful or you won't live long. Lin Hua spoke with extreme cruelty, deliberately trying to provoke Yi Fan into making a move. As long as Yi Fan acted, Lin Hua would have a reason to take action against him. Lin Hua was very confident in his own strength, even if he couldn't kill Yi Fan on the spot, at least he could cripple him. Smack. Yi Fan didn't hesitate at all and suddenly slapped Lin Hua hard across the face. Why is your mouth so foul? Did you just eat shit in the bathroom or gnaw on my stinky socks that haven't been washed for 7 days? Lin Hua's eyes were seeing stars from the slap, and he was completely stunned. Yi Fan actually slapped himself. Lin Hua originally went there with the intention of testing Yi Fan, but in the end, he was beaten by Yi Fan and didn't feel a thing. He didn't see clearly how Yi Fan acted at all. Have all these years of my cultivation gone to waste? With one slap, Yi Fan spun Lin Hua around several times on the spot, leaving all the guests present stunned. Overbearing. Mighty. This young man is indeed full of youthful arrogance. If you don't get angry, can you still be called a young person? Yi Fan saw Lin Hua's wife walking over holding a teddy dog, and a burst of energy shot out from her hand, just hitting the acupoint on the teddy. Bastard. Yi Fan, you uncultured brat, how dare you hit an elder? Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Do you think the Yi family is still the same as it was 3 years ago? Humph. I warn you, you'd better behave, or else be prepared to meet your parents soon. The threat was as clear as day, but it also confirmed one thing for Yi Fan: among those who attacked the Yi family 3 years ago, there must be someone from the Lin family. Woof woof. Everyone looked at Yi Fan, waiting for his reaction, when suddenly the teddy dog in Lin Hua's wife's arms went crazy and started barking wildly. Then it leapt out of its owner's arms in a single bound, pounced on Lin Hua, and bit down hard on Lin Hua's lips. Damn. See, I told you your mouth is like it's been eating shit. Look, even your dog smells it. Chapter 21, Born of the Same Root, Why the Urgency to Harm Each Other. Yi Fan's deliberately exaggerated shout once again attracted everyone's attention. The guests who had already reached the door were all drawn to look this way by Yi Fan's words. Seeing Lin Hua's own dog actually pounce and bite Lin Hua's mouth, everyone felt very curious and surprised. Pets attacking their own owners is already rare. And it specifically targeted Lin Hua's mouth to bite. Could it be like Yi Fan said, that Lin Hua really ate shit? That seems unlikely. Beast, looking for death. Lin Hua also knows Kung Fu. After being bitten by the poodle, he was furious, immediately grabbed the poodle, crushed it on the spot, and slammed it hard on the ground. Although Lin Hua reacted quickly, his lips were still bitten open by Teddy, leaving a wound more than an inch long, with a piece of flesh torn off, looking like a cleft lip. This injury was indeed nothing much to Lin Hua. But the key point is that the injury was not very harmful, yet extremely humiliating. Being bitten by a dog, and thinking about Yi Fan saying dogs eat shit, Lin Hua himself seemed to taste that flavor in his mouth. Damn. Damn bastard. When Lin Hua looked at Yi Fan was looking regretfully at the teddy bear that had been smashed to death on the ground and said, sigh. Master Lin, we are of the same root, why be so ruthless to each other? You just killed him like this, doesn't your conscience bother you? Before Lin Hua could speak, Lin Hua's wife made a divine assist from the side. Ah. My son, how did you end up dying from a fall? Lin Hua, you bastard, how could you do this to my son, you are his father too? Pfft. Such a ridiculous scene made some of the guests present unable to help but burst out laughing. Forgive me for laughing so unkindly. Some owners really do love their pets very much, privately calling their dogs son and cats daughter, which is no problem at all. But at this moment, in such a setting, Lin Hua's wife calling the dog son and saying Lin Hua is its dad seems a bit too fitting. Everyone's mind involuntarily recalled what Yi Fan just said, born of the same root, why so eager to harm each other? Especially in Lin Hua's mind, this sentence began to loop over and over. Damn Yi Fan, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I would be betraying my own conscience. Lin Hua's entire body radiated killing intent as he stepped closer to Yi Fan, intending to make a move, but suddenly, Xian Jinghua blocked the way. Old Lin, forget it, forget it. They're just kids. You, after all, are the head of the Lin family. Quarreling with a junior won't look good if it gets out. As Xian Jinghua spoke, he reached out to grab Lin Hua's arm, and there was also an aura of energy fluctuating in Xian Jinghua's hand. It looks like Xian Jinghua is trying to mediate, but everyone knows very well that he is actually taking sides. He is protecting Yi Fan. Of course, with Yi Fan's current strength, he doesn't need Xian Jinghua to protect him at all. As long as Lin Hua dares to make a move on Yi Fan guarantees he will beat Lin Hua to a pulp. Yi Fan, just you wait. Xian Jinghua had stepped in, and with so many people present, Lin Hua naturally couldn't make a move directly. The Yi family hadn't fallen yet, and if he really did something to Yi Fan in front of so many people, those two old men from the Yi family might really drag out knives and kill him. The banquet naturally could not continue. Yi Fan and Su Yixue left the Lin family mansion, and Yi Fan coldly glanced back at the Lin family compound. Damn it. We definitely need to find 100 bulldozers to demolish this annoying courtyard. Yi Fan, thank you. When Xian Yufei parted from Yi Fan, she looked at him deeply once again. Yi Fan, I told you, I won't give up. Starting tomorrow, I will do my best to win you back. Yi Fan touched his nose. Miss Xian, I know I'm handsome, but as the saying goes, a good horse doesn't eat the grass behind it. Why are you making things difficult for yourself? Yi Fan looked at Xian Jinghua beside him. The key point is that as the head of the Xian family, Xian Jinghua's attitude today actually already explained the problem. The Xian family doesn't necessarily have to side with the Lin family. If that's the case, then why was there a need to make a fuss about breaking off the engagement? After Xian Yufei left, Yi Fan drove away with Su Yixue, but they did not go to the residence of Junlon Tianxia. Honey, where are we going? Su Yixue was shocked by Yi Fan today. It turned out Yi Fan was the eldest young master of the Yi family, the top family in Daxia, and he even had an engagement with the Xian family. The key point is that Yi Fan acted so arrogantly against the Lin family. What if the Lin family retaliates? To the Yi family. We've been married for 3 years now, the ugly daughter-in-law should meet the in-laws. It's also time to take you to meet my grandfather and great-grandfather. Yi Fan responded to Su Yixue while driving. TCH. How am I ugly? Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't prepare any gifts and it's already so late. How about another day? Su Yixue was a bit shy but also somewhat pleased. After all, if a man is willing to take a girl to meet his family, it means he already considers her the most important person to him. I've already prepared the gift, it's in the trunk. Just grab it casually later. Oh. Hearing that Yi Fan had arranged all of this, Su Yixue felt a little more at ease. Ah. In the Lin family mansion, after everyone had left, Lin Hua went crazy, roaring wildly in the courtyard. The martial energy in his hands was unleashed without any restraint, wildly smashing the pavilion in the courtyard and various ornaments, shattering the originally elegant courtyard into pieces. Yi Fan, you little bastard, I'm not done with you. Today, the Lin family's face was completely lost. It was supposed to be Xian Yufei dancing with Lin Dong, but in the end, it became Yi Fan's show. The final engagement ceremony also turned into a joke. That chandelier actually fell down mysteriously. Someone, has the investigation into why the chandelier fell been completed? Exactly who tampered with it? Lin Hua shouted irritably at the bodyguard standing far around. Ma. Master, we just carefully examined the breakage of the chandelier. The broken part seems to have been cut by some sharp tool before it fell. Listening to his subordinate's report, Lin Hua's brows furrowed tightly. Cut and broken by a sharp tool. Lin Hua is certain that this is definitely not a coincidence, but if Yi Fan was the one who tampered with it, then it means Yi Fan's strength has reached a very terrifying level. To use Qi to transform into force and use it as a tool to cut things, one would at least have to be at the Grandmaster level, right? Thinking about how the Grandmaster expert who was supposed to massacre the Yi family tonight was taken down, Lin Hua suddenly had a bold guess, that unlucky bastard Tian Kuei might have been killed by Yi Fan, right? But the news coming from the black market is very certain that Tian Kuei was killed by a person named Yi Juntian. What is the relationship between Yi Juntian and Yi Fan? Lin Hua was still thinking when Lin Dong, whose head was bandaged like a zongzi, suddenly appeared in the courtyard with the help of several bodyguards. Second uncle, Wu, you want to avenge me, it's all Yi Fan's doing. Lin Dong originally intended to cry and complain to Lin Hua, but when he saw second uncle's split mouth, he was stunned instantly. Second uncle, your mouth, this is. Earlier, when Lin Hua was bitten by a dog, Lin Dong had already fainted, so he didn't see it. It's all that bastard Yi Fan. I don't know what method he used to make Teddy bite me. Thinking about being slapped by Yi Fan in public, Lin Dong felt even more furious. After all, Lin Hua also has the strength of the martial arts mastery level, yet he completely failed to notice Yi Fan's move. With the Lin family's own strength, I'm afraid they can't deal with Yi Fan anymore. Second uncle, please have the blood clothes sect take action. Yi Fan coming back at this time has a huge impact on our Lin family. If he ruins our future plans, the consequences will be even more serious. Lin Dong's body trembled with anger as he stomped the ground fiercely. If Yi Fan doesn't die, I won't rest in peace. Lin Hua nodded. It seems we have no choice but to ask the blood-clothed sect to take action. I'll contact them right away. Within 3 days, Yi Fan must die. Chapter 22, 150 gene in weight, 149 gene are rebellious bones. Yi family mansion. At this moment, although it was already late at night, the place was brightly lit, and from outside the courtyard, it was filled with bodyguards and security personnel. Yi Fan, who had just gotten out of the car, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, but he immediately understood. After all, during the day, Grandpa had said that a Grandmaster-level expert was coming to wipe out the Yi family. Everyone disperse. Yi Fan said to Zhong Bo and the bodyguards at the gate as he walked toward the main entrance with Su Yixue. Young master. Why are you back again? The master said this must not be leaked. That Grandmaster expert is coming tonight to cleanse the Yi family with blood. We must be well prepared for defense. Zhong Bo stepped out from the crowd, cautiously scanning the situation behind Yi Fan. Today, almost all the forces the Yi family could mobilize have already been deployed. You still don't know? That Grandmaster expert was reportedly killed in the Yun City black market. Yi Fan said calmly, since he personally took down Tian Kuei, this news was certainly accurate. Killed. Zhong Bo was still puzzled when several bodyguards suddenly rushed over and reported to him. Zhong Bo immediately became excited, that Grandmaster expert was really killed. What a coincidence. That's great, that's great. Everyone in the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. In the hall, the old master of the Yi family, Yi Changfeng, sighed and said, if we have the chance, we must sincerely thank that Yi Juntian. No, tomorrow I must find an opportunity to visit the black market and express our gratitude properly. To be able to kill a Grandmaster level expert, his strength is at least above Grandmaster level, maybe he has even reached the martial sovereign level. In the secular world, having the strength to reach the martial sovereign level is already an extremely terrifying existence. Grandpa, maybe it's better to forget it. He might have his own matters and can't always appear in the black market, Yi Fan nervously advised his grandpa. If Grandpa really goes to the black market to find that Yi Juntian, wouldn't I have to go along and play a part too? If Grandpa is in a good mood and wants to make a sworn brotherhood with me, calling each other brothers, what should I do? Call my own Grandpa big brother? What a mess this is. That won't do. He has done such a big favor for our Yi family. If we don't show some gratitude, it would be unreasonable. Yi Changfeng had his own ideas. I will do everything I can to find that Mr. Yi. Seeing Grandpa so determined, Yi Fan felt helpless as well, it seemed he had no choice but to make a guest appearance. However, Grandpa's words also gave Yi Fan an idea. Currently, the Yi family has no direct reason to take action against the Lin family. But that Yi Juntian is a different matter. Damn it. Yi Fan felt angry in his heart when he saw the faces of Lin Hua and those people. Once Han Zhuo's investigation results came in, Yi Fan was determined to flatten the Lin family at the first opportunity. The Yi family was attacked again by a Grandmaster-level expert. All the prominent families in Yun City avoided it, but there was one family that did not. That was the Wang family of Yun City. The old master of the Wang family, who was also Wang Fugui's grandfather, personally led people to guard the Yi family. Old Wang, look, there's nothing going on now. Why don't you head back first? Yi Changfeng stood up and saw off the old master of the Wang family. The old master of the Wang family sized up Yi Fan from head to toe, nodded with satisfaction, and said, Old Yi, look at your grandson, his forehead is full, his face glowing red, clearly a dragon among men. His future achievements will definitely surpass yours. I must have my boy spend more time with your grandson. Yi Changfeng gave Yi Fan a displeased look, mixing with my slowpoke grandson. Daily Club Young Model. What does it look like? After seeing off old Master Wang, Yi Changfeng finally turned his gaze to Su Yixue beside Yi Fan and said, this must be my granddaughter-in-law, Miss Yixue, right? Yi Changfeng looked Su Yixue up and down. Su Yixue wore a long dress, looking dignified and beautiful, with an outstanding temperament, truly a rare beauty. Sigh. Such a good girl, a good cabbage, but it was rooted by a pig. Old Master Ye's previous words were still normal, but suddenly one sentence made Su Yixue stunned. Ah. Grandpa, is there such a way to talk about your own grandson? If you want to praise the girl, just praise her, why call your own grandson a pig? Grandpa, if I am a pig, then what kind of pig are you? Grandpa Pig, ah. Yi Fan suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Yi Changfeng speechless. You little rascal, just wait and see if I don't hit you. Su Yixue looked at the two of them making a big fuss and felt both amused and helpless. The way people interact in the top wealthy family of Daxia is different from what she had imagined. The grandfather and grandson were playing around when a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses quickly walked out from the backyard. Grandpa, I heard that the master expert was suddenly killed. This is great. Although the young man spoke as if it was good news, there was a faintly hidden gloom in his eyes. Especially after seeing the warm interaction between Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan earlier, the cruelty in his gaze became even more obvious. Seeing the young man come out, Yi Changfeng was too lazy to chase after Yi Fan. He introduced him to Yi Fan and Su Yixue. Yi Fan, Yixue, let me introduce you. This is your eldest brother, named Yi Xiu. I adopted him when he was 3 years old, and now he helps manage some affairs of the Lin Group. Pausing for a moment, Yi Changfeng continued, Yi Fan. You need to work hard quickly. In the future, the Yi family is counting on you to take over. If you remain so decadent, the Yi family will have to be handed over to Yi Xiu. Hearing Yi Changfeng's words, a fierce light flashed in Yi Xiu's eyes. Grandpa, please don't say that. I'm just helping Xiao Fan manage the Yi family. The entire Yi family has always belonged to Xiao Fan, no matter when. I know my place very well and won't think too much about it. It's best that you think that way. But rest assured, I won't treat you unfairly either. Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Xiu with a face full of satisfaction and was very pleased. Although Yi Xiu said this with his mouth, deep down, he harbored extreme resentment towards Yi Changfeng. That old bastard, in the end, his heart was still only with Yi Fan. At a time like this, Yi Fan clearly performed so poorly and miserably, yet he still thought of handing the Yi family over to Yi Fan. Then what was all these years of me working like a beast, serving Yi Fan for? What was the point? Hello, big brother. Upon hearing Grandpa's introduction, Yi Fan smiled and stepped forward, shaking hands with Yi Xiu. Big brother, you have worked hard for the Yi family all these years, truly thank you. But let me be frank, if you really have the family's best interests at heart, I will naturally be grateful. But if you betray the family and do anything harmful to the Yi family, then don't blame me for being ruthless. In these 3 years, although Yi Fan married into the Su family, he never stopped investigating the attack incident from back then. Especially regarding the attack on the Yi family, after all, the Yi family is backed by the 800,000-strong Tianlong army. To carry out a silent attack on the Yi family, there must have been an insider. At that time, Yi Fan was still puzzled about who could have obtained such precise internal information about the Yi family to act as the insider. But when he saw Yi Xiu, Yi Fan instantly understood in his heart. If his intuition was not wrong, then Yi Xiu must be the traitor. Although this guy is dressed up to look decent, weighing 150 jin, even 149 jin is rebellious. While speaking, Yi Fan released all his murderous aura without reservation, recklessly unleashing it. Yi Xiu instantly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering all over, his eyes filled with confusion. That's not right. According to the information obtained this afternoon, isn't Yi Fan just a trash who hangs out in clubs every day? How can there be such formidable strength? Ahem. Little brother, you're joking. If it weren't for Grandpa taking me in back then, I would have starved to death on the streets long ago. How could I possibly do anything to betray the Yi family? Yi Xiu smiled awkwardly, but inside he was extremely nervous. Could it be that Yi Fan discovered the things I did? Impossible. Chapter 23 The Wife's Younger Sister. It's best if you don't. You keep helping manage the Yi family, it also makes it easier for me to continue chasing girls. Yi Fan put away the murderous aura all over his body, and with a mischievous look said to Yi Xiu, Big brother. I heard a new Bawang club just opened in Yun City, the girls there are very young. How about I treat you to go there tomorrow for some fun? Ah. That's not appropriate, better forget it. As he spoke, Yi Xiu turned to look at Su Yixue. He really didn't understand what Yi Fan was thinking, his own wife was still right there, and he openly talked about chasing girls like that. Was that really okay? The key point was, Su Yixue really seemed to be just as indifferent to Yi Fan's behavior as the outside world said. How exactly did Yi Fan manage to do it? Why be so polite with your younger brother? Tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock, we won't leave until we meet. Yi Fan spoke seemingly casually, but a hint of wickedness flashed in his eyes. Yi Fan did it on purpose. Now that the legitimate eldest young master of the Yi family has returned in a high-profile manner, it means the Yi family hasn't fallen yet, there is still hope. The attack 3 years ago didn't kill the eldest young master of the Yi family. Now that Yi Fan has returned, many people definitely do not want Yi Fan to stay alive. Yi Fan deliberately exposed his location and movements to test Yi Xiu. If Yi Xiu is one of them and is collaborating with them as an insider, he would definitely notify them, and they would surely take action. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiu with an honest expression, and Yi Fan sneered in his heart. This guy's act is quite convincing. But Yi Fan was also thinking that if he were to kill this Yi Xiu, he would need to quickly find a group of people to replace Yi Xiu in managing the entire Yi family group. After all, both Grandpa and Great-Grandpa are old, and Yi Fan himself definitely has no interest in managing the family business. Everyone was chatting casually, considering whether to have some late-night snacks, when Su Yixue suddenly received a call from the company. What? Our supply has suddenly been cut off. I understand, I'll head to the company right away. Su Yixue hung up the phone, her face full of anxiety as she said to Yi Changfeng, Yi Fan, and the others, Grandpa, husband, there's something going on at the company. I need to go handle it. Sorry, I have to leave first. Yi Fan asked with concern, do you need me to help? Su Yixue shook her head, no, I can go alone. You should spend more time with Grandpa. Yi Fan indeed still had some things to discuss with his grandfather, as there had been no chance before. Taking advantage of the current opportunity to talk carefully, he said, "All right then, be safe on the road." Su Yixue left, and Yi Xiu also took the hint and said his goodbyes to leave. When only Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan remained in the room, Yi Fan unusually became serious. "Grandpa. That night when the Yi family was attacked, how much do you actually know about the details?" Yi Changfeng shook his head. "That attack happened too suddenly. Your second and third uncles both died in battle, your parents went missing, and Bailuo was also attacked. Rumors said you had already perished. At that time, all the male members of the Yi family, except for me and your great-grandfather, were wiped out. Afterwards, a heavy rain washed away all traces and clues. I've been investigating all these years, but there's basically no useful information." Yi Changfeng mentioned the events of those years with a sigh, looking at Yi Fan with some earnestness. "Our Yi family is dwindling in numbers, all hope rests on you now. Grandpa doesn't scold you anymore. If you want to chase girls, go ahead, having many children for the Yi family is also fine." Listening to Grandpa's words, Yi Fan was speechless. What's going on? From Grandpa's tone, it seems he has no hope for himself, so he wants him to be a stud and produce many offspring. To place hope in the next generation. Yi Fan really wanted to tell his grandfather that he was actually invincible now, but Yi Fan knew that hiding his strength was the best choice. If he showed how powerful he was, those enemies who had dealt with the Yi family before might not dare to show their faces again. But one thing is certain, the Lin family definitely had a part in it. And I suspect that the Dragon Lord was more or less involved in the plan back then. The 800,000 Tianlong troops on the southwest border have all been labeled as Yi family soldiers, which will keep many people awake at night. Sigh, if your strength can be restored and the Yi banner does not fall, who would dare to look down on my Yi family? Listening to his grandfather's analysis, Yi Fan already had a rough outline in his mind. Rest assured, in my hands, the Yi family will not fall. After bidding farewell to Grandpa, Yi Fan had just stepped out when he saw dozens of black Autos parked in a row on the road beside the Yi family. A middle-aged man wearing a shirt saw Yi Fan and immediately knelt down respectfully, saying, subordinately, "Who pays respects to the instructor?" "Instructor, you are still alive, that's simply wonderful. Please forgive me for only just learning the news." Yi Fan glanced at Li Hu in front of him and said, "I don't blame you. I deliberately hid my identity before. You've done well over the years." Li Hu is one of the 4 underground godfathers of Yun City. Starting from scratch 8 years ago, he gradually formed his own power and business empire, wielding considerable influence on the surface of Yun City. In fact, when Li Hu was with the mercenary team overseas, it was Yi Fan who served as the instructor training them. So after learning the news that Yi Fan was returning to Yun City, Li Hu came to visit immediately. "Instructor, you flatter me. Everything I have is granted by you. If you have any needs, I am always at your service." Li Hu came today to express his loyalty. Others may not know, but Li Hu clearly understands how terrifying the instructor's strength is. Everyone said that the instructor perished in that attack 3 years ago, losing all his power, but Li Hu firmly believed that the instructor definitely wouldn't have just fallen like that. "All right. If I need anything, I'll find you. Let's have the brothers all withdraw." Yi Fan waved his hand lightly, not refusing Li Hu's kindness. Although Yi Fan had the power of Hanzhua and Bailuo Shermen under his command, some matters might not be fully covered by Bailuo Shermen, so Li Hu making some supplements wouldn't be a bad thing. After a delay at the Yi family, Yi Fan returned to the Junlan Tianxia villa, which was already an hour later. Just as he entered the villa gate, Yi Fan heard the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. Su Yixue is back so soon. Starting to cleanse now. Hee hee. Yi Fan's strength has now broken through the 9th level of the dragon controlling technique, and he can finally approach women. He has already made an appointment with Su Yixue, tonight they will get together. This little girl really is sensible after all. "Honey, I'm coming." Yi Fan quickly walked towards the bathroom door, taking off his clothes as he went. What's wrong with taking a romantic bath with your wife? Upon entering the bathroom, Yi Fan saw a graceful figure standing charmingly inside. Amidst the misty spray, that beautiful body, although already admired before, in this moment and scene, carried a different flavor. Yi Fan approached with a tender expression, reaching out to hold his wife in his arms and kissed Su Yixue on the lips. A soft moan. Su Yixue let out a soft moan in Yi Fan's arms, her body stiffening, yet she allowed Yi Fan's large hand to caress her body. However, when Yi Fan moved his hands and mouth, there was a hint of confusion. Why does the feel seem a bit different from last night? It seems, more inexperienced. More tender. The bathroom started to burn like dry firewood, and Yi Fan was considering whether to take things further when suddenly the sound of a car engine started outside the villa, along with a familiar voice saying, "Honey, I'm home." HM. Hearing this voice, Yi Fan's whole body instantly went on high alert. Is wife Su Ishue finally back? So who is the one currently in your arms, all fired up? Yi Fan hurriedly pushed the person in his arms away, while the beauty in his arms gave Yi Fan a sly smile, hee hee. Brother-in-law, now I am yours too, giggle. Su Qingru. Su Ishue's full sister. Although the two sisters are 3 or 4 years apart, they look almost exactly alike. Did I just kiss my sister-in-law? Damn. The key point is, Su Qingru didn't resist at all. Chapter 24, come on. Call me daddy. You. Although Yi Fan is usually unruly and carefree, at this moment he was somewhat stunned. What exactly is my little sister-in-law trying to imply? This is a secret between me and my brother-in-law. Su Qingru gave Yi Fan a sly smile, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and quickly left the bathroom heading towards the bedroom on the second floor. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly heard what seemed like an argument outside, hurriedly put on his clothes, and went out. Outside the door, it was Yun Feiyang blocking Su Ishue again. Ishue, your company suddenly got cut off from supply, and I feel very sorry. But you know, that's just business, and I can't go against my family for an outsider. How about this, you agree to be my girlfriend? I'll immediately call the family to restore the supply. In order to win Su Ishue, Yun Feiyang also used all his cunning. Knowing that the Su family mainly deals in jewelry and requires a large supply of jadeite raw stones, and that the main source of these stones comes from the Yun family, Yun Feiyang directly mobilized his family's power to stop supplying the Su group, intending to use this as leverage to force Su Ishue to agree to be his woman. Yun Feiyang, you are shameless. Doing this will only make me despise you even more. To make me submit, you actually resorted to such despicable means. Su Ishue angrily stomped on the ground but felt somewhat helpless. Most of the jadeite raw stones in Daxia come from Myanmar, and the Yun family happens to be the general agent in Daxia for General Songpa, the largest supplier in Myanmar. As long as the Su family wants to continue in the jewelry business, they cannot avoid the Yun family. Shameless? I think maybe a little, but it doesn't matter. As long as this method works and achieves the goal, I don't care about shamelessness or not. Yun Feiyang said with a faint smile, Ishue, you only have 1 day to think about it. If you still don't agree after 1 day, the Yun family will not only cut off supplies but also blacklist the Su group throughout Tiannan province. Think about whether you can withstand that. Yun Feiyang looked as if he had Su Ishue completely figured out. On the contrary, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, my Yun family will fully support the Su group to become the jewelry overlord of Tiannan province and even the entire southwest. So, how will you choose? Ishue, you should be very clear, right? Don't follow that trashy fan anymore. Besides chasing girls, he can't do anything. Why bother yourself? As he spoke, Yun Feiyang reached out, trying to take the opportunity to wrap his arm around Su Ishue's waist. Just as the hand was stretched out, it was grabbed by a pair of iron tongs. It seems the warning during the day was useless. The person who came was naturally Yi Fan. After grabbing Yun Feiyang's arm, without any hesitation, Yi Fan's energy surged, directly breaking Yun Feiyang's wrist. Crack. After a crisp snap, a piercing pain immediately spread through Yun Feiyang's arm. Ah, damn, my hand. In the afternoon, Yun Feiyang was slapped by Yi Fan and was almost beaten so badly by Wang Fugue that he wouldn't recognize his own parents. And now, Yi Fan actually went so far as to break one of his own hands. How dare he? Yi Fan, you're crazy, how dare you lay a hand on me, you dare to provoke my Yun family. Yun Feiyang covered his hand, retreating while scolding Yi Fan, someone, beat him to death for me. Yi Fan smiled faintly, the Yun family? The Yi family, the #1 family in Daxia, and I am the only legitimate eldest young master. You trash Yun family means nothing to me. Come on, if you have the guts, try to touch a single hair on me. Seeing the bodyguards rushing out behind Yun Feiyang, Yi Fan gave a cold smile. Do you really think the Yi family, the #1 family in Daxia, is just empty talk? Although the Yi family has declined now, the old master and great-grandfather of the Yi family still hold influence in Daxia. With Yi Fan's high-profile return, the family sees new hope, and many onlookers will inevitably change their attitude towards the Yi family once again. Because for a large family, its own strength is a very important aspect. And another even more important aspect is focusing on the cultivation of the next generation. A family, if it has no descendants to continue its development, no matter how prosperous it is, will eventually come to an end. This is also the reason why many families distanced themselves from the Yi family after the Yi family was attacked in the past 3 years. Because at that time, the news everyone received was that Yi Fan had already died. Yun Feiyang's bodyguards all immediately stopped what they were doing and looked towards Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang also remembered that at the Lin family banquet, Yi Fan had already announced his identity as the eldest son of the Yi family. Now that the Yi family hasn't fallen yet, Yun Feiyang really doesn't dare to do anything to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, is punching all you know? Our matter with the Su family is a business deal. Even if you beat me to death, it won't change the current situation. Humph. Do you think the Yi family is still the Yi family it used to be? Although Yun Feiyang was unhappy in his heart, he did not let his bodyguards take action. Yi Fan. You are too greedy. You already have Xian Yufei, so why are you still fighting me for Su Yixue? Yi Fan hadn't spoken yet, but Su Yixue spoke first. Is that any of your business? My husband has personal charm, and Miss Xian is willing to follow my husband on her own. What does it have to do with you? Su Yixue's favor towards Yi Fan has truly reached an unconditional level. Yi Fan looked at Su Yixue and thought about what he had just done to Su Qingru in the bathroom, feeling a bit embarrassed in his heart. Seeing Yun Feiyang's expression, Yi Fan gave a cold smile. Isn't this a business matter? Fine. Then let's solve it with business. The reason your Yun family is so arrogant is because General Songpa gave the agency rights to your Yun family, right? One call from me, and your Yun family will immediately lose the agency rights. While speaking, Yi Fan took out his phone and was about to make a call. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. One phone call. Ha! Yi Fan, you are too arrogant. The Yi family is on the brink of collapse now, and you think one phone call can mobilize General Songpa? Do you think he would care about you? Come on. Make the call me right away. If you can get General Songpa to immediately remove the Yun family's proxy rights, I'll call you dad. The Yun family has cooperated with General Songpa for many years, and the old master of the Yun family has a very good relationship with General Songpa. Regarding the distribution of interests, the Yun family has made many concessions in order to continuously obtain the general agency rights. In Daxia, probably no other family has given such large benefits to General Songpa. Yun Feiyang is 100% sure that General Songpa would never tear apart his relationship with the Yun family over a family that is about to fall. On the other side, Yi Fan had already dialed General Songpa's number. Emperor, you have finally appeared. I'm so relieved to know you're safe. You have no idea, after hearing about your accident, I cried a whole bucket of tears. The call connected, and General Songpa solemnly expressed his longing for Yi Fan over the phone. Alright. I'm calling to inform you of something. My wife is the CEO of Yun City Su's Jewelry, and she now wants to take your general agency rights in Daxia. Any problem? Oh. By the way, there's an idiot in the Yun family trying to use the agency rights to blackmail me and steal my wife. You handle it. Huh. The Yun family dares to snatch the emperor's wife. I understand. I'll immediately cut off all cooperation with them. I'll fly to Yun City first thing tomorrow morning, no, tonight, and tomorrow morning the contract will definitely be on Miss Su's desk on time. Songpa said respectfully over the phone. Back then, Songpa was almost killed by someone. At the critical moment, it was Yi Fan who stepped in to save him, taught him martial arts, and helped him rise in Myanmar. Without Yi Fan, there would be no General Songpa as he is now. If Yi Fan has any needs, how could General Songpa refuse? Less than a minute after Yi Fan hung up the phone, Yun Feiyang's phone rang. It was his father, Yun Batian, calling. General Songpa suddenly announced the termination of all cooperation with our Yun family, saying you offended someone you shouldn't have. Ah. Yun Feiyang was instantly stunned, looking at Yi Fan with a face full of disbelief. Isn't the Yi family already in decline? How can they still remotely control General Songpa of Myanmar? Have they really cut off cooperation with the Yun family? Yi Fan curled the corner of his mouth, looking at Yun Feiyang with a sinister charm. Come on. Call me daddy. Chapter 25 Sister. Brother-in-law, can I borrow you tomorrow? You. Yun Feiyang looked shocked, staring at Yi Fan in front of him, recalling what Yi Fan did at the Lin family banquet. Yi Fan even dared to take on Lin Dong, and in the end, in front of so many people, he even beat Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. So arrogant, could it be that Yi Fan really has some tricks and hidden cards? But according to my investigation, hasn't Yi Fan just been hanging out with girls at the Yun City clubhouse for the past 3 years? Previously, Yi Fan was indeed a genius prodigy disciple of Bailyo Shaiman, but when Bailyo Shaiman was attacked back then, it was said that Yi Fan's cultivation foundation was damaged, and one of his kidneys was also removed. So how is it that Yi Fan now seems completely fine? No matter what, Su Yixue has a special constitution, and I absolutely must have her. Yi Fan, just you wait. You won't be cocky for more than 2 days. Humph. Yun Feiyang snorted coldly at Yi Fan and scrambled away from the Junlan Tianxia villa compound. Yi Fan looked at the fleeing Yun Feiyang in a sorry state and said coldly, Yun Feiyang. 3 strikes and you're out. This is your last warning. If you dare to harass my wife again next time, I will definitely use a bulldozer to flatten your Yun family. I mean what I say. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I have already announced that Su Yixue is my wife, yet there are still some trash coming to cause trouble. If we don't kill the chicken to warn the monkey, it will never end. Husband, the person you just contacted, is that General Songpa? Is he planning to give the agency rights for Myanmar jade rough stones to our Su group? Su Yixue asked Yi Fan somewhat incredulously. In just 1 day, Su Yixue found that her husband seemed a bit different from before, already giving her too many surprises. The legitimate eldest young master of the Daxia's top family. Su Yixue never thought that her husband, who liked to chase girls, actually had such a powerful background. The Su group is just a third-rate family in Yuncheng, completely out of their league compared to the Yi family. Of course. Honey, starting tomorrow, the agency rights for Burmese jade rough stones in Daxia will belong to the Su group. Yi Fan said as he held Su Yixue and walked into the villa. Su Yixue watched Yi Fan's profile from the side, silently deciding in her heart that tonight, she would do her best to take good care of her husband. Sister, brother-in-law, you're back. As soon as the two entered the room, Su Qingru, wearing a cool set of pajamas, smiled and bent down to greet them. At the moment she bent down, the cleavage in front of Su Qingru was fully exposed to Yi Fan. Thinking of the intimate moment just now in the bathroom, Yi Fan was somewhat stunned. Qingru. Why are you here? Su Yixue was a bit surprised to see Su Qingru suddenly appear in the room. Is school on holiday today? Su Qingru had just turned 18 and was still in college. Today was Thursday, so logically, Su Qingru should be at school, right? I just missed my sister and brother-in-law. Su Qingru deliberately emphasized the words, brother-in-law, when she spoke. Actually, ever since Yi Fan entered the Su family, Su Qingru, this little sister-in-law, has been especially attentive to Yi Fan. At that time, Su Qingru was still in high school and often pestered Yi Fan to accompany her shopping, traveling, and going out to eat. Yi Fan suddenly realized that this little sister-in-law must have done it on purpose today. She must have been planning it for a long time, she definitely had her eyes on this young master's good looks. Sigh. Careless and lost Jingzhou. There happens to be an event at school tomorrow, and there are no classes in the morning, so I came over. Su Qingru said, linking arms with Su Yixue, sister, we agreed that tonight I'm going to sleep with you, and you're not allowed to kick me out. Huh. Su Qingru's words left both Yi Fan and Su Yixue stunned. The two had planned to share a bed tonight, but now that Su Qingru suddenly wants to sleep with Su Yixue, how can the activity continue? Ah. Qingru, you're already grown up, so what's the big deal about sleeping with your sister? Listen, adults all sleep alone. Your sister is my wife, if you sleep with her at night, where do I sleep? Yi Fan righteously tried to assert his rights. But Su Qingru just stuck out her tongue and said, hee hee. If brother-in-law is scared, he can come and join us all. TSK. Qingru, what nonsense are you talking about? That's your brother-in-law, how could you? Su Yixue hurriedly reached out and tapped Su Qingru's head twice, but little did she know, something unspeakable had actually happened between the two just now. Su Yixue looked at Yi Fan somewhat apologetically, later I'll make a bed for your brother-in-law downstairs again. Su Qingru was naturally just saying it. After washing up, while eating fruit on the sofa, Su Qingru linked arms with Su Yixue and said, sister, actually I came back today to borrow brother-in-law's, this afternoon. No borrowing. Without waiting for Su Yixue to speak, Yi Fan directly refused. This little girl definitely has no good intentions. This guy. Lending yourself out for an hour, if that's the case, what exactly should you do? Beast? Or worse than a beast? Lend you my brother-in-law. What do you want to borrow him for? Su Yixue asked Su Qingru with some curiosity. Tomorrow afternoon, the school is having a dance party. The teacher asked me to participate, but I need a dance partner. I want to ask my brother-in-law to go with me. Su Qingru looked at Yi Fan with a dazed expression, her eyes almost brimming with tears. You want your brother-in-law to dance with you? Your brother-in-law is actually good at that. Su Yixue couldn't help but recall a few hours ago at the Lin family, when she and Xian Yufei danced with Yi Fan at the same time. That was truly stunning and amazed everyone. Honey, if you're free tomorrow, why not accompany Qingru? Su Yixue said to Yi Fan, secretly having her own little plan. Yesterday, Yi Fan could dance with Xian Yufei, so why couldn't her own little sister? Don't let the fertile water flow into outsiders' fields. Even if Yi Fan takes a little advantage, it's still within the family. That's much better than those other lousy men taking advantage. This. Su Yixue has already spoken, and for a wife who has always been so good to him, Yi Fan finds it hard to refuse. Come on. Brother-in-law, just agree. Su Qingru stepped forward, linking arms with Yi Fan and shaking him hard. The loose robe was about to slip off Su Qingru's shoulder, and Su Qingru was not at all shy about her sudden exposure, her face full of anticipation. All right. I'll go, isn't that enough? Yi Fan sighed helplessly. After all these years in the Su family, the two sisters of the Su family have actually been quite good to him. That little girl Su Qingru, back then, even when eating a banana, she would bring one for me. Just like Su Yixue, she never looked down on me for doing nothing and just freeloading. At midnight, after Su Yixue and Su Qingru had fallen asleep, Yi Fan got out of bed, dressed quietly, and left Junlan Tianxia, heading towards the Royal No. 1 Club. This time, Yi Fan was not going to chase girls, but to keep an appointment. During the day, when Yi Fan tracked down the girl Chu Yan, although Chu Yan did not admit that she was the junior apprentice sister, she tapped twice on the back of Yi Fan's hand and left the room card to the general manager's office. Didn't we agree to meet at 2 o'clock in the evening? Meanwhile, in the general manager's office of Royal No. 1, Su Yun also took off her clothes and lay down on the bed wearing a cool set of pajamas. Chapter 26, Kissed the Wrong Person Again. Royal No. 1 has basically closed down. Except for the security room at the entrance, the building was completely dark, and the main door was locked. If you wanted to get in, the normal way was to call the security guard. However, this height of floors was naturally not a challenge for Yi Fan. Yi Fan found a place with no one behind the building, pushed off the ground with his ankle, and with several jumps, he was already at the window of the general manager's office on the 8th floor. After flipping into the room, Yi Fan noticed that there was a person lying on the bed. Yi Fan smiled slightly in his heart. Is the little junior sister still playing a bit of romance with me? Yi Fan quietly approached the bedside, reached out and hugged the person on the bed, his big hand began to bravely climb the peak. While his mouth kissed the beauty on the bed, little junior sister, you still wouldn't admit it during the day, let's see how senior brother makes it a done deal tonight. Yi Fan had already decided in his heart that the person in front of him was the little junior sister, Su Chan. Because if it weren't Su Chan, then why would the little junior sister ask him to come find her at 2 in the morning? Return the room card to the general manager's office? Ing ning. The beauty on the bed let out a soft moan, and her lips responded slightly. But upon hearing this sound, Yi Fan instantly got furious. Isn't that voice from the little junior sister? Yi Fan quickly jumped off the bed, feeling a burst of surprise in his heart. No way, today I have mistaken people twice already. Who? What do you want to do? The beauty on the bed had already sensed something was wrong, quickly turning over and turning on the bedside lamp. At this moment, the beauty on the bed was none other than Su Yun, the apparent boss of Royal No. 1. Su Yun's nightgown had been torn off by Yi Fan more than half, and the curves of her chest were fully exposed before Yi Fan. Seeing a man suddenly appear in the room, and with Yi Fan's saliva still on her lips, Su Yun instantly understood what had just happened. Pervert. Someone help. Su Yun screamed instantly, reaching out to cover herself with the blanket, retreating cautiously backward with a wary expression. Beauty, don't scream, I didn't mean to. Yi Fan really didn't mean it. He came to see his junior sister, but he never expected that the person lying on the bed was not his junior sister. Seeing Su Yun still screaming, Yi Fan had no choice but to rush over quickly, pin Su Yun down, and cover her mouth. I really didn't mean it. I came to find my junior sister. She gave me the room card, but I didn't know she wasn't in the room. While speaking, Yi Fan took out the general manager's office key card and waved it in front of Su Yun. At this moment, Su Yun also calmed down, looked at Yi Fan carefully twice, and immediately recognized him. Wasn't this man the senior brother Su Chan mentioned? He even came to see Su Chan during the day. Su Yun was just a little confused. Since Su Chan had left the key card to Yi Fan, why didn't she wait for him? Instead, she let herself sleep in the office. Now it's all good, my purity has been cheapened by this Yi Fan. That was my first kiss. Ugh. Su Yun nodded, indicating that she wouldn't scream anymore. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to let go of Su Yun when his expression suddenly stiffened. Someone's coming, don't make a sound. As he spoke, Yi Fan turned off the room's light and then fixed his eyes on the direction of the door. So late at night, someone is still coming to the general manager's office? If it were just one person, it would be fine, but 5 people actually came, and 2 of them are martial arts experts with enhanced strength. In the darkness, Su Yun was pinned beneath Yi Fan, feeling the masculine aura on Yi Fan's body. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she softly said, "You hurt me." Su Yun twisted her body, trying to avoid Yi Fan's legs and feet. Only then did Yi Fan realize that his posture was really inappropriate. The key was that a grown man, when facing such a beautiful woman, had certain natural reactions. Yi Fan quickly got off Su Yun, rolled over, and hid in the corner of the bed, concealing his presence. Crack. The door suddenly opened, and several men quickly entered the room. "Zhou Xiao, should we just go ahead and do it?" One of the men pulled out a gleaming dagger and gestured by the bedside. "Wouldn't that be bad? If we kill that bitch, won't the higher-ups cause trouble for us? What's there to be afraid of? The young master has clearly said we must kill her and find the things on her. The old master must have given that thing to this bitch." The leader, Zhou Xiao, impatiently urged his men, "Hurry up and act, or the longer we wait, the more complications arise. If we don't kill him tonight, we'll have to waste more breath tomorrow." "Yes." The man holding the dagger quickly approached Su Yun. At this moment, Su Yun was lying on the bed, extremely nervous. She never expected that those people upstairs would be so impatient that they dared to rush directly into the office to kill someone. What should I do? Su Yun knew that Su Chan's senior brother must be skilled in kung fu, but could he alone be a match for several of them? Swish! Just as the assassin was about to swing the dagger, Su Yun was almost about to scream out loud. Only then did Yi Fan spring out from the corner, grabbing the assassin's wrist, shattering the dagger in his hand while directly breaking the assassin's wrist. Looking for death. Yi Fan snorted coldly, swung the assassin around like a wooden stick, and slammed him hard onto the ground. The lights in the room turned on, Yi Fan and Su Yun got off the bed, and looking at the leading man in front of them, Su Yun was shocked and angry. "Zhou Tao, you've gone too far. You're just a vassal family, yet you dare to kill the young lady. Aren't you afraid your family will want your life?" Zhou Tao saw that the one coming down from the bed was not Su Chan, but Su Yun, and was slightly surprised. "Humph. The family wants me dead. Well, that depends on who's in charge of the family now. Haha, the old man is unconscious, but isn't the eldest young master the one calling the shots at home? That bitch isn't even here, lucky to have escaped this disaster, but do you think you can hide for a few more days?" Zhou Tao was a smart man. Just now, when Yi Fan took down his bodyguard with one move, Zhou Tao immediately realized that Yi Fan was quite powerful. This place is not suitable to stay long. Go. Zhou Tao called out to a few subordinates, then said to Su Yun, "Su Yun, I see you still have some charm. I advise you to be sensible. If you had gotten into my bed earlier, maybe I could have saved your life in front of the eldest young master." "You." Looking at Zhou Tao's arrogant face, Su Yun's chest trembled with anger. But in the middle of the night, what could a girl like her do? Just as Zhou Tao was about to step away, Yi Fan suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Stop. Did I tell you to leave?" While speaking, Yi Fan flashed in front of Zhou Tao, staring coldly at him. That look was like a venomous snake, making Zhou Tao's whole body stiffen involuntarily. What do you want to do?" "Kid, let me tell you, just now you ruined my good plan, but I won't hold it against you. You better not meddle. The Zhou family from the provincial city is someone you can't afford to provoke." For some reason, Zhou Tao looked at Yi Fan with a bit of fear, instinctively wanting to avoid him. "What do I want to do? I want to kill you." In the next moment, Yi Fan snatched a dagger from a nearby bodyguard without any hesitation and directly plunged it into Zhou Tao's heart. Such a scene stunned Su Yun and the other bodyguards of Zhou Tao. Damn! Is it really that fierce? Kill immediately over a minor disagreement. Chapter 27, Eat everything clean and want to leave. I Zhou Tao looked at the dagger in his chest with disbelief, feeling all the vitality rapidly draining away. His eyes were full of grievance as he looked at Yi Fan. How dare you, kill me, who exactly are you? This is different from the normal plot. In the normal plot, shouldn't the two have a verbal fight first, then exchange harsh words, at most beat Zhou Tao up, and then kill him next time? If he kills him now, how will the plot develop later? I am Yi Fan, the eldest young master of the Yi family. Su Chan's senior brother. Yi Fan kicked Zhou Tao to the ground and said coldly, since you want to kill my junior sister, then I have no choice but to send you on your way first. You are Yi Fan. How is that possible? According to the information obtained by Zhou Tao, Yi Fan did indeed return, but he often hung out in clubs and was drained by women. How could he possibly have such powerful strength? But whether Zhou Tao believed it or not, Yi Fan immediately made a move and killed Zhou Tao. The other assassins brought by Zhou Tao tried to slip away from the scene, but Yi Fan's body turned into a phantom on the spot, and immediately, all the assassins fell to the ground, lifeless and powerless. Su Yun, watching Yi Fan's actions from the side, was stunned on the spot. You killed them all. Su Yun had heard Su Chan mention Yi Fan before and knew that this senior brother must be extraordinarily powerful, but Su Chan also said that in that battle, Yi Fan's root bone was destroyed, and he lost all his strength. It was said that even his kidneys were taken out. So how is it that his current displayed strength is so formidable? They deserve to die. Yi Fan glanced coldly at the corpses of Zhou Tao and the others, then stared intently at Su Yun and said, Who are you? Where is the little junior sister? Why are you here? Just now, because Zhou Tao and the others suddenly appeared, Yi Fan's thoughts were interrupted. Only now did Yi Fan have time to think things through clearly. According to the room card given by the little junior sister and the 2 taps on his hand, wasn't he supposed to meet her at 2 a.m.? But why is it that now, appearing in the office, it's not the little junior sister? Why am I here? This is my office, I am the owner of Royal No. 1 Club, why can't I be here? Su Yun snapped out of her shock and responded somewhat irritably to Yi Fan. That's not right. Didn't the little junior sister agree to meet tonight? Could it be that I misunderstood? Yi Fan frowned, but the girl he saw during the day, whether by appearance or aura, was definitely the little junior sister. Miss Su, since you happen to be here, tell me in detail, what exactly is the background of that girl Chu Yen here? Yi Fan stared at Su Yun, trying to read some clue from her face. But Su Yun had long understood Su Chan's meaning and now dared not reveal her relationship with Yi Fan, so she acted very naturally and said, I just remembered, during the day young Master Yi arranged for Miss Chu Yen to accompany you, right? Sorry. It might disappoint young Master Yi, but that Miss Chu Yen is just an ordinary girl. She grew up with her grandmother, and she came here to earn money to pay for her grandmother's medical treatment. Listening to Su Yun's explanation, Yi Fan suddenly felt a bit empty inside. Could it be that he really had mistaken her? But at that time, what he saw was clearly the little junior sister, wasn't it? Could it be that the little junior sister has some hidden reasons? It seems that after the experts from Bailuo Shaiman have gathered, I need to thoroughly investigate Royal No. 1. If it is really true that Chu Yen is the little junior sister, then Yi Fan will definitely eliminate all those who threaten her. Since it's not the little junior sister, Yi Fan saw no reason to stay and turned to leave the room. But Su Yun reached out to stop Yi Fan. What? You want to leave after taking everything clean? Su Yun's face flushed with embarrassment as she thought about Yi Fan's flirtatious behavior towards her on the bed just now. Although Su Yun was indeed managing such a club, she had always kept herself pure and was still a virgin. Yet, inexplicably, Yi Fan had taken her first kiss and even touched her there. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks, turned around with a mischievous look, and said to Su Yun, What? Does Boss Su want me to take responsibility? For you? Thinking about responsibility isn't impossible, but we would need a deeper kind of communication for me to acknowledge it. Yi Fan's eyes burned as he stared at Su Yun, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her body. I have to say, Su Yun has a full and curvy figure, especially just now when Yi Fan felt the amazing elasticity, it was truly top-notch. If Su Yun is willing, Yi Fan doesn't mind at all. Looking at Yi Fan's seductive gaze, Su Yun felt her whole body weaken. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. Su Yun's mood was very complicated. Yi Fan was very handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a tall and slender figure, distinct facial features, and an especially masculine charm. Moreover, when he kissed, his actions almost stirred Su Yun's heart uncontrollably. Such a man, there is no woman who wouldn't like him. But Su Yun also knew that Yi Fan was Su Chan's white moonlight in her heart, so what does it mean if she makes a move on him? What I mean is, isn't Miss Chu Yen your junior apprentice sister? Would you be willing to do us a favor? Su Yun suddenly said this strangely, making Yi Fan's expression instantly stunned. If you help us keep royal no. One safe, I am willing to follow your wishes. Not a junior apprentice sister. Still willing to follow your own will. Yi Fan tilted his head and looked at Su Yun. This boss Su is quite interesting. Yi Fan's mind was racing, always feeling that some key information was missing. Many pieces of information couldn't be connected at once, but Yi Fan was certain about one thing: Royal Number 1 had all the problems. That girl Chu Yen was suspicious. Although he didn't see the little junior sister tonight, Yi Fan's intuition was still sure that Chu Yen was the little junior sister. Since it was the little junior sisters club that encountered a problem, Yi Fan certainly wouldn't refuse to help. Oh. This condition is very tempting. Tell me, what exactly trouble has the Royal Number 1 club run into? Yi Fan stood still, looking at Su Yun with a serious expression. It's still the Zhou family. The family headquarters in the capital sent the Zhou family here, intending to forcibly seize the Royal No. 1 club we hold, and also to take away an ancestral item from Chu Yen. Tomorrow, the Zhou family will arrange a negotiation with us. I want to ask you to help oversee the meeting and intimidate them. So that's how it is. No problem, just tell me the time and place. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. Yi Fan smiled faintly. A small Zhou family, Yi Fan even dared to kill their eldest son, so why would he fear their negotiation representatives? Chapter 28, Dig the Pit Well, waiting for you to jump in. Su Yun watched Yi Fan's departing figure, and for some reason, suddenly felt an unusual sense of peace. Could it be just because he kissed her just now? Touched her? Just as Su Yun's mind was filled with these messy thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. It was Su Chan calling. Sister Yun, there's nothing much going on in the office tonight, right? No, nothing. Su Yun actually felt a bit guilty, as if she had been caught having an affair, which was thrilling but also brought an indescribable feeling. Good if there's nothing. The materials in the office are very important. I'll be back early tomorrow morning. To negotiate with the Zhou family. On the other end of the phone, Su Chan seemed very tired, but at the same time seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a thought popped into Su Yun's mind. Perhaps Su Chan really did arrange to meet Yi Fan, but at the last moment, she herself backed out. They say it's avoidance, but actually it's not complete avoidance. Yet I let myself stay in the office and be bullied by Yi Fan. What is going on here? However, Su Yun didn't think much further and reported to Su Chan. Xiao Chan, there's something I need to tell you. Yi Xiao just came to the office. Ah. On the other end of the phone, Su Chan exclaimed in surprise, her heart almost jumping out. Senior brother really understood her thoughts. Has he left now? Su Yun nodded. Yi Xiao has already left. I didn't reveal your identity. But tomorrow Yi Fan will kill Zhou Tao, the eldest young master of the Zhou family, and I have already invited Yi Fan to help us hold the fort and negotiate with the Zhou family tomorrow. Ah, killing the people of the Zhou family, how could senior brother dare? His strength clearly hasn't recovered yet, sigh. Su Chan spoke anxiously. She was very clear about Yi Fan's condition. At that time, his root bone was damaged, his kidney was removed, and his heart was destroyed. Although Yi Fan is a martial artist, his current strength can handle some ordinary petty thieves, but once Yi Fan is exposed, the ones he has to deal with are those fierce people. How about this? I won't go to the negotiation tomorrow. You represent me and handle everything with full authority. Su Chan was afraid that if she saw Yi Fan again, she really wouldn't be able to hold back. If she exposed herself in front of Yi Fan, it would mean Yi Fan's identity would be exposed, and countless people would immediately move against Yi Fan. However, what Su Chan didn't know was that Yi Fan had already completely revealed his identity as the eldest young master of the Yi family at the Lin family banquet. The only thing hidden is one's own strength. Yi Fan had been hanging around the club in Yin City for 3 years. When everyone found out that Yi Fan was the eldest son of the Yi family, they still only saw him as the playboy messing around in the club. Only a very few people knew that Yi Fan was no longer the same Yi Fan as before. He is a man standing at the pinnacle of this world. However, Yi Fan now has another identity he can use, that is the prodigious genius Yi Juntian. If necessary, Yi Fan can use the identity of Master Yi to step in and solve problems. For example, tomorrow, when helping to negotiate at the Royal Number 1 Club, Yi Fan does not plan to appear in his true form, but intends to appear as Yi Juntian, with the identity of Yi Fan's friend. At midnight, Yi Fan was heading home to Junlan Tianxia Villa. From the Yi family compound, a figure sneaked away stealthily, then hailed a car on the street and headed towards the Lin family compound. Master Lin, what's going on? That bastard Yi Fan was supposed to be dead, right? Why has he suddenly come back? Yi Xiu said with a face full of hatred, speaking to Lin Hua in the Lin family compound. You ask me, how would I know? Lin Hua's mouth was all bandaged up, looking somewhat ridiculous. Besides, that bastard ruined the engagement ceremony between the Lin and Xian families, and even dared to slap me in public. It's simply outrageous. Yi Fan's performance at the Lin family banquet, Yi Xiu has probably heard about it too. This time, the Lin family's face was completely lost. Yi Fan must die. Just now, Yi Changfeng, had a talk, and that old man's meaning was very clear. No matter how hard I try, the Yi family will still be handed over to Yi Fan. If Yi Fan doesn't die, I won't be able to control the entire Yi family, and that thing, we will never be able to get it. Yi Xiu's face showed a trace of gloom, speaking with resentment. Shut up. Lin Hua scolded Yi Xiu, some things, you just need to know, don't talk nonsense and ruin the boss's good plans, or neither of us will come out of it well. Yi Xiu also knew he had said something he shouldn't have. Master Lin, there is an opportunity now. Yi Fan invited me to the Overlord Club tomorrow for a feast, and I agreed. Tomorrow, I will lure him to the Overlord Club. Master Lin, arrange for someone to kill him there, to avoid any complications later. Lin Hua nodded, it really is a good opportunity. The Blood Clot sect members will arrive early tomorrow morning. I will make arrangements. When you have the room ready, send me a message. Lin Hua slammed his fist on the table. Last night, ever since learning that the master who attacked the Yi family was killed, Lin Hua had a very bad feeling. Because the death of that Grandmaster expert was too coincidental, did he die when Yi Fan returned? Did he die when the Lin family was about to form a marriage alliance with the Xian family? Lin Hua spent a great deal of effort to make the Xian family relent, agreeing to break off the engagement with the Yi family and to join forces with the Lin family. But last night, Yi Fan disrupted that, making the chances afterward even more slim. Humph. Whether Yi Juntian, who killed the Grandmaster expert, is Yi Fan or not, tomorrow when the Blood Clothes sect takes action, regardless of life or death, Yi Fan will not have a good outcome. The Blood Clothes sect is an assassin organization that has risen in the past 10 years. Among the experts inside, the most important rule is that they strictly follow the employer's instructions and demands, never giving up until the task is done. As long as the Bloodcloaks accept this mission, unless the Bloodcloaks are destroyed, they will stop at nothing to pursue the target, even if it means chasing them to the ends of the earth. However, Lin Hua and Yi Xiu did not know that this was a trap Yi Fan had set for them, just waiting for them to fall into it. Yi Fan's return was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing a series of ripples. The key point is, Yi Fan's actions to stir things up have never stopped. For example, the Zhou family. Although Zhou Tao, the eldest son of the Zhou family, came along with the team negotiating with Su Yun and Su Chan, the main person in charge was actually Ling Tian, the Zhou family's steward. It's already so late at night, why hasn't young Master Zhou returned yet? At the Zhou family delegation's lodging, Ling Tian stood by the window wearing a cloak, looking at the countless lights outside, frowning as he spoke to his assistant. Steward Ling, the information we received is that young Master Zhou went to the club. He probably took a liking to one of the girls there and stayed overnight. Young Master Zhou is ultimately unreliable, this negotiation mainly depends on you. The assistant also took the opportunity to flatter Ling Tian. But Ling Tian didn't seem to care about this. Shut up. Young Master Zhou is the future successor of the Zhou family. Whoever dares to disrespect young Master Zhou, don't blame me for being rude. It was just that Ling Tian didn't know that Zhou Tao had already met the King of Hell at this time. Chapter 29, General Songpa who grovels to Yi Fan. Although Su Yixuan knew the news last night that General Songpa would personally come to sign the general agency contract with the Su Group, she was still very excited when she received a call from General Songpa himself early the next morning. Honey, General Songpa said he has already arrived in Yun City and wants to come to the villa to sign the contract with us. I think it's still not very appropriate to do it at home, so we agreed to go to the company. Let's hurry and go, okay? Yi Fan was still taking a nap when Su Yixue directly hugged him up from the bed. After kissing him 3 times in a row and taking full advantage of Yi Fan, his neatly worn clothes were all messed up. Only then did Yi Fan get up, drive, and head to Su Corporation with Su Yixue. In the Su Group office, General Songpa sat on the sofa, his eyes constantly looking towards the door. He kept saying to the adjutant beside him, "Sigh. I should have personally gone to the villa to wait for the emperor. This is too impolite, too disrespectful to the emperor. Before Songpa's subordinate could speak, Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang, standing respectfully beside Songpa, politely said, "General Songpa, are you really not going to reconsider continuing to cooperate with our Yun family? Our Yun family has the most complete sales channels in Daxia. Or, we can offer further discounts, as long as General Songpa is willing to continue cooperating with our Yun family. We only require a 10% profit." After Yun Batian received the news from General Songpa in the provincial capital yesterday about the termination of cooperation, he immediately inquired about General Songpa's itinerary overnight and then came to Yun City Su Group to make a final effort to persuade General Songpa. A 10% profit? That makes sense. How did I not think of that? Luckily I thought of it. I was previously asking for 30% profit, which was simply too greedy. Songpa continued speaking after Yun Batian, and Yun Boshan's eyes lit up upon hearing General Songpa's words. "General Songpa, have you agreed?" Yun Batian felt a sharp pain in his heart. The previous agreement with General Songpa was that the Yun family would take 30% of the profits, but now only 10% profit was required, which meant a loss of at least tens of billions per year. But even if it's only 10% profit, as long as cooperation with General Songpa can continue, the benefits afterward are still enormous. At worst, we can just squeeze more from the distributors. Promise? Promise what? Why haven't you guys gotten out yet? I'm talking about my cooperation with Su Group. I only want 10% of the profit, what does it have to do with you? General Songpa frowned and looked at Yun Batian. "I've made it very clear to you, our cooperation has already ended, and there was less than a month left on the term anyway. Isn't it just a 100 million breach of contract penalty? I'll have someone transfer it to you immediately." Huh? Yun Batian listened to General Songpa's words and thought he must have heard wrong. Cooperating with Su Group, General Songpa only wants 10% of the profit? You have to know, when General Songpa previously cooperated with the Yun family, he demanded 70% of the profit. Why is it that with Su Group, he only wants 10%? It almost seems like there's something extra. How humiliating is this? Still not leaving? Kuntai, throw them all out. Otherwise, the emperor will be very annoyed when he sees them later. General Songpa was very annoyed with Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang, and directly ordered his subordinates to shove them, about to throw Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang out. "General Songpa, you!" Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang shouted, but in their hearts, they were not willing at all. "Dad! It must be Yefan. After Yefan made a call yesterday, General Songpa wanted to cut off cooperation with us." Yun Feiyang said to Yun Batian beside him. "Shut up. Do you still need to say that?" Yun Batian almost wanted to slap Yun Feiyang twice. "Isn't this obvious? Do you still need to say more? It's all because of this Yun Feiyang. Why did he have to provoke Su Yixue? Although the Yi family where Yi Fan belongs has declined, the Yun family should still think twice before provoking them. Who would have thought that Su Yixue's husband Yi Fan is actually the eldest young master of the Yi family? "Young Master Yi, you came, please, this way." Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang were still upset, but General Songpa quickly stood up and went to greet at the door. It turned out that Yi Fan and Su Yixue had already stepped into the conference room. Songpa respectfully pulled out a chair for Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, do you find this seat comfortable? Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" As he spoke, Songpa really rolled up his sleeves and respectfully began to massage Yi Fan's shoulders. This scene stunned Yun Batian, Yun Feiyang, and the others. This. Who is General Songpa? He is the biggest armed leader in the Myanmar region, commanding tens of thousands of troops. Normally, he is a ruthless killer, known as the Butcher. He executes people on the spot. And now, in front of Yefan, he is surprisingly docile, like a dog wagging its tail. Are my eyes deceiving me? Although Yi Fan is the eldest son of the Yi family, for the past 3 years, Yi Fan has been holed up in the clubhouse in Yun City. When has he ever been able to influence Myanmar? But General Songpa's subordinates were not surprised at all. They all knew how important Yi Fan was to General Songpa back then. Not to mention serving Yi Fan, even if Yi Fan wanted to sleep with his wife, General Songpa would personally clean her up and send her to Yi Fan's bed. Your skills have improved quite a bit. Yi Fan responded lightly, then his gaze shifted to Yun Feiyang and Yun Batian. Oh. Isn't this young Master Yun? What, you didn't call me Dad yesterday, so you're making up for it today? Yi Fan stared coldly at Yun Feiyang, his eyes full of mockery. Kuntai, hurry up and take action, just throw them out directly, why be so polite? Song Pa saw Yi Fan's attitude and instantly became anxious, hurriedly scolding his subordinates, afraid of making Yi Fan unhappy. Kun Tai immediately took action himself, grabbing the hands and feet of Yun Feiyang and Yun Batian, directly lifting the two up and violently smashing them onto the corridor floor. Ah! Their bodies slammed hard against the tiled floor, and the corridor echoed with the miserable screams of Yun Batian and Yun Feiyang. Yi Fan, just you wait. I definitely won't let this go. You think you can bypass our Yun family and do jade business in Daxia? No way. Yun Feiyang crawled and rolled his way out of the building, still roaring angrily. Song Pa frowned and said to Yi Fan, Emperor, should I take action and wipe out the Yun family? Yi Fan gently waved his hand, no need. This is Daxia, if you take action, it will cause some trouble. I have warned them that if they dare to harass my wife again, I will flatten the entire Yun family. After a pause, Yi Fan said to Song Pa and Su Yixue, you two start preparing the contract. Upon hearing this, Song Pa hurriedly had his men bring out the contract and personally handed it to Su Yixue, saying, Miss Su, this is what I think. It would be a great honor for our Jade Group to cooperate with Su Corporation. Therefore, we have decided that for the profits, we only want 10%. How does that sound to you? While speaking, General Song Pa also looked cautiously at Yi Fan's changing expression. Ah! 10%. Su Yixue exclaimed in surprise upon hearing General Song Pa's words. Seeing Su Yixue's reaction, General Song Pa was instantly startled. Miss Su, isn't 10% too much? This, 0.5% is also acceptable. No, to serve the emperor, why am I thinking about profit? I deserve to be punished. While speaking, Song Pa slapped his own cheek hard. Chapter 30, Ordering 10 Girls in One Go. General Song Pa, please stop. You misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Su Yixue glanced at Yi Fan, who was calmly drinking tea beside her, and admired her treasure husband with utmost reverence. Su Yixue of course knew that General Song Pa was so respectful to her because of Yi Fan. Su Yixue knew very well that even if the Yun family from the provincial capital cooperated with General Song Pa would take 70% of the profits. Compared to the Yun family, the scale and influence of the Su group were not just slightly inferior, and General Song Pa directly gave her 60% of the profits. How can this be called doing business? This is completely like a money-giving fairy. I mean, you are giving too much profit, we really feel embarrassed. Su Yixue hurriedly explained to clarify, which made General Song Pa a little more at ease. He then turned to Yi Fan and said, Young Master Yi, do you think this arrangement is reasonable? Yi Fan curled the corner of his mouth, Song Pa, I know you mean well. But in business, everyone has to get rich together. How about this, you can't lose too much either, a 50-50 split on the profits is fine. Within a year or so, I guarantee your earnings will be at least 3 times higher compared to cooperating with the Yun family. Yi Fan spoke calmly, but with great confidence. Previously, because Yi Fan's kung fu hadn't recovered, he could only lie low, even if he wanted to help the Su family, it could only be done secretly. But now that Yi Fan's strength has recovered and even surpassed its peak, the Su group will inevitably rise along with it. Yi Fan saw an opportunity in his heart, the Yi family would restore its position as the top family, and the Su group would be the second. Thank you, Emperor. Song Pa secretly breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded, you guys discuss the specific contract details. I'm going to pick up girls. Yi Fan greeted Su Yixue and drove away from Su group. Today Yi Fan and Yi Xiu had agreed to go to the Overlord Club for some fun. If Yi Fan didn't go, how would Yi Xiu have the chance to make a move on Yi Fan? At the entrance of the Overlord Club, when Yi Fan arrived, Yi Xiu was wearing a hat and a pair of sunglasses, and he happened to arrive at the same time. Big brother, isn't it just to pick up a girl? You look like you're doing some undercover work. Is that really necessary? Yi Fan felt a bit disdainful when he saw Yi Xiu's outfit. Yi Xiu looked embarrassed, Fan Di, it's better to be a bit more careful. I'm different from you, I often have to attend some business banquets, and if people see me going to places like this, it wouldn't look good. Actually, Yi Xiu really wanted to come to a place like this deep down, but because he cared too much about his reputation, afraid of performing poorly and losing face in front of the Yi family patriarch, he had to keep a stiff upper lip. Pretending. Just pretending. When Yi Fan saw Yi Xiu's expression and reached the front desk, he deliberately introduced loudly, this is my big brother Yi Xiu, make sure to arrange 2 beautiful girls for him today. Yi Fan's words caused many people around to look over here, and Yi Xiu felt even more uncomfortable. After handling the room arrangements here, Yi Fan and Yi Xiu each went into their respective rooms. When Yi Xiu saw Yi Fan order 10 more girls, he was so frustrated he was about to go crazy. You damn thing, ordering so many girls at once, aren't you exhausted? Humph. Today is your last wild celebration. After entering his own room, Yi Xiu immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Master Lin, we have arrived at the Overlord Club. Yi Fan is in room 308. Let them start the operation. On the other end of the phone was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. Good. But Yi Xiu, you'd better destroy the SIM card immediately. Don't let anyone know we have been in contact. It's better to be cautious. Since that Grandmaster was killed, Lin Hua had become increasingly cautious. At the Overlord Club, Yi Fan was lying on the round sofa in the room, with 10 beautiful women each doing their best to feed him grapes, peel bananas. Yi Fan was enjoying himself immensely. Suddenly, a sharp murderous aura came from outside the room. Yi Fan curled the corner of his mouth, finally arrived. Ladies, you all take a nap first. Yi Fan waved his palm, a burst of energy surged out, and in the blink of an eye, he sealed the acupoints on the bodies of 10 beauties, causing them to faint immediately. Otherwise, if they saw or heard certain things, there would only be one outcome for them, death. Crack. The door was opened, and a man wearing a duckbill cap stepped in, a gleaming dagger in his hand flashing under the light. Let me introduce myself, Black Dragon, the assassin of the Black Clothes sect. Kid, someone wants to buy your life, don't blame me. The man shouted sharply, quickly flashing towards Yi Fan, stabbing fiercely at Yi Fan's heart with the dagger in his hand. Without any unnecessary movements, and the martial aura fluctuating on his body showed that this man's strength should have reached the mastery realm, which is already considered top tier in the ordinary secular world. This man is precisely Black Dragon, the 13th ranked assassin within the Blood Clothes sect. Ruthless in his strikes, swift in his actions, and never dragging things out. The Black Dragon's dagger was thrust forward, but when it was still 3 inches away from Yi Fan, he found that his dagger could no longer advance even a fraction. Was the blade stuck on a bone? The Black Dragon pushed harder, but still found he couldn't move it. Looking down, he realized that Yi Fan was calmly holding the blade with just 2 fingers and looked at him calmly. Speak. Who wants to buy my life? If you tell me who is behind this, I will spare you. Yi Fan came to the Overlord Club today, but it was all a trap. With Yi Fan's current strength, there are still very few people who can match him. Hei Long was a smart man. Seeing Yi Fan's skillful technique, able to catch a full power strike from his controlled realm with just 2 fingers, he knew he had met a tough opponent today. Without any hesitation, he pushed off the ground with his ankle and tried to flee through the door. Hei Long moved quickly, but Yi Fan moved even faster. Hei Long had just stood up when Yi Fan's punch had already been thrown. Boom! The Black Dragon was slammed to the ground by Yi Fan's furious punch, his chest caved in a large chunk, blood spilling from his mouth, looking at Yi Fan in disbelief. You were hiding your strength? Before taking action, the Blood Clothes sect always conducts a detailed investigation of the target's situation. They naturally investigated Yi Fan's background thoroughly. They knew Yi Fan was the eldest young master of the Yi family, but they also knew that 3 years ago, Yi Fan's cultivation roots were destroyed by someone, and even his heart and kidneys were removed. Although they didn't know how he survived, he was still hiding in Yun City, playing a dark game under the light. But all the intelligence showed that Yi Fan was just a useless person, a playboy relying on his wife for support, spending every day at clubs. The lost kung fu shows no sign of recovery at all. But now, Black Dragon realizes that all of this is fake. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Yi Fan stepped on Black Dragon's face, looking down on him from above. No comment. Crack. Before the Black Dragon could finish speaking, Yi Fan directly stomped on the Black Dragon's neck and broke it. If you won't reveal the employer behind this, then you have no value in staying alive. It's enough to know that the ones who acted are from the Blood Garment sect. It's just the Blood Garment sect, right? Find a time to slaughter them all, that would be doing the people a favor. Looking at the Black Dragon lying on the ground, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. The reason Yi Fan killed the Black Dragon so decisively was because he had another plan. Yi Fan flipped the Black Dragon's face over, looked carefully twice, then quickly rubbed his own face. The next moment, Yi Fan's appearance had undergone a drastic change. At this moment, Yi Fan and the Black Dragon couldn't just be said to look alike, they were completely cast from the same mold. Putting on the baseball cap, even if the Black Dragon's parents came, they would be completely confused. Chapter 31, Quietly Watching Your Clumsy Performance. Yi Fan quickly tumbled over the Black Dragon's body, finding nothing except a simple contact phone. Yi Fan only found a small bottle containing some powder. Yi Fan held it up to his nose and smelled it, corpse-dissolving powder. Yi Fan was just thinking about how to deal with the black dragon's corpse. With this corpse-dissolving powder, it's perfect. Yi Fan gently poured some corpse-dissolving powder onto the black dragon's corpse. The next moment, under the corrosion of the powder, the black dragon's corpse instantly turned into a pool of liquid. Yi Fan quickly tidied up the room with a mop, put on a baseball cap, climbed out the window, and sneaked into the neighboring room where Yi Xiu was. In the next room, Yi Xiu was like a crazed beast, relentlessly tormenting the two girls accompanying her. The girl was tied with a dog leash, whipped from behind with a leather whip, forced to bark like a dog and crawl on the ground, as if venting all the pent-up frustration accumulated over the years. The girl's body was covered in bloody whip marks. "Big brother, please, don't do this anymore." These two girls originally thought they had hit the jackpot today. They believed that by serving Big Brother well, they could earn a substantial tip. But unexpectedly, Yi Xiu was so perverse and liked to play this kind of game. "Don't stop. Keep climbing, I paid for this." Yi Xiu hysterically waved the whip, ready to continue whipping, when a strong hand firmly grabbed Yi Xiu's wrist. "You two, get out." It was none other than Yi Fan who came in through the window. However, at this moment, Yi Fan's face had already changed to that of the black dragon. The two girls, upon hearing Yi Fan's words, felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly got up to leave the room. When Yi Xiu saw that it was Black Dragon who appeared, the anger on his face seemed to instantly subside a lot. "Big brother Black Dragon, has Yi Fan already been killed over there?" "Yes." Yi Fan responded without denial. "I'm a bit curious, as Yi Fan's older brother, why do you have to kill him?" Hearing that Yi Fan was already dead, Yi Xiu seemed to feel as if the air had become much more comfortable. "Big brother? What a joke. I've worked hard to serve the Yi family loyally. When have they ever treated me as a true member of the Yi family? Especially that old man of the Yi family. I've worked hard for so many years, yet he actually wants to hand the Yi family over to that scoundrel Yi Fan. If Yi Fan doesn't die, how can I control the Yi family? Is that so? If you want to control the Yi family, there are many other ways. You don't necessarily have to kill Yi Fan. I heard that Yi Fan has already married into the Su family and isn't very interested in controlling the Yi family anyway. Can't you leave some room for compromise?" Yi Fan continued to guide Yi Xiu to speak. Yi Xiu shook his head. If Yi Fan doesn't come back, or is still such a coward, maybe Yi Fan could have survived. But Yi Fan came back and actually ruined the marriage alliance between the Lin family and the Xian family at the Lin family banquet, then Yi Fan must die. If Yi Fan doesn't die, some people won't be able to sleep. So, this assassination attempt on Yi Fan was the Lin family's doing? Yi Fan frowned, wanting to dig deeper for useful information. 3 years ago, when the Yi family was attacked, do you know which families were involved? Back then, the attackers on the Yi family included the Lin family and the Zhou family from Yin City. At that time, there should have been no mercy. Those two old folks from the Yi family should have been killed completely, then there wouldn't be so many problems now. Yi Xiu stopped halfway through his sentence, suddenly alert, looking at Yi Fan and said, "Black Dragon. You're just an assassin from the Bloodclot sect, why are you asking so many questions?" Yi Xiu also realized that he had spoken too much just now. Some secrets should always rot in the heart and never be spoken out loud. Yi Fan knew that Yi Xiu definitely knew some things, but relying solely on Black Dragon, it probably wouldn't be enough to bluff it out. Rubbing his face for a while, Yi Fan returned to his original true appearance. "Yi Xiu, you really are my good big brother. Grandpa took you in back then, and this is how you repay him." "Ah, you are not Black Dragon he." Yi Xiu looked at Yi Fan with a shocked expression, full of disbelief. "Your strength has already recovered. Are you lying to us?" Yi Xiu suddenly understood. Yi Fan appearing before him in the form of a black dragon meant that the black dragon was most likely already dead. Yi Fan gave a cold smile. "You were originally so smart. If you sincerely assist the Yi family, it wouldn't be impossible for me to hand the Yi family over to you in the future." Yi Fan had Bailuo Shaiman behind him, and many other things to do. The small Yi family was just the starting point for Yi Fan. He really wouldn't spend too much effort managing the Yi family. Realizing that Heilong was already dead, Yi Xiu panicked for a few seconds, then immediately calmed down. You want me to wag my tail like a dog to you Yi family? I can't do that." While speaking, Yi Xiu retreated towards the window, trying to find a chance to escape. Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. "Big brother. For the sake of your years of dedication to the Yi family, I'll give you a chance. If you come forward to accuse the Lin family of attacking the Yi family, I'll spare your life. Previously, when talking to Heilong, Yi Fan might have been bluffing, but now towards Yi Xiu, Yi Fan was genuinely sincere, planning to spare Yi Xiu's life. After all, Yi Xiu was taken in and raised by grandpa. When you raise a dog for a long time, you inevitably develop some feelings for it. Spare my life? Ha! Yi Fan, you should focus on taking care of yourself. Even if your strength has recovered, so what? 3 years ago, they dared to make a move against the Yi family, and 3 years later, your Yi family still can't escape. Mid-sentence, Yi Xiu suddenly pulled out a desert eagle from his body and pulled the trigger at Yi Fan. Die. Bang! As the bullet was fired at Yi Fan, Yi Xiu flipped his body and quickly escaped out the window. Yi Xiu knew that if Yi Fan's strength had recovered, at such a close distance, his bullet wouldn't pose any threat to Yi Fan. So the gunshot just now was merely to buy himself a chance to escape. However, Yi Xiu still underestimated Yi Fan. Yi Fan sidestepped Yi Xiu's bullet with ease, his body flashing as he swiftly dashed towards Yi Xiu, grabbing Yi Xiu's neck from behind like catching a chick and pulling him back. I gave you a chance and you were useless, and now you want to leave. Do you think that's possible? Yi Fan had specifically told Yi Xiu yesterday to come along to pick up girls, just to give Yi Xiu a chance to make a move. Yi Fan had already revealed his strength in front of Yi Xiu, which meant that Yi Fan had no intention of letting Yi Xiu off today. Yi Xiu, caught by Yi Fan, still wanted to activate his chi to attack Yi Fan, but Yi Fan with just one slap nullified all of Yi Xiu's cultivation, throwing him to the ground like a dead dog. Since you also participated in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago, then I will make sure you suffer worse than death. Yi Fan stared coldly at Yi Xiu, then dialed Li Hu's number. Come over and help me detain someone. Tonight, we're going to stage a big show. Yi Fan did not kill Yi Xiu immediately but planned to hand him over to Li Hu to see if he could get some useful information. At the same time, Yi Fan would deliberately leak the news to let people know Yi Xiu was still alive, and would also intentionally expose the detention location. Yi Fan wanted to see if the Lin family and the Zhou family, knowing Yi Xiu was still alive, would come to rescue him or come to kill him to silence him. Chapter 32, Kneel down, learn to bark like a dog here, and crawl out. After Li Hu personally brought people over and took the unconscious Yi Xiu away from the scene, Yi Fan returned to his own room through the window. Yi Fan's intention in doing this was very clear, to avoid exposing himself as much as possible. A moment later, when Yi Fan came out of the room, the 10 girls he had brought in were all in disarray, lying sprawled on the sofa or bed, still completely unconscious. After Yi Fan left, several staff members went in and were instantly shocked by the scene. Damn! Is the eldest young master of the Yi family really this fierce? Not only could he handle 10 girls at once, but he also managed to knock them all out cold. Oh my god, I admit defeat. Even a donkey couldn't withstand that. If I get the chance next time, I must learn from young Master Yi properly. Black Dragon is missing, Yi Xiu is missing, but Yi Fan came out of the Overlord Club completely unharmed. The news quickly reached Lin Hua's side. Still can't get in touch with Yi Xiu. Can't reach Black Dragon either. Yes. In the Qilin family courtyard, a subordinate reported helplessly, our people clearly saw Yi Fan leave the Overlord Club, but they didn't see Yi Xiu come out. Lin Hua sat down on the chair in a panic. It's over. Heilong is most likely already dead. Immediately contact the blood-clothed sect and have them quickly come up with a plan. We must kill Yi Fan as soon as possible. Lin Hua was truly panicked. At the Lin family banquet, Yi Fan suddenly slapped him. At that time, Lin Hua only suspected that Yi Fan's strength had recovered. But now, with the Black Dragon of the blood-clothed sect making a move, Yi Fan survived, which can only mean that Yi Fan's strength is at least above that of the Black Dragon. Lin Hua rubbed his forehead, still not fully recovered, when his subordinate reported again, Master. The latest news just received is that Yi Xiu is not dead, but was captured by Yi Fan and is being prepared for interrogation. It is said that they want to investigate the attack on the Yi family back then. Ah. Lin Hua had another headache. Yi Xiu was indeed an important insider in the attack on the Yi family back then. Although Yi Xiu did not know much about the bigger plan, he clearly knew that the Lin family had indeed made a move. If Yi Xiu were alive and testified against the Lin family, the Yi family would definitely go all out against the Lin family. Although plans are underway to continue attacking the Yi family, before the Yi family is destroyed, they are fully capable of wiping out the Lin family first. Quick! Immediately mobilize all forces to investigate where Yi Xiu is being held. We must rescue him before he can speak. If we cannot rescue him, then make sure he cannot speak. As Lin Hua spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture to his subordinates. Beside Lin Hua, Lin Dong nodded, "Second uncle, I'll take responsibility for this matter. My people just reported that they saw Yi Xiu being taken away by Li Hu. We should soon find out where he is being held. I will make sure he cannot speak." Leaving the Overlord Club, Yi Fan felt somewhat heavy-hearted. 3 years ago, the attack on the Yi family finally had some clues. But things seemed much more complicated than he had imagined. Yi Fan had previously thought it was just the Lin family acting alone, but now it seemed that besides the Lin family, there was also the Zhou family, and from Yi Xiu's words, besides these two families, there were obviously others as well. The forces capable of simultaneously mobilizing power to attack both Bailiuoshimen and the Yi family definitely were not ordinary people. But who exactly is it? They attacked both the Yi family and Bailiuoshimen at the same time. What exactly do they want to do? Back in his own car, Yi Fan glanced at the text message on his phone. 1 p.m., private room on the 8th floor of Yun City Grand Hotel. This is a text message Su Yun sent to Yi Fan. Last night Su Yun asked Yi Fan to show up and intimidate. Now looking at the time, it's about right. Yi Fan quickly drove towards Yun City Grand Hotel. Yi Fan killed Zhou Tao last night, and that was entirely because Zhou Tao wanted to kill the junior female disciple. Yi Fan never expected that the Zhou family was also one of those who took action against the Yi family. So Zhou Tao's death is not regrettable at all. In a private room on the 8th floor of Yun City Grand Hotel, Su Yun sat on one side of the sofa, while opposite her sat an old man in a grey robe, none other than Ling Tian, the steward of the Zhou family. "Su Yun, you know the situation. It's not that our Zhou family wants to deal with you, but the eldest young master of the Su family has issued a death order and won't leave you any way out. Ling Tian put on a hypocritical expression, "So, don't make things difficult for me. Sign it. Transfer all your Yun City properties to the eldest young master. I can give you 1 day to escape and leave Yun City." Su Yun looked at Ling Tian anxiously. Although she didn't know martial arts, Su Yun knew that this steward of the Zhou family was very powerful, reportedly already at the half-step grandmaster level. This time, the Zhou family sent Ling Tian to the front because they had firmly decided to seize the last bit of property in Su Chan's hands. This is the last bit of life-saving property that Su Chan's mother left to her. If even this little bit is taken away by them, then Su Chan really has no way to survive. Ling Tian, this is an internal matter of the Su family. I advise you not to get involved. No matter how the young master and Su Chan quarrel, they are siblings. Are you sure you will have a good outcome? Su Yun kept glancing toward the door. Didn't Yi Fan promise to come yesterday to intimidate them? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Siblings. Su Yun, don't you find it ridiculous? She's just a half-sister with the same father. You know the young master's attitude toward Su Chan, he wishes she were dead sooner. The young master has told everyone that whoever kills Su Chan will be rewarded 5 million. Tell me, how long do you think Su Chan can survive? Ling Tian looked at Su Yun with a sinister smile. Since Su Chan has given you full power of attorney, will you sign or not? As he spoke, Ling Tian pushed the contract in front of Su Yun. You are forcibly taking this, I will not sign. Su Yun looked at the amount on the contract and was about to lose her mind. 250 yuan. Su Yun couldn't understand why the eldest young master was so determined to wipe her out completely. Su Yun, you refuse the wine but accept the punishment. Someone, help Miss Su Yun. Ling Tian shouted at a few subordinates nearby. Several burly men immediately stepped forward, reaching out to grab Su Yun, preparing to pin her down on the table and force her to sign. The Zhou family came to Yun City this time, originally just planning to go through the motions. Of course, they would not negotiate normally with Su Yun and the others. You. Su Yun wanted to scold, but as a weak woman facing these strong men, she was completely powerless. You are looking for death. A cold shout suddenly came from the doorway, and a young man strode into the room without any hesitation, punching the two experts beside Su Yun squarely in the chest with both fists. Bang! Bang! After 2 dull thuds, the 2 burly men were immediately flung sideways, crashing into the wall and leaving a dent as if a photo had been embedded into the wall. The 2 burly men spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood, then slowly slid down the wall to the ground. It was none other than Yi Fan who came. But at this moment, Yi Fan had already changed his appearance to look like Yi Juntian from the black market. When Yi Fan helped Su Yun up, Su Yun looked puzzled. You, who are you? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Let me introduce myself, I am young master Yi Juntian, a friend of Yi Fan. Today, Yi Fan asked me to come and help. While speaking, Yi Fan shamelessly sized up Ling Tian in front of him. A half-step Grandmaster trash, showing off here. Are you Yi Juntian? Upon hearing Yi Juntian's name, a trace of caution appeared on Ling Tian's face. Yi Juntian killed the Grandmaster expert Tian Kuei in the Yun City black market, and this news has already spread throughout Yun City. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Ling Tian is very clear that the reason Tian Kuei attacked the Yi family is because the Lin family was behind it, pushing things forward, and of course, the Zhou family is also involved. While the Lin and Zhou families were still fully investigating who Yi Juntian was, Ling Tian never expected that Yi Juntian had already appeared right in front of him. Looks like you already know me. Then this matter is easy to handle. Yi Fan said with a sinister glare at Ling Tian, I've protected Su Yun and Royal Number 1. You, kneel down, learn to bark like a dog here, and crawl out. You, how dare you? Ling Tian's face changed drastically, staring at Yi Fan with a serious expression. Kid, everyone has heard that you killed the master expert Tian Kuei, but you have to understand, this is no longer the era of one-on-one fights. No matter how strong you are alone, can you really fight 10? 100? Do you think I came to Yun City today without any preparation? Bang bang. Ling Tian clapped his hands once at the doorway. Crash. The next moment, countless burly men suddenly surged in from outside the door, each holding an enhanced steel crossbow, with their arrows locked tightly onto Yi Fan. Kid, you've never experienced the feeling of being pierced by 1,000 arrows, right? Now, if you make a single wrong move, I guarantee you won't leave here standing. Ling Tian stared at Yi Fan with a smug look. These enhanced steel crossbows have been modified by experts. Although ineffective against masters above the martial sovereign level, even for grandmasters, before they have cultivated their energy, these still pose a deadly threat. 1 can still be dodged, 2, 4 or 5 are no big deal, but facing hundreds of steel crossbows firing at once, it's unlikely that Yi Juntian can withstand it, right? Ling Tian is betting, just like Yan Shuangying is betting that your gun has no bullets. Ling Tian bet that Yi Fan, at such a young age, already had strength at the Grandmaster level that was monstrously extraordinary, making it completely impossible for him to advance beyond the martial sovereign rank. Chapter 33 Only children make choices. Now, you have 2 choices. Ling Tian stepped forward and slapped Yi Fan's cheek. First, continue to side with Su Yun, then I will immediately order you all to be pierced by 1,000 arrows. By then, Royal Number 1 will still be ours. As for the second one, young man, you are so young yet your strength is terrifying. Why not join us? I will definitely recommend you to the higher-ups and get you a position that will satisfy you. You will also receive very abundant cultivation resources to further accelerate your cultivation. How about it? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. From Ling Tian's words, Yi Fan heard a key word. Higher-ups? That means there are people above the Zhou family. Oh. Steward Ling, when you say higher-ups, do you mean the Su family in the capital? Ling Tian sneered coldly, the Su family? Ha! Although the Su family is powerful, they are not qualified to command our Zhou family or prestigious families like the Lin family. The higher-ups I mentioned are 100 times more powerful than them. So, young Master Yi, have you considered it? Seeing that Yi Fan seemed interested, Ling Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. If he could recruit such a genius prodigy, he would surely receive a generous reward from above. If I have enough elixirs and the support of other martial skills and techniques, I can definitely break through the master level in one go. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold, no need to think about it. Only children make choices. Then what does young Master Yi mean? Ling Tian was very cautious, and as he spoke, he had already retreated behind a group of burly men. My meaning is very simple, kill all of you. Yi Fan's murderous aura began to surge recklessly, radiating outward from himself. Attack! Kill him! Sensing Yi Fan's movement, Ling Tian immediately shouted at all the archers around him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless crossbow bolts shot out fiercely from less than 10 meters away from Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not panicked at all, break it for me. Yi Fan shouted wildly, a punch carrying a shocking aura smashed into the void. Woo woo! The powerful aura seemed to tear the air apart, emitting a wailing sound in the sky. Just as those enhanced crossbow bolts were about to shoot at Su Yun and Yi Fan, a flash of despair passed through Su Yun's eyes. Watch out! Su Yun didn't expect that Ling Tian had actually prepared so many contingencies and arranged so many archers in advance. If I had known this, I shouldn't have asked Yi Fan to intervene. Now Yi Fan's friends are all going to suffer because of it. But in the next moment. 2 meters in front of Yi Fan and Su Yun, a visible air barrier appeared, as if infinite power was fluctuating inside, forcibly blocking all the crossbow bolts ahead. Due to the strong resistance blocking them, the tails of those crossbow bolts trembled violently, consuming their own impact force. It took a full 3 seconds before all the crossbow bolts completely stopped. At this moment, the scene before their eyes looked somewhat strange. Countless crossbow bolt tips all pointed at Yi Fan and Su Yun, but it was as if they were grabbed by invisible hands, suspended in the air in the room, unable to move forward or fall. Gang Qi. Heaven. You actually cultivated Gang Qi. Your strength is above the martial sovereign. How is this possible? Impossible. Ling Tian looked at the air barrier in front of Yi Fan, his pupils dilated in surprise, completely forgetting that he should have run away immediately. On the path of martial arts, to cultivate Gang Qi, one must at least break through to above the martial sovereign level. At that realm, the control over power and Qi energy reaches a whole new level of understanding. Ordinary steel crossbows can cause no harm to martial sovereign experts. In fact, even the bullets, if the distance is too far, cannot cause any damage. Humph. Impossible, that's just because you haven't seen it. Yi Fan snorted coldly through his nostrils, and a violent surge of energy erupted in his hands. The crossbow bolts suspended in the air instantly reversed their paths and shot fiercely back at the archers. Pft. Pft. Without exception, those archers were either killed on the spot or severely wounded and collapsed. In just a few seconds, all those murderous archers had already fallen to the ground. In the entire room, the only ones standing were Yi Fan, Su Yun, and Ling Tian. Su Yun covered her mouth, looking at Yi Fan with a face full of shock. Yi Fan's friend, Yi Juntian, was actually so powerful. Not only did he knock down so many people by himself, but it also seemed like he hadn't used his full strength. This. Ling Tian felt his legs trembling. If Yi Juntian only had strength above the Grandmaster realm, Ling Tian believed he still had the ability to fight. But now, with the power Yi Fan displayed above the martial sovereign level, Ling Tian didn't even think about escaping. Escape? Without even reaching the level of a Grandmaster, it's simply impossible to escape from a martial sovereign expert. Boss. I was wrong. Thud. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian directly knelt down in front of Yi Fan. A true hero doesn't suffer immediate losses. Ling Tian was very cunning, no matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. Keeping a dog's life is much better than dying outright. Hee hee. Are you still going to sign the Royal No. 1 contract? Yi Fan sat down on the sofa, looking at Ling Tian calmly. This Ling Tian seemed to have some information, so he needed to ask carefully. Not signing. Not signing. Ling Tian hurriedly waved his hand. I was blind and failed to recognize a great person. I apologize to Miss Su, I was wrong. Ling Tian kept apologizing while continuously kowtowing. Damn it. This contract, whoever wants to sign it can sign it, but I absolutely will never do this life-risking thing again. I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will consider letting you off. Yi Fan stared intently at Ling Tian. Since he hadn't gotten complete information from Yi Xiu before, Yi Fan wanted to learn more from Ling Tian. Ask away, boss, I will tell you everything I know. Ling Tian was somewhat overjoyed. Did he still have a chance to live? But what he didn't know was that in Yi Fan's heart, their death sentences had long been decided. Because 3 years ago, they actually dared to besiege the Yi family. Causing all of Yi Fan's uncles and elders to die in battle, nearly wiping out the entire family. How could Yi Fan possibly let such enemies go? 3 years ago, besides the Zhou family and the Lin family, who else participated in the attack on the Yi family? Yi Fan's first question almost made Ling Tian jump up. Ah. Boss, why are you suddenly asking this question? Ling Tian looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Yi Fan's appearance was that of Yi Juntian. Ling Tian was very curious. Yi Juntian was just Yi Fan's friend, so why was he so interested in matters concerning the Yi family? The key point is about the Yi family, both past and present, everyone treats it as a taboo topic. Clear orders have been issued from above, telling everyone to talk less about the Yi family. Besides, Ling Tian himself didn't know much. Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Yi Fan was a bit impatient. He stepped forward and grabbed Ling Tian's neck, channeling his energy through Ling Tian's meridians into his body, impacting Ling Tian's internal organs and sealing various vital acupoints within him. Ling Tian suddenly felt that his body was out of control. His strength as a half-step grandmaster was like that of an ant in Yi Fan's hands. It is estimated that if Yi Fan just lightly moves his finger, Ling Tian would probably die on the spot. Is the power of a martial sovereign really that terrifying? Big boss, have mercy. I say. Chapter 34, Spare Your Life. When did I ever say that? The attack 3 years ago, our Zhou family, including the Lin family, all received the news suddenly. At that time, the one who contacted us was someone from the royal family. We were all masked, and apart from the Lin family, which we knew about, I don't know anything else. Ling Tian was truly terrified and told Yi Fan everything he knew. Although it didn't sound like useful information, there was one thing Yi Fan was sure of. The royal family has also taken action against the Yi family. After all, the Yi family commands 800,000 Tianlong troops who only recognize the Yi banner. The royal family does not trust the Yi family. At that time, Yi Fan was training at Bailiuoshimen. If he returned, with his strong skills and the backing of Bailiuoshimen, the combined power of the Yi family and Bailiuoshimen would surely elevate their influence to a whole new level. So the royal family took action. Besides the royal family, who are the people you mentioned above? Yi Fan gathered information from Yi Xiu, Ling Tian, and others, and it seemed that the great Xia royal family was not the ultimate force behind the scenes. Boss. I really don't know much about this. They are very mysterious, coming without a trace and leaving without a shadow, and, it is said that they cannot be killed. We call them divine envoys, and our families are responsible for carrying out their orders. Divine envoys? They can't be killed. Heh. Yi Fan certainly does not believe in any ghosts or gods. But the so-called divine envoy should have already touched upon the truth of the matter. Why are they so insanely targeting the Yi family? According to Ling Tian, the Lin family, Zhou family, and those clans that took action 3 years ago seem to be planning to strike the Yi family again. So, what Yi Fan must do now is to eliminate them before they make a move. Boss. Look, I've told you everything I know. Can you please spare my life? Ling Tian looked at Yi Fan with a flattering expression, desperately hoping Yi Fan would let him go. Bark like a dog and crawl out. Yi Fan said coldly. Ling Tian immediately felt as if he had been granted a great pardon, using both hands and feet to quickly crawl toward the door. Just as he was about to reach the door, a surge of energy flowed through Yi Fan's ankle, and a crossbow bolt shot out, piercing Ling Tian's heart and pinning him to the ground. Ling Tian, unable to believe it, turned around with difficulty and looked at Yi Fan, saying, "You. Boss, didn't you say you'd spare my life? How come? Did I say that? When did I say that?" Yi Fan sneered coldly, causing Ling Tiankai to spit blood on the spot and immediately collapse. Su Yun in the room was still stunned. Yi Fan reached out and patted Su Yun's shoulder, saying, "All right. The matter has been handled. Can you manage the rest of this situation?" "Ah. Yes, I can handle it." Su Yun responded and came back to her senses, saying, "Thank you, boss." A year ago, Su Yun followed Su Chan, fleeing from the capital all the way to Yun City to escape assassination, and then established a foothold there. She was not as fragile as she appeared on the surface, being able to support Royal No. 1 naturally meant she had some skills. Although Yi Fan currently had the appearance of Yi Juntian, when Su Yun got close to him, she always felt a familiar aura emanating from this handsome guy. Yi Fan ignored Su Yun and strode away from the Yun City Grand Hotel. After today's events, Yi Fan was certain in his heart that the girl Chu Yen was definitely his junior sister. Actually, whether the little junior sister admits it or not is no longer important. Because the people behind the little junior sister are also involved in the attack on Bailiuoshimen and the Yi family back then. Whether it is for the little junior sister or for the Yi family, Yi Fan will kill them all. Perhaps, by that time, without any reservations, the little junior sister will meet him without any worries. Yi Fan drove away from Royal No. 1 clubhouse and happened to pass by the Yi Group building. Yi Fan suddenly thought of a problem. Now that Yi Xiu had been taken down by himself, such a huge Yi Group suddenly faced a very serious issue. That is, after Yi Xiu was taken down, who would continue to manage Yi Group? If not, we can only call Jack and the others to help manage. But they each had their own matters, and besides, they were not from Daxiao. Yi Fan always felt a bit uneasy about this, but where else could he find such suitable candidates? Yi Fan casually found a place to eat. After finishing the meal, it was already afternoon. Yi Fan had promised Su Qingru to go to school and accompany her to dance, and by calculating the time, it was about right. Yi Fan suddenly realized that since returning as the eldest son of the Yi family, he seemed to be much busier than before. I still miss the days when I used to hang out at the club every day. Yi Fan drove towards Yun City University. Chief Ling Tian was killed, and the Zhou family in the provincial city immediately received the news. What? Su Yun and that little bitch Su Chan actually hired someone to kill Chief Ling Tian. Chief Ling Tian was about to break through to become a grandmaster-level expert. In the Zhou family courtyard in the provincial city, the head of the family, Zhou Ming, looked shocked as he stared at the news reported by his subordinates, almost jumping out of his seat. In the Zhou family, Chief Ling Tian was the top expert second only to the Zhou family patriarch. It looks like the Zhou family is about to have 2 grandmaster experts in the clan, and by then, the Zhou family will be well positioned to firmly hold the top spot as the #1 family in the southwest. But now, at this critical moment, Ling Tian has actually been killed. According to the information sent back from below, the one who killed Chief Steward Ling Tian is that young man named Yi Juntian. Why is it that cursed guy again? Zhou Ming frowned tightly upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Yi Juntian's name has already entered their sight. In Yun City, the master expert Tian Kuei, who was preparing to make a move against the Yi family, was killed by Yi Juntian. Now the chief steward of the Zhou family, Ling Tian, has also died at the hands of Yi Juntian. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Family head, now the eldest young master is also unreachable. Could it be that? Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. Actually, last night, in the middle of the night, Zhou Ming felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, always sensing that something bad was about to happen. Now, with this kind of tip from his subordinates, Zhou Ming's bad feeling is becoming more and more obvious. His own son, Zhou Tao, is probably already in grave danger. But Zhou Ming still didn't believe it. Don't talk nonsense. Send someone immediately to find him. If he's alive, we want to see him. If he's dead, we want to see the body. After scolding his subordinates, Zhou Ming paced back and forth in the room. In the end, he decided to report the situation to the Su family in the capital. Although the eldest young master would definitely punish them, the current situation was beyond what the Zhou family could handle. Eldest young master, something happened in Yin City. The person we Zhou family sent was killed by Su Yun and that little brat Su Chan, and my son also. Failed to complete the task assigned by you. Please punish him. Zhou Ming suppressed his anger and respectfully reported to the person on the other end of the phone. At this moment, in the Su family of the capital, eldest young master Su Hao calmly listened to the phone. Oh. My sister actually has such formidable skills. Su Hao showed no concern about the deaths in the Zhou family. I know the situation. You didn't retrieve what I wanted. It seems I can't rely on you. Don't bother with the Yun City matter anymore. Cooperate with the Gu cult's actions. I will arrange someone else for Yun City. If necessary, I will go there personally. Hanging up the phone, Su Hao twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at the falling leaves outside the window, and said coldly, Grandpa. If you want to hand that thing over to Su Chan, I will definitely not let you have your way. Humph. I'll keep you hanging for a while. Once I get that thing, I will surely send you off peacefully. Someone. Please have Qin Xiao from the Holy Land come over, I have important matters to discuss. Maybe I need to make a trip to Yun City. Su Hao muttered to himself, Yi Juntian. You also have the surname Yi. I really want to see what kind of ability you have to dare ruin my good plans. If a grandmaster can't deal with you, then a martial sovereign expert from the Holy Land, I hope you can still hold on. Chapter 35 Beautiful Young Married Woman. Yun City, Yi Fan drove to Yun City University and parked the car in the parking lot. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful young woman holding a child, rushing quickly towards the parking lot. After the young woman put the child into the car, she hurriedly started the vehicle, but carelessly crashed the car into a flower bed. The front of the car was completely crushed, smoke started to rise, and it could no longer start. The young woman was almost in tears, opened the car door, and took the little girl out of the car. Seeing Yi Fan just getting out of the car, she hurried over and pleaded with him, Hello. Please, can you do me a favor? My daughter suddenly has a fever and lost consciousness, even foaming at the mouth. Could you please take me to the hospital? The young woman was so anxious that tears were about to stream down her face. Sister, don't panic yet. Let me check the child first. I'm also a doctor, I can help. Yi Fan comforted the young woman, reached out to feel the little girl's pulse, and immediately felt reassured. Sister, quickly, put the child in the car, I'll give him an injection. At this moment, the young woman was so anxious that she had lost all composure and could only follow Yi Fan's instructions. Her name was Chiu Wan, a lecturer at Yun City University, raising her daughter alone. Because I have to attend class and can't bring my daughter along, I can only leave her at home and watch the child through the surveillance. She only realized after class just now that her daughter had fainted in the dormitory at some unknown time, which is why she was so panicked. After Qilin settled the little girl, Yifan took silver needles from his body and quickly stabbed several major acupuncture points on the little girl. Tai 8 needles. This is the unique skill of Bailyoshaiman, which can either take a life or save one. When Yifan was applying the acupuncture technique, he channeled his own energy through the needle tip into the little girl's body. After just a few dozen seconds, the girl who was still twitching slightly had calmed down, her pale face regained color, and the foam at her mouth stopped. Cough, cough. 2 minutes later, the little girl coughed lightly, gradually waking up, looked at the young woman, and said sweetly, "Mom, why am I here?" The 3-year-old little girl, with that fragile voice, instantly broke Qilwan's defenses. She immediately hugged the girl tightly. "Cece, you scared Mom to death. Mom thought she was about to lose you just now." The little girl's condition just now was really terrifying: convulsions, foaming at the mouth, high fever, and unconsciousness. If a child is like this and not treated properly, they could die. "Sis. Don't worry anymore. Cece's high fever and convulsions just now were caused by a cold, along with some complications. I just used acupuncture and have already resolved it." Actually, what Yifan didn't say was that the little girl's condition was much more complicated than what he mentioned. She showed signs of food poisoning, and Yifan had just checked and found that the little girl also seemed to have some congenital diseases. If it weren't for meeting Yifan just now, and the fact that Yifan knew the Tai 8 needles technique, I'm afraid that even if she were sent to the hospital, this little girl wouldn't have been saved. "Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have known what to do." Qilin held the little girl, her body staggering slightly, half from running too hard and the other half from being scared stiff. Yifan smiled slightly. "No need to thank me, I just did it on the spot. Where do you live? I'll take you back, and I can also give the little girl a massage, write a prescription, and help stabilize her condition afterward." "Ah. Thank you so much. It's at the faculty dormitory over by the school. I'm really sorry to trouble you like this." Although Qilin wanted to refuse, her body was really starting to give out. Moreover, Yifan said he would also give Cece a massage and write a prescription, so Qilin had even less reason to refuse. When Yifan was carrying Cece and walking towards the dormitory with Qilin, they exchanged names. Yifan also learned that Qilin taught business management courses at the school and had previously worked at a large company. "Sister Wan, you said you used to be a vice president at Alibaba Group?" Yifan looked at Qilin in surprise. "Then why did you stop working there and become a teacher instead? Isn't our own company in dire need of talent? Did you encounter this just now?" "Yes, after I graduated from graduate school, I was quite lucky to meet an older sister who took me under her wing and introduced me to the industry, even pushing me to such a high position. It's just a pity that later I met that scumbag. Then I got pregnant, and when I went back, there was no opportunity left. When I tried other companies, as soon as they heard I was going to have a child, they all rejected me. Helpless, I had no choice but to come teach at the school." Yifan stared at Qilwan's narration, but from Qilwan's eyes, Yifan could see that she was actually unwilling to accept it. "Sister Wan, if I invite you to my company to help me with management, would you be willing?" Yifan said seriously to Qilwan. Qilwan stopped in her tracks and glanced up and down at Yifan. "You?" It was obvious that Qilwan was somewhat suspicious of Yifan. Yifan looked to be just in his early 20s, and at such a young age, he was already very skilled in medicine, had his own group company, and was so handsome. Heaven is just too unfair. "What? You don't believe me?" Yifan turned his head to look at Qilwan. "I really do have a company. My general manager fell ill yesterday, and now I'm worried about finding a suitable person for the position. Sister Wan, look, I can allow you to bring your child to work, and all other conditions are negotiable." Qilwan looked at Yifan's serious face, which didn't seem like he was lying, especially when Yifan said she could bring her child along, which made Qilwan very tempted. Now Cece is still a bit young and can only start kindergarten in September. In the next few months, Qilwan can't keep Cece locked at home alone all the time. I'll think about it first. After what happened today, Qilwan clearly didn't want Cece to stay home alone like that, but she was still a bit uneasy. On one hand, Yifan was so young. Was this just a passing fancy? Another thing is, Qilwan has been away from her post for so long that she is not even sure if she can still keep up with the times. Yifan was not in a hurry, but from Qilwan's words, Yifan could sense that Qilwan is a capable and reliable woman. This is the talent I need. Sooner or later, I will win her over. Following Qilin back home, it was a simple staff dormitory, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The room was not large, but it was tidied up very clean and bright, with several potted green plants placed on the balcony. Just by glancing once, Yi Fan became even more certain that the one Jia in front of him was the person he was looking for. After placing Cece on the bed, Yi Fan gave her a massage. Cece's complexion improved significantly in all aspects, and Yi Fan was also using his own energy to nourish Cece's meridians. If nothing unexpected happened, Cece would be fine. After the massage, Cece fell asleep directly on the bed. Yi Fan and Qilin came out of the bedroom and gently closed the door. Is there paper and a pen? Yi Fan asked Qilin, because Yi Fan was about to accompany Su Qingru to a dance party and had no time to help pick up the medicine, so he could only write down the prescription for Qilin to get it herself. Yes. Qilin quickly found paper and a pen on the desk and bent over across the coffee table to hand them to Yi Fan. Qilin was wearing a blue dress, although the neckline at the chest was not large. When she bent over like this, the cleavage was fully exposed before Yi Fan's eyes. Very white. Very big. And it is filled with a kind of gentle warmth, with a faint fragrance entering Yi Fan's nose. There is the scent of soap inside, along with a woman's unique fragrance. Following Yi Fan's gaze, Qilin also realized her situation, her face blushing with embarrassment, and she let out a coquettish sound. She hurriedly reached out to cover the view in front of her chest, then turned around flusteredly and said, Yi Fan, are you thirsty? I'll pour you a glass of water. Chapter 36, Beating Up the Ex-Husband Brother. Am I thirsty? Yi Fan was stunned. It's not that I'm thirsty, it's that you think I'm thirsty. Yi Fan made a bold stroke and quickly wrote down a prescription on the paper, 3 qian of aconite, 2 qian of realgar. Yi Fan had just finished writing a prescription when Qilin brought over a glass of water and handed it to Yi Fan. Although Qilin had just tidied her clothes, unfortunately, her assets were indeed too abundant, and with a slight bend, they popped out again. This made Qilin blush deeply. But when I think that Yi Fan just saved my daughter's life, letting him take a look doesn't seem like a big deal. Thinking of this, Qilin was blushing all over, but she did not reach out to cover the beauty on her chest. Such a hesitant yet inviting attitude made the atmosphere in the whole room somewhat alluring. If this continues, Yi Fan is afraid something will happen. The unique charm of the young married woman is truly deadly. Knock knock knock. Just at that moment, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Hearing the urgent knocking, Qilin's face instantly turned pale, seeming very nervous. She looked at Yi Fan, hesitated several times, and finally said, Yi Fan, sorry. Could you hide for a moment? Hide. Yi Fan was directly stunned, he clearly hadn't done anything. So why did he need to hide? I know this is very bad. But the one coming is my ex-husband. Although we are divorced, he always comes to ask me for money. If he sees you here, he might even try to hurt you. Qilin told Yi Fan with a face full of despair, her eyes filled with pain. Seeing Qilin, who was originally such a happy and loving person, being tormented by life like this, Yi Fan felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy in his heart. Sister Wan, it's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Yi Fan reached out and held Qilin in his arms, patting her back twice. Qilin was momentarily dazed, feeling Yi Fan's warm and broad embrace, along with his charming scent. She felt her long silent heart seem to stir once again. But Qilin quickly came to her senses. What was she daydreaming about? Yi Fan was so young, she was 6 or 7 years older than him. It was possible that Yi Fan was still a student at Yun City University. Still a little puppy, how could he have such evil thoughts himself? While Qilin was momentarily distracted, Yi Fan had already reached the door and was about to open it. No. Qilin wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Yi Fan had opened the door. The moment the door opened, a tattooed man reeking of alcohol almost stumbled in. Seeing Yi Fan, the man was clearly stunned for a moment, then started cursing loudly, all right. Qilin, you shameless bitch, I was wondering why you hadn't opened the door for so long. Turns out you were secretly keeping a gigolo at home. Don't you have any shame? You won't let me sleep, yet you pretend to be pure. The man had no reason at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, he started slandering Qilin. Smack. Yi Fan did not tolerate the man, raised his hand and slapped the man's face, causing the man to stagger and hit his head against the wall with a thud, instantly swelling up a big bump. Damn. You hit me. Kid, how dare you hit me? The man waved his fists, wanting to attack Yi Fan, but seeing Yi Fan's sharp gaze, he felt a bit intimidated, so he could only continue to act wildly towards Qiu Wan. Stinky woman, still saying I'm messing around. Look at you, you're not much better. Your daughter is still at home, and you can't even hold back in broad daylight. Qiu Wan walked over to Yi Fan looking pale, hurriedly explaining to the man, no, Zhao Hong, listen to me, we are not. Qiu Wan wanted to continue speaking, but Yi Fan directly interrupted her, what do you mean, not? You guessed right, Wan and I are now boyfriend and girlfriend. You are already divorced. Qiu Wan dating a boyfriend, what business is it of yours? Ah. Once again being held around her slim waist by Yi Fan, Qiu Wan felt her whole body burning, almost melting into Yi Fan's embrace. Yi Fan's embrace seemed magical, although she had only been held twice, Qiu Wan was hopelessly infatuated. Zhao Hong looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping up directly from the ground. What? Qiu Wan, you actually dare to have a boyfriend without my permission? You actually dare to have a boyfriend? Zhao Hong looked as if her beloved toy had been snatched away. She glanced around, grabbed a chair nearby, and threw it at Yi Fan. Kid, how dare you steal my wife? I'll fight you to the death. Be careful. Don't. A trace of fear appeared in Qiu Wan's eyes, but seeing Yi Fan about to get hurt, she resolutely tried to step forward to block it. Over all these years, although the two had been divorced for several years, whenever Zhao Hong got drunk, she would come to Qiu Wan asking for money and even resorted to violence. Qiu Wan was terrified of being beaten. It will be fine. Yi Fan said calmly to Qiu Wan, then held Qiu Wan and dodged to the side by about 2 feet. Then Yi Fan delivered a whip kick, sweeping across Zhao Hong's stomach. Bang! Zhao Hong had no chance to dodge at all, she was directly knocked flying, crashing hard against the door frame, then fell to the ground. She struggled several times but couldn't get up. Yi Fan stepped forward, stomped on Zhao Hong's face, and said coldly, this is the first and last warning. Remember, from today on, Sister Wan is my woman. If you dare to harass her again, I will break both your legs. The strength Yi Fan displayed was already enough to intimidate Zhao Hong. But seeing Qiu Wan being taken away like this, Zhao Hong was still unwilling to give up. Kid. I advise you to be sensible. Do you know who I hang out with? My big brother is Hu Yi. If you dare to mess with me, Hu Yi will make sure you never see the sun tomorrow. Hu Yi. Li Hu. Yi Fan smiled faintly, is that so? You might as well give Li Hu a call and see if he dares to lay a finger on me. By the way, my name is Yi Fan. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come on, make the call. Yi Fan took out the phone from Zhao Hong and handed it to her, signaling her to dial. Yi Fan's action left Zhao Hong dumbfounded. I don't dare. Zhao Hong felt a bit scared. From Yi Fan's gaze, she saw a strong murderous intent. From this, it was clear that Yi Fan had really killed someone. If she really angered Yi Fan and he killed her, wouldn't everything be completely ruined? Not fighting. Then if you don't fight, I'll hit you. Yi Fan channeled a burst of energy through his ankle, and immediately the impact made Zhao Hong's head feel like it was about to explode. I'll hit. Zhao Hong tremblingly dialed the phone and said into it, Master Hu, this is Zhao Hong. Today I encountered a tough character, he said his name is Yi Fan, and that you don't dare to lay a finger on him. Bastard, who are you talking about? Yi Fan, is he a young man? Your grandpa, don't say I know you, prepare your coffin and pray for your own good luck. After confirming Yi Fan's information, Master Hu immediately hung up the phone, but the meaning was clear, Zhao Hong had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Hearing the busy signal on the phone, Zhao Hong panicked completely and hurriedly begged Yi Fan, Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me, I really was wrong, I will never provoke Qiu Wan again. Please just let me go like a fart. Chapter 37 I want Big Brother to be my dad. Zhao Hong was not stupid, from Hu Ye's meaning, Zhao Hong understood very clearly that Hu Ye would probably kneel when he saw Yi Fan. To actually think you have a long life and provoke Yi Fan, isn't that just asking for trouble? Let you go. Then I'll ask you a few questions to see if your answers satisfy me. Yi Fan looked at Zhao Hong with a sinister smile and said, Can Sister Wan date freely now? Yes. I absolutely won't interfere anymore. Great. Then I'll go in and sleep with Sister Wan now, do you have any objections? Yi Fan kills people and also wants to punish their hearts. Pfft. Zhao Hong felt as if her heart had been stabbed hard, no objections. Damn it. What use is it if I have objections? I don't even dare to say anything. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Qiu Wan's face blushed deeply again. While Qiu Wan watched Zhao Hong's expression from the side, she felt a peculiar sense of revenge satisfaction in her heart. At the same time, she also felt a bit of contempt, thinking, aren't you supposed to be capable? You only know how to hit women, and you chicken out when you see someone stronger. Yi Fan glanced at Qiu Wan, then looked at the bedroom door. Cici was still sleeping over there. Although Yi Fan really wanted to cripple such a scumbag, for Cici's sake, he decided to let him off. He sighed deeply and said, this time, for the sake of Sister Wan and Cici, I'll let you off. But if there is a next time, be prepared to spend the rest of your life in bed. Yi Fan released Zhao Hong and reached out to pat her. Zhao Hong immediately felt as if she had been pardoned, almost scrambling to escape from there. The fierce killing intent on Yi Fan was so overwhelming that Zhao Hong could barely breathe. Moreover, Yi Fan's gaze was terrifying, almost piercing through one's soul. Just as Zhao Hong was about to leave the room, Yi Fan suddenly grabbed her shoulder. Wait a moment. While speaking, Yi Fan took a pill from his body and directly stuffed it into Zhao Hong's mouth, then patted her hand, making Zhao Hong swallow it on the spot. What did you give me to eat? Zhao Hong looked at Yi Fan with a terrified expression, her intuition telling her that what Yi Fan gave her was definitely not something good. It's nothing, just a poison pill. If you dare to harass Sister Wan and her daughter again, it will be the moment you die from the poison. Yi Fan had just made this decision suddenly. For someone like Zhao Hong, he couldn't be too careless and decided to add an extra layer of insurance. Put a poison inside Zhao Hong's body to intimidate him. Although in reality, Yi Fan only gave Zhao Hong an ordinary detox pill, which also serves to detoxify, at most causing a few days of diarrhea. But Yi Fan knew that people like Zhao Hong are extremely selfish, they would rather believe it exists than take the risk. Boss, I. Zhao Hong was almost in tears. This completely shattered his hopes. Originally, Zhao Hong still held on to the fantasy of finding a chance to come back and bother Qiu Wan, but now that Yi Fan had put a poison inside him, how could Zhao Hong dare to act recklessly? What? You still want to stay for dinner? I have plenty of this poison here. How about you try some more? When Yi Fan saw that Zhao Hong still had no intention of leaving, he immediately took out a large pile of pills. Zhao Hong was so scared that her whole body trembled and she almost rolled down the stairs. After Zhao Hong left, Qiu Wan finally relaxed the anxious heart she had been holding. When she looked at Yi Fan again, her eyes carried a few more complex feelings, gratitude, admiration, and a bit of peace. Although Qiu Wan is a strong mother, which woman does not need love and care? Qiu Wan also wanted a man's embrace to enjoy peace, but she met the wrong person. Her ex-husband took advantage of her drunkenness and slept with her, only once. Unexpectedly, Qiu Wan became pregnant. With no other choice, they married, but in the end, her heart was broken. Yi Fan, thank you. Qiu Wan looked at Yi Fan sincerely, her face full of gratitude. If it weren't for Yi Fan being here today, Qiu Wan would probably have gotten another beating, and most of the small salary she received last time would have been taken away by Zhao Hong. That salary was saved by Qiu Wan to buy clothes for her daughter. Yi Fan waved his hand, you're welcome. Sister Wan, it's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Please seriously consider what I mentioned earlier. I'll be waiting for your news. Yi Fan said goodbye and left with Qiu Wan. Before leaving, he reminded her, Sister Wan, remember to get medicine for Cici to stabilize her condition, so there won't be any problems later. Yi Fan left, Qiu Wan closed the door, leaned against it, and looked somewhat dazed. Am I really going to Yi Fan's company? What kind of person is Yi Fan exactly? His medical skills are so good, and he also has a close relationship with Tiger Lord, the underground godfather of Yin City. Mom! A clear, crisp call interrupted Qiu Wan's thoughts. Cici opened the bedroom door timidly, walked out, looked around the room, and then said, Mom. The bad dad won't bully us anymore, right? He probably won't, right? Qiu Wan hesitated a little. She had just seen Yi Fan hit Zhao Hong with her own eyes. When leaving, he even fed Zhao Hong poison. With Tiger Master's intimidation, Zhao Hong probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly anymore. Cici, you were already awake just now. Qiu Wan suddenly thought of a question. Did Cici see everything just now? As an intellectual, Qiu Wan, although Zhao Hong was a scoundrel, had never deliberately spoken ill of Zhao Hong in front of Cici, still trying to maintain the image of Zhao Hong's father. Just now I saw the big brother protecting you. The big brother is really amazing, so handsome. Cece smiled innocently and continued, Mom, I don't want that bad guy to be my dad, can the big brother from just now be my dad? Ah. Qilin heart skipped a beat when she heard Cece's words. Cece, don't talk nonsense. Mom just met the big brother for the first time, how could? Qilin felt as if some secret of hers had been discovered, and she nervously wanted to explain to Cece, but she stopped halfway through. Yifan looks so young, skilled in medicine, and has his own company, while I am already a withered flower past my prime. How could I be worthy of Yifan? How could Yifan even look at me? Forget it. Cece, Mom wants to ask you a question. If Mom were to work at Big Brother's company, would you be willing? Qilin squatted down, holding Cece in her arms, and asked seriously. Willing. Of course willing. That way, Cece can see Big Brother every day. Cece happily clapped her hands, full of longing. Are you willing? Qilin let out a long sigh, looking out the window, as if she had made a decision in her heart. This is not something I wanted to go to myself, Cece agreed to it. That's just how it is. Chapter 38, We slept together last night. Cece. Mom will take you downstairs to buy something delicious. But you have to promise Mom that after we go to Dinhua at the medical college to get the medicine, you must obediently take the medicine, okay? Qilin tidied up briefly and was ready to take Cece to find Dinhua at the medical college to get some traditional Chinese medicine. Previously, when Dinhua saw Cece, he said that Cece had health problems and told Qilin to bring Cece for a checkup as soon as possible. However, on one hand, Qilin had no time, and more importantly, Qilin had no money. But one thing Qilin was sure of was that Dinhua's medical skills were definitely very excellent. Today, Yifan saved Cece's life. Qilin also wanted to take Cece over to let Director Hua have a look and see if Cece had any after effects. Okay. Mom. Yun City University Medical Department, this is a national-level medical center in cooperation with Yun City Hospital. Hua Ximiao, as the dean here and also concurrently serving as the dean of Yunqing Hospital, is a medical expert renowned throughout the entire southwest and even all of Daxia, honored as the king of medicine in the southwest. When Qilin showed the prescription to Hua Ximiao, he only glanced at it, and his brows immediately furrowed. Realgar, aconite, isn't this nonsense? These are all highly toxic substances, how can they be used as medicine? This. Qilin was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Yifan was deceiving her? But Qilin had personally seen Yifan pull her daughter back from the brink of death. Cece, come here, Grandpa wants to take a look at you. Hua Ximiao had already been aware of Qilin and Cece's situation and had been keeping an eye on them. So when he saw Cece coming, he wanted to check her pulse to see if her condition had worsened. But after Hua Ximiao took Cece's pulse and felt it for a few seconds, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Huh. This isn't right. Cece's congenital blood deficiency has actually improved. There are signs of recovery. And it seems like her tendons and veins have been nurtured by an expert. Qilin, who has treated Cece? Hua Ximiao looked at Qilin with a serious expression. From Cece's pulse, Hua Ximiao knew that Cece must have encountered a master. No one else. Just today, Cece fainted, and then a young person, not sure if a student, gave Cece some acupuncture, then gave me a prescription to fill the medicine and stabilize her condition. Qilin explained the situation to Hua Ximiao, whose eyes began to shine. This prescription, was it given by that young person who treated Cece? Hua Ximiao picked up the prescription again, without any sense of disdain, and read through the entire prescription from beginning to end, while his mind raced with thoughts. After finishing reading the prescription, Hua Ximiao suddenly slapped his thigh, brilliant. How did I not think of this? Although these medicinal ingredients are indeed highly toxic individually, combined together in specific proportions, they form the best tonic medicine. Hi, absolutely hi. Hua Ximiao raised the prescription, gesturing excitedly, sometimes laughing heartily, then after lifting Cece's back clothing to observe for a while, his face became even more fervent. Tai 8 needles, it's the path of Tai 8 needles. To actually witness the supreme art from the Shinno medical classic in this lifetime, I have not lived in vain. While ecstatic, Hua Ximiao looked at Qilin with a burning expression. Did that young man say his name? Qilin nodded. His name is Yifan. He said he still has a company and invited me to go to his company to manage it. Yifan. Could it be that guy? As a noble and powerful figure in Yun City, Hua Ximiao had naturally heard of Yifan's name. 3 years ago, when Yifan was just a son-in-law of the Su family, he gained a reputation for chasing girls. Later, Yi Fan made a high-profile return and disrupted the marriage alliance between the Huang family and the Lin family at the Lin family's banquet. Such major news, although the Lin family tried hard to suppress it, still spread throughout Yun City and even the entire southwest region. Do you have his phone number? Hua Ximiao was eager to discuss medical skills with Yi Fan, but suddenly stopped. Forget it, I'll find him myself. The eldest master of the Yi family, Yi Qianquan, was seriously injured, and it was originally Hua Ximiao who was invited to come and treat him. Hua Ximiao was a bit puzzled. Since Yi Fan had such medical skills, why did he still need to invite her to come? Hua Ximiao calmed her thoughts a little, prepared the Chinese medicine for Qilin according to the prescription given by Yi Fan, then carefully put away the prescription. Teacher Qilin, I will keep this prescription for now. When I see Yi Fan, I will personally get his consent before using this prescription. Oh. Okay. Qilin was somewhat confused. It's just a prescription, right? Why does Dean Hua treat it like some treasure, being so cautious? What Qilin did not know was that the prescription Yi Fan gave, although it appeared to be just a prescription, actually helped Hua Ximiao open the door to another world. The harmony between many medicinal materials was a completely new approach. Yi Fan left Qilin's residence, naturally unaware that his single prescription had triggered such a significant reaction. The key was that it also helped Yi Fan solve a difficult problem later on. Because Yi Fan wanted to hide his strength for now and it wasn't convenient to directly help his great-grandfather with his illness, when Hua Ximiao came looking for him, Yi Fan could just use Hua Ximiao's help to treat his great-grandfather. In Logistics Class 4, when Yi Fan found Su Qingru, she was looking around anxiously. When she saw Yi Fan appear at the classroom door, the worried look on her face instantly brightened. Brother-in-law, you finally came. I thought you weren't coming. Su Qingru happily ran out, affectionately linking her arm with Yi Fan's, and with a sly smile said to him, Brother-in-law, how was it? Yesterday's touch felt pretty good, right? Want to try again? While speaking, Su Qingru coquettishly pressed her body closer into Yi Fan's embrace, as if trying to melt herself into his arms. Thinking about the awkward scene in the bathroom yesterday, Yi Fan felt a bit speechless. You even said, yesterday, you clearly knew I had mistaken someone else, so why didn't you say anything? You even did it on purpose. Yi Fan tried to pull his arm out of Su Qingru's embrace, but she held on tightly, showing no intention of letting go. Brother-in-law. Pretend to be my boyfriend for a while, that annoying guy is coming to bother me again. While speaking, Su Qingru glanced toward the classroom door. Over there, a young man dressed in sportswear quickly walked toward the classroom door. Seeing Su Qingru so intimately holding Yi Fan's arm, he immediately frowned and reached out to Yi Fan, saying, Hello. I am Qingru's boyfriend, Zhong Hua. What you're doing seems a bit inappropriate, please let her go. This guy named Zhong Hua seems very confident, coming on with a high and mighty attitude. Yi Fan snorted coldly through his nostrils, You're her boyfriend? How come I didn't know? We even slept together last night, so what does that make me to her? When it comes to acting, Yi Fan says he's number one, and no one dares to claim second place. Just the phrase, slept together last night, instantly set the surrounding crowd of onlookers off. Chapter 39, A Chihuahua Dares to Snarl at a Tiger. Yi Fan came out with a royal flush right away. Even Su Qingru found it a bit unbearable, her face involuntarily flushing with embarrassment. Su Qingru knew her brother-in-law was no pushover, but she didn't realize Yi Fan was actually this wild. Zhong Hua. This is my boyfriend, please stop bothering me. I don't like you, and I have no interest in you at all. In the past, now, and in the future, it's impossible for me to be with you. Su Qingru said the words from her heart somewhat angrily, instantly feeling much more relieved. This Zhong Hua is considered a campus heartthrob at Yunqing University, handsome and from a wealthy family. But for some reason, Zhong Hua doesn't pursue all those other girls, he just fixates on Su Qingru, persistently bothering her to the point that she is completely annoyed. Su Qingru roughly heard Zhong Hua's plan, which was to propose to her at tonight's music party. So, Su Qingru thought of asking her brother-in-law to come to the rescue. Qingru, how can you do this? When did you have a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? And how did you end up sleeping together? What am I supposed to do? Zhong Hua tightly grasped the ring box in his pocket, trying his best to suppress the turmoil in his heart. At this moment, Zhong Hua's mood was like glass, beginning to shatter, and it made a distinctly audible cracking sound. He had pursued Su Qingru for 3 years, using all kinds of methods, yet he had never even touched Su Qingru's hand. And now, a suddenly appearing Yi Fan had directly slept with Su Qingru. Zhonghua even felt as if there was a green hat placed on top of his head. My girlfriend and I are sleeping together, what's it to you? Do you want to be the audience and shout 666 on the side? Yi Fan snorted coldly, if you have nothing else, please move aside. A good dog doesn't block the way. Just you wait. So humiliated, Zhonghua angrily stomped his feet on the ground, then spat out a fierce threat at Yi Fan before quickly leaving the scene. Go check it out. Within 5 minutes, I want to know all the information about that man. After leaving the crowd, Zhonghua barked orders at his lackey beside him. In just 2 minutes, a lackey came forward to report, young Master Zhong, we found out. That guy is called Yi Fan, he's not Su Qingrou's boyfriend at all, but her brother-in-law. That guy hangs out at the club every day chasing girls, he's just a gigolo living off others. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Zhonghua suddenly became very happy, I told you. Su Qingru is right under my nose every day. How could I not know if she had a boyfriend? Besides, with me around, who at Yun City University dares to lay a finger on Qingru? A gigolo brother-in-law. Humph. Tonight at the concert, I'll make you lose face all the way to your grandmother's house. Zhonghua looked evilly toward the direction where Yi Fan and Su Qingru had left. With a flick of his wrist, a centipede and a poisonous spider appeared in his palm. Su Qingru, tonight, I will definitely make you kneel and beg me to save your brother-in-law's life. Everyone only knew that Zhonghua was the piano prince of Yun City University, and his teacher was the nationally renowned piano master Li Yun, but what no one knew was that Zhonghua also practiced another kind of dark magic. That is the Miaojianggu magic. Zhonghua also has another hidden, awesome master who has been teaching him Gu magic for many years. Compared to his achievements on the piano, Zhonghua is more satisfied with his own Gu magic. Zhonghua has long been skilled at casually manipulating these poisons to harm others. Over the years, he has accompanied his master on many missions, all without exception, and all were successful. Just thinking about Yi Fan's arm resting on Su Qingrou's chest made Zhonghua wish he could kill Yi Fan right now. The music concert at Yunqing University was themed as a rehearsal for the school anniversary. By 6 in the afternoon, the school's performance hall was already filled with people. The music concert officially starts at 7 o'clock. Various instruments such as piano, drum set, and violin have already been placed on the stage. 1 hour before the official start of the concert, the organizers gave everyone ample freedom to freely go on stage and perform, showcasing their talents. When Yi Fan and Su Qingru entered the performance hall, Zhonghua and a few henchmen also came in. Young Master Zhong, why don't we take action now and throw that guy out? Zhonghua's henchmen had already investigated Yi Fan's identity and knew that Yi Fan was merely a son-in-law of the Su family, so they became bolder. Of course, with their strength and connections, they were still not capable of investigating Yi Fan's identity as the eldest young master of the Yi family. Zhonghua glanced at the piano on the stage and gave a sinister smile, no rush, if I don't beat him today, I'll take his surname. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhonghua walked towards the stage. Zhonghua was actually quite handsome, and at school, he was known as the Little Piano Prince. When he went on stage, he immediately received cheers from many classmates. Zhonghua took the microphone from the host and cleared his throat, hello everyone. I'm Zhonghua. Taking advantage of this free performance time, I want to invite a classmate to come up and perform. He actually wants to compete with me for Su Qingru as a girlfriend. Su Qingru is skilled in everything from music to chess and calligraphy. I wonder how much that blockhead knows about the keys on the piano. As Zhonghua spoke, a few lackeys operated the spotlights, shining them on Yi Fan and Su Qingru. A pretty boy who lives off women, I think you should stop pretending to be something here. Do you dare to accept my challenge and compete with me in a piano performance? Swish. All the students already present in the hall turned their eyes towards Su Qingru and Yi Fan. As the campus belle of Yun City University, Su Qingru is quite popular on campus. The topic of Su Qingrou's boyfriend has always been the hottest among classmates. Everyone knows that the piano prince Zhonghua has been pursuing Su Qingru, but now Su Qingru is sitting so closely with another guy. This is getting interesting. Obviously, Zhonghua is openly provoking the man beside Su Qingru. That bastard Zhonghua. Su Qingru realized what Zhonghua meant and immediately understood that Zhonghua wanted to openly humiliate Yi Fan. Brother-in-law, don't pay attention to him. Yi Fan never knew how to write the word low-key before. Today he came to support Su Qingru. In such a situation, if Yi Fan were to back down, it wouldn't just be his own face lost, but Su Qingrou's reputation would be completely ruined as well. Challenge. Ha! Zhonghua, originally, trash like you isn't even qualified to challenge me. Yi Fan said calmly. Although he didn't use a microphone, his loud voice echoed throughout the hall, clearly reaching every student's ears. However, to let you give up, I'll reluctantly accept your challenge. You can choose any instrument on stage. That's how it is. A chihuahua actually dares to bare its teeth at a tiger. I wonder if it's the courage given to you by Miss Liang. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking, from the other side of the audience, a familiar voice sounded, our young Master Yi is an idol even international piano masters admire. Zhonghua. I advise you not to bring disgrace upon yourself. Chapter 40, How Can a Man Say No? Wang Fugue. Yi Fan followed the direction of the voice and saw that the one speaking was none other than Wang Fugue. This guy just happened to say many things that Yi Fan couldn't say out loud. Yi Fan quietly gave Wang Fugue a thumbs up, and Wang Fugue responded with an okay gesture. Humph. Yi Fan, what are you pretending for? As long as you can play a complete piano piece today, I'll kneel right here and call you dad. Zhonghua, trying to save face, went all out, but if your piano playing isn't better than mine, then please stay away from Qingru. She's not a woman you can touch. Alright. You start first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to make a move later. Humph. Zhonghua was too lazy to argue with Yi Fan, so he sat down in front of the piano, and his 10 fingers began to jump rapidly. A Mozart serenade was played, with several variations added to the original piece. The melody was melodious and full of emotional appeal. In the entire hall, all the students nodded secretly, expressing admiration for Zhonghua's superb technique. Beside the stage, piano master Li Yun and a few friends were also sitting together. After listening to Zhonghua's performance, the friends cast envious glances at Li Yun, saying, "Old Li, you've taken in a good talent. In the future, you'll have a successor to carry on your legacy." Yes. Zhonghua's art is the best I have seen in recent years. Given time, his piano skills will definitely surpass yours, Old Li. Li Yun was also very happy about the praise from his peer. Not at all, not at all. He still needs to keep improving, but... Li Yun paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the performance of a young man he saw 3 years ago at the Bewley Peak Palace banquet, a look of admiration instantly appearing in his eyes. Speaking of talent, the young man I saw was truly a prodigy. That piece, The 9 Chapters of Destiny, was completely otherworldly. As one of the top piano masters in Daxia, for Master Li Yun to praise a tune and a genius so highly, they must be no ordinary person. Moreover, Li Yun and his companions had all heard the version of The 9 Chapters of Destiny circulating online. Not only is the melody elegant, but the key lies in the rhythm changes, which are so ingenious that even masters like them might not be able to play it perfectly just by following the score. Furthermore, in Daxia, netizens have posted many amazing video clips. The rhythm of the 9 Chapters of Destiny seems to have a spiritual connection, able to communicate with nature and all living things. Whenever the melody of the 9 Chapters of Destiny is played, the emotions of birds and beasts seem to calm down significantly. Yes. That melody is simply celestial music on earth. If I could hear it once more, I would have no regrets in this life. While a few people were talking, Zhonghua finished his piece. The last lingering note lifted the atmosphere to a climax, and all the classmates began to cheer. Many female classmates shouted to Zhonghua, "Zhonghua, I want to have monkey babies with you. Zhonghua, I love you." Although this was not an official performance yet, the atmosphere on site was already so lively. Zhonghua was also very satisfied with his performance, bowed arrogantly to everyone, then took the microphone and said to Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, it's your turn now. Brother-in-law, are you really capable?" Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to really intend to go on stage to perform, Su Qingru looked at Yi Fan with a worried expression. Having been with Yi Fan for 3 years, Su Qingru knew that Yi Fan was very witty and humorous, and a good person, but she had never seen Yi Fan play the piano. What a joke, how can a man say he can't? Yi Fan smiled slightly at Su Qingru, tapped his ankle on the ground, and smoothly dashed from the audience seats onto the stage. While walking, Yi Fan had unknowingly already applied the Lingbo Weibu footwork technique of Baoyoshimen. As the spotlight moved, in the eyes of the other students, Yi Fan's steps appeared incredibly smooth, with his hands clasped behind his back, just like an immortal, suddenly stepping onto the stage. It seemed as if there was a sliding track under Yi Fan's feet. At first, the students were a bit dazed, but soon everyone present reacted. Damn! Did you just see clearly how Yi Fan got up there? No way! Why do I feel like that guy Yi Fan seems really impressive? That step, don't you think it looks like the moonwalk? I think so, and it's a very skillful moonwalk. His body looks like it hasn't moved, but he's already dozens of meters away. Amazing, amazing. Tonight's party is getting more and more exciting. Yifan stepped onto the stage and stood there, like a warm sun in winter, quietly changing the atmosphere of the entire hall. The previously noisy scene instantly quieted down under Yifan's aura. Everyone, I haven't played the piano for 3 years, my hands are a bit rusty, so I'll just play 9 Chapters of Destiny. The moment Yifan spoke, the entire hall instantly erupted in excitement. Pfft. You're damn rusty, and you choose to play 9 Chapters of Destiny. The live recorded version of 9 Chapters of Destiny has been circulating online for 3 years, and it remains the most popular tune on the internet, with over 10 billion plays. But everyone knows, although the piece is beautiful and spiritual, it is extremely difficult to master, and so far no one has been able to replicate it. Some imitators, no matter how hard they try, their fingers can't reach that speed, so they simply can't play that kind of feeling. Not to mention, they end up ruining the entire artistic conception. As a result, not only does it not sound like the original Destiny 9 Chapters tune, but it is also very unpleasant to listen to. As the saying goes, always imitated, never surpassed. You playing Destiny 9 Chapters? Are you bragging without any preparation? This is hilarious. Zhonghua, seeing Yifan so calm, was originally a bit nervous, fearing Yifan was a paper tiger. But as soon as he heard that Yifan was actually going to play Destiny 9 Chapters, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Zhonghua naturally knew the difficulty of Destiny 9 Chapters, because he had privately tried to imitate it countless times but had never succeeded. The speed at which those fingers bounced was too fast, even though Zhonghua practiced kung fu, his movement still couldn't keep up. Yifan smiled wickedly at the corner of his mouth, sat down at the piano, and casually played a few notes, feeling the force of the keys. Fair fingers danced on the piano keys, and the on-site photographers gave several close-up shots projected on the whole screen. The handsome profile, slender figure, and those charming eyes instantly stunned all the classmates. Sister, I realize I've fallen in love again. Me too. How did I suddenly realize that this classmate Yifan is much better looking than Zhonghua, with eyes that are more spirited and captivating? Forget it, don't even think about it. He is Su Qingrou's intended, didn't you see how her eyes almost popped out in jealousy? Everyone looked towards Su Qingrou, only to see her eyes fixed tightly on Yifan on the stage. Especially when Yifan pressed a few keys on the piano, that handsome gesture made Su Qingrou's heart almost leap out. Handsome. Brother-in-law is simply too handsome. Moreover, Su Qingrou had a feeling that brother-in-law's piano-playing skills must be extremely superb. Yifan's arrogant attitude made Li Yun and the others watching by the stage very disappointed, and they were about to leave. But the moment Yifan sat down, Li Yun suddenly saw Yifan's profile, and that appearance suddenly began to overlap with the image he had seen in his mind over the past 3 years. Is it him? Could it really be him? Li Yun was somewhat stunned, his steps halted on the spot. 3 years ago, Li Yun wasn't as famous as he is now. When he attended the royal banquet of the unrivaled peak, he could only sit in the corner. When that person performed the 9 Chapters of Destiny, Li Yun didn't even get to see that person's face clearly. Ding dong. Yifan's finger finally moved. A series of musical notes instantly echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 41, an immortal melody summons 100 birds to pay homage, shaking the 4 seas. It is as if water flows dripping down from high mountains, following mountain streams, slowly flowing, crossing mountains and rivers, rushing into the sea. It is like raging waves, surging powerfully. It is like thunder from the 9th heaven, stirring the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. Like the clear moonlight in the forest, casting a ground full of mottled shadows. Sometimes passionate, sometimes melodious notes and tunes, just like depicting a scene of all living things in the world flourishing, before everyone's eyes, it seemed as if an ideal realm of harmony between heaven and humans appeared. Such ethereal, soul-cleansing melodies that penetrate the soul, leaving everyone present stunned. Some students were about to go to the restroom, but their lifted steps just paused in midair. Some students were originally tilting their heads back to drink water, but the water flowed down their necks and soaked their bodies, yet they were completely unaware. Even more magical, as the notes under Yifan's fingers continued to play, a flock of sparrows actually flew in through the hall's windows and began to dance gracefully to the music in front of the stage, along with butterflies, fireflies. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Li Yun stared at the scene before him, completely stunned, his eyes burning with intensity. It's him, the true author of the 9 Chapters of Destiny is actually here in our great Xia. What a great fortune for the great Xia. The ancients said, music reflects the fate of a nation. The changes in a country's musical tunes can, in some ways, reflect the rise and fall of that nation. When most of a country's music is decadent and degenerate, the time until that country's demise is not far off. And now, Yi Fan's 9 Chapters of Destiny is celestial music on earth. It is the pinnacle of human music, unmatched by any other. The entire hall was deathly silent. The melody flowed from the performance hall to beyond the hall. Throughout Yun City University, everyone seemed to faintly hear a certain life force calling, and their hearts instantly seemed to be filled with power. More birds gathered towards the performance hall, circling above it. Above the entire sky of Yun City, the aura between heaven and earth seemed to be quietly changing, forming a vortex around Yun City University. Wu Si from Yinqing Town, Mo Zhong and others once again detected abnormal aura fluctuations on the monitoring instruments. Minister, it's the west side of the city again, and such fluctuations have appeared once more. Should we go investigate? Mo Zhong waved his hand, no need. Last time we went there, we couldn't find any trace of that big shot. I think that big shot doesn't want us to disturb him. If there's a chance, we will naturally meet. In Donghai Pinglai, a Taoist holding a whisk seemed to sense something instantly. Looking towards the direction of Daxia, he murmured, with the immortal music emerging, the human emperor should rise. The people of the world, in the end, might still be saved. In the South Sea, on a certain island, a middle-aged nun wearing a nun's hat chanted Amitabha Buddha throughout her life. The immortal music has appeared in the world. Qilin, you should also go to Daxia. You still have an unfinished earthly bond to resolve. Go. Yi Fan's piece, 9 Chapters of Destiny, has, unknowingly, stirred the winds and clouds of heaven and earth, causing a sensation everywhere. And at Yun City University, in the performance hall, Yi Fan was immersed in the melody of the piano. At that time, invited by the princess at Bredian, Yi Fan improvised on the spot, not expecting it to become an eternal classic. At that moment, when Yi Fan spontaneously performed this melody, he felt as if he had entered a very magical state, able to perceive all things and feel the breath of all living beings. Yi Fan's own comprehension of martial arts advanced at a speed 1,000 or even 10,000 times faster. And at this moment, when Yi Fan played again, he had the same feeling. While playing, Yi Fan cherished the opportunity to understand some of his own limitations in martial arts, and at the same time, to reflect on some problems that had troubled him for 3 years. Previously, many problems puzzled Yi Fan even after he had restored his strength, but now he quickly figured them out, and many things in his mind suddenly became clear. Yi Fan himself was secretly surprised. A single piece of music could actually have such great power. It could allow his insights in all aspects to break through instantly. Although not confirmed, Yi Fan knew that after today's experience, his strength had definitely improved once again. However, Yi Fan's current strength was obviously already above the martial venerable level. Whether he had surpassed the martial saint, Yi Fan had no opponent to fight and verify. Unless a master from the 4 great holy lands came to challenge him, perhaps then it could be tested. Ding! The last note of the 9 Chapters of Destiny fell, and the feeling was like a speck of dust falling into the earth amidst a sky full of yellow soil, seeming like the final chapter of life, symbolizing the ultimate conclusion of existence. But at the same time, it also seemed like a seed falling into the dust, symbolizing the birth of new life. The birds flying around the front of the stage have already dispersed, but in everyone's ears, that magical, soul-penetrating melody still seems to be echoing. Genius. Monster. Not meant for this world. These are the words that simultaneously come to everyone's mind. Even Zhonghua, standing at the side of the stage, was inwardly defeated. He indeed wasn't as good as Yi Fan at playing, but in a situation like this, how could Zhonghua possibly admit defeat? After all, if Zhonghua admitted defeat, he would have to call him Dad on the spot. I'm done playing. Zhonghua, what do you think? Yi Fan stood up from the piano and looked at Zhonghua calmly. Definitely crushing Zhonghua. What Yi Fan didn't know was that his own performance was no longer just crushing, but a dimensionality reduction strike, utterly overwhelming and devastating, hitting right at the heart. Humph. Yi Fan, what kind of skill do you think you have? You're just imitating someone else's tune. Good. Great. Yi Fan, you're the best. I want to have monkeys with you. I suddenly realized that compared to Yi Fan, Zhonghua's piano playing is like assaulting my ears. Before Yi Fan even spoke, the students below started to get excited, enthusiastically cheering and shouting for Yi Fan. The few seconds of pause just now were entirely because they were still immersed in the scene depicted by Yi Fan's melody. The high-spirited atmosphere at the scene lasted for a full 5 minutes. Many students wanted to rush up and take photos with Yi Fan. If it weren't for the security personnel maintaining order on site, it's estimated that a few people would have been trampled today. You've seen the situation, so don't be stubborn. Don't provoke Su Qingru anymore. Whether I'm her boyfriend or her brother-in-law, you don't stand a chance. Yi Fan shrugged and gave Zhonghua one last piece of advice. He was just a young guy trying to snatch his girlfriend, a warning was enough. Yi Fan had no intention of arguing with them. But Zhonghua was not willing to accept it. Humph. Yi Fan, I don't agree. You're just taking advantage of the situation. If you have the ability to make my teacher submit, then I'll let go. Before Zhonghua could finish speaking, Li Yun and a group of domestic piano masters almost tumbled and scrambled onto the stage. Teacher, you came just in time. Why don't you play a piece? It will definitely be better than his. Zhonghua saw Li Yun and thought he had come up to support him, so he tried to hold him back. But Li Yun swung his arm and directly pushed Zhonghua aside, then quickly jogged over to Yi Fan. From a distance, he stretched out both hands and tightly grasped Yi Fan's hand. Boss! Finally seeing you again. 3 years ago, at the royal banquet of Bewley Peak, after watching your performance, I was amazed beyond words. I never thought I would see you perform again. Young Yi, having you is the great fortune of our daxia. Chapter 42, Call me Dad, I'm waiting to hear it. HM. Reaching out my hand only to be left hanging in loneliness. Zhonghua stood frozen in place, especially shocked and angry in his heart when he saw Li Yun so humbly and obsequiously shaking hands with Yi Fan. It should be known that before Yi Fan, Li Yun treated this disciple of his as if holding him in the palm of his hand, extremely obedient and loving. And now, on such a public stage with so many people, he actually ignored Zhonghua. Teacher. This is, you wouldn't have mistaken someone, right? Zhonghua also stepped forward quickly, reminding Li Yun. Zhonghua had heard Li Yun say before that 3 years ago, at the royal banquet of Bewley Peak, the teacher had met a divine person who played the Destiny 9 chapters. Could that divine person be Yi Fan in front of us? How could it be such a coincidence? Shut up. Mr. Yi Fan's celestial music just played, do you know what that means? This is a great fortune for our great Xia. Aren't you going to quickly apologize to Mr. Yi Fan? Li Yun and these people are all experts in music, in some aspects, they have already glimpsed the secrets of heaven. From Yi Fan's musical talent alone, it is clear that Yi Fan will achieve extraordinary success in the future. Moreover, at the royal banquet of the Buliadian royal family, it was the royal princess herself who accompanied Yi Fan. Can Yi Fan's identity be simple? Unfortunately, this foolish apprentice of mine actually thinks Yi Fan is just an ordinary son-in-law. Even if he is a son-in-law. Do you think any of the sons-in-law in daxia are simple? Each and every one of them is highly skilled, all right. Ha. Apologize. Teacher, why should I? Zhonghua couldn't believe his ears at all. His own teacher not only ignored him but also wanted him to apologize to Yi Fan in front of so many people. If I really apologize, where would I put my face? If I pursue Su Qingru in the future, wouldn't that mean I have no chance at all? You insulted Mr. Yi Fan in front of so many people. Li Yun scolded Zhonghua, then whispered in his ear, Zhonghua, I'm saving you. Otherwise, you will regret it. Li Yun truly cares about Zhonghua. Maybe if he just apologizes, Yi Fan will smile it off, and the matter will be over. But what Li Yun doesn't know is that Zhonghua is not as simple as he appears. Besides being the little prince of piano, Zhonghua also has that awesome Gu master. That Gu master promised that after Zhonghua graduates, he will give him a position commanding the entire southern heaven. I am destined to be such an impressive person sooner or later, so why should I apologize to a useless freeloader? Teacher, I will not apologize. You. Li Yun was furious, his face cold as he said, Zhonghua, I just heard you made a bet with Mr. Yi Fan, saying that if Mr. Yi Fan could play a complete piece, you would call him Dad. Now Mr. Yi Fan not only played a complete piece, but it's also 100 times better than your piece. You figure it out, either apologize or call me Dad. Call me Dad. When Zhonghua and Yi Fan made the bet just now, they were speaking into microphones, and thousands of students on site heard it clearly, they are the best witnesses. At this moment, everyone started jeering together. Zhonghua was instantly stunned, looking at Li Yun with a face full of resentment. Did his own teacher really want to see him humiliated in public like this? Zhonghua then turned his gaze to Yi Fan, trying to hope that Yi Fan would let him off the hook. But just now Yi Fan did intend to let him go, however, seeing Zhonghua's annoying look, how could Yi Fan possibly indulge him? Yi Fan took the microphone from the host beside him and smiled, for the sake of you and Qingru being classmates, just kneeling is enough. Just call me dad once, and that will do. This. Zhonghua was stared at by such a classmate and was asked to call Yi Fan dad in public. At this moment, Zhonghua was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If things continue like this, how can I still get by at Yun City University in the future? How do I still have the face to pursue Su Qingru? It's all Yi Fan, you bastard, ruining my good deeds. Just you wait, later, I'll definitely release centipedes to bite you to death. What are you still dawdling for? Li Yun was becoming more and more disappointed in his apprentice. Recently, Zhonghua has been spending less and less time practicing the piano and instead distractedly attending some unnecessary business activities. And now, he dares to do but not take responsibility. Dad. Under the pressure of the teacher and so many classmates, Zhonghua helplessly shouted at Yi Fan. Sigh. Yi Fan hadn't agreed yet, but the thousands of boys on site responded in unison, followed by a burst of loud laughter. Everyone didn't take it too seriously, just treating it as a joke for a laugh. Youth is truly wonderful. But Zhonghua felt like he was dying, feeling very unwell, glaring resentfully at Yi Fan, and quickly ran off below the stage. Yi Fan signed an autograph for Li Yun and the others, then marched down towards the stage. Brother-in-law. You're amazing. How come I never knew you could play the piano? Su Qingru looked at Yi Fan with admiration, leaning her whole body closer. Hee hee. There are many things you don't know. I can play a lot of other instruments too, like the flute and so on. I'll teach you when I have time. As he spoke, Yi Fan shifted his body slightly to the side, trying to dodge Su Qingru's wave-like attack. Noticing Yi Fan's movement, Su Qingru coquettishly said, Ah. Brother-in-law, what are you hiding from? You weren't exactly not touching me last night. Humph, don't even think about denying it. Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth, this little girl definitely did it on purpose yesterday. Now she wants to use this to hold me accountable. Impossible. If you don't listen in the future, then you'll get a spanking. If you still don't listen after one spanking, then you'll get two. In front of me, only women ever listen to me, Yi Fan never spoils anyone. However, tonight, Yi Fan came to accompany Su Qingru to the party, so he didn't bother to argue with her. The banquet soon officially began. Because of Yi Fan's stunning performance, although everyone had actually prepared excellent programs for this event, with Yi Fan's performance shining so brightly, all the subsequent performances felt somewhat dull and uninteresting. When it was Zhonghua's turn to perform, he claimed to be feeling unwell and simply did not show up. The only program afterward that excited everyone was the stage performance where Yi Fan and Su Qingru performed together. Originally, Su Qingru had prepared a beautiful traditional style dance, and Yi Fan brought a prop sword to perform a sword dance alongside her. The scene was a blend of chivalrous softness and poetic imagery, reminiscent of Farewell My Concubine, but without the tragic solemnity. Instead, it was filled with heroic passion and boundless enthusiasm, elevating the atmosphere of the venue to a new height. Tonight's banquet was warm, exciting, and wonderful for most of the students. Su Qingru was also extremely happy. She finally got rid of that annoying fly Zhonghua, and with her brother-in-law performing so well at school, Su Qingru's face shone even brighter. However, just as the two finished their concert and had just driven out of the school, several black vans blocked their way. A group of 7 or 8 burly men holding steel rods approached Yi Fan and Su Qingru's car. Yi Fan, right? Get out. Young Master Zhong is inviting you. Yi Fan never looks for trouble, but trouble just happens to come knocking on his door. Chapter 43 Outrageous. Yi Fan can even be kidnapped. What do you want to do? Su Qingru, upon hearing that Zhonghua was playing this dirty trick, instantly flew into a rage, but with a face full of worry, she said to Yi Fan, Brother-in-law, don't get out of the car, Zhonghua definitely won't let you go. I'll call the police right away. While speaking, Su Qingru was about to take out her phone. But just as Su Qingru took out her phone, it was snatched away by a burly man. Sorry, Miss Su, we don't mean to target you. We hope you won't interfere in this matter. You. Su Qingru was furious and tried to snatch the phone back, but she had no chance at all. Just as Su Qingru wanted to call for help, Yi Fan reached out to stop her, then turned to the bodyguards and said, I can get out of the car, but you have to let her leave first. This. Several bodyguards hesitated for a moment, then remembered that Zhonghua's order was only to take Yi Fan away, and he had specifically instructed them not to harm Su Qingru. They immediately nodded, all right. As long as you come with us, she can leave. Brother-in-law, I'm not leaving. I want to go with you. Zhonghua won't let you go. I'll go with you to protect you. Su Qingru stubbornly wanted to get off the car with Yi Fan. But Yi Fan reached out to stop Su Qingru. Don't you trust your brother-in-law? If you come with me, you'll only be a burden. Be good, go home quickly. Actually, even if Zhonghua doesn't come to find Yi Fan will still go to find Zhonghua. Because when he was near Zhonghua in the auditorium hall earlier, Yi Fan detected the scent of poisonous goo on Zhonghua. The goo cult once brought chaos to the world, but was suppressed by the empire in alliance with many forces, driving the remaining power. Back to the Miaojiang 10,000 mountains, with a clear rule that no goo master may leave Miaojiang without the empire's permission. And yet Zhonghua actually carries the scent of poisonous goo. Does this mean the goo cult is planning to rise from the ashes once again? But, brother-in-law. Although Su Qingru personally saw Yi Fan knock down so many people including Yun Feiyang last night, she still looked full of worry. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, hurry and go. Yi Fan got out of the car, watched Su Qingru start the vehicle and disappear at the end of the road, then followed a few bodyguards into a dark alley nearby. Just as Yi Fan was about to enter the alley, an old man hurriedly chased out from the school gate. It was none other than Hua Ximiao, the dean of the medical school. Hua Ximiao had also been in the performance hall earlier. After seeing Yi Fan come out, Hua Ximiao quickly followed, but never expected to witness this scene. Yi Fan was actually being kidnapped. This is simply lawless. Yi Fan is a prodigy who masters the Tai 8 needles, and from Yi Fan's prescription, Hua Ximiao already knows that Yi Fan's medical skills must have inherited the peerless legacy of the Shinnon medical classic. Yi Fan is the future and hope of the Daxia medical community, a priceless treasure. How could such scum and hooligans be allowed to ruin him? Thinking of this, Hua Ximiao hesitated not at all, quickly following while dialing a phone call. Shuiyan, Grandpa has run into trouble here. A group of scum is trying to kidnap and kill someone. You need to bring people over to support immediately. The location is in alley number 3 next to Yinqing University. Ah. Grandpa, you must be careful and not take any risks. On the other end of the phone, a pleasant girl's voice sounded, trying to dissuade Hua Ximiao, but Hua Ximiao directly hung up the phone. At this moment, at the Yun City Patrol headquarters, Hua Shuiyan quickly gathered the personnel. Quick. Notify the special squad to act with me, a murder is about to happen, we must hurry. Woo-woo. Instantly, more than a dozen police cars roared out from the patrol headquarters. At the street corner, Su Qingru drove the car about 10 meters away, but she still couldn't put her mind at ease. No. I can't just leave like this. If something happens to my brother-in-law, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Yes, I need to find help immediately, but who should I look for? Su Qingru was still just a student, and her usual social circle was very simple. She hadn't come into contact with anyone else. While Su Qingru was anxious, she suddenly noticed that Yi Fan's phone had been left on the seat. She quickly turned on Yi Fan's phone and found the person he contacted most frequently was Wang Fugue. Su Qingru knew this person. He often hung out at clubs with her brother-in-law and was also a wealthy second-generation heir in Yinqing. Earlier, it seemed he even spoke up for her brother-in-law in the lobby. It's him. Su Qingru dialed Wang Fugue's number, and Wang Fugue's voice immediately came through the receiver. Hee. Young Master Yi, why are you suddenly calling me during such a good time? Did you run into some amazing girl again? Wang Fugue, this is Su Qingru. Bad news, my brother-in-law was taken away by Zhonghua's men. Can you find a way to save him? Su Qingru cut off Wang Fugue and explained the situation here. What? Young Master Yi was taken? Where? I'm coming over. Damn. Brothers, stop playing, come with me to rescue him right now. Wang Fugue urgently asked Su Qingru while seemingly calling out to his brothers nearby. Previously, Grandpa Wang Zhong was somewhat opposed to Wang Fugue and Yi Fan hanging out at the club every day, but after Yi Fan returned to the Yi family, Grandpa learned that Wang Fugue's good brother was actually Yi Fan, the eldest young master of the Yi family, and immediately gave the order for Wang Fugue to follow Yi Fan every day. On one hand, it was to have Wang Fugue study hard under Yi Fan, and on the other hand, it was to have Wang Fugue be responsible for protecting Yi Fan's safety. After all, the outside world currently knows Yi Fan only as a playboy who hangs around clubs, thinking Yi Fan is still a useless person whose kung fu has not recovered. It's in alley number 3 next to Yinqing University, you need to hurry up. Alright. We'll be there right away. Wang Fugue was at a KTV opposite Yun City University, hanging out with a group of brothers. Upon hearing Su Qingrou's call, without any hesitation, he immediately called out to everyone, "Everyone! My big brother has been kidnapped. If you have the guts, come with me to rescue him right now. From now on, you are my Wang Fugue's true brothers. Yi Fan must not have anything happen to him." Grandpa repeatedly instructed Wang Fugue to stay close to Yi Fan every step of the way. If anything happens to Yi Fan, Grandpa is afraid he will skin himself alive. "Let's go." Wang Fugue's dozen or so brothers didn't hesitate either. They grabbed the wine bottles and chairs from the table, kicked open the door, and rushed swiftly towards alley number 3. "Young Master Zhang, isn't your construction site nearby? Quickly, have your workers bring the bulldozer over. If anyone dares to mess with my big brother, I'll crush them today." On the other side, just after Su Qingru hung up with Wang Fugue, another call came through on Yi Fan's phone. "Young Master Yi. The tasks you assigned have already been arranged." The one speaking was none other than Li Hu, one of the 4 godfathers of Yun City. "Are you also a friend of Yi Fan? Can you come to rescue my brother-in-law? He was taken away by Zhonghua's men." Su Qingru repeated the situation once again. On the other end of the phone, Li Hu did not hesitate at all. "What? Miss Su, don't worry, I'm coming right away. Notify all the brothers in Yun City to gather immediately at alley number 3 next to Yun City University to rescue young Master Yi." At Li Hu's command, all of Li Hu's brothers under his banner began to take action. The Sky Patrol Division's Hua Xuyan, Wang Fugue and his group of brothers, along with Li Hu's men. Everyone instantly started moving, and the entire Yun City seemed to begin boiling with activity. Those who didn't understand the situation saw Li Hu's men dragging their gear and starting to move in the major venues, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is something big about to happen again in Yun City? Yi Fan didn't expect that just going to see Zhonghua would cause such a huge reaction. Chapter 44 Brother-in-law, I'm here to save you. This feeling is too strong. In alley number 3, Yi Fan walked forward dozens of meters with several bodyguards, and the lighting inside grew increasingly dim. Although the alley inside was 7 or 8 meters wide, it was a dead end. At the end of the alley, Zhonghua and a middle-aged man sat on 2 chairs. Seeing Yi Fan being escorted over, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Zhonghua's mouth. "Yi Fan. Aren't you so badass? Come on, show me how badass you are now. Damn it, how dare you snatch my girlfriend from me, and even make me call you Dad in front of so many people, damn. Get down on your knees." Beside Yi Fan, several bodyguards rushed forward, trying to grab Yi Fan's shoulders and push him down to the ground. However, the 4 bodyguards grabbed Yi Fan's shoulders and used all their strength, but they couldn't move him an inch. Yi Fan still stood firm like Mount Tai, his eyes burning as he stared at Zhonghua and said, "Young Master Zhong, isn't it just that Qingru used me as a shield and refused to be your girlfriend? There's no need to make such a big fuss, right? No need? Damn it. If it weren't for you, I would have won over Su Qingru today." Zhonghua looked at Yi Fan's calm demeanor and got even angrier. "You even played 9 chapters of Destiny to slap my face. Humph. Aren't you good at playing the piano? Then today I'll cut off your fingers and see how you play. You're not qualified to compete with me." Although Zhonghua's family was somewhat wealthy, they were considered a top family in Yun City. However, their level was obviously insufficient. The intelligence they could gather only revealed that Yi Fan was a son-in-law of the Su family. Yi Fan is the eldest son of the Yi family. This identity is something Zhonghua's family has not yet discovered. That's why Zhonghua dares to be so arrogant. He believes he has the backing of the Gu sect. One Yi Fan is nothing, and he can still easily handle him himself. Seeing that his men had been struggling for a long time but still hadn't forced Yi Fan to kneel, Zhonghua angrily stood up and scolded, "You idiots, are you deaf? I told you to pin him down and make him kneel. Have you not eaten?" The 4 bodyguards beside Yi Fan all looked helpless and fearful at this moment. "Young Master Zhong, we've already used all our strength, but..." The lead bodyguard's face was flushed red, gasping heavily, while a sense of foreboding grew in his heart. All 4 of them are burly men weighing over 200 jin each, yet they couldn't pin Yi Fan down, which shows that Yi Fan is probably not someone to be trifled with. Good for nothing. You can't even handle such a small matter. Don't you know to smash him with a steel rod? Is he your father? Zhonghua angrily scolded the bodyguards. Beside Zhonghua, the middle-aged man's eyelid twitched slightly as he reminded Zhonghua, "Young Master Zhong, why not act quickly? Just kill him directly to avoid any complications later. Just killing him like that would be too easy for him. That bastard made me lose face in front of so many people. Today, I will make him pay dearly. A sinister gleam flashed in Zhonghua's eyes. Thinking about the psychological wound Yi Fan had inflicted on him, he wished he could devour Yi Fan alive. Seeing his few foolish subordinates, Zhonghua couldn't wait any longer. He snatched a battle knife from a nearby bodyguard and dragged it as he walked towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes coldly stared at Zhonghua. He had clearly heard the conversation between Zhonghua and the middle-aged man just now. Today, Zhonghua tied himself up and came over. It seemed it wasn't just because of Su Qingru, but that he wanted Yi Fan's life. Beside Yi Fan, the steel rods and battle knives in the hands of several bodyguards were also raised, ready to strike at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's whole body surged with killing intent. Just as he was considering whether to make a move, the sound of an engine roaring suddenly echoed through the alley, along with a girl's coquettish shout, "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." A blue BMW SUV roared past the alley entrance. It was none other than Su Qingru. This little girl actually didn't leave. She even came back to save me. Yi Fan turned his head to look at the rushing vehicle, and a trace of tenderness involuntarily appeared in his heart. This little sister-in-law is really quite good to me. Yi Fan knew that as a girl, knowing full well that ahead was a dangerous pit of fire, yet still rushing forward without hesitation, it took a great deal of courage. Could it be that this little sister-in-law has really fallen in love with me? Just thinking about the incredible feeling from last night, Yi Fan felt a strange emotion welling up in his heart. How about not letting the benefits go to outsiders? In the instant Yi Fan's mind was racing, Su Qingru floored the accelerator, recklessly charging towards Yi Fan. In the alley, several of Zhonghua's bodyguards who couldn't dodge in time were directly knocked flying. Beside Yi Fan, Zhonghua and the few bodyguards ready to take action were also frightened and hurriedly dodged to the side. Su Qingru, are you damn crazy? Zhonghua saw that it was Su Qingru who got out of the car, so angry that he was stomping his feet, loudly scolding her. But Su Qingru completely ignored Zhonghua and instead threw herself into Yi Fan's arms, holding him tightly. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Brother-in-law, I can't let you go. Brother-in-law. I like you. Su Qingru collapsed into Yi Fan's arms, her body trembling slightly. From the moment she forced herself to muster courage to drive here to rescue him, to later seeing Yi Fan was unharmed and feeling relieved, to now. Holding him tightly, the intense peace, reluctance, and the wild trembling of her heartstrings made her wish she could crush Yi Fan into her own chest. Su Qingru's emotions completely erupted in this instant. The feelings she had suppressed for many years broke free uncontrollably, flooding out like a dam bursting, spreading wildly. Su Qingru tightly embraced Yi Fan and tilted her head to kiss his lips. It is said that true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. At this moment, Su Qingru completely understood the thoughts deep in her heart. Morality, rules, at this moment, Su Qingru didn't want to care about any of it. She just wanted to treat this moment as the last day of her life and be with the person she loved. Looking at the tears on the beauty's cheek in his arms, Yi Fan sighed helplessly. He knew in his heart that if last night there was still a bit of coincidence and hesitation, then now, it should be a complete and genuine expression of true feelings. Such an emotion is too heavy, and also too rare. Yi Fan couldn't bear to refuse, nor did he have any reason to refuse. Therefore, Yi Fan did not avoid this kiss, but responded with the same tenderness. As for being trash, let others say that. It seemed as if the air had frozen in that instant, filled with a strong sweet scent. If it weren't for the many bodyguards around holding battle knives and steel rods, everyone would have thought this was just a romance film being shot. Seeing such a blatant display of affection before her eyes, Zhonghua's eyes reddened, almost crying from anger. Ah! You bunch of idiots, were you all raised eating shit? Why are you all just standing there? Are you waiting for them to have the baby? Ah, this is infuriating. Chapter 45, I just want to kill someone. Can you not interrupt me? At this moment, Zhonghua felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles, so painful that she wished she could tear open her chest and take out her heart to scrub it with a steel wool ball. Earlier, when they were near the teaching building, Yi Fan said he slept with Su Qingru last night, and Zhonghua thought it was just a spiteful remark. But now, the two were hugging each other on the spot and kissing so intimately. This was blatant provocation, rubbing salt into her wounds and stabbing her with a knife. Quick, charge at them for me. Only after Zhonghua reminded them did the bodyguards react, dragging their battle knives as they rushed towards Yi Fan and Su Qingru. Zhonghua, still dissatisfied with their speed, kicked one of the bodyguards in the butt. Meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged man took a call. What? Zhou Tao might also have been killed by Yi Fan. I understand, I definitely won't let him die peacefully. This man was none other than Zhou Tao's second uncle, Zhou Hong, who was also the younger brother of Zhou Ming, the head of the Zhou family. This time coming to Yun City was partly to investigate Zhou Tao's movements, and partly to cooperate with Zhong Hua in killing Yi Fan. Just now, Zhou Hong received news that Zhou Tao was very likely also dead at Yi Fan's hands. Zhou Hong immediately became restless. Young Master Zhong, don't kill Yi Fan just yet, I still have things to ask him. If Zhou Tao was killed by Yi Fan, then Yi Fan's current strength is probably different from what the outside world thinks. This matter must be handled with great caution. Some details in the middle must be thoroughly investigated. Yi Fan and Su Qingru held each other, feeling the bodyguards attacking around them. With a few skillful steps, they easily avoided several attacks from the bodyguards. From a distance, Yi Fan looked as if he was holding Su Qingru while dancing. However, Zhou Hong quickly noticed something was wrong. Young Master Zhong, something's not right. Yi Fan can't be that lucky. I suspect he knows Kung Fu and is deliberately toying with us. Let's all go up together and quickly subdue him. Before Zhong Hua could speak, a strong-voiced elder shouted from the alley entrance, Zhong Hua, how dare you kidnap someone in broad daylight? Do you have any respect for the law? The person arriving in a hurry was none other than Hua Ximiao, the dean of the medical school. Seeing Hua Ximiao approach, Zhong Hua couldn't help but frown. As the medicine king of the southwest, Hua Ximiao held very high prestige throughout the entire southwest and even in the Great Xia. Zhong Hua could really kill Yi Fan, because from the information he had investigated, Yi Fan was just a son-in-law of the Su family, but Zhong Hua did not dare to act rashly against Hua Ximiao. If he made a move against Hua Ximiao, not only would Hua Ximiao's family cause trouble for Zhong Hua, but even Zhong Hua's superiors might punish him. This was because many people had received favors from Hua Ximiao. Of course, if Zhong Hua knew Yi Fan's true identity, even if Zhong Hua had the support of the Gu sect behind him, he probably still wouldn't dare to act against Yi Fan lightly. Hua Ximiao finished scolding with one sentence, then saw Yi Fan in the middle of the venue. He was holding Su Qingru and still kissing her. The scene was beautiful and full of love. This doesn't seem like a kidnapping scene, does it? Zhong Hua is so kind-hearted, organizing a gathering and inviting Yi Fan and Su Qingru to dance. Dean Hua, you are highly respected, I cannot offend you. But regarding today's matter, I advise you better not to get involved. Zhong Hua was still polite to Hua Ximiao, someone, escort Dean Hua home. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward, intending to carry Hua Ximiao away. I am the director of Yun City People's Hospital. Even the senior officials at the capital have come to me for treatment. Let's see who dares to lay a hand on me. Hua Ximiao shouted, instantly freezing the bodyguards in place. They dared not move recklessly and turned their gaze towards Zhong Hua. Although most of these bodyguards had never met Hua Ximiao, they had heard of his reputation. Hua Ximiao himself might not know martial arts, but the network of powerful connections behind him was terrifying. If someone angered Hua Ximiao, the consequences would not be a joke. What are you afraid of? It's not like we're asking you to fight Director Hua, just to send Director Hua home. Zhong Hua scolded his subordinates a bit irritably, act immediately, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. With Zhong Hua's words, the two bodyguards continued to move, supporting Hua Ximiao on both sides, intending to carry Hua Ximiao out of the alley. Although Hua Ximiao's body was still in decent condition, after all, she was just an ordinary person, not a match for two strong men. Supported by the two bodyguards, she was about to be taken away. Hua Ximiao was still shouting, Zhong Hua, you can't do this, it's still not too late for you to turn back now. Protect my big brother. Brothers, charge. Carrying Hua Ximiao, the two bodyguards had just taken a couple of steps when they saw another group rushing in from the alley entrance, led by Wang Fugue. Following Wang Fugue were also two bulldozers, roaring as they charged into the alley. Seeing this scene, the two bodyguards were so scared they almost wet themselves, hastily dropping Hua Ximiao and dodging to the side. Why are there so many annoying people today? Su Qingru drove straight over, and then a bulldozer actually came right behind her. Is a cannon going to come in after that? Zhong Hua was also extremely frustrated. Didn't I just catch Yi Fan? Do you guys have to be like this? Are you done yet? I originally only wanted to kill one Yi Fan, but do you all want to die that badly? Anyone else? If you want to die, then come on together. Zhong Hua's eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was already starting to go wild. I just wanted to kill Yi Fan. From the beginning, Su Qingru came to cause trouble, then Hua Ximiao came to cause trouble, and now Wang Fugue has brought so many people here. What exactly is going on? And me too. Zhonghua, if you dare lay a finger on young Master Yi, I'll make the entire Zhong family pay with their lives. At the alley entrance, another loud voice rang out as Li Hu led a large, dark crowd rushing in quickly. The people Li Hu brought were at least 5 times the number of Zhonghua's men. Moreover, more people behind Li Hu kept pouring in continuously. Zhonghua's men instantly became somewhat cowardly, shrinking their encirclement and moving closer to Zhonghua. Young Master Yi. Instructor. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and a few others all gathered around Yi Fan, confronting Zhonghua's men in the dead-end alley. Yi Fan looked at the scene before him and sighed deeply, "Thank you all for your hard work." Yi Fan glanced at Su Qingru in his arms, knowing that these people were probably notified by this little girl. Actually, no matter how many people Zhonghua had, Yi Fan could handle them all by himself. After all, Su Qingru also meant well. Humph. Lord Hu, are you going to back Yi Fan as well? Very well. Is everyone here? Then let's set off together, so you have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. Facing the overwhelming numbers of Li Hu, Zhonghua remained completely unflustered. Yi Fan, do you think having more people means you can definitely win? Today, I'll let you witness my power. As he spoke, Zhonghua made a strange sound with his mouth, and the next moment, countless black insects crawled all over his arms from inside his black robe. It looked like a dense swarm of bees surrounding a hive. Those with trypophobia would probably get goosebumps just by looking at it. Bloodthirsty goo. Yi Fan immediately recognized it as the bloodthirsty goo, one of the 10 forbidden gus of the goo sect. Chapter 46, Son, you want your father to kneel? That's unfilial. Back then, it was jointly banned by both the Great Xia and the Gu sect, yet now Zhonghua can actually control the bloodthirsty Gu, one of the 10 forbidden gus. Yi Fan's expression also grew serious. It seems the Gu sect has indeed begun to revive from the ashes, and the problem is quite severe. Zhonghua waved his arm, and the swarm of black insects rushed toward a stray dog wandering nearby. Hiss hiss. After a scalp-tingling sound, a stray dog instantly disappeared from in front of everyone, leaving only a pile of dog hair on the ground, and the air was filled with a strong metallic blood smell. Hiss. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and the others present all gasped in shock at the scene before them. Big brother, you and little sister-in-law go first, I'll cover the rear. Wang Fugue said without hesitation, stepping forward to block in front of Yi Fan, swinging the beer bottle in his hand to signal Yi Fan and Su Qingru to go ahead. Li Hu also stepped forward with several of his loyal brothers, standing in front of Yi Fan. Instructor, you go quickly. My brothers and I will hold him off. These poisonous insects are so strange, they can devour a wild dog in an instant. If they attach to a human body, is there any chance of survival? Count me in as your old man too. Hua Ximiao also stepped forward. Young Master Yi, remember to carry forward the great medical skills of Daxiao. Seeing these few people, who in the face of such a life-and-death crisis still stepped forward to cover his retreat, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bit moved. His mind recalled the time 3 years ago when his sect was attacked. Those senior brothers, as well as his uncle and elder uncle, all used their flesh and blood to protect his escape, allowing him to survive all these years. Those despicable ambushers, this young master will definitely make you pay your blood debts with blood. Ha! Trying to run. Not a single one of you will get away today. You talk about brotherhood and loyalty. Then let's all go together in perfect order. What I say goes, even Jesus can't change it. Zhonghua looked at everyone with a proud face, controlling a group of fierce goo insects to sweep towards Yi Fan and the others, then suddenly stopped those goo insects less than 3 feet away from them. Zhonghua looked at Yi Fan with the posture of a victor and said, Yi Fan. Now I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize to me, call me Dad. I can let your companions go, how about that? Instructor, don't worry about us, just hurry and leave. Even if you kneel, he won't let you go. Before Yi Fan could speak, Li Hu anxiously urged him. Su Qingru snuggled in Yi Fan's arms and said contentedly, brother-in-law, as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid to die. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said to Su Qingru, Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and the others, why be so sad? Who said we have to die? None of us will die today, rest assured. Yi Fan immediately turned to Zhonghua and said, Zhonghua, you are unfilial. Since ancient times, has there ever been a son who makes his father kneel? Have you forgotten? In the auditorium, you even called me Dad with your own mouth. Now what you're doing is patricide. Yi Fan's words instantly made Zhonghua furious. Yi Fan, you are courting death. Zhonghua cared most about his face. In front of so many people, being forced to call Yi Fan dad was an utter humiliation in his life. At Zhonghua's command, a swarm of poisonous insects howled as they lunged toward Yi Fan. A ferocious expression appeared on Zhonghua's face, go to hell. Yi Fan, after you die, your wife Sui Xue, I will definitely cherish her, huh? The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and others all stared solemnly at the poisonous bugs rushing over. Wang Fugue even took off his clothes, intending to wave them to block the poisonous bugs. You little beasts, come at your grandpa Wang. It's useless. Huh, the bloodthirsty bug, one of the top 10 forbidden bugs, who of you can stop it? Zhonghua laughed proudly, but halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Because Zhonghua discovered that those poisonous insects completely stopped moving when they got within less than a foot of Yi Fan. Moreover, not only did they stop moving, they actually began to tremble, as if they had encountered something terrifying. The next moment, all the poisonous insects suddenly broke free from Zhonghua's control, fell to the ground, and then crawled on the floor as if they were worshipping something. From Yi Fan's hand, a golden glowing beetle appeared, flapping its wings towards the poisonous goo insects on the ground, emitting a series of chirping sounds from its mouth. In an instant, all the poisonous goo insects, as if receiving a supreme command, crazily flew in the opposite direction. Several bodyguard strongmen who failed to dodge were instantly devoured by the bloodthirsty goo, turning into a pile of withered bones. Those goo insects continued rushing towards Zhonghua's bodyguards, and in the blink of an eye, all the bodyguards brought by Zhonghua disappeared completely, leaving only Zhonghua and Zhou Hong standing. Zhong! Young Master Zhong, what's going on? Isn't your poison bug very powerful? Why is it no longer under your control? Zhou Hong's face turned pale as she looked at the scene before her, not knowing what to do. How would I know? Zhonghua replied to Zhou Hong while retreating, his gaze suddenly falling on the golden beetle in Yi Fan's hand, instantly recalling something his master had mentioned. Goo Emperor. You, how do you have the Goo Emperor on you? Zhonghua's pupils dilated, his eyes full of shock. The master had said that the Goo sect has a sacred artifact called the 10,000 Goo Cauldron, which is the source and ancestor of all Goo insects in the world. The most powerful aspect of the 10,000 Goo Cauldron lies in the fact that it houses a Goo Emperor. Whoever obtains the 10,000 Goo Cauldron can control the Goo Emperor and thus command all the poisonous goo. No matter how fierce and vicious the poisonous goo you control are, once you encounter the 10,000 Goo Cauldron, all efforts are in vain, and you must obey the orders of the Goo Emperor inside the cauldron. Now that the Goo Emperor is in Yi Fan's hands, it means the 10,000 Goo Cauldron must also be in Yi Fan's possession. It should be known that the current leader of the Goo sect, despite using all his connections and power, has not obtained the 10,000 Goo Cauldron. His position in the Goo sect has always been unofficial and unrecognized because the 10,000 Goo Cauldron is only passed down to successive sect leaders. If I were to obtain the 10,000 Goo Cauldron, wouldn't I be able to control the entire Goo sect? Thinking of this, a trace of greed actually appeared in Zhonghua's eyes, completely unaware that Yi Fan had already sentenced him to death. Hoo! Zhonghua, I originally didn't intend to kill you, but since you practice the 10 evil extreme forbidden goo and even attempt to kill with forbidden goo, then I can't let you live. Yi Fan controlled those bloodthirsty goo, crazily lunging at Zhonghua. No. Please, young Master Yi, spare my life. I'm kneeling to you. Zhonghua did not hesitate at all and knelt directly to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, I was wrong, I look down on people with dog eyes. I will never compete with you for Su Qingru again, I will definitely stay far away from her. I failed to recognize a great person. If you're not satisfied, you can even gouge out my eyeballs. Zhonghua knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing to Yi Fan. What integrity? Bottom line. Can that thing be eaten? Or can it save a life? At this moment, Zhonghua couldn't care about anything else at all. Chapter 47, Scoundrel, I'll gouge out your eyes if I see you again. It's not that I want to kill you, it's the Zhou family, he ordered me to kill you. I'm just following orders. Zhonghua shifted all the blame onto Zhou Hong beside him. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Yi Fan said coldly. He could clearly see that Zhonghua was just a pawn being used, and the one who truly knew the inside story was probably Zhou Hong beside him. Before Zhonghua could speak, Yi Fan waved his hand, and those poisonous insects completely enveloped Zhonghua. Sizzle. In an instant, Zhonghua's flesh and blood were completely devoured by those poisonous insects, leaving only a pile of dry bones. Among Zhonghua's hair and clothes, a small translucent object fell down, surprisingly not devoured by those poisonous insects. Yi Fan curiously picked up the object. It was somewhat similar to a Buddhist bone relic, but not quite. However, when Yi Fan held it in his hand, he could clearly feel an ancient energy pulsating inside, vaguely resonating with himself in some way. But obviously, this was not the time for research. Yi Fan put the item away. Zhonghua is dead. The alley, which was just now extremely noisy, suddenly fell into complete silence. Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and the others who stood ready in place were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. Wang Fugue and the others had just witnessed Zhonghua's terrifying methods and thought they were surely doomed, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden reversal. Yi Fan escaped from a desperate situation, and he actually had the Gu Emperor on him, turning the tables and killing Zhonghua and his group. Big brother is awesome. I told you, my big brother is heroic and imposing, tall and mighty, so handsome that flowers bloom when he passes, cars burst tires when he drives by, and even the king of hell is reluctant to take him. How could he just die like that? After realizing what happened, Wang Fugue didn't hold back his praise and showered him with compliments. Grandpa told Wang Fugue everything about Yi Fan. Wang Fugue now also understood that Yi Fan was after all a prodigious genius from Bailuo Shaiman. Although his kung fu hadn't fully recovered, he hadn't lost his other skills. Just considering this Gu insect control technique alone, it wouldn't be so easy for those people to kill Yi Fan, right? A genius! Hua Ximiao exclaimed in amazement from the side. Since ancient times, medicine and Gu insects have been inseparable, and Yi Fan actually knows the mysterious Gu teachings. It's incredible. If it were my own granddaughter, sigh. After Yi Fan dealt with Zhonghua, he controlled the Gu insects to swarm around Zhou Hong, looking at her faintly and said, "People from the Zhou family? Zhou Tao was killed by me, do you have anything else to say?" Zhou Hong herself had some skills, but with so many people like Zhonghua dead at the scene, and Yi Fan having so many helpers around him, Zhou Hong didn't even have the courage to resist. "So it was you, no, I mean, well done, Zhou Tao deserved to die. Young Master Yi, please spare me, killing young Master Yi today was entirely Zhonghua's idea, it has nothing to do with me, I was just here watching the fun." Even at this moment, Zhou Hong still wouldn't tell the truth. Yi Fan sneered coldly, controlled a Gu insect to move forward, and instantly tore off one of Zhou Hong's legs. "I'll give you one last chance, who wants to kill me?" "Ah. It's the Su family, the eldest young master Su Hao of the Su family in the capital. You protected Royal Number 1, Su Hao sent us to kill you. If the Gu sect people can't kill you, they will even ask the people from the Holy Land to kill you. Spare me, I really have nothing to do with this." Zhou Hong writhed on the ground in pain, constantly wailing. Yi Fan snorted coldly through his nostrils. The Su family in Shangjing. If they don't come looking for him, he won't go to them, but since they came to him first, then so be it. For the little junior sister, Yi Fan will sooner or later wipe out the Su family. Pfft. The remaining poisonous insects rushed forward and instantly tore Zhou Hong apart. The Zhou family was one of the main forces attacking the Yi family back then. How could Yi Fan possibly let them go? The scene was completely devoured by those poisonous insects, leaving nothing behind except the bloody smell in the air and the two chairs in the alley where Zhonghua and Zhou Hong had sat. If people hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was real. So the methods of the Gu cult are really that terrifying? A swarm of bugs can kill people invisibly. Woo-woo. The scene had just been cleaned up when a sharp alarm sounded at the alley entrance. Hua Xuyan, leading a group of SWAT officers, rushed in quickly. "Everyone, don't move. Who is responsible for this kidnapping here?" The leader, Hua Xuyan, was dressed in a uniform. But that large cleavage was almost bursting out of her shirt, fair skin, a slender waist barely grasped, and importantly, she was wearing a short skirt with black stockings underneath. Such an outfit is truly too alluring for men. Yi Fan's gaze naturally fell on Hua Xuyan, following her chest down to her black silk long legs. That look made Hua Xuyan feel as if needles were pricking her body. "Scoundrel! What are you looking at? Did I ask you anything? Who is kidnapping here? In broad daylight, is there no law anymore?" Before Yi Fan could speak, Hua Ximiao quickly stepped forward and said, "Xuyan, you're here. Just now, this young Master Yi was kidnapped, but the culprit was just driven away by us." Him. He was the one kidnapped. Why does it feel more like he was the one who kidnapped someone else? Hua Xuyan frowned and glanced up and down at Yi Fan. No matter how you look at this guy, he doesn't seem like a good person. Although handsome, he looked roguish and mischievous. Those eyes were not honest at all, always staring at people's chests. "Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyeballs out." Yi Fan could tell from Hua Ximiao's expression and actions that this beauty was reinforcements brought by Dean Hua. Beauty. Clearly, your scenery jumped right into my eyes, you can't blame me for that, can you? Or else, shall we cut off the beautiful scenery on your chest? You. Hua Xuyan was left speechless by Yi Fan's retort, stomping angrily on the ground. Shui Yan. Don't be rude. This young Master Yi is a divine doctor of our time, with miraculous medical skills. Apologize to the divine doctor immediately. Hua Ximiao said sternly, scolding Hua Xuyan, which instantly made Hua Xuyan look utterly incredulous. Apologize? Grandpa, you weren't threatened by him, were you? If you were, just blink your eyes. I brought so many people, we're not afraid of him. Hua Xuyan said seriously, looking at Hua Ximiao. Hua Ximiao rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you brought so many people, but what use is that? Yi Fan's methods are such that as long as he releases that bug, even 10 times the number of troops will just be food for the bug. Threaten my ass. Hua Ximiao said, knocking on his granddaughter's head. You, hurry up and take your people away. Your mother's illness still depends on young Master Yi. In this world, probably only young Master Yi can cure it. Ah. This time, Hua Xuyan's expression grew somewhat serious, looking at her grandfather, it didn't seem like he was joking. Her mother had been ill for many years, and her grandfather couldn't cure her. Could this guy, who often hung around clubs, really cure her mother? Retreat. Although Hua Xuyan still had some doubts about Yi Fan's medical skills, she didn't argue further. She signaled her subordinates, and the group quickly withdrew from the scene. After Hua Xuyan left, Hua Ximiao respectfully bowed to Yi Fan and said, Young Master Yi, my granddaughter just now was rude. I apologize to you on her behalf. After a pause, Hua Ximiao looked deeply at Yi Fan, I didn't expect. Young Master Yi hides so much. Chapter 48, Young Master Yi, you deceived us all. Yi Fan smiled calmly, Director Hua also thought I was just a playboy hanging around the club, right? After all, when Yi Fan married into the Su family, he was either at the club or on his way there. The public image of Yi Fan was that of a complete playboy. There was indeed some misunderstanding before. Today I came, originally intending to ask young Master Yi about that prescription. As he spoke, Hua Ximiao took out the prescription Yi Fan had given to Qiu Wan. Young Master Yi's prescription is truly exquisite, but there are 3 herbs combined in it that I really can't understand the principle behind. I wonder if young Master Yi could kindly enlighten me. Originally, Hua Ximiao came to save me. When facing danger before, he did not leave and even charged ahead. Yi Fan had a good impression of Hua Ximiao, Dean Hua, communicating medical skills with you is absolutely no problem. I can even give you this prescription and teach you some medical techniques, but I have one request. Ah. Really? Hua Ximiao was stunned. Young Master Yi, whatever your request is, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Yi Fan had such extraordinary abilities. As long as one could receive guidance from Yi Fan, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. Not to mention one request, even if it were 100 requests, Hua Ximiao would agree. It's simple, keep my kung fu and gu technique secret, and then go treat my great-grandfather in my place, curing him in the shortest possible time. Just this. Hua Si looked down on it, thinking Yi Fan would make some unreasonable demands, but it turned out to be just this little request. Yi Fan nodded, just this. You must know, the Yi family was attacked 3 years ago. Although my strength has now recovered, I still have to stay hidden. I will only make a move when all my enemies appear. And those who have seen my true strength no longer dare to speak. At this point, Yi Fan glanced at Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Wang Fugue's brothers around them, as well as Li Hu's subordinates. Their bodies exuded murderous intent wildly, making everyone's breath tighten involuntarily. You all are the same, keep your mouths shut. Hua Ximiao was not stupid. When Yi Fan said that, Hua Ximiao immediately understood, the old man understands, I will definitely keep it a secret. At the same time, he sighed in his heart that the Yi family had produced a dragon. Those who had kicked the Yi family when they were down back then were probably going to suffer. The key to this prescription lies in the control of the dosage, as well as the principles of mutual generation and restriction. Yi Fan explained the core secret of the prescription clearly to Hua Ximiao without any hesitation. At the same time, he directly taught Hua Ximiao 3 needles from the Tai 8 needles, saying, these 3 needles are enough to treat my great-grandfather. If your talent is good enough, I can teach you the rest after some time. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. After Hua Ximiao realized that Yi Fan was teaching him the supreme skill Tai 8 needles from the Shenong secret classic, he disregarded Yi Fan's objections and directly knelt down to pay respects as a disciple. Although Yi Fan was young, he was absolutely worthy of this bow. Yi Fan did not particularly try to stop Hua Ximiao's actions. In front of outsiders, you can just call me young Master Yi. Yi Fan finally accepted Hua Ximiao as his disciple. After all, with Hua Ximiao's status here, it would be much easier for Yi Fan to handle many matters later on. Not far away, Wang Fugue, Su Qingru, and Wang Fugue's brothers were all stunned when they saw Hua Ximiao actually kneeling in public to apprentice under Yi Fan. Am I seeing things wrong? The director of Yinqing People's Hospital, the medicine king of the southwest region, actually kneeling to apprentice under Yi Fan. But thinking about the terrifying power Yi Fan just displayed, it all seemed perfectly normal. After Huasi expressed endless gratitude and left, Li Hu finally found an opportunity to quietly approach Yi Fan and say, "Young Master Yi, the brothers under. My command just reported that several people have been sneaking around the place where we are holding Yi Xiu, probably trying to make a move against him." Yi Fan smiled faintly, already eager to take action so soon. It seems that Yi Xiu really has something valuable on him. Withdraw the brothers you stationed around the entrance, loosen your pockets a bit, we're heading over immediately. If there are too many guards there, they won't have a chance to act. What Yi Fan needs to do now is to set up a large net, wait for the opponent to walk right into it, and then catch them all in one sweep. Good. After everyone left, outside 2 alleys away, a young man dressed in black put away his telescope, picked up the walkie-talkie, and reported, "Minister, you wouldn't believe it, I just witnessed an incredibly exciting drama. I think I found the super expert who caused the energy fluctuation, it's Yi Fan, the eldest young master of the Yi family. He's hiding very deeply." This young man was a member of the town marshal department, and when he was patrolling here today, he happened to see the confrontation between Yi Fan and Zhonghua. "Zhang Yang, this matter is top secret, remember, what you saw today, besides you and me, absolutely no third party can know. Understand? Otherwise, you will face the destruction of your entire family." "Ah. Yes, Minister." At the Yun City Town Marshal headquarters, after Minister Mo Zhong ended the call, a strange gleam appeared on his face. "Yi Fan, the eldest young master of the Yi family? Indeed impressive. I knew the Yi family wouldn't fall so easily. It seems I must find an opportunity to pay a personal visit tomorrow." In the Zhong family villa. On Zhonghua's mother's bed, a masked man was vigorously working on a woman, who was none other than Zhonghua's mother, Xie Fang. Meanwhile, on the floor beside them, a man curled up was sleeping like a dead pig, and that was Zhonghua's father. The masked man was Zhonghua's Gu master, named Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect, who had been active in Yun City in recent years. "Along, this is still not good, that dead guy is still sleeping beside us, and you just like this, ah. What's wrong with that? The son isn't his. Humph, if it weren't for my identity needing to stay hidden and having him help cover for me, he would have been dead long ago. Humph. Last month, you gave him several times. Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. Ah. I really have no choice, after all, we are only a couple in name. If I refuse, he might get suspicious. Hee, be gentle." So, the so-called father of Zhonghua is actually not his father at all, but someone similar to Wu Dalang. After a passionate time together in bed, just as they lay down to rest, Long Zhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Oh no. Something has happened to Zhonghua. Pfft. The next moment, Long Zhong unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhonghua never knew until his death that he was not actually the son of his father Zhong Yiming, but merely the illegitimate child of his Gu master Long Zhong and his mother's affair. The reason Long Zhong was so dedicated to teaching Zhonghua Gu techniques was naturally because he was his own son. Moreover, to help Zhonghua grow quickly, Long Zhong replicated his own life Gu and placed a copy on Zhonghua. If Zhonghua were ever in danger, Long Zhong could immediately sense it. But just now, Long Zhong discovered that the replicated copy of his life Gu had directly died. Something happened. What happened? The woman's voice was trembling as she asked. Zhonghua is dead, someone killed Zhonghua. Long Zhong's face was dark and gloomy, heartbroken for his son on one hand. But more importantly, the immortal bone he had placed on his son Zhonghua was far more precious than life itself. The functions that have been discovered so far show that the immortal bone can continuously provide martial energy, assisting cultivation speed to increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. Moreover, it is said that the immortal bone also grants immortality, making it a priceless treasure. Who is it? Who killed Zhonghua? Long Zhong quickly put on his clothes, called out to Xie Fang, and swiftly slipped out of the room. I'm going out for a while. That thing on Zhong Hua's body was desperately snatched by Long Zhong. He could be without a son, without a woman, but he absolutely could not be without that thing. Therefore, Long Zhong must find out at all costs who killed Zhong Hua and retrieve the immortal bone. Chapter 49, Silencing by Killing. Or delivering someone's head. In a warehouse on the west outskirts of Yun City, this is where Li Hu is holding Yi Xiu. This used to be the logistics company's hub. Later, with the city's redevelopment, most companies here have moved out, leaving some warehouses and a few companies still operating, but there are fewer people at night. However, tonight, under the cover of darkness, a dozen or so vehicles quietly stopped around the warehouse, and a group of burly men wearing black t-shirts got out of the cars one after another. And the one leading at the front was none other than Lin Dong. "Ayang, is this the place where you got the information?" Lin Dong turned and asked a young man of about the same age beside him. This young man was Lin Yang, the biological son of the second uncle Lin Hua. Although Lin Yang was already 20 years old, he had some intellectual issues and seemed to have remained at the mental level of a child around 10 years old. So, this is also one of the reasons why Lin Hua appointed Lin Dong as the family head successor. Lin Hua had no choice. He actually wanted to appoint his own son as the successor, but his biological son is a bit mentally challenged. How could he manage the Lin group? Yes. He just told me. Lin Yang said, pointing to a man who looked like a team leader beside him, "Big brother, this is a great place to play hide and seek. How about you play hide and seek with me later?" Lin Dong was speechless. "Today I'm here to kill someone, and you want to play hide and seek? I shouldn't have brought this mentally challenged person along. Is your information accurate? This is a godforsaken place. Would Li Hu really lock Yi Xiu up in a place like this?" "Don't worry. Young Master Lin, our brother saw Yi Xiu appear here during the day with his own eyes, no mistake. It's just ahead at warehouse no. 8, whether he's inside or not, we'll know once we break the door open." The bodyguard captain beside Lin Yang said with full confidence. Lin Dong gathered over 100 top bodyguards from the Lin family for this operation, just in case something unexpected happened. Bang! When Lin Dong and his men smashed open the warehouse door, the lights inside turned on, and 3 thugs playing Do Di Zhu immediately jumped up. "You, what do you want?" These 3 men were the guards arranged here by Li Hu. "Behave yourself." The 3 men under Li Hu, who had just stood up, were immediately pushed back down by Lin Dong's men. Bang bang. The next moment, several people were knocked unconscious. The lights turned on, and Lin Dong quickly discovered Yi Xiu tied up in the corner of the wall. At this moment, Yi Xiu had been tortured to a barely recognizable state, his face covered in bloodstains, and his clothes were already tattered and worn. Lin Dong saw Yi Xiu, and Yi Xiu saw Lin Dong, their eyes immediately lit up. "Young Master Lin, you finally came. If you hadn't come, I really would have been tortured to death by them." Lin Dong curled the corner of his mouth and shone the spotlight in Yi Xiu's direction. Lin Dong was not interested in Yi Xiu's suffering at all. What interested Yi Fan was how much information Yi Xiu had exposed back then. "How many of the secrets from back then did you reveal?" Lin Dong stepped forward, not in a hurry to untie Yi Xiu, but stared intently at Lin Dong and asked him. "I didn't say anything at all. Young Master Lin, you have to believe me, I really didn't say anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept me tied up like this." Yi Xiu said excitedly, "Young Master Lin, please untie me quickly and take me away from here. That bastard Yi Fan has been here, I'm afraid." Yi Xiu knew Yi Fan's methods. Even the Black Dragon was taken down by Yi Fan, and Yi Fan could even change his appearance. Yi Xiu even began to suspect whether the Lin Dong in front of him was actually Yi Fan in disguise, using a ruse to trick him. Hearing that Yi Fan had been here, Lin Dong couldn't help but shudder all over. "Damn it. You're scared, but I'm even more scared. The thing in my crotch was kicked away by Yi Fan, and the fact that my head was split open was also thanks to Yi Fan. The Lin family's face was ruined, it was all thanks to Yi Fan's actions. But now the Lin family dares not directly make a move on Yi Fan, they can only hope that the blood-clothed sect disciples will carry out the next action as soon as possible. Since you haven't said anything, then I can rest assured." Lin Dongxie smiled charmingly, reached out, snatched a battle knife from a nearby bodyguard, and instantly pressed it against Yi Xiu's neck. The cold gleam on his neck instantly stunned Yi Xiu. "Young Master Lin. What do you mean by this? I really haven't said anything. Why do you want to kill me?" "I have already discussed with your second uncle, later I will take control of the Yi family and serve the Lin family." "Humph. Why kill you?" "Because some things only the dead won't reveal. Yi Xiu, you know too much, and you exposed it in front of Yi Fan. Sorry, but you can only die. Lin Dong hesitated for no moment, swinging the battle knife in his hand, ready to cut Yi Xiu's neck. No. Please don't. Young Master Lin, what you're doing is unfair, you can't betray someone like this after they've helped you cross the river. But no matter how much Yi Xiu begged for mercy, Lin Dong showed no sign of softening. Yi Xiu could even feel the blade piercing through the skin of his neck. Yi Xiu was desperate. Back then, in order to seize power, he acted as an insider for the Lin and Zhou families, leaking all the personnel deployments of the Yi family to them, which ultimately led to the near annihilation of the Yi family. If he hadn't been so confused at the time and had informed the old master earlier about the attack he knew of, wouldn't the Yi family have avoided such a devastating defeat? And if that had happened, could he have taken control of the Yi family? Yi Xiu was somewhat regretful, but there is no regret medicine in the world. Pfft. Just as Lin Dong's battle knife was about to cut Yi Xiu's throat, a stone suddenly attacked, hitting Lin Dong's arm and directly piercing through it, causing the bone to break with a snap. The battle knife fell to the ground, and Lin Dong's arm instantly broke. Ah! Damn it, who the hell dared to lay a hand on me? Lin Dong shouted loudly, clutching his bloodied arm, but in his heart, he already had a terrifying suspect. Yi Fan. It must be Yi Fan. So late at night, Yi Fan is still here, which can only mean one thing, Yi Fan is deliberately waiting here for me. And capturing Yi Xiu, deliberately spreading the news outside, it's all a bait, a trap to lure reinforcements. The purpose is to wait and see who comes to save Yi Xiu or who comes to kill Yi Xiu. Whoever it is must be connected to the attack on the Yi family back then. Yi Fan could make such arrangements, so Lin Dong had naturally thought of it in advance. Therefore, this time, Lin Dong made a complete setup and brought more than 100 bodyguards. The precaution was against Yi Fan setting a trap, otherwise, it would have been simple to just capture Yi Xiu or kill him to silence him. There was no need for such a large formation. As the Lin family's designated successor, Lin Dong was actually not stupid at all, he just had bad luck to encounter Yi Fan. Young Master Lin, we meet again so late. Yi Fan smiled as he came down from behind the door on the second floor. Lin Dong carefully investigated and found that there was not a single person around Yi Fan, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, Yi Fan is as reckless as ever, thinking he alone can handle the bodyguard experts I brought. Just wait, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Chapter 50, Big Brother, I was wrong. I just want to be your dog. Yi Fan greeted Lin Dong, then turned to Yi Xiu and said, Yi Xiu, now you see, right? You're like a stubborn dead duck, still defending the Lin family, but they want you dead. Are you willing? Is it worth it? Are you really willing to be tortured alone, while those former allies of yours betray you, want to kill you to silence you, and push all the blame onto you? Yi Fan's words kept drilling into Yi Xiu's ears, and having just experienced a life-and-death ordeal, Yi Xiu's psychological defenses were completely shattered. Originally, Li Hu had been tormenting Yi Xiu all day using various methods, but Yi Xiu was still able to hold on. Because he firmly believed that the Lin family would stop at nothing to find him and would definitely save him. Yi Xiu knew that the many secrets behind the attack on the Yi family, if leaked to Yi Fan, would be ironclad evidence justifying the Yi family's actions against the Lin family. Unwilling to accept this, Yi Xiu stared at Lin Dongdao with bloodshot eyes. Lin Dong. You all deserve a terrible fate. You forced me into this. I served you loyally, yet you betrayed me and even tried to kill me to silence me. Then you can't blame me. Yi Fan, as long as you kill Lin Dong, I will tell you everything. Yi Xiu seemed to have gone mad at this moment. Compared to Yi Fan, Yi Xiu wanted Lin Dong dead even more. Lin Dong had also calmed down by now. Kill me? Ha! Yi Xiu, you must be dreaming. I came prepared today, I have over 100 bodyguards here. Even if Yi Fan were a god, he couldn't beat so many people, right? Even if he's tired, he has to wear him out to death. While speaking, after confirming there was no one else upstairs, Lin Dong became even more arrogant. Only Yi Fan is here alone, with no one else around. This is a perfect opportunity to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan. Kneel down and apologize to me, beg for mercy. Beg me to forgive you, maybe I can consider Xian Yufei's face and give you a quick death. Otherwise, tonight I will make you wish you were dead. Lin Dong waved his hand, and all the bodyguard experts behind him pulled out their weapons, battle knives, steel rods, surrounding Yi Fan in unison. Yi Fan was not worried at all about being surrounded by these bodyguards. Yi Fan's strength has long surpassed that of a martial sovereign. Don't mention such a small number of ordinary thugs, even if there were twice or 5 times as many. Yi Fan wouldn't even take them seriously. A group of ants, what difference does it make compared to 2 groups of ants? They are still just ants after all. How much effort does it take for a human to step on and kill 1 ant, or 100 ants? Lin Xiao, my legs are stiff, I can't kneel down. Why don't you teach me how to kneel? Yi Fan looked at Lin Dong with a half-smile. Forget it, I kicked your balls and broke them last time. Kneeling down now must be very painful, right? Maybe it's better not to. Yi Fan, you're looking for death. Damn your ancestors. Whenever Lin Dong thought about his own balls, he hated Yi Fan so much he wished he could eat him alive. A man's symbol was actually destroyed by Yi Fan like this, that was the source of his happiness for the rest of his life. What are you all standing there for? Attack him, no matter the cost, kill him. Whoever slashes him gets 10 million from me. Lin Dong was completely insane, crazily giving orders to his subordinates. You must not kill him, at least leave him alive. I want to play with him until he dies. Lin Dong's face was ferocious, isn't the Yi family arrogant? Tonight, if I get both of the Yi family members, I will destroy the future of your Yi family. What they failed to do 3 years ago, I will accomplish today. By the way, whoever can castrate Yi Fan, I will reward them with 100 million. Damn it, if I can't be a man, I will make sure you experience that kind of pain. But what made Lin Dong curious was that after he gave the order, all the subordinates around him were stunned in place, not a single one moved. Are you all deaf? I told you to take action, a bunch of idiots, don't you know how to kill? Lin Dong was about to explode with anger. These were all Lin family's specially trained experts. He was the next successor of the Lin family, so why weren't they obeying his orders? Yi Fan looked coldly at Lin Dong, twitched the corner of his mouth, and nodded towards behind Lin Dong. Young Master Lin, why don't you turn around and take a look behind you? Lin Dong was a bit stunned, behind himself. What about behind himself? Lin Dong turned his head curiously to look behind himself, and immediately gasped, his heart sinking to the bottom of a valley. This. Master Hu. At this moment, behind Lin Dong, without anyone knowing when, Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yun City, appeared with a large group of experts. Their strength was clearly greater than the batch Lin Dong had brought. And in the hands of all of them were a steel crossbow and a dagger. Each one locked onto a Lin family bodyguard in front of them, with the arrowheads and daggers aimed at their hearts. The Lin family bodyguards didn't dare to move a single hair. Lin Dong was shocked. Besides the more than 100 bodyguards he had brought, hadn't he also arranged dozens of guards on the outskirts for watch and patrol? So why is there no sign of any movement now? Hey, are you all dead pigs or what? Li Hu barged in with so many people, and those outside didn't notice at all. Lin Dong, do you really think I, Li Hu, am someone to be trifled with? Since you dared to imprison Yi Xiu here, don't you have any tricks? Li Hu waved his hand, and another group of his men outside captured all the people Lin Dong had set up for the guard. Lin Dong was desperate, utterly desperate. At this moment, Lin Dong also understood that Yi Fan had set a trap, waiting to see who would jump into it. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I beg you to let me off, I just want to be your dog, just want to help Yi Xiao clear the family gate, really. Pfft. Lin Dong actually didn't care about his integrity at all and directly knelt down to Yi Fan. Yi Xiu watched beside him speechlessly. Yi Fan, don't listen to his nonsense, it's Lin Dong. Back then, Lin Dong was responsible for contacting me. The Lin family was directly involved in the attack on the Yi family. Moreover, I know, they attacked the Yi family to find something belonging to the Yi family, but unfortunately, they still haven't found it until now. Yi Xiu knew he couldn't escape anyway, so he decided to give up, which almost infuriated Lin Dong. Yi Xiu. You're looking for death. That thing is the biggest secret of the attack on the Yi family, and Yi Xiu has been exposed just like that. This involves not only the Lin family, but also many other complex forces behind the scenes. If they find out that it was the Lin family who leaked the information, do you think the Lin family will have a good outcome? Lin Dong angrily got up from the ground, rushed forward, and grabbed Yi Xiu's neck with one hand, fiercely saying, Yi Xiu, I'll strangle you to death. Chapter 51, Dog Bites Dog, Both Get Hurt. This secret was exposed in front of Yi Fan. How could the people behind the Lin family possibly let the Lin family go? Yi Xiu's hands and feet were tied with ropes, his throat was being choked, and his face instantly flushed bright red. Yi Fan smiled faintly, a burst of energy surged from his hand, unraveling the ropes binding Yi Xiu's hands and feet. Yi Xiu was finally free and immediately started to retort, landing a punch on Lin Dong's cheek, staggering him and naturally causing him to loosen his grip. Lin Dong. I've disliked you for a long time. Who do you think you are? A lazy good-for-nothing every day, what level do you think you are, yet you still want to be on equal footing with me? Pfft. Yi Xiu, thinking about how Lin Dong had just tried to kill him, got even angrier and rushed up to deliver several fierce kicks to Lin Dong's groin. Lin Dong's groin was already injured before, and just now Yi Fan had broken his arm, leaving him with only one hand. How could he possibly be a match for Yi Xiu? Yi Xiu, just you wait, as long as I get out of here today, I will make you wish you were dead. You're nothing but a dog of the Lin family, yet you dare to bark at me. I'll fight you to the death. Lin Dong had long since ignored Yi Fan and rushed forward to wrestle with Yi Xiu. Using both hands and feet, grabbing Yi Xiu's hair, and even biting off a piece of flesh from Yi Xiu's body. In pain, Yi Xiu gritted his teeth and said, Lin Dong. You're forcing me to do this. A sinister look appeared on Yi Xiu's face as he picked up the battle knife that Lin Dong had dropped from the ground and stabbed it straight into Lin Dong's chest with a poochie sound. Pfft. Pfft. He kept stabbing repeatedly. Several holes had already appeared in Lin Dong's chest, blood trickling out continuously. Lin Dong's hand, which was grabbing Yi Xiu's hair, gradually loosened. He looked at Yi Xiu in disbelief. You actually dare to kill me, Poochie. Lin Yang, you run quickly, go back and tell second uncle to avenge me. Lin Dong looked at the holes in his chest, knowing he could no longer survive, so he thought to notify his idiot younger brother to go back and report the news. But Lin Yang, seeing the scene before him, had no intention of running away. Instead, he also picked up a battle knife. Big brother. I'm here to help you. Pfft. Yi Xiu saw Lin Yang rushing over and, without any hesitation, swung his blade to kill Lin Yang as well. No. Lin Dong was completely shocked. Before Yi Fan could even make a move, Yi Xiu had already taken action and killed both him and his brother Lin Yang. The Lin family would be completely wiped out. At this moment, Yi Xiu snapped out of his earlier frenzy, hurriedly threw away the battle knife in his hand, and looked at Lin Dong with a fearful expression, saying, Young Master Lin, no. I didn't mean to. Yi Xiu knew that the Lin family and the Yi family were both among the 6 great powerful families, and their strength could not be underestimated. The key was that if Yi Xiu wanted to fully control the Yi family, he had to gain the support of the Lin family. And now, I have killed the only 2 eldest sons of the Lin family, Lin Dong and Lin Yang. If the Lin family finds out, how could I possibly have any chance of survival? Moreover, I am still in Yi Fan's hands. Even if Yi Fan doesn't kill me, the Lin family won't let me go either. Clap clap clap. Yi Fan looked indifferently at the 2 of them biting each other like dogs. After seeing Lin Dong and Lin Yang twitch a few times and then completely stop moving, Yi Fan finally stepped forward and said, Yi Xiu. You really do have some fighting spirit. Killing Lin Dong is also a small contribution to the Yi family. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiu with a half-smile, but Yi Xiu's face was full of bitterness, almost about to cry, Yi Fan. He stopped speaking halfway through his sentence. Yi Xiu was actually not stupid. He knew that in today's situation, whether he was in Yi Fan's hands or Lin Dong's, there was no chance of survival. Although Yi Fan was also very annoying, relatively speaking, since he was working hard for the Lin family, Lin Dong actually wanted to kill him to silence him. So, even if he died, he would not let them off easily. I say. I will tell you everything I know. I just ask you to give me a clear answer. Yi Xiu's mind involuntarily recalled the scene when the old master of the Yi family rescued him from a group of human traffickers. At that time, Yi Xiu only felt gratitude in his heart. At that time, Yi Xiu's demands were very humble. As long as he could have freedom and a meal to eat, it was enough, as long as he wouldn't go hungry. Later, the old master of the Yi family sent Yi Xiu to school and then entrusted the family business to him. Yi Xiu became the spokesperson of the Yi family, second only to one person, above thousands. He enjoyed wealth and glory, but Yi Xiu became increasingly greedy, betrayed the Yi family, leading to the family's tragedy. The people who attacked the Yi family back then, as far as I know, include the Lin family, the Zhou family, and also members of the royal family, but I have never seen the appearance of the royal family members. Besides those mentioned, there were also people from the Zhao family. Do you have paper and pen? Yi Xiu staggered as he stood in front of Yi Fan. At this moment, there was surprisingly little despair on his face. Instead, there was a sense of relief. After Li Hu and the others brought the paper and pen, Yi Xiu thought seriously and wrote down a list on the paper. This is the list of people I know who attacked the Yi family, and I also have video evidence to verify it. Of course, you can investigate it yourself. After handing the paper to Yi Fan, Yi Xiu continued, the Lin family attacked the Yi family because they were looking for something. It is said to be able to change the fate of the family and is related to a huge secret. I only caught fragments of it. It seems to be called the immortal bone. Lin Dong might not even know about it, only the Lin family head, Lin Hua, knows. After saying everything he knew, Yi Xiu let out a long sigh. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiu's appearance and said lightly, if I had known it would be like this, why bother in the first place? Speak, do you have any last wishes? Say them, and if I'm in the mood, I can help you handle them. No. Yi Xiu shook his head, suddenly remembering something, right. I have a girl kept in captivity at number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yun City. I've always wanted to have her, but she absolutely refuses. So I've been secretly having people imprison her. If you have time, go and release her. Still imprisoning a girl? Yi Fan curled the corner of his mouth, thinking that Yi Xiu really didn't like women anymore. Good. Hearing Yi Fan respond, the next moment, Yi Xiu grabbed the battle knife on the ground and stabbed it fiercely into his own heart. Yi Xiu knew he had no way out, so it was better to end it himself. Was the situation just now all clearly recorded? Yi Fan turned to Li Hu and said, Lin Dong and Lin Yang were killed by Yi Xiu, and Yi Xiu committed suicide. Li Hu nodded, everything has been recorded. Using Yi Xiu as bait, Yi Fan originally thought he could catch a big fish, but in the end, Lin Dong came knocking on his door himself. But it's not bad either, killing Lin Dong and obtaining Yi Xiu's list means this operation has yielded considerable gains. Especially upon seeing the Zhao family on the list, Yi Fan's face darkened, humph. The Zhao family was also involved in the plan back then. I've already given you all a chance. When I come for you, that will be your death sentence. Just as Yi Fan was muttering under his breath, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from the roof. Who? Yi Fan's expression tightened, could there really be someone eavesdropping on the roof? Chapter 52, I just want to put a hat on him. You have to know, Yi Fan's strength has now surpassed the martial sovereign level, the opponent is really hiding deeply. Who? Without any hesitation, Yi Fan pushed off the ground with his ankle, propelling his body towards the second floor. Using the steel frame on the wall for leverage with his ankle, his entire body pierced through the warehouse roof and surged onto the rooftop. Such agile and extraordinary movement left Li Hu and his group of underlings completely stunned. Did you all see that this time? The instructor's strength is unfathomable, beyond what you can look up to. Clean up the entire scene. Li Hu did not forget to show off in front of his subordinates. As for the opponent Yi Fan wanted to pursue, Li Hu did not interfere at all. Because Li Hu was very clear that such a master was on a level far beyond what he could reach. After Yi Fan rushed onto the rooftop, his powerful perception was unleashed in the pitch-black night, quickly detecting a hunched figure rapidly fleeing into the distance. Whoosh! Yi Fan hurled a piece of iron sheet at the fleeing person with a whistle. Pfft! After a crisp sound, Yi Fan clearly heard a muffled grunt. That piece of iron sheet definitely injured the person. Yi Fan clearly sensed just now that the opponent's strength was actually not very high, at most just a grandmaster, not reaching the level of martial sovereign. But the opponent's footwork had some peculiarities, and he was good at hiding his aura, so Yi Fan did not notice the trace of this spy for a moment just now. Yi Fan's steps did not pause, he quickly jumped across the rooftops, chasing after the fleeing person. However, after Yi Fan rushed over, he discovered that at the end of the warehouse below was actually a railway track, and a train happened to roar past. Besides a pool of blood on the ground, there were no other traces. Running pretty fast. Yi Fan snorted coldly and muttered to himself, however, I have already set up a scent-seeking goo on the iron sheet just now. As long as you appear within 3 kilometers of me, I will definitely be able to find you. I hope you are not an enemy, otherwise, you will die a terrible death. The follow-up on the warehouse matter is handled by Li Hu, so Yi Fan naturally doesn't have to worry. He drove towards number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yun City. Yi Xiu is already dead now, so he can't continue to delay that girl. Number 38, south suburb of Yun City, is a quiet and secluded courtyard. When Yi Fan approached, 3 bodyguards in black tried to stop him. Yi Fan said coldly, get lost. I am young master Yi Fan. Yi Xiu is already dead. Are you still going to serve him? Seeing their hesitation, Yi Fan waved the previously recorded video in front of them. The faces of the bodyguards immediately changed drastically. Young Master Yi, we take our leave. We have never met today. Saying that, the men left quickly as if their buttocks were on fire. Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth, pushed open the door, and walked towards the courtyard. Just as he stepped in, a teacup was thrown at Yi Fan. Yi Xiu, I've told you, even if I were a dog, I would never be your woman. Get lost. This little lady is quite fierce. A surge of energy flowed through Yi Fan's hand, easily catching the teacup that was thrown. I'm here to inform you that you are free. From now on, you no longer have to endure Yi Xiu's torment, and you can live the life you want. Yi Fan stepped into the living room and glanced around, then saw a girl wearing khaki shorts, angrily staring at the doorway. Seeing that it was not Yi Xiu but Yi Fan who had arrived, the girl was clearly taken aback. You're not Yi Xiu? Where is Yi Xiu? Dead. In front of the girl, Yi Fan held nothing back and directly explained the situation. I've also dealt with the people outside. I'm just telling you that from now on, you are free to move about as you please. According to Yi Xiu, she was the campus beauty during university, and from that time, Yi Xiu had his eyes on her. Because of the backing of the Yi family's power, Yi Xiu easily eliminated all of the girl's suitors, and from then on, he began to keep the girl in a disguised form of captivity. Dead? The girl looked towards the door in disbelief, indeed unable to see the figures of the bodyguards. It should be known that previously, those bodyguards were around the girl 24 hours a day, and even if the girl wanted to go out to buy something, they would always follow her. The expression on the girl's face finally relaxed with a sigh of relief. 5 years, from the start of university until now, it's been 5 years. Has she finally regained her freedom? But just for a moment, the expression on the girl's face tensed up again. No. It must be some kind of ploy by Yi Xiu, deliberately playing me. Humph. Doesn't Yi Xiu just want to have me? I simply won't let you succeed. Yi Fan was too lazy to explain to the girl and turned around to leave. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave the hall, the girl suddenly called out to him, wait. Yi Fan was a bit puzzled. Just as he turned around, the girl pounced on him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her red lips against his mouth. Beauty, what are you doing? Yi Fan just felt the girl's amazing flexibility and immediately dodged. Although Yi Fan does like to chase girls, he doesn't just go after any girl casually. The girl was persistent. You say a girl throws herself into someone's arms, when a man and a woman are together, what else can they do? Isn't Yi Xiu just trying to get me? Humph. This lady insists on giving her first time to another man. Don't worry, I'm still pure. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, before Yi Fan could respond, the girl hooked her arm around Yi Fan's neck and led him towards the bedroom beside them. Hiss. The girl took off all her clothes in the room, revealing her absolutely beautiful figure, curvy and perfect, truly a rare beauty. Yi Fan had planned to get intimate with Su Yixue last night, but was interrupted by his sister-in-law. At this moment, facing such an incredibly attractive girl's reckless seduction, a fire ignited in Yi Fan's heart. Beauty. You're playing with fire. Humph. I'm not afraid at all. What are you afraid of? Come on. I'm going to put a green hat on Yi Xiu. The girl said as she directly threw Yi Fan onto the bed. The girl had no idea that Yi Xiu was actually already dead. Feeling the tenderness in his arms, Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with anything else and roughly tore off the clothes. The room instantly filled with a seductive atmosphere, accompanied by a series of moans not suitable for children. Huh? An icy jade body? When Yi Fan and Jiang Yueran were about to take the final step of intimacy, they suddenly discovered that Jiang Yueran was actually the legendary rare special constitution, the icy jade body. Yi Fan's heart suddenly trembled greatly, and at the same time, his inner heart was filled with wild joy. This is the physique that Yi Fan and his master searched tirelessly for. Because the ice jade body can perfectly neutralize the accumulated fire poison inside Yi Fan's body, it can save Yi Fan's life. The dragon taming technique of Bailuo Shaiman can almost be said to be the most extraordinary cultivation method. When combined with Yi Fan's 9-yang dragon vein for cultivation, it can achieve the effect of defying fate and changing destiny. However, the dragon taming technique also has a fatal flaw. As the cultivation strength increases, the side effects of the 9-yang dragon vein gradually intensify, forming 9 fierce fiery poisons within Yi Fan's body. If these toxins are not controlled, they will eventually poison Yi Fan to death, burning him alive. Although Yi Fan's master was also a genius, he only found one peculiar antidote method, to find girls with 9 special constitutions from around the world to help Yi Fan neutralize the toxins and turn them to his advantage. Yi Fan never expected that the constitution he had been desperately searching for would actually be found here. This is the woman heaven has bestowed upon me, if I don't accept her, I would be betraying my own conscience. Chapter 53, the terrified Zhao family decides to bring their daughter to apologize in person. The moonlight outside the window seemed a bit shy to witness the scene before it, quietly hiding behind the clouds. After more than an hour, Yi Fan and the young girl lazily lay on the bed, with a bright red stain clearly visible on the sheets. On Jiang Yueran's neck, a strange blue pattern appeared, the mark of the ice jade body. At this moment, Yi Fan could clearly feel that one of the fire poisons inside his body had already disappeared. On Yi Fan's chest, within a faint Taiji Bagua pattern, one of the 9 dragon patterns had already been lit up, indicating that the poison had been neutralized. My name is Yi Fan. From today on, you are my woman. If you want me to take responsibility, you can call me anytime. As Yi Fan spoke, he took the girl's phone and dialed his own number. Although Yi Fan could like different girls, once they became his women, he treated them very well. Oh. My name is Jiang Yueran. Jiang Yueran lay in Yi Fan's arms and twisted her body slightly, suddenly seeming to remember a question. Ah. Your name is Yi Fan. Are you Yi Xiu's younger brother? Yi Xiu always regarded Yi Fan as his greatest enemy and naturally mentioned him often in front of Jiang Yueran. Moreover, Yi Fan's reputation in Yun City was known by most people. Every day he hung around the club, if he wasn't at the club, he was on his way there. Yes. What, are you regretting it now? I just warned you. Yi Fan stood up, straightened his clothes, and planned to leave. He still had to buy a house tomorrow, of course not for himself, but for Qiu Wan. Tonight Yi Xiu passed away, and the Yi group urgently needs someone to help manage it, and Qiu Wan is the best candidate. The first problem to solve for Qiu Wan to work at the Yi group is the issue of accommodation. Yi Fan plans to buy a house for Qiu Wan first, and then inform her. Regret? Why regret? Jiang Yueran not only showed no sign of regret but actually looked quite excited, so were we just sneaking around like sister-in-law and little uncle? So thrilling. Although Yi Fan was also experienced, hearing Jiang Yueran's words still left him completely confused. Hee hee. Great, humph. Yi Xiu wants to have this lady, right? I'll give my body to my little uncle, but I won't give it to him, to make him furious. Come on, little uncle, let's take a photo together, I must make him furious. While speaking, Jiang Yueran didn't care at all that her body was exposed in front of Yi Fan. She wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, took 2 photos, and only then let Yi Fan go. After Yi Fan left, Jiang Yueran immediately sent those intimate photos to Yi Xiu's phone. Yi Xiu. Now I belong to my little uncle, you will never get me, so just give up. After doing all this, Jiang Yueran suddenly felt a bit hungry and wanted to get up to eat something, but as soon as he moved, he realized his whole body was about to fall apart. This Yi Fan's combat power is just too strong. After leaving the yard, Yi Fan called Li Hu. Jiang Yueran already belongs to me, tell the brothers to take good care of him. Also, check the information on this Jiang Yueran for me. Jiang Yueran had been imprisoned by Yi Xiu for such a long time, and now that she suddenly regained her freedom, Yi Fan was still somewhat worried that something might happen to Jiang Yueran. Since she had become his woman, Yi Fan naturally had to make arrangements to take care of her. Yes. Instructor. When Yi Fan came home, his younger sister-in-law Su Qingru and his wife Su Yixue were still awake, obviously waiting for Yi Fan in the living room. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. How did things go? Li Hu came looking for Yi Fan, originally because there were matters to handle. Although he knew Yi Fan was not ordinary, he was still very worried. While speaking, Su Qingru jumped into Yi Fan's arms again. Su Yixue, who was originally preparing to hug Yi Fan from the side, had no choice but to give up reluctantly. Yi Fan curled the corner of his mouth, pushed Su Qingru into his left arm with his left hand, and with his right hand, he also pulled Su Yixue into his embrace. If you want to hug, then hug. I'm your husband. What's there to be shy about hugging your own husband? Ah. Although Su Yixue had already had intimate contact with Yi Fan, the key point now was that Su Qingru was also nearby, so Su Yixue still felt a bit embarrassed. While enjoying Yi Fan's embrace, she quietly observed Su Qingru's expression. Seeing Su Qingru looking calm and even somewhat pleased, Su Yixue was a bit surprised. Are kids nowadays all this composed? Both sisters were in Yi Fan's arms, yet Su Qingru didn't seem to feel anything at all. Su Yixue naturally had no idea that last night, Su Qingru and Yi Fan had already had intimate contact, and tonight, when Su Qingru risked her life to save Yi Fan, the feelings between the two rose to a new level. Because Su Qingru was here, Yi Fan naturally had to sleep alone again tonight. But thinking of Jiang Yueran's rare icy jade body, a wave of tenderness stirred in his heart. Is this fate? The Jiuyang dragon vein that had always troubled Yi Fan had been worried about how to solve it, but in the end, a girl raised by Yi Xiu became Yi Fan's savior. Yi Xiu did so many bad things, this might be the only good thing he ever did. Yun City, inside the Zhao family mansion. The old ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Changfeng, staggered into the hall covered in blood, startling the Zhao family head Zhao Tianlong, who was still awake. Ancestor, what happened to you? Zhao Changfeng weakly sat down on a chair, reached out and tore off the iron plate from his shoulder, snorted coldly, and used his clothes to simply bandage the wound before speaking. Quick. Notify all core members of the Zhao family to come to a meeting. I have an important announcement. Ah. Yes. Seeing the ancestor in such a state, Zhao Tianlong knew something serious had happened. Without hesitation, he quickly notified all Zhao family disciples. Those who could attend came immediately, those who couldn't join via conference call. 20 minutes later, all the Zhao family disciples had gathered. The old ancestor Zhao Changfeng finally straightened his expression and spoke solemnly. What I am announcing today is that, effective immediately, our Zhao family will surrender to the Yi family. Tomorrow, I will personally lead some representatives of the Zhao family to visit the Yi family and apologize. Ah. Old ancestor, why did you suddenly make this decision? Didn't we work together to deal with the Yi family back then? Yeah. The Yi family is clearly on the verge of collapse now. Yi Fan was attacked and has been useless for 3 years. How much trouble can he still cause? Everyone was in an uproar, completely unable to understand the old ancestor's decision. Shut up. You have all been deceived by Yi Fan. Yi Fan's strength has probably already surpassed the martial sovereign level. A few days ago, the master expert who attacked the Yi family was suddenly killed, and the chief master expert of the Zhou family also died in Yun City. I suspect both were done personally by Yi Fan. Tonight, I originally went to gather information, but now I am seriously injured, and the one who attacked me was Yi Fan. Hiss. The words the ancestor said earlier made everyone still somewhat doubtful. But Zhao Changfeng's last sentence made everyone present gasp in shock. Everyone knows the strength of the patriarch. He is a master at the peak level and the foundation of the Zhao family's standing. Even the patriarch is no match for Yi Fan, so how terrifying must Yi Fan's strength be? Moreover, I heard that the chief steward of the Zhou family, as well as the son of the Zhou family head, both died in Yun City. Was all of this the work of Yi Fan? The Yi family really has produced a dragon. Alright. Since that's the case, it's decided. Tomorrow, old ancestor and I, along with Ling Long, will personally go to the Yi family to apologize, hoping to gain their forgiveness. Zhao Tianlong, as the head of the Zhao family, made the final decision. However, below, a busted lowly beauty pouted and muttered, Daddy. You guys can go apologize if you want, but why should I follow along? This beauty was none other than Zhao Linglong, the third generation of the Zhao family, who was showered with endless love. Although she looked petite, her capital was very substantial, she was exactly that busted lowly. Linglong, don't act recklessly. This operation concerns the fate of the entire Zhao family. Sigh, we were forced to make a wrong decision back then, but this time we absolutely cannot make another mistake. No matter what unreasonable conditions the Yi family proposes, we must resolutely carry them out, and you are not allowed to be willful. Otherwise, it will be the day the Zhao family is wiped out. From now on, all disciples of the Zhao family must show utmost respect to anyone from the Yi family, endure any beating or scolding, understood? Understood. The patriarch was covered in blood, without even time to bandage, hurriedly gathering everyone for a meeting. All core disciples of the Zhao family sensed the gravity of the situation. Sigh. Hopefully it's not too late this time. Yun City is about to change hands. Chapter 54, Rubbing Salt in the Wound. Lin Hua was furious. Lin Hua didn't sleep at all last night. Because his own son Lin Yang, along with the next successor Lin Dong, went to look for Yi Xiu's whereabouts last night and didn't come back all night. Also missing were the group of Lin family bodyguards taken by Lin Dong, numbering over 100 people, who completely disappeared in Yun City. A bunch of useless people, still no news until now. Lin Hua angrily swept everything on the tea table to the floor. Among the third generation of the Lin family, only Lin Dong and Lin Yang are from the main line. If something happens to the two of them, the entire Lin family would essentially come to an end. The family head, it's still the same news as before. Young Master Lin said he was going out to look for Yi Xiu's whereabouts. The second young master wanted to go along, and after leaving with the family's bodyguards, they have been missing since. The subordinate looked gloomy as he reported beside him. Actually, in their hearts, they kept cursing. In their view, Lin Dong was not much different from the previous Yi Fan, often hanging out in nightclubs, disappearing with a bunch of people, most likely hiding in some nightclub. It was just that he used the excuse of going out to catch Yi Xiu as a pretext to openly go flirt with girls. In fact, Lin Hua had not ruled out this possibility. But just thinking that Yi Xiu was captured by Yi Fan, and Lin Dong and Lin Yang went to find Yi Xiu, Lin Hua's heart gradually sank downward. If Yi Fan had set up an ambush, waiting for Lin Dong and Lin Yang to fall right into the trap. With the intelligence of Lin Dong and Lin Yang, how could they possibly be a match for that scoundrel Yi Fan? The more Lin Hua thought about it, the more anxious he became. If he had known it would be like this, he shouldn't have agreed yesterday to let Lin Dong go look for Yi Xiu's whereabouts. Master, someone is here to visit. Lin Hua was still feeling depressed when a bodyguard at the door reported with a trembling voice. No meetings. Even if the king himself came today, I wouldn't see him. Lin Hua was annoyed at the moment and didn't plan to see anyone. He is Yi Fan, and he's already inside. The bodyguard sounded helpless. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop Yi Fan, but Yi Fan came in with Wang Fugui, and the two of them quickly took down 7 or 8 bodyguards at the door with just a few punches and swaggered right in. Master Lin, what's going on? Why are you so angry so early in the morning? Judging by your mouth, you probably can't even eat hot pot. Yi Fan and Wang Fugui stepped in, Yi Fan looking at Lin Hua with a mischievous glare, deliberately pointing at Lin Hua's mouth. Yesterday, in front of so many people, Lin Hua's wife's pet teddy bit Lin Hua's mouth, that was witnessed by everyone. Yi Fan said at the time that Lin Hua had eaten shit, which almost drove Lin Hua crazy with anger. You. The pain was poked again, and Lin Hua almost wanted to eat Yi Fan alive. Big brother. Maybe it's not the hot pot's fault. Hasn't he eaten poop before? I heard from experts that human excrement can indeed cause internal heat. Maybe he thought the taste was good and had a few more bites while it was still hot last night. Makes sense. Fugui, how come I find you have become smarter? That's naturally because Big Brother shines brilliantly, and being by his side, I've been deeply influenced by him. Get lost. The two sang in harmony, completely ignoring the feelings of Lin Hua, the person involved. Damn it. Eating shit once by myself wasn't enough, and now you guys are forcing me into the bathroom to eat it again. Am I sick or what? Yi Fan, what exactly do you want to do? If you keep messing around like this, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Hua suppressed the anger in his heart and patiently asked Yi Fan. This Yi Fan is way too arrogant. In broad daylight, barging into one's own home, what do you want to do? Could it be that you want to take over the Lin family? Hee hee. Master Lin, don't be angry. I came just to ask about the 2 Lin brothers. I haven't seen them for a whole day, I really miss them, want to drink with them, but they don't answer their phones, so I came to ask. Drink? You damn scoundrel, I don't buy your nonsense. You want to drink with Lin Dong? Drink chicken feathers? Lin Dong and Lin Yang clearly went to find Yi Xiu last night, and then disappeared. And now Yi Fan shows up at the Lin family, looking to drink with them. How could things be such a coincidence? On purpose. Yi Fan definitely did it on purpose. Lin Hua is almost 80% sure that Lin Dong and Lin Yang have already fallen into Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan is here just to show off. Yi Fan, you've gone too far. You better be honest and tell me exactly where you took Lin Dong and Lin Yang, otherwise, don't even think about stepping out of this door today. Lin Hua's expression changed slightly. In the Lin family compound, the bodyguard's footsteps suddenly started clattering loudly, surrounding the reception hall in a circle. Yi Fan said calmly, head of the Lin family, this is no fun. Your own people are missing, so why are you blaming me for capturing them? Isn't that like saying your wife suddenly got pregnant, and you blame old Wang next door? That makes no sense. How about you tell me, what did Lin Dong and the others go to do last night? Let me help you analyze it. Lin Hua naturally couldn't say that Lin Dong and the others went to find Yi Xiu. If he admitted that Lin Dong and the others went to find Yi Xiu, wouldn't that mean admitting that it was the Lin family who colluded with Yi Xiu to attack the Yi family back then? On one hand, his own son and the Lin family's successor are missing, on the other hand, he clearly knows it was Yi Fan causing trouble, but he has no reason or evidence to accuse Yi Fan. Moreover, he can't expose Lin Dong and Lin Yang's intentions, at least he absolutely cannot admit it verbally. At this moment, the Lin family is like a mute person eating bitter herbs, suffering in silence with no way to express their pain. Baby feels bitter inside. Really damn bitter to death. Yi Fan. Lin Dong and Lin Yang want to sleep now, they don't want to drink with you. Now. Please leave immediately. Lin Hua feels like he's about to explode. Drinking? I advise the head of the Lin family to go take a look. If he drinks carelessly and dies, the Lin family might be doomed. Wang Fugue, truly a good follower of Yi Fan, perfectly understood Yi Fan's thoughts and with a cutting remark almost made Lin Hua burst into flames on the spot. Get lost. Yi Fan smiled faintly and left the Lin family mansion with Wang Fugue. With Yi Fan's current strength, if he ignores the Lin family's patriarch, he could easily wipe out the Lin family. But before Yi Fan fully understands the patriarch's power, he won't act rashly. These wealthy families have been able to pass down their legacy for so many years because they naturally have deep foundations. Moreover, back then the Lin family joined forces with so many others to attack the Yi family, nearly causing the Yi family to be wiped out. How could Yi Fan let the Lin family off so easily? Take it step by step, kill the person and destroy their will. Yi Fan, the Yi family has visitors. They say they want to apologize to my Yi family and specifically want to see you. Are you available to come back now? Just as Yi Fan left the Lin family estate, Grandpa Yi Chang phone called. Apologize? Who? Yi Fan was a bit puzzled. Could it be that his intimidation at the Lin family banquet last time really had an effect, and a brainless family actually took the initiative to come and apologize? Admit their mistake. The hidden noble family of Yun City, the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Tianlong, and the youngest daughter Zhao Linglong. Chapter 55, The Resentful Girl Bullied by Yi Fan. Ah! Damn it! This is outrageous, simply too arrogant. After Yi Fan and Wang Fugue left the Lin family, Lin Hua could no longer hold back, swinging the chair in the room and smashing the TV, coffee table, and the newly installed chandelier in the hall to pieces. Bastard, scoundrel, little beast. How did you manage to escape back then? Damn it, I should have killed you back then, leaving no trouble behind. Lin Hua, exhausted from smashing, finally sat down on the ground with a thud. Yi Fan came to their door to drink when Lin Dong and Lin Yang were missing. Even a ghost knows that drinking was not the real purpose. It's just blatant showing off, flaunting. Lin Hua is almost 100% certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang have already died at Yi Fan's hands. But what angers Lin Hua the most is that, despite knowing this fact, he has no evidence and does not dare to openly admit it, leaving no leverage to take action against the Yi family. Lin Hua knows that the Yi family is just waiting for a reasonable excuse to launch a full-scale war against the Lin family. Previously, Lin Hua even urged the Xian family to break off the engagement with the Yi family and then join forces with the Xian family to deal with the Yi family. However, not only was the engagement ceremony between the Xian and Lin families disrupted by Yi Fan, but it also seems that the Xian family has grown closer to the Yi family. Now it can basically be confirmed that Lin Dong has died. Even if the Lin family wants to marry into the Xian family, there is no candidate left. It's all Yi Fan's fault. Lin Hua doesn't want Yi Fan to live even one more second at this moment. Someone, give me the phone. I want to personally contact the Blood Clothes sect and have them immediately start hunting Yi Fan. Lin Hua held his phone and dialed the number, angrily explaining the situation here to the Blood Garment sect. However, on the other end of the line, a crisp female voice responded coldly, I am from the Blood Garment sect, and we don't need anyone to teach us how to do things. Head of the Lin family, just wait patiently. It's best not to bother me too much, or be careful, I might just wipe out your Lin family altogether one day. The words from the girl on the other end of the phone instantly left Lin Hua speechless. The Blood Garment sect, like a hidden viper lurking in the shadows, is recognized by Daxia as having the strongest assassin skills. They have dealings behind the scenes with Daxia's wealthy families, nobles, and even some secret super families. The Blood Garment sect also holds some damaging secrets about the wealthy families. If the Blood Garment sect wanted to destroy the Lin family might truly not be able to withstand it now. After hanging up the phone with the Hexwei sect, Lin Hua slapped himself directly. Damn it, are you all bullying me? Just wait, next time the Divine Envoy comes, I will definitely request a superpower as a favor, so that you will all regret what you did today. Southwest, deep in a certain mountain. In a courtyard, a beautiful and delicate young girl lazily stretched and said lightly to her assistant beside her, what's the situation over in Yun City? Sect leader, we have received news that the Black Dragon is already dead. Moreover, no body has been found so far, and no one knows how he died. The assistant respectfully replied, "Sect leader, that Yi Fan seems to be no ordinary person." The girl snorted coldly and said lightly, "If he were that easy to kill, then he wouldn't be Yi Fan. Not to mention the Black Dragon, even if you personally took on 10 of them, none would be a match for Yi Fan." "Ah!" The assistant exclaimed in surprise, "You clearly know the Black Dragon is no match for him, yet you still sent the Black Dragon? And, judging by your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with Yi Fan." The girl opened her big Kazalan eyes and glanced at the greenery outside the window, thinking to herself, "Is it just, quite familiar? It's absolutely too familiar. Since I was 8 years old, I have been following that bastard every day, serving him by helping him dress, eat, and even warming his bed in winter. But that bastard Yi Fan actually pulled my braid, played pranks on me, secretly tied my shoelaces to make me fall, and when we grew up, he even pulled the straps of my back cover and flicked me. The outside world only knows that the leader of the Blood Clothes sect is an absolutely beautiful young girl, but they don't know that 3 years ago, the leader of the Blood Clothes sect, Chu Yue, was actually Yi Fan's personal maid from Bailiushaimen. And she was a personal maid who ate, slept, and lived together with him for 10 years. Until 3 years ago, after the upheaval at Bailiushaimen, the sect was disbanded. Yi Fan and his master fled in defeat, while Chu Yue took advantage of the chaos to finally escape from Yi Fan's clutches. Bastard! You better not die too quickly, I haven't properly settled the score with you yet. Someone relay my order, let the 3, Shinko, Tiniu, and Xianying, carry out the assassination mission on Yi Fan together. Chu Yue's lips curled into a sinister smile as she gave the command to her subordinates. Yes. Sect leader. All 3 of them are master-level assassins. How much chance of victory do you think they have this time? If they go, it will still be a suicide mission. Ah, this, sect leader, you. The assistant's pupils suddenly dilated, wanting to say more, but Chu Yue gave her a sharp glare. Some things are better understood in your heart. After the assistant left the courtyard, she immediately understood the sect leader's arrangement. Livestock, iron oxen, Xianying, including the previous Black Dragon, they are all the direct followers of the Elders' Council. Is the sect leader using others to do his dirty work? When Yi Fan and Wang Fugue returned to the Yi family compound, Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, and Zhao Linglong were already waiting in the main hall. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong, along with several representatives of the Zhao family, immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, saying, "Greetings, young Master Yi." Wang Fugue, upon entering the hall, didn't consider himself an outsider at all. He directly found a place to sit, grabbed a few grapes from the fruit plate and stuffed them into his mouth, not forgetting to say to the old master of the Yi family, "Old Yi, your grapes are really good." Yi Changfeng was speechless about Wang Fugue. This guy, is it because he spent too much time with his grandson and has been influenced by him? He doesn't understand the meaning of the word timid at all. Yi Fan looked over the people of the Zhao family from head to toe, his gaze finally resting on Zhao Changfeng, especially noticing the bandages wrapped around Zhao Changfeng's shoulder. The doubt in his heart instantly cleared up. "So it was you." Yi Fan smiled slightly, sat down beside Yi Changfeng, and gave an eye signal to the elder Yi Qianquan next to him, indicating that the two of them could relax. Although the Zhao family is not one of the 6 great noble houses, it is also a hidden super family. When it comes to fighting desperately, they are on the same level as the Lin family. Today, coming to apologize so openly and boldly, the Yi family was like facing a great enemy, their nerves all tightly stretched. Be wary of a trap. After all, the situation the Yi family is facing now is somewhat complicated. The Yi family and the Lin family could go to war at any time, and any slight disturbance could be the straw that breaks the other's back. If the Zhao family is sincerely apologizing and surrendering, that's one thing, but what if it's a feigned surrender? Zhao Changfeng did not hide anything from Yi Fan. Nothing can be hidden from young Master Yi. That's right, it was me last night. Please forgive my recklessness, young Master Yi. While speaking, Zhao Changfeng respectfully bowed to Yi Fan. When the Yi family was attacked back then, the Zhao family did participate. But the old man here guarantees with his life that not a single person from the Zhao family directly laid a hand on the Yi family. Our only involvement was that under the pressure of the royal family, we provided 32 vehicles to assist the royal family in transferring a group of experts. The old man represents the Zhao family, admits fault to young Master Yi, and earnestly begs young Master Yi to give the Zhao family a chance. Zhao Changfeng did not hide anything about what happened at the time. After clarifying the truth of that year, he looked at Yi Fan with a face full of sincerity. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed unmoved, Zhao Changfeng made another shocking move. Thud. The next moment, Zhao Changfeng actually knelt directly in front of Yi Fan. Please, young Master Yi, give the Zhao family a chance. The Zhao family is willing to pay any price and accept any conditions set by young Master Yi. Chapter 56, I've taken a liking to your daughter, let her be my personal attendant by my side. Hiss. Zhao Changfeng's action stunned everyone present. Ancestor. Zhao Tianlong wanted to speak to stop him, but with a single glance from Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong immediately obediently shut up. Pft. Pft. Not only Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Tianlong, but also several other juniors from the Zhao family who came along, except for Zhao Linglong, everyone knelt down to Yi Fan. Each one looked like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to make a sound. It should be known that Zhao Changfeng was kneeling not to the Yi family, but to Yi Fan himself. In the eyes of Yi Qian and the old Master Yi of the Yi family, Yi Fan lost all his power and became a complete waste after being saved 3 years ago. Later, he spent his days idling in clubs, completely forgotten by everyone. Yet Zhao Changfeng actually knelt before Yi Fan. Why? Old ancestor of the Zhao family, why not stand up and speak first? Yi Changfeng stood up, trying to dissuade Zhao Tianlong and the others. But the old ancestor of the Zhao family and the others remained completely still, looking sincerely at Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, this is all the account books of our Zhao group. Please take a look. The meaning of the old ancestor of the Zhao family was very clear. In order to protect the Zhao family, he was willing to offer all the assets of the entire Zhao group. This. Yi Changfeng and Yi Qian were both a bit confused. Could Yi Fan be hiding some kind of trick? One that could make the Zhao family willingly submit? When everyone's gaze turned to Yi Fan looked at Zhao Linglong with a teasing glance and said, everyone in the Zhao family has knelt down, why haven't you? Zhao Linglong stared angrily at Yi Fan and said, why should I? I haven't done anything wrong. Besides, at that time, the Zhao family provided the convoy not because we wanted to, but because of the royal order. Who dares to disobey? If anyone should kneel, it should be you, but I definitely won't. Linglong, don't be reckless. Zhao Tianlong quickly scolded Zhao Linglong, kneel down immediately. Do you want to bring disaster to the Zhao family? The patriarch of the Zhao family released a murderous aura all over his body and looked towards Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong was not afraid of her father Zhao Tianlong, but she was somewhat fearful of the Zhao family patriarch. Just as Zhao Linglong was feeling a bit shaken inside, Yi Fan suddenly spoke, it seems your Zhao family's sincerity is still not enough. If you want me to spare the Zhao family, I have one condition. Ah. Yi Fan's sudden change in attitude made the Zhao family patriarch and the others look delighted, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Young Master Yi, please speak. Whatever the condition, our Zhao family will agree. The Zhao family patriarch saw Yi Fan's skills over by the warehouse yesterday and also witnessed Yi Fan's strength. From a glimpse, understanding the subtlety, the Zhao family patriarch has already deduced from Yi Fan hiding his skills that the attack 3 years ago led by the Lin family against the Yi family, although it nearly wiped out the Yi family, and the attack against Balio Shaiman seemingly did not achieve the expected results, Yi Fan did not die and is still so powerful. Therefore, the inevitable result is that the Yi family will rise again. Moreover, after so many years of lying low, the fierce counterattack power of Balio Shaiman and the Yi family must be truly terrifying. It is all worth it to gain Yi Fan's forgiveness and prevent the Zhao family from being destroyed. Yi Fan looked at Zhao Linglong with a sinister gaze and said calmly, I still lack a personal maid to serve me. Let Zhao Linglong stay by my side. If she serves me satisfactorily within a year, I will not pursue the past crimes of the Zhao family. Ah. No way. Zhao Linglong immediately refused with a face full of resistance when she heard Yi Fan specifically name her to be a maid. However, the Zhao family patriarch and Zhao Tianlong, among others, were pleased and readily agreed, no problem. From now on, Linglong will be at young Master Ye's disposal. I will definitely remind her to serve young Master Yi well. Especially Zhao Tianlong, upon hearing that Yi Fan wanted Zhao Linglong to be his personal maid, not only did he feel no sorrow, but he was actually somewhat excited. Zhao Tianlong was very clear that Yi Fan would definitely become a super powerful figure who transforms like a dragon in the future. Being by Yi Fan's side, even if only as a maid, the benefits gained would naturally be limitless. Such an opportunity is something others could never even ask for, yet now it has fallen to Zhao Linglong. For the Zhao family, this is not a punishment at all, but a reward. Daddy. You. I don't agree, how can you do this? I'm leaving. Zhao Linglong stomped her foot angrily and tried to leave the Yi family compound. Zhao Linglong. This matter is not up to you. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will kill your parents myself and make young Master Yi apologize. Before Zhao Tianlong could speak, the Zhao family patriarch, full of murderous aura, shouted fiercely at Zhao Linglong, instantly making her not dare to lift her foot even half a step. The Zhao family patriarch really dares to take action. You all. Zhao Linglong knew that this matter was probably beyond her control now. Her decision was tied to the fate of the entire Zhao family. If Zhao Linglong did not agree, the whole Zhao family would probably drown her in their own saliva. May I ask if young Master Yi Fan is here? When the situation on site reached a stalemate, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded at the door, and a burly middle-aged man marched into the hall. The middle-aged man had a shaved head and a full beard, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. Minister Mo Zhong. Why did you suddenly think of coming to my Yi family? The old master of the Yi family, Yi Changfeng, raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the visitor and looked at Yi Fan with some puzzlement. 3 years ago, after the Yi family was attacked, the attitude of the Zhenwu division towards the Yi family had been very subtle. Originally, the Zhenwu division, which had a good relationship with the Yi family before, had little contact with them for 3 years, but today they came. The person who came was none other than Mo Zhong, the head of the Yun City branch of the Town Marshal Department. When Yi Fan was cultivating before, the Yun City Town Marshal Department detected energy fluctuations several times, but they had not identified the specific person. Until last night when the patrol personnel of the Town Marshal Department personally witnessed Yi Fan's skills, confirming that the expert was indeed Yi Fan. Therefore, Mo Zhong came early in the morning to pay a visit to Yi Fan. Old Master Yi, I heard that the eldest young master of the Yi family has returned, so I specially came to pay a visit. Mo Zhong said with a look of surprise when he saw the Zhao family patriarch and others kneeling on the ground. What is going on here? The arrival of the great master of the Zhenwu division suddenly surprised the Zhao family patriarch and the others. But the Zhao family patriarch only exchanged a glance with Mo Zhong, and both instantly understood each other. They must have sensed Yi Fan's hidden strength, so they came early to establish good relations. Zhao Linglong, are you willing to be my servant? Yi Fan asked with interest, staring at Zhao Linglong with a slight smile on his face. I. Zhao Linglong wanted to retort angrily at Yi Fan, but seeing the patriarch's murderous glare, she immediately backed down. I am willing. Willing but still not standing by my side. Yi Fan gave Zhao Linglong a sinister smile, which made Zhao Linglong feel a wave of disgust in her heart. Sure enough, a lecher, just staring at people's chests. Everyone get up. Let's leave this matter as it is for now. With Yi Fan's words, Zhao Tianlong and the others stood up. The elders of the Zhao family knew that the Zhao family and others were temporarily safe. Mo Zhong stepped forward 2 steps and handed the gift box to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi. This is a small token from our town marshal office to congratulate your triumphant return. Please, young Master Yi, be sure to accept it. Yi Fan held the gift box in his hand, sensing the aura inside it. To his surprise, he detected the aura of a 4th-grade pill. His eyes showed some confusion as he glanced at Mo Zhong. Mo Zhong nodded and gave Yi Fan a reassuring look. Young Master Yi, old Mo just wants to be friends with you. Yi Fan felt a sudden warmth in his heart. This Mo Zhong from the Marshal Town office was quite sincere. It should be known that 4th-grade pills are very precious on the path of martial arts. Last time, it was because of a 4th-grade pill given by that mysterious girl that Yi Fan was able to quickly break through to the 9th level of the dragon controlling technique. Such top-quality pills, even at the peak of Bailushi Gate, were only about 3 in number. Good. I'll accept the gift. Yi Fan took the gift box, and Mo Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The task assigned by the superior this time was finally not a failure. Before everyone had taken their seats, suddenly the bodyguard of the Yi family outside shouted for help. Not good. Suddenly a lot of Yun family's bodyguards have come outside, trying to smash the gate of my Yi family. Chapter 57, I don't believe you. My leg has been tricked and crippled by you. Yi Fan frowned. Is the Yun family out of their mind? I merely helped Su Yixue obtain General Songpa's Jadeite agency rights, yet the Yun family actually went straight to the Yi family to vent their anger. Does this idiot really not understand the Yi family's background? Even though the Yi family was attacked back then, don't forget, the Yi family still has 800,000 Tianlong troops on the southwestern border. This is why no one dares to mess with the Yi family casually now. How dare you? Is there no law anymore? Young Master Yi, leave the outside matters to me, I will handle it quickly. Yi Xiao, the Zhao family will handle this matter immediately. Mo Zhong and the Zhao family patriarch both bowed to Yi Fan almost simultaneously, then stood up and rushed out the door at full speed. Finally having a chance to show their worth, they naturally would not let it slip away. At this moment, outside the Yi family mansion gate, Yun Feiyang led a group of strong men blocking the entrance. Beside him was a familiar face, Su Dong, Su Yishue's cousin. Looking at the Yi family mansion, Su Dong was somewhat worried. Young Master Yun, is it really appropriate for you to bring people and directly attack the Yi family mansion like this? Although the Yi family has declined, they are not to be trifled with. Su Dong originally planned to set a trap, letting Yun Feiyang come and take Su Yishue away, so that Su Dong and his father Su Minghe would have a chance to take control of the Su family. As a result, once Yi Fan stepped forward, Yun Feiyang was defeated and left battered and bruised. What's there to be afraid of? The head of the Lin family said that the Yi family is about to be finished. The blood-clothed sect and the legendary sacred grounds are going to take action against the Yi family. Besides, now the Yi family only has that trash Yi Fan left. What kind of waves can he possibly make? Tell me, in the whole Yun city, who else dares to stand up and help the Yi family? Actually, what Yun Feiyang said was not wrong. A week ago, the Yi family's situation was indeed like this. The Yi family was already severely weakened 3 years ago. A few days ago, the old master of the Yi family was seriously injured by a mysterious expert, and another grandmaster threatened to wipe out the Yi family. The Yi family was on the verge of complete destruction, and even the Xian family was considering breaking off the engagement with the Yi family. At this time, indeed, no one dared to get too close to the Yi family. However, that was 3 days ago. Since that grandmaster was slain, the situation has reversed. Let's go. Today, I don't really plan to do anything serious to the Yi family. I just want to give Yi Fan a harsh lesson, so he knows the consequences of offending me, young Master Yun. Yun Feiyang called to Su Dong, then planned to have all his men charge in. But before the two could take action, at the door, the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Tianlong, and Mo Zhong from the town marshal department, had already rushed out dragging their battle knives. The bodyguards under Yun Feiyang, the few who charged ahead, were directly punched away by Mo Zhong and the Zhao family patriarch. Bastards! The town marshal department is here, discussing important matters with young Master Yi, who dares to act recklessly. Someone, kill them for me. With a shout from Mo Zhong, a group of uniformed personnel quickly rushed out from behind the flower bed near the Yi family compound, wildly attacking Yun Feiyang's men with the battle knives they were holding. The Zhenwu Division is a very important martial arts organization in Daxia, specifically responsible for handling matters that ordinary police officers cannot resolve. They are basically all martial arts experts and naturally cannot be matched by Yun Feiyang's subordinates. In less than 10 seconds, more than half of Yun Feiyang's men had already fallen. The old ancestor of the Zhao family nearby grew anxious. Minister Mo Zhong, slow down, leave a few heads for this old man. Saying this, the Zhao family elder, despite his own injuries, quickly charged into the crowd, knocking down more than a dozen of Yun Feiyang's men with each punch. Not far away, Yun Feiyang had just stretched one leg out of the car. Seeing the situation, he immediately pulled his leg back in fear. Damn! What's going on? This unlucky. The Zhenwu Division actually sent people. What are they here for? What could the Zhenwu Division want to discuss with the Yi family? Yun Feiyang frowned, thinking for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, right, the Zhenwu Division must be here to figure out how to take over the Yi family. It has to be this. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. As clever as me. The Yi family is really doomed. Thinking of this, Yun Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to get out of the car to explain to Mo Zhong and the others. Pfft. Suddenly, a battle knife shot over, directly piercing through the car door where Yun Feiyang was, the blade passing right by Yun Feiyang's cheek, leaving a cut on his cheek. Anyone who dares to take one more step forward will end up like that car. With just one sentence from Mo Zhong, the whole scene was under control. At this moment, Yun Feiyang was scared out of his wits. Oh my goodness. Are they all this violent? Go. Hurry up, start the car and leave immediately. Yun Feiyang didn't dare to stay for a moment, hurriedly urging the driver, and quickly drove away from the scene. Damn it. I can't directly go after Yi Fan, but can I go after Su Yishue's company? After leaving the Yi family mansion for a distance, Yun Feiyang muttered resentfully, didn't you guys steal our jade business? Then I'll smash all your counters. Moreover, I'll kidnap Su Yishue, making it a done deal. Let's see what Yi Fan can do to me. Thinking of this, Yun Feiyang immediately made a call, a bow, gather as many people as possible right away. Also, notify the Yun family's cooperating distributors to assemble immediately and go to Su Group to demand payment. In the Yi family mansion, in the main hall, seeing Zhao Tianlong and Mo Zhong rushing out, the hall was finally left with only Yi Fan, Yi Qinquan, Yi Changfeng, and a few others. Yi Changfeng, who had long been unable to hold back, hurriedly grabbed Yi Fan's arm and said, "Xiao Fan, what exactly is going on? Are you hiding something from us? How could that old man from the Zhao family suddenly come to apologize? And the Zhenwu division, which hasn't been active for years, why would they suddenly come to visit you?" Yi Fan gave a sinister smile. Maybe they were attracted by my personal charm. As for the Zhao family, didn't I say at the Lin family banquet that I, Yi Fan, have returned, and the Yi family still has hope for the future. Those who once hurt my Yi family are now coming to apologize on their own. Otherwise, I would have used a bulldozer to flatten their homes. They must have been scared. Ahem. Wang Fugue, who was leisurely eating grapes nearby, almost choked on his own saliva when he heard Yi Fan's words. I don't buy it for a second. If Wang Fugue hadn't seen Yi Fan's skills with his own eyes, he probably would have been fooled by Yi Fan. Yesterday, when Yi Fan went to punish Yi Xiu, Wang Fugue was also at the scene. Although he didn't see Yi Fan take action, Yi Fan's swift move of breaking through the roof from the first floor didn't look like something a cripple would do. Although Wang Fugue did not see Yi Fan take action at the time, after seeing the injuries on the Zhao family patriarch today, Wang Fugue has already guessed what probably happened. Yi Xiao must have scared the Zhao family patriarch yesterday, otherwise, how could such a prestigious family like the Zhaos so easily come to surrender? Pa! Stop talking nonsense, you little brat, are you even fooling your own grandfather? And what about your friend, Yi Juntian? What exactly is going on? You better explain it to me clearly. Yi Qinquan sat at the head of the table, watching Yi Fan with great interest. Yi Qinquan's strength was far superior, and he still sensed some aura from Yi Fan, always feeling that Yi Fan was not as simple as he appeared on the surface, yet Yi Qinquan still couldn't see through him. Yi Fan looked at his grandfather, twitching the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, it's not that I want to deceive you, Grandpa, I want to deceive the enemies of the Yi family. So far, only the Lin family, Zhou family, Zhao family, and the royal family have surfaced, but in reality, there are many more behind the scenes. Yi Fan must wait until they are all exposed before making them all pay the price. Changfeng. Yi Fan, is young Master Yi here? I have come specifically to visit young Master Yi, there are a few questions I need to ask, and by the way, to check on the old master's health. Before Yi Fan could speak, a familiar voice sounded again at the door. It was none other than Hua Simiao, the medicine king of the southwest. Hearing Hua Simiao's voice, Yi Changfeng was stunned. Was he here to see Yi Fan again? What method did Yi Fan use that even Hua Simiao was convinced? Chapter 58, Trying to Scam My Woman. I'll give you 2 million to let me crash into you and kill you. Yi Changfeng and Hua Simiao were old friends. Seeing Hua Simiao come in, he hurriedly wanted to go up and greet him, old Hua, you. But what frustrated Yi Changfeng was that Hua Simiao completely ignored him and pushed him aside, saying, we'll talk later. Then, Hua Simiao quickly walked up to Yi Fan and respectfully bowed, young Master Yi, I thought about the questions you raised yesterday all night and gained a lot. However, there is still a small issue regarding the medicinal guide. Seeing Hua Simiao discussing with Yi Fan with a respectful look, Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, instantly feeling confused. What is going on here? Is this still my useless grandson? In just 2 days, my useless grandson who used to hang around clubs every day is now so respected by Hua Simiao, visited by Mo Zhong in person, and even had the Zhao family patriarch come to apologize personally. Grandpa Yi, you need to get more used to this kind of situation in the future. Wang Fugue reached out and patted Yi Changfeng's shoulder, speaking seriously, what you've seen of my big brother's bragging is just the tip of the iceberg. One day, when a princess comes to shine my brother's shoes, don't be surprised. A princess coming to shine shoes? What an honor that would be. Yi Changfeng was momentarily dazed. Was this really the spirited grandson he had 3 years ago? After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Changfeng suddenly realized that just now Wang Fugue had actually reached out to pat his shoulder. You kid. Learn to be bad from Yi Fan. However, seeing Wang Fugue and Yi Fan wearing the same pair of pants like this, Yi Changfeng was still very comforted. After all, Yi Changfeng and Wang Fugue's grandfather were like this back in the day. Young Master Yi, we have captured the troublemakers outside. These are the 2 ringleaders. The Zhao family patriarch and Mo Zhong each grabbed a man and brought them into the hall, then threw them to the ground. Young Yi, spare my life. It was Yun Fei Yang who sent us to teach Young Yi a lesson. Please spare my life. The two men had just witnessed the power of the Zhao family patriarch and Mo Zhong and the others, and immediately knelt down in the hall. Without waiting for Yi Fan to ask, they directly revealed everything they knew. After listening, Yi Fan snorted coldly through his nostrils. Yun Fei Yang again? That bastard really is a persistent ghost. When the Su group split up, Yi Fan had said that if Yun Fei Yang came to cause trouble for him and Su Yixue again, Yi Fan would definitely use a bulldozer to flatten the Yun family compound. So, now, it's time to fulfill the promise. Fugue, arrange 100 bulldozers for me in the provincial city. I might need to call on them at any time, Yi Fan instructed Wang Fugue beside him. Xiaofan, why do you need so many bulldozers? Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Fan with some confusion. Yi Fan did not respond to Yi Changfeng, but instead asked, Grandpa. Our Yi family still has considerable power now, right? If I mess things up, can you handle it? With just one sentence, Yi Changfeng's anger was instantly ignited. Nonsense. Although the old Yi family has declined, it's not something any random person can provoke. Grandson, go ahead and poke, even if you poke through the sky, I've got your back. All right. Yi Fan nodded, and that sinister smile suddenly made Yi Changfeng a bit uneasy. What exactly does this kid want to do? Yi Fan quickly headed toward the door, planning to slip away. Seeing Mo Zhong and the Zhao family patriarch at the door, he said, you all can disperse now. Seeing that Zhao Linglong also seemed to intend to leave together, Yi Fan gave a sinister smile. Miss Linglong, why don't you stay? Don't forget, from now on, you are my personal maid 24 hours a day. Come with me. Zhao Linglong pouted, still not used to her new identity, looking frustrated. Can I go home first to get some change of clothes? No need. Linglong, don't worry, I have arranged for someone to deliver all your change of clothes directly to you. Zhao Tianlong added a sharp remark from the side, making Zhao Linglong so frustrated she was about to go crazy. Daddy. Zhao Linglong even began to doubt whether Zhao Tianlong was really her biological father. Was he really in such a hurry to send her away? Yi Fan drove the car, taking Zhao Linglong away from the Yi family compound. Zhao Linglong sat in the car, feeling uneasy all over. Where are we going? To buy a car. Don't you already have a car? Why buy another one? Besides, why are you bringing me along to buy a car? Zhao Linglong was a bit frustrated. Her life was about to change from today. Sigh, her beloved floral dresses would have to be put away and kept for now. From what she heard from others around, Zhao Linglong already knew that Yi Fan was a super playboy and very lecherous. How could she dare to wear a skirt in front of him? Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and ignored Zhao Linglong. He was buying the car, of course, for Qiu Wan. As for bringing Zhao Linglong along, naturally, it was so that Zhao Linglong could help pay. Isn't the Zhao family trying to show their sincerity? Using their money to buy a few cars and a few houses, they probably wouldn't dare to have any objections, right? When Yi Fan was driving past number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yun City, he suddenly saw a familiar girl figure arguing with a lecherous middle-aged man lying on the ground, next to an overturned electric scooter. That familiar girl was none other than Jiang Yuan, who became Yi Fan's woman last night. Beauty, you hit me today. Without 5,000 yuan, don't think you can leave here. Look, you're not even wearing a helmet. When the traffic police arrive, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Hurry up and pay. But, big brother, I was clearly driving properly just now. You deliberately rushed out and hit my car. Why should I pay? Jiang Yuan had been kept under Yi Xiu's care and rarely appeared in public. Faced with such a situation, she didn't know how to handle it. By the time she finished speaking, her face was already red up to her neck. What you're saying is unreasonable. There were so many people watching just now. You were looking at your phone while riding, which caused you to hit me. If you insist on saying that, then it will be at least 10,000 yuan, or I'll call the police to arrest you and send you to jail. The sleazy man spoke while looking to the nearby passers-by for confirmation. 4 or 5 men and women nearby were also watching. Hearing the man's words, they all nodded in agreement. That's right, miss. It looks like you didn't do it on purpose. Just pay up quickly. See, there are no cameras here, and no one really knows. Just give some money and it'll be settled. Ouch. My waist, my back. I could die from this. While the people around were pointing fingers, the sleazy man lay on the ground, continuously wailing. Jiang Yuan suddenly became anxious. You guys are trying to scam me. I don't even have that much money on me. These people were obviously working together, there was no way they would speak up for Jiang Yueran. Jiang Yueran had been kept under Yi Xiu's care for so many years and never went out to work, so he didn't have much money on him to begin with. At this moment, he was so anxious that sweat was breaking out on his forehead. How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Just as Jiang Yueran was getting anxious, a familiar figure suddenly spoke up beside him, a strong hand wrapping around Jiang Yueran's slender waist. Jiang Yueran turned his head and saw that it was no one else but Yi Fan. Is it you? Jiang Yueran said with a face full of joy. Thinking about the intimate moments with Yi Fan last night, he felt a bit shy. Yeah. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. Yi Fan patted Jiang Yueran on the back, then looked at the lecherous man lying on the ground. Yi Fan had seen many such staged accidents, he had plenty of ways to deal with them. The man lying on the ground was originally planning to take the initiative to lower the price because he could tell that Jiang Yueran really didn't have much money. But when he saw Yi Fan actually driving a black BMW 7 Series, his eyes immediately lit up. This is a big fat sheep. 50,000. Today, you must pay 50,000, otherwise, no one is allowed to leave here. Hearing the man change his demand again in just a moment, Jiang Yueran immediately became anxious. How can you do this? You just said 5,000, then it became 10,000, and now you want 50,000. You are being too much. Miss. What kind of excessive behavior is this? I suddenly feel a bit of a headache and my spine is uncomfortable. How about we go to the hospital and try all the equipment? The lecherous man lying on the ground looked like he had Jiang Yueran completely figured out. Jiang Yueran was no match for him. However, Yi Fan calmly said, 50,000. That's too little. For this injury, at least 2 million should be compensated. Huh? Yi Fan's words stunned the man on the ground, the few onlookers, and Zhao Linglong who had gotten out of the car. Is Yi Fan out of his mind? They want 50,000, and you give 2 million. Chapter 59, Give me a peace sign. Saying 50,000 yuan to buy the electric bike is completely your own choice. Handsome guy, you gave too much, you don't need that much. If you think 50,000 is a bit much, giving 30,000 is also fine. The man lying on the ground, seeing Yi Fan so calm, felt a sense of foreboding and proactively lowered the price for Yi Fan. Because he had a feeling that this Yi Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Yi Fan calmly moved the road and the electric bike aside, then spoke coolly, no. We must pay 2 million. I remember, last month, someone in the neighboring Jiangning city was hit and killed, and they paid 1.6 million. The maximum compensation amount stipulated by the state is 2 million, so let's just go with the maximum compensation. While speaking, Yi Fan got into the car, started the engine, and with a press of the accelerator, drove the car toward the man lying on the ground. Get ready, think about what kind of pose would look better when you die. Damn! At this moment, the crowd watching nearby finally realized why Yi Fan insisted on paying 2 million, it turned out he was planning to run over this man to death. Oh my gosh! Seeing that Yi Fan's vehicle was about to hit him, the man lying on the ground was so scared that he bounced up and immediately started running forward. Yi Fan curled the corner of his mouth, pressed the accelerator with his foot, and shouted from behind, run faster. Come on, hurry, or else you'll get hit. Buzz buzz buzz. Yi Fan stomped on the engine throttle so hard it roared like thunder, that sound was so thrilling it almost made the man's soul drop. He only wanted to make money, but he didn't want to risk his life. If he died like this, it wouldn't be worth it at all. Not to mention 2 million, even if he were given 20 million, he still wouldn't be willing to do it. Unfortunately, there was a narrow underground passage ahead, and it was a one-way street. The sleazy man had no chance to dodge to the side. Hearing the car roaring up from behind, the sleazy man had no choice but to sprint wildly. Big brother. I was wrong. I don't want the 30,000 yuan anymore. Please don't chase me. Yi Fan was driving and had only chased about 200 meters ahead when the lecherous man was already sweating profusely, trembling as he walked, dragging his body while running, and looking back to plead with Yi Fan. That won't do. We agreed on 2 million. Come on, keep going. There's only 50 centimeters left before a collision. Let me tell you, I don't hold back with my foot on the pedal. If I don't kill you with the crash, I'll hit you again. The tires will roll over your face, and then you'll really suffer. Yi Fan pressed the accelerator, causing the front of the car to bump against the lecherous man's butt. Ah! The lecherous man screamed in fright, gritted his teeth, and sped forward wildly again. After running another 100 meters or so, the sleazy man really couldn't hold on any longer. Big brother. I was really wrong. I can't do this anymore. Not only will I give up the 30,000 yuan, but I'll give you 30,000, no, I'll give you 50,000. Big brother, please spare me. I was really wrong. The sleazy man's eyes were red from running, with snot, tears, and sweat streaming down his face. He simply couldn't run anymore. At this moment, the sleazy man felt like he was about to die, so he stopped running, collapsed and sat down in front of Yifan's vehicle, then knelt down before the vehicle, repeatedly kowtowing to Yifan. At the same time, he pulled out 5 stacks of red bills from his pocket. Creak. Yifan stopped the vehicle about 30 centimeters from the man, got out, took the 5 stacks of red bills from the man's hand, sneered, and said, "If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Everyone has hands and feet. Why engage in such heartless deeds? I was wrong. I really was wrong." The creepy man was nearly scared out of his soul today. After working in this field for so many years, this was the first time he had failed, almost losing his life. All right. Stop saying I'm robbing you. Considering how sincere you are, I'll sell you my girlfriend's electric bike for just 50,000. As he spoke, without waiting for the man to object, he dragged him back. What? An electric bike costs 50,000. 50,000 for a broken electric bike? Am I going crazy? The creepy man had already noted down Yifan's license plate and was still thinking about how to report to the police that Yifan was robbing him, trying to turn the tables on Yifan. As a result, Yifan said that the 50,000 yuan was the money to buy an electric bike, which immediately stunned the man. What, do you have a problem? Look at my girlfriend's electric bike, cold in winter, hot in summer, it even feeds mosquitoes, and when the weather is dry, it can eat dust for free. Such excellent features. In my opinion, 50,000 yuan is even too little, how about adding some more? Yifan's words made no logical sense, but the lecherous man clearly understood that Yifan was making a blatant threat. If he didn't agree, Yifan might really run him over with the car. No. No. 50,000 is fine, I'm very satisfied with that pink electric bike, it's literally the dream bike in my heart. After returning to the scene of the accident, the lecherous man hurriedly got on the pink electric bike, trying to escape the scene. Who knows, if he stayed, would Yifan extort even more from him? Jiang Yueran saw the lecherous man looking defeated just now, and most of her anger had dissipated. But when she saw the man actually trying to ride away on her electric bike, she immediately scolded, "You, what do you think you're doing? Trying to steal my bike?" The man said bitterly, "Beauty, I have already bought your electric bike for 50,000 yuan, and the money has been given to your boyfriend." 50,000 yuan to buy your own electric bike? Jiang Yueran looked at Yifan with a face full of shock. She bought this electric bike for 500 yuan at the second-hand market and then resold it for 50,000. Yifan next to him held his phone and clearly recorded the creepy man's words just now, "Give me a peace sign. Are you sure you are willingly buying this electric bike?" Pfft. Willingly my ass. Although the creepy man was 120% unwilling in his heart, he did not dare to go against Yifan's wishes. "I really am willingly buying this electric bike, and I definitely won't return it." Yeah. After Yifan nodded, the creepy man immediately left the scene like his butt was on fire. Yifan, thank you. After seeing that lecherous man leave, Jiang Yueran let out a long sigh of relief. Although the electric bike was gone, a problem was solved. Yifan stuffed 5 stacks of red bills into Jiang Yueran's arms, "Keep it safe." Ah. This is for me. Jiang Yueran held the money, her face full of surprise. "If it's not for you, then who else? You sold your electric bike, so the money naturally belongs to you." Yifan gave Jiang Yueran a mischievous smile, then reached out again to hug her slim waist, pulling her onto the back seat. He then said to Zhao Linglong beside them, "You drive, let's go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S shop." Although last night Yifan and Jiang Yueran had such intimate contact, being held like this by Yifan at this moment still made Jiang Yueran's heart pound wildly. "Yifan, let me down quickly, where are you taking me to the 4S shop? I still have an interview to go to." "Of course, I'm taking you to buy a car. I just sold your car, so I have to compensate you with a new one, right?" Yifan looked at the beauty in his arms, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. This Jiang Yueran was truly his treasure, the one who helped him solve a kind of fire poison in the Jiuyang dragon vein, his woman, and also his lifesaver. A man must treat his woman well, otherwise, how can you win a woman's heart and pick up more girls? Chapter 60, You pick up girls, why should I pay the bill? Scumbag. But didn't you just give me the money from selling the car? Jiang Yueran was momentarily unable to keep up with Yi Fan's train of thought. You're mistaken. That money just now was given to you by that man, not me, so I have to compensate you with another car. Oh. Jiang Yueran felt like his CPU was about to smoke. He kept feeling that something was wrong with what Yi Fan said, but he couldn't recall exactly what was off for the moment. Right. You just said you were going to an interview. What kind of job are you interviewing for? Yi Fan suddenly remembered Jiang Yueran mentioning the interview and quickly asked. Yi Xiu has now passed away, so the Yi Group is bound to undergo a major purge. Yi Fan already has a candidate for the general manager position, and that is Qiu Wan from Yun City University. But there are still quite a few people missing for other key positions. For example, Yang Tao, the CFO of the Yi Group, according to intelligence from Han Zhuo's investigation, is a pawn arranged by the Yi Group, jointly controlled by the Lin family and Yi Xiu. Such an important position naturally has to be entrusted to someone trustworthy. I'm going to interview for a financial assistant position. I studied finance in college and previously interned at a company for half a year. It was that Yi Xiu who trapped me in such a place, ruining so many years of my life. Now, I've decided to boldly step out and live independently. Let's see what he can do to me. While speaking, Jiang Yueran also glanced back over her shoulder twice. What made Jiang Yueran curious was that previously, whenever he left the yard, someone would follow him, but today he has been out for such a long time and there has been no sign of anyone behind him. Yesterday, Jiang Yueran sent Yi Xiu an intimate photo with Yi Fan, but Yi Xiu had no reaction at all. What is going on? He gave him a green hat, yet Yi Xiu had no reaction whatsoever. Jiang Yueran, of course, did not know that Yi Xiu would never be able to return to him. Ah. Let me off at the bus stop ahead quickly, or I'll be late for my interview. Jiang Yueran looked at the time on her phone and anxiously wanted to get up. After hearing Jiang Yueran's words, Yi Fan's smile almost overflowed from his face. Such a coincidence. He just happened to need someone to manage finances, and Jiang Yueran just happened to be that person. If you really want to take a nap, someone will even bring you a pillow. No need to go to the interview. Come help your man. Be the CFO of the Yi Group, with an annual salary of 2 million, plus bonuses. Yi Fan grabbed Jiang Yueran, and his big hand was not polite at all, making Jiang Yueran let out a soft whimper. You're so bad, there are people in front of us. Zhao Linglong in front was almost grinding her teeth, thinking to herself, you two have had enough, and you still know there are people in front. This lady is almost full from eating dog food. Stop fooling around. I'm really going to the interview. This was Jiang Yueran's first job interview, and it was very important. Yi Fan also let go of Jiang Yueran, saying seriously, I'm not joking. The CFO of Yi Group has resigned, and I can't find a suitable candidate. You are my woman. I trust you the most. If there's anything you don't know, you can learn quickly. Alright, it's settled then. Jiang Yueran was speechless. Was Yi Fan really this domineering? However, no matter what Jiang Yueran said afterward, Yi Fan simply wouldn't let her leave. At the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, before Jiang Yueran could object, Yi Fan directly bought a GLS for him. Looking at the price of over $1 million, Jiang Yueran looked embarrassed. Yi Fan, maybe forget it. I don't need such an expensive car. Looking at that beautiful sapphire blue, Jiang Yueran said he didn't like it, but that was a lie. But Yi Fan was just too good to him. After being so close just yesterday, Yi Fan gave him a car worth millions without even blinking. Compared to Yi Xiu imprisoning himself before, Yi Fan simply dotes on Jiang Yueran like holding her in the palm of his hand, while Yi Xiu was stingy to the extreme, really trash. What Jiang Yueran doesn't know is that this is just the beginning. Wait, Yi Fan is also going to give Jiang Yueran a house. Why not? Be my woman, how can it be too shabby? Hurry, sign. Yi Fan grabbed Jiang Yueran's hand, wanting to sign the contract together. Surrounded by several salespeople watching, Jiang Yueran blushed deeply. I'd better do it myself. Scumbag. Zhao Linglong muttered disdainfully beside him, clearly disapproving of Yi Fan's behavior. The contract was signed, and the salesperson smiled at Yi Fan, saying, Sir, the total price of the car is 1.468 million. Please swipe your card here. But Yi Fan remained seated, showing no intention of moving. Let her go swipe the card. Yi Fan pointed at Zhao Linglong. Such an action left the salesperson somewhat confused, and Jiang Yueran was also a bit bewildered. Even more bewildered was Zhao Linglong. Yi Fan, don't go too far. You are the one chasing girls, why should I foot the bill? Jiang Yuan also felt a bit awkward. Yi Fan, this isn't really appropriate, is it? Yi Fan said to Jiang Yuan, don't worry. It's nothing, the Zhao family owes me money, she will pay. Then, Yi Fan said to Jiang Yuan, why? You are my personal maid, this is your father, the great-grandfather promised it, why do you think? If you make me unhappy, you know the consequences. Back then, the Zhao family participated in the attack on the Yi family. They can't expect Yi Fan to forgive them without paying some price. It's not that easy. Zhao Linglong knew that Yi Fan had completely got the upper hand over her. For the sake of the Zhao family's overall survival, Zhao Linglong had to back down. I have no money, do whatever you want. Zhao Linglong wanted to see what Yi Fan was actually planning to do. But unexpectedly, just as Zhao Linglong finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit quickly walked up to her and respectfully handed over a black card. Miss. This was sent by the old master. He said since you are by young Master Ye's side, you should take good care of him. This card has no spending limit. Use it as you wish. If it's not enough, the Zhao family will allocate funds at any time. Looking at the gold-embossed black card in her hand, Zhao Linglong was so frustrated she was about to go crazy. Are all the people in the Zhao family this despicable? It's just a Yi Fan, why are you all so afraid of him? If it weren't for fearing the ancestor, Zhao Linglong really wanted to stir things up and quit directly. Humph. Zhao Linglong stomped angrily and was about to follow the salesperson to swipe the card. Yi Fan suddenly slapped his head and said, I just remembered, I want another one of this model in shining black. Remember to swipe the card together. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes in frustration. This guy really doesn't care about spending money that isn't his own at all. The two cars together were almost 3 million yuan. When Zhao Linglong came back from the cashier, her face was dark. But Yi Fan once again took the two of them to the sales office opposite the Yi Group and directly purchased two fully furnished large flat units, the kind you can move into with just your bags. It cost more than 10 million in total again. Such extravagance made Zhao Linglong so angry that she really wanted to jump off a building, but she was helpless. Two houses, one naturally for Jiang Yuan, and the other was prepared for Qiu Wan. All right. Zhao Linglong, you don't need to follow me anymore. You drive and help Yuan move, and remember to be polite to my woman, or I'll deal with you when you get back. After speaking, Yi Fan drove towards Yun City University. Yi Fan planned to give Qiu Wan a surprise. Chapter 61, The Sleazy Man Wants to Bully the Young Married Woman Qiu Wan. Yun City University, School of Economics and Management. In the director's office, Director Liang Daong was sitting with his legs crossed behind the desk, his eyes greedily fixed on Qiu Wan's chest in front of him. Teacher Qiu, recently students have been complaining that your state in class isn't very good. You often look at your phone, which makes it hard for me. Liang Daong had a lecherous look on his face, making Qiu Wan very uncomfortable. She reached out to adjust her collar. I'm sorry, Director Liang, I didn't do it on purpose. You know, my daughter has been sick a lot lately. I was just worried about her. Qiu Wan despised this Liang Daong very much, but helplessly, he was her direct superior, and her salary and bonus required Liang Daong's signature to be issued. I sympathize with your situation. But the school has its own rules. Based on your performance, I can't sign off on your 3,000 yuan bonus this month. Liang Daong tugged at the collar around his neck and gave Qiu Wan a sinister smile, saying, Teacher Qiu Wan, please get me a glass of water, I'm suddenly thirsty. Okay. Although Qiu Wan detested Liang Daong's behavior, the 3,000 yuan was very important to her for supporting her and her daughter's life. Helplessly, she could only get up and take a glass to fetch water for Liang Daong. Liang Daong sat behind the desk, looking at Qiu Wan's well-rounded hips as she fetched water. The beautiful curves made Liang Daong almost drool. If a woman like this could be held in my arms and ravaged fiercely, how wonderful that would be. When Qiu Wan handed the cup of water to Liang Daong, at the moment she bent over, the cleavage flashed by, and Liang Daong's eyes nearly popped out. A real beauty. Absolutely a real beauty. No way. A woman like this must be won over. Just as Qiu Wan was about to get up, Liang Daong suddenly grabbed Qiu Wan's hand and said, Teacher Qiu Wan, be my woman. As long as you're willing to be with me, your bonus and work will double, all with just a word from me. Also, I can give you an extra 20,000 yuan as pocket money. This way, you and your daughter won't have to live a hard life anymore, isn't that good? While speaking, Liang Daong tried to reach out to hug Qiu Wan. Qiu Wan was startled and quickly pulled her hand back. Director Liang, please don't do this. I'm not just any woman. Qilin was still trying hard to control her emotions because, after all, she still had to continue working here. Although she impulsively wanted to agree to Yi Fan yesterday, after thinking it over, she still didn't dare to take that step. However, Qilin's tolerance encouraged Liang Daong, who thought he still had a chance. Qilin, I really like you. 20,000 isn't enough. How about 30,000? If 30,000 isn't enough, is 50,000 okay? At this moment, Liang Daong's eyes were full of greed, no longer caring about his image. He stood up from behind the desk, opened his arms, and tried to pull Qilin into his embrace again. Qilin frowned and hurriedly ran towards the door. Director Liang, if you keep this up, I'll call for help. However, to Qilin's surprise, the door was actually locked from the inside by Liang Daong. Liang Daong, with a lecherous look, lunged at Qilin, his breathing growing rapid. Go ahead and call. It's useless. Everyone is resting at noon, and I've already told them not to disturb me. Come quickly, my Qilin, hurry up, we only have time on the sofa, it will be very exciting. Liang Daong grabbed Qilin's arm, threw her onto the sofa, and then began unbuckling his belt. Qilin tried several times to get up, but was pushed back by Liang Daong. Someone, help. Qilin's tears of grievance slid down her cheeks. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why does heaven punish me like this? Previously, I was forced into marriage by my ex-husband and had a child. Life was miserable. After finally getting a divorce, my ex-husband kept harassing me. Yesterday, Yi Fan appeared and I finally resolved the ex-husband issue. Today, I am about to be bullied by an old man again. Qilin, don't worry. Be good and come with me. I will treat you well, be good, just satisfy me once, I promise I will spoil you to the heavens afterward. Come on, my little baby. Liang Daong had already torn off most of his clothes, pressed Qilin's hand down, and like a beast, leaned over her, preparing to kiss her neck with a disgusting, foul mouth. Qilin closed her eyes in despair, ready to accept her fate. At this moment, Yi Fan had already learned from a classmate that Qilin was called to the office by the director of teaching, Liang Daong, so he planned to come and take a look. Just at the door, he saw a large crowd gathered there, all looking regretfully into the room. Sigh. Liang Feizhu is bullying teacher Qilin again, how pitiful. Yeah. That Liang Feizhu is so hateful, almost no teacher in the office has escaped his clutches, right? It's not just the teachers, I heard quite a few girls have been bullied by Liang Daong. Some wanted to report him, but there was no news afterward. It said the principal is some relative of his. Sigh. Such a beast doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Why doesn't heaven just take him away? Yi Fan listened to everyone's words, frowned, and said in a deep voice, Teacher Qilin is inside. Yeah. Liang Daong calling Teacher Qilin over at this time definitely means something bad. Several classmates responded to Yi Fan, then turned to look and immediately recognized him. Isn't that Yi Fan from 9 Chapters of Destiny? Yi Fan nodded, ignored them, stepped forward, and was about to reach out to knock on the door. But a classmate quickly reached out and grabbed Yi Fan's wrist. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yi Fan was stunned. Of course, I will save Teacher Qilin. How could I just stand by and watch Teacher Qilin being bullied by that beast? Sigh. Yi Fan, I advise you to just forget it. We can't beat Liang Daong. He not only has connections in the Yun City Education Department, but it's also said that he knows people from the underworld. If you ruin his plans, he definitely won't let you off. Getting expelled would be the least of your worries. Yeah. Yi Fan, we're just trying to warn you out of kindness. Liang Daong is also trained in fighting, if you're not careful, you might end up getting beaten. While the classmates around were still trying to persuade Yi Fan, he had already heard Qilin's desperate cries for help from inside. He snorted coldly, thanks for your concern. But I'm definitely taking care of this matter today. As the words fell, Yi Fan activated his energy and suddenly kicked up towards the door. Bang! The door was kicked open roughly. Liang Daong, seeing that he was about to get a piece of the action, suddenly felt his neck grabbed by a pair of iron tongs, unable to move forward even an inch. Damn it, who is it? Didn't I say, don't bother me at noon? Bang! Liang Daong was still roaring, but his whole body had already been swung up and slammed hard onto the ground, sliding all the way to the doorway. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, no one knew how many of Liang Daong's bones had been broken. Ah, my butt, my waist, ouch. The students watching at the doorway hadn't even reacted yet when they saw Liang Daong slam to the ground, all of them were dumbfounded. Especially seeing Liang Daong spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, looking so miserable, I secretly cheered in my heart, well done. But immediately, all the classmates' eyes towards Yi Fan changed. This classmate Yi Fan, turns out his kung fu is so awesome. But right away, some classmates became a bit worried. In today's society, it's not just about being able to fight, right? Liang Daong has so much power behind him, even if Yi Fan saved teacher Chiu Wan for a moment, how could he save her for a lifetime? Chiu Wan had originally closed her eyes in despair, thinking she could not escape the clutches and was ready to accept her fate. But after waiting for a few seconds, she found her arm was released, and the room was filled with Liang Daong's screams. Chiu Wan opened her eyes in confusion and immediately saw Yi Fan standing in front of her. At this moment, Yi Fan was like a god descending to earth, his figure tall and mighty. Yi Fan was like a beam of light, suddenly shining into Chiu Wan's life, making her world brighten up again. Yi Fan. Chiu Wan sat up from the sofa, tightly hugging Yi Fan, sobbing in his arms, thank you. Yi Fan, thank you so much, if it weren't for you. Chapter 62, You think you're so pure. Didn't you also hook up with a pretty boy? If it weren't for Yi Fan, I would have really ruined myself today. Yi Fan held Chiu Wanjiao's frail body, feeling Chiu Wan's grievances, and was also heartbroken. A woman, with a child, truly has it very hard. It seems I have to help think of a solution. Anyway, Grandpa and Great-Grandpa are both at home idling now. How about I take Cece back and let Grandpa and Great-Grandpa help take care of her? I just don't know, if Grandpa and Great-Grandpa find out, will they beat me to death? Let's talk about this matter later. It's okay now. Sister Wan, it's okay, with me here, nothing will happen. Yi Fan reached out to help Chiu Wan tidy up her messy clothes and skirt hem. He hasn't bullied you, has he? Feeling the tremble of Yi Fan's fingers sliding over her skin, Chiu Wan hurriedly explained, no. No. He didn't even touch my clothes. Chiu Wan seemed a bit anxious, nervously explaining to Yi Fan. Actually, Chiu Wan herself didn't know why she was so eager to explain to Yi Fan. Was she afraid that Yi Fan would think she was not pure? But she had already given birth to a child. Yi Fan was so handsome, a young, wealthy, and handsome guy. How could he possibly be interested in her? It was just her own wishful thinking. That's good. Yi Fan and Chiu Wan embraced each other, looking so deeply affectionate, completely ignoring Liang Daong lying on the ground. Liang Daong struggled several times, enduring the severe pain in his body as he got up from the ground, staring darkly at Yi Fan and Chiu Wan. Humph. Chiu Wan, you stinky bitch, thinking you're so pure. Already starting to hook up with your own student. You're no good either. Smack. Before Liang Daong could finish his sentence, Yi Fan directly slapped him across the face, your mouth is too foul. Liang Daong instantly felt as if his head had been hit by a locomotive, stars flashing before his eyes, his body staggering a few times, almost falling again. He grabbed a chair to barely steady himself, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan, which academy and which class are you from? How dare you hit me, be careful or I'll have you expelled with just one word. This is the style of these bureaucrats, when problems arise, they don't think about solving them, they only think about suppressing. At this moment, Liang Daong had no idea about the seriousness of the problem. Sister Wan, do you want to take revenge? Yi Fan returned to Chiu Wan's side, looking at her with burning intensity. But Chiu Wan was still hesitating. Although Yi Fan had just saved her, if she took the initiative to hit Liang Daong, she would no longer be able to stay at school. Sister Wan, don't worry. I came today to officially invite you to work at my company. You were already unhappy working here, and with such trash around, why hold on? Yi Fan looked at Chiu Wan sincerely, then handed her the keys to a Mercedes GLS. This is the car I got for you, it's right downstairs. Yi Fan pointed to the brand new GLS parked downstairs outside the window for Chiu Wan. The shining black was especially dazzling under the sunlight, and Chiu Wan was stunned for a moment. This is a gift for me? Of course. This is the motor vehicle registration certificate. Check if the information on it is correct. As the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Fan found it quite easy to obtain someone's information. Last night, he had Wang Fugue investigate Chiu Wan's information. When registering the car earlier, they used Chiu Wan's information. Holding the registration certificate and seeing her own name on it, Chiu Wan was so surprised that she was speechless. Yi Fan, this gift is way too expensive. I haven't even agreed to join your company yet. You will agree. There will be more surprises later. Chiu Wan looked at Yi Fan deeply, and the inexplicable feeling she had for Yi Fan rose to a new level. It wasn't because Yi Fan had given him a car, but because when he was with Yi Fan, there was a calming aura about him. Okay. Qiu Wan responded, turned around, walked up to Liang Daong, and suddenly kicked him hard in the groin. Pft. Pft. Two crisp sounds were the sound of the egg breaking. Ah. Liang Daong was in so much pain he almost fainted, his body curled up like a big shrimp. You two damn lovers, just you wait. My big brother is the president of Yun City University, today I will make you pay. I've already called him, my big brother is coming right away. Yi Fan smiled faintly. The president of Yun City University, would he really protect such trash? Then Yi Fan doesn't mind helping Yun City University clean up its atmosphere. The group of classmates at the door hadn't left yet. Hearing Liang Daong's words, they couldn't help but anxiously remind Yi Fan again, Yi Fan, you should leave quickly. If you don't go now, it will be too late. These students are like flowers in a greenhouse, they actually have no ill intentions. In their minds, the principal and those hooligans Liang Daong knows are very powerful figures. If they come, Yi Fan will definitely suffer losses. However, what they don't know is that Yi Fan is much stronger than they imagine, far stronger. The eldest young master of the Yi family's main branch, the first family of Daxia, and the only young sect master of Baoyoshimen. Although silent for 3 years, after 3 years, with Yi Fan breaking through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique, Yi Fan is almost an invincible existence. Moreover, backed by an unshakable vast power, this is Yi Fan's arrogant capital. Leave. No rush, his matters haven't been resolved yet, why should I leave? Crash. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking, a noisy sound of footsteps came from the office door. Principal Zhao Dekheng of Yun City University, accompanied by a group of security guards and several deans from different colleges, rushed into the office in a hurry. How dare the students hit the teachers? This is outrageous. The group of students saw the principal personally leading people over, and their faces turned pale. It's over. Yi Fan is going to be in trouble this time. Sigh. This world is about to lose another fighter who upholds justice. Hearing the noisy sounds outside, Qiu Wan also felt a bit nervous. Yi Fan, why don't you leave first? Otherwise, there might be trouble later. Qiu Wan was also experienced. He knew that since Yi Fan possessed such peerless medical skills, even Dean Hua admired him. Yi Fan was definitely not an ordinary person. It was just that Qiu Wan was not quite sure whether Yi Fan could handle the principal's anger. If Yi Fan were to suffer any misfortune at Yun City University because of him, Qiu Wan would feel too guilty. Leave. You want to leave at a time like this? Dream on. No one is allowed to leave. Someone got beaten today, and if this matter isn't cleared up, don't even think about leaving here. Liang Daong, who was staggering and about to collapse, heard that Yi Fan and Qiu Wan wanted to leave. Enduring the intense pain throughout his body, he rushed to the door, spread his arms, and tried to block Qiu Wan and Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled faintly, nothing will happen. Who is Yi Fan? The only legitimate eldest young master of the Yi family, one of the 6 great families of Daxia, backed by 800,000 Tianlong troops. Even if the sky were to be pierced, his grandfather could help cover for him. Actually, there is no need for his grandfather to cover for him, Yi Fan himself can fully handle it. Young Master Yi, is that you? The first to appear at the door was an old acquaintance, Hua Ximiao. Seeing Yi Fan, Qiu Wan, and Liang Daong in the room, Hua Ximiao immediately spoke, Principal, there must be some misunderstanding here. You should know, Hua Ximiao has already accepted Yi Fan as his master. On the grounds of Yun City University, even if Yi Fan does something wrong, Hua Ximiao will do everything possible to protect him. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? Didn't you see that 7 of my ribs were broken, 1 of my arms was smashed, and my balls, ouch. Principal, you must stand up for me. You absolutely can't let these 2 guys off. Chapter 63, You treat me so well. What does Sister 2 want? After Liang Daong cried and complained to Principal Zhao Dekheng, seeing the dozens of security guards the principal brought, he instantly gained confidence and glared fiercely at Yi Fan and Qiu Wan, aren't you 2 very arrogant? Just wait. I will definitely expel you and send you to jail. When you're in jail, I'll make sure she suffers. Humph. A petty person who has achieved success. Looking at Liang Daong's smug face, Hua Ximiao beside him was speechless. This Liang Daong is really fierce. Just because of him, he still wants to send Yi Fan to the police station. What a joke. The sounds at the scene gradually faded, and everyone turned their gaze to Zhao Dekheng, all wanting to see how he would handle this matter. Yi Fan also remained silent, waiting for Zhao Dechang's response. Big brother, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and have someone catch them. There is absolutely no misunderstanding here. Liang Daong urged as he saw Zhao Dekhang had not yet taken action. Zhao Dekhang looked at Liang Daong with sympathy, then said, indeed, there is no misunderstanding. Smack. Without any hesitation, Zhao Dekhang slapped Liang Daong across the face, instantly making stars flash before Liang Daong's eyes. His body spun several times on the spot, then suddenly his head hit the wall, swelling up into a big bump. Ah! Liang Daong was stunned by Zhao Dechang's slap. Big brother, why are you hitting me? Did you hit the wrong person? What on earth is going on? Why am I always the one getting hurt? Yi Fan and Qiu Wan hitting me is one thing, but Liang Daong thought his biggest backing, Zhao Dekhang, would also beat him. Shut up. Who do you think is your big brother? Do I know you that well? Zhao Dekhang coldly glanced at Liang Daong, don't think I don't know what you've been up to all these years. My wife's father just happens to be from the same village as your father, that's all. Yet you go around calling me big brother, using that as a cover to do all sorts of bad things. I've been holding back on dealing with you, but you still don't know how to restrain yourself. This time you actually dared to provoke young Master Yi, you're asking for death. Someone. Escort Liang Daong to the police station. Xiao Zhang, go to my office and send the criminal evidence against Liang Daong to the Public Security Bureau. Yes. Behind Zhao Dekhang, a young secretary and several security guards immediately stepped forward, grabbing Liang Daong like a dead pig and preparing to drag him outside. After doing this, Zhao Dekhang respectfully bowed to Yi Fan and Qiu Wan, saying, Young Master Yi, Teacher Qiu Wan, I apologize. Zhao Dechang's decisive and swift actions left everyone present somewhat stunned. Especially the other deans who came with Zhao Dekhang, all exchanging glances. Didn't the principal say before coming that the person who hit someone would be severely punished? How come at the scene, the attitude did a 180-degree turn, and they directly wanted to send Liang Daong in? Yi Fan looked at Zhao Dekhang with a half-smile, Principal Zhao, it seems you owe me an explanation, don't you? Zhao Dechang's humble attitude is somewhat unreasonable. Zhao Dekhang took 2 steps forward, approached Yi Fan, and then spoke in a low voice, Young Master Yi, I am a member of the Zhao family. The old ancestor said that when meeting young Master Yi, no matter right or wrong, we must unconditionally obey young Master Yi. Today's matter has caused trouble for young Master Yi and Teacher Qiu Wan, please forgive me. Zhao Dechang's face showed a devout and respectful attitude, which confused everyone in the office. Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth, this Zhao family old ancestor really knows how to handle things. Regarding today's matter, Yi Fan truly couldn't find any fault with how it was handled. Alright. Let's do it this way then. Yi Fan was about to speak to Zhao Dekhang about Qiu Wan's resignation when, at the door, Liang Daong suddenly broke free from the 2 security guards. Principal, you have to save me, I clearly did nothing wrong. You have to save me. You must fire him. Liang Daong even clung to Principal Zhao Dechang's feet, begging him to save him. But Zhao Dekhang turned his body to the side to avoid him, looking at Liang Daong with a face full of pity. If you hadn't offended young Master Yi, you could have lasted a few more days. But now, you have to act early. Liang Daong was ruthlessly dragged away, and the materials collected by Zhao Dekhang were enough to keep Liang Daong spending the rest of his life in the bureau. Hua Ximiao, along with the group of classmates who had been worried about Yi Fan before, all breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes were filled with admiration when looking at Yi Fan. They never expected that Yi Fan would have such power, enough to instantly change the principal's attitude. That Zhonghua still wanted to compete with Yi Fan for Su Qingru, how could he possibly win? Speaking of Zhonghua, those classmates suddenly realized that Zhonghua seemed to have not come to school for 2 days. Could it be that Yi Fan hurt him emotionally? Everyone disperse. Zhao Dekhang waved his hand, driving away the deans and students under him, and Yi Fan also spoke, Principal Zhao, Teacher Qiu Wan wants to handle a resignation procedure. Can you help settle it? Is that okay? No problem. Zhao Dekhang didn't even ask for the reason and agreed immediately. Yi Fan and Qiu Wan quickly tidied up some things in the office, then Yi Fan reminded a colleague to keep an eye on Cici, who was still taking a nap. Yi Fan then took Qiu Wan to the car. Sister Wan, I'll take you to a place. Qiu Wan blushed, okay. Watching Yi Fan drive seriously, Qiu Wan suddenly felt a bit shy. She began to wildly speculate about Yi Fan's purpose in taking her out. Yesterday, Yi Fan helped save her daughter and drove away her ex-husband, and today he even gave her such an expensive luxury car and a job with an annual salary of 3 million. Why? Chill once he thought it over and over, and it seemed that besides having a good appearance and some charm, there was nothing else about herself that would make Yifan so concerned. After some self-psychological preparation, Qilin had already decided that if Yifan took her to a hotel, she would agree. After all, she had a good impression of Yifan in her heart, and as long as Yifan liked her, Qilin was willing. We've arrived. While Qilin was lost in her wild thoughts, Yifan had already parked the car at the entrance of the wealthy residential community opposite the Yi group. Huh. Is it here? This doesn't seem like a hotel at all, Qilin said, looking around in surprise. This was a newly built residential area, with top-notch facilities and amenities in Yun City. Previously, when Qilin passed by here, she had looked from afar several times, dreaming of owning a house here. But Qilin knew this was a residential community, and there was no way there could be a hotel. What did Yifan mean by bringing her here? A hotel? Yifan was puzzled for a few seconds. Seeing Qilin's expression, he immediately understood that this young woman was actually thinking along those lines. Yifan sized Qilin up and down, her curvy figure was like a ripe peach. If Qilin was willing, Yifan certainly wouldn't refuse. However, a perfect woman like Qilin, Yifan not only wants to have Qilin's body but also wants to win Qilin's heart. Hee. Sister Wan will know once she goes up with me. Yifan deliberately kept it vague. Being stared at like this by Yifan, Qilin felt a bit flushed all over. There was a hook in Yifan's eyes, as if it could hook away a person's soul. Yifan took Qilin to Building 3, 18th floor, Unit 1, opened the door, and a bright, luxurious, spacious living room appeared before Qilin. On the wide balcony, there was even a yoga practice area, and outside the window was a vast river view. So, Wanjie, do you like it? While Yifan was speaking, he took out the property ownership certificate and handed it to Qilin. When she opened it, her name was on it again. Ah. Yifan, this is a gift for me too. Qilin blushed with excitement. Over all these years, Qilin has faced everything on her own. Suddenly, a man starts to care for her and love her. Qilin is deeply moved and somewhat afraid that this might be a dream. Chapter 64, Damn. Was I pushed back? Am I not dreaming? Qilin excitedly ran to the balcony, touched the fitness equipment, then toured the 3 bedrooms, and found that even the bedding and sheets were already prepared. These were, of course, prepared in advance by Yifan for Wang Fugue. Thank you, Yifan. Qilin, who had just returned to the living room, looked at Yifan with dreamy eyes, wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck, and pushed him down onto the sofa, her sexy red lips moving to kiss Yifan's mouth. Not afraid of a young married woman flirting, just afraid of a married woman turning 30. The current Qilin is like a fully ripe peach, a gentle pinch would squeeze out juice, and holding her in your arms feels as soft as if she had no bones. The astonishing sensation from the lips made Yifan almost lose control. After a long while, when Qilin had already taken off half of her clothes, Yifan suddenly grabbed Qilin's hand. Wait. Sister Wan. Qilin looked up from Yifan's embrace, looking at him charmingly. What's wrong? Do you dislike your sister? Yifan shook his head. No. Sister Wan is so sexy, gentle, intellectual, and talented, how could I dislike you? Qilin's eyes showed some disappointment as she struggled out of Yifan's embrace, but looking at Yifan's eyes, they were filled with another kind of affection. This Yifan actually held back and did not take advantage of the situation. This unexpectedly made Qilin feel even more fond of Yifan in her heart. Although Qilin had already prepared to give herself to Yifan just now, what she felt more deeply was gratitude towards Yifan. She was grateful to Yifan for saving Cici, grateful to Yifan for driving away her ex-husband, and grateful to Yifan for saving her today. Yifan's rejection of her instead stirred a new feeling in Qilin's heart, a desire to conquer. Although she knew that a man as outstanding, young, and handsome as Yifan was ultimately not someone she could hold on to, Qilin still wanted to conquer him. Tidying her messy hair, Qilin looked at Yifan with a seductive expression, her eyes teasing. Then, is it you who can't? That devilish, charming smile made Yifan's heart tremble involuntarily. This Sister Wan was truly an exquisite mature woman. Every frown and smile, every gesture and movement, was enough to stir a man's passion. TCH. How can a man say he can't? Sister Wan really wants to test it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yifan continued. I just feel that doing this would be disrespectful to you, and if you did this out of gratitude, I would find it very meaningless. Oh. Qilin's brows twitched slightly, her eyes burning as she looked at Yifan. So what do you want to do? Yifan saw that the timing was just right, stood up and laughed heartily. Sister Wan, let's leave it at that for today. We'll talk about the other things later. Get ready, I'll take you to the company to have a look. Qiu Wan was stunned. This little rascal suddenly changed the subject. But looking at Yi Fan's handsome back, Qiu Wan bit her red lips lightly, her eyebrows twitched twice, and she had already made a secret decision in her heart. Little man, your sister has already started to fall for you. Humph. There will always be a chance to win you over in the future. At this moment, Qiu Wan's attitude towards Yi Fan has changed drastically, from initial gratitude, to being moved, then reluctantly yielding, and now, she is somewhat fascinated by Yi Fan. A man like this, even if you can't have him forever, even if it's just a brief youthful moment, that's what love in your heart truly looks like. Good. Qiu Wan tidied up the somewhat messy clothes in the room, restyled her hair, and when she came out of the room again, she had transformed back into a sexy, aloof, and heroic professional career woman. She looked completely different from the charming young woman just now. Yi Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. She was truly an exceptional woman, always changing her appearance. The Yi Group building is right opposite the Fugue Rinjia residential complex. Yi Fan bought the house here to make it convenient for Qiu Wan and Jiang Yuan to commute to work. Today, the Yi Group headquarters building is especially lively because Yi Xiu, the general manager, has been missing for 2 days. At the initiative of CFO Yang Tao and Deputy General Manager Jiang He, it was decided to hold a board meeting today to elect a new general manager to continue leading the entire Yi Group. In the large conference room, hundreds of shareholders and board members sat below. On the podium, Jiang He and Yang Tao exchanged a glance, cleared their throats, and then spoke. Everyone. General Manager Yi Xiu has been missing for 2 days. The group cannot be without a person in charge, so we have decided to elect a new acting general manager today to replace General Manager Yi Xiu and lead everyone's work. If General Manager Yi Xiu comes back, he will continue to lead everyone. Whether Yi Xiu will come back or not is actually very clear to both Jiang He and Yang Tao. Because both Jiang He and Yang Tao were promoted through the joint efforts of Yi Xiu and the Lin family, the two are actually spies planted by the Lin family within the Yi family, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Group at a critical moment. Jiang He and Yang Tao have already learned from Lin Hua that Yi Xiu is 90% likely dead, so the meeting they proposed today has a very clear purpose: to seize power. Seize control of the Yi Group. The open and covert struggles between the Lin family and the Yi family have reached a boiling point. Sooner or later, there will be a century-long battle between the two great families. In terms of military power, economy, and connections, it is a life-or-death fight. And the control of the Yi Group is the key factor in the economic aspect of this duel. The Lin family wants to seize control of the Yi Group. As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, the shareholders below immediately spoke up in opposition. President Jiang, today's charter isn't right, is it? Since we are holding a board meeting, why hasn't the Yi family patriarch appeared? Moreover, the true legitimate eldest young master of the Yi family, Yi Fan, has already returned. Even if Yi Xiu is missing, the board meeting should be convened by Yi Fan, right? Exactly. For such an important matter, not notifying the Yi family patriarch seems inappropriate. Indeed. Young Master Yi Fan is the true heir of the Yi family. Although Yi Xiu has been in control of the Yi Group for so many years, after all, the Yi Group was built single-handedly by the old master Yi Changfeng, and there are many veterans in the group who unconditionally stand on the side of the Yi family. Those who strongly oppose already make up nearly half of the total number of people. There are also some moderates. If these people are allowed to continue causing trouble, then Jiang He and Yang Tao's plan will most likely fail today. Everyone. Quiet down. You all know the old master's condition. Since the incident 3 years ago, his health has been poor. He has rarely interfered in company affairs. When Yi Xiu was still here and the board meetings were held, didn't the old master also not attend? Jiang He shouted, bringing silence to the scene once again. As for Yi Fan, I think everyone should have heard about his deeds, right? In the past 3 years, he's either been at the club or on his way there, a useless young master living off women. Can you really expect him to lead the Yi Group? Do you want the Yi Group to be ruined by him? That's the old master Ye's lifelong effort. Jiang He being able to serve as deputy general manager also shows he has some skills. The two issues were explained separately, to protect the old master Yi and to suppress Yi Fan. With one protected and the other suppressed, the noisy crowd below quickly quieted down. The social circle in Yun City is just that small. Yi Fan's reputation is well known. With just a little inquiry, he often hangs out at clubs chasing women, with no ambition. The incident 3 years ago severely damaged the Yi family's vitality, and Yi Fan was hammered into a cripple. I guess now he just wants to enjoy life. Yang Tao next to him also took the opportunity to speak. I propose that Mr. Jiang He serve as the general manager of the Yi Group, acting on behalf of Yi Xiu to exercise all the powers of the general manager, overseeing all matters big and small within the Yi Group. All of us are responsible to Mr. Jiang He, and Mr. Jiang He is responsible to Old Master Yi alone. Good. I think there's no problem. Everyone can see Mr. Jiang He's performance over the past 5 years. Yes. When Mr. Yi Xiu was still with the company, he treated Mr. Jiang He as his successor and nurtured him. Agreed. I believe that under Mr. Jiang He's leadership, the Yi Group will definitely develop even better. Many people below began to speak up in agreement. These were all Yi Xiu's loyal followers, and like Jiang He and Yang Tao, they were in the same camp. With Jiang He rising to power, they naturally enjoyed great benefits. This is a premeditated power grab drama. Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the purchasing department manager Su Chao, among others, planned to quietly take control of the Yi Group without any core members of the Yi family present. If Yi Fan doesn't come, then tomorrow, the Yi Group might no longer bear the Yi name. Chapter 65, His Gaze Can Kill. Since everyone is so eager, let's all vote together. Yang Tao stood up promptly and called on everyone to start voting, so, those who support Mr. Jiang He to serve as acting general manager, please raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao was the first to raise his hand. Then, Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and their close supporters also raised their hands one after another to show their approval. Under the atmosphere at the scene, some of the previously neutral parties also raised their hands. Because the old master of the Yi family is elderly, the severe injury he suffered 3 years ago has meant that he hasn't managed the affairs of the Yi Group at all in recent years, and Yi Fan is like that, so no one sees any hope. Although many people know that Jiang He and Yang Tao have ulterior motives, as long as the group can continue to operate normally and still make money, that's enough. A few minutes later, among the hundreds of board members present, those in favor barely exceeded half. After counting the votes, Yang Tao looked excited. The total number of attendees is 215, the number of votes supporting Jiang He is 108, so I hereby announce, Mr. Jiang He. Seeing that Yang Tao was about to announce Jiang He's appointment, those elders in the meeting room who still insisted on supporting the Yi family all sighed helplessly. Given the current situation of the Yi family, with Yang Tao, Jiang He, and others controlling the Yi Group, it has already become an unstoppable trend. Once this meeting decides and the appointment is made today, the days for those direct supporters of the Yi family will likely become even harder. Meanwhile, Jiang He's direct supporters are already prepared to cheer. Although the Yi Group suffered a heavy blow 3 years ago, its scale still remains at the trillion level. Even just a small piece of it is enough for the people below to live off for a lifetime. After Jiang He and Yang Tao took full control, how could the benefits for their supporters be any less? Bang! Just as Yang Tao was about to make an announcement, the door was suddenly kicked open roughly. Yi Fan strode into the meeting room with Chiu Wan, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Jiang He and Yang Tao. The Yi Group is holding a board meeting, yet you actually avoided the core members of the Yi family. Have you forgotten whose group this is? Swish. Yi Fan's sudden appearance took everyone present by surprise. Especially Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and a few others. They made some special arrangements to ensure today's meeting goes smoothly. Today, the entire Yi Group only allows people to leave, not enter. At the main entrance, martial arts experts borrowed from the Lin family have been stationed to guard. The purpose is to prevent the Yi family's elder, or the great-grandfather, Yi Fan, and several core members of the Yi family from barging in. Moreover, outside the meeting room door, 8 additional bodyguards have been assigned for security. Did Yi Fan just walk in so easily? Young Master Yi, how do you have time to come to the company? We are discussing important matters, so please, young Master Yi, leave first. We can handle the company's affairs ourselves, it's best if you don't get involved. Yang Tao still wanted to show his seniority and persuade Yi Fan to leave. After all, in their eyes, after Yi Fan was struck down, he was just a worthless person hanging around clubs every day. What skills could he possibly have? They believed that controlling Yi Fan was an extremely easy task. However, the intelligence they obtained from the Lin family was far from complete. Lin Hua never told them the true situation of Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan was not the useless person lurking in the club, but a decisive and ruthless prodigy with extraordinary intelligence. Shut up. Answer my question, does the group's surname belong to Yi, Yang, or Jiang? Yi Fan ignored Yang Tao's words, staring fiercely at him, while his entire body unleashed murderous intent. The powerful killing aura reverberated throughout the conference hall, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Although it was still the scorching summer, everyone at this moment felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their whole bodies involuntarily shivering. It was as if everyone didn't recognize Yi Fan at all. This young master Yi Fan seems different from the rumors, doesn't he? That sharp gaze, like a bayonet, could really kill someone. Huang Yuan, the head of the Yi family's personnel department who supports them, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Could it be that young Master Yi is just hiding his true strength? If that's the case, then the Yi group really has hope. Yang Tao, Jiang He, Su Chao, and a few others exchanged glances with Yi Fan for a few seconds, but in the end, they were intimidated by Yi Fan's murderous gaze. Young Master Yi, you must be joking. The Yi group certainly bears the Yi name, we are merely helping to manage the Yi group. Humph. It's good that you know your place. As long as I am alive, the group will bear the Yi name. If anyone dares to act above my Yi family, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Fan coldly glared at Yang Tao, then turned his gaze to the people still raising their hands below and said, "Why are you still raising your hands? I hereby announce that this vote is invalid. You do not need to choose the general manager." Ha ha ha. Yi Fan's words caused an uproar among everyone present once again. Yi Fan directly announced the vote invalid. The meaning is very clear, he doesn't intend to let Jiang He take the position. But Jiang He and Yang Tao have been planning for so long, will they agree to this? Is the conflict starting already? Those neutral parties originally were not very eager to vote for Jiang He, but upon hearing Yi Fan's words, they immediately hurriedly withdrew their arms, afraid of being targeted by Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan only said one sentence, everyone realized that this Yi Fan seemed not to be someone to mess with. Young Master Yi. What do you mean by this? Although you are the eldest young master of the Yi family, it seems inappropriate for you to so rudely interfere with our board's voting, Yang Tao said, seeing many people lowering their hands, his face instantly darkening. Jiang He, who had been pretending to be deep and calm beside him, also could no longer sit still at this moment. Young Master Yi. We respect you as the legitimate eldest young master of the Yi family, but you have never participated in company management. Nor held any position in the company, and you don't even have any shares. May I ask, what qualifications do you have to stand here and boss our board around? This is already a declaration of war. After all, Jiang He is a bit more experienced than Yang Tao, and he directly attacked Yi Fan's foundation. You are indeed a member of the Yi family, but you do not hold a position, so you have no right to participate in the board meeting. Stop babbling here. At the same time, Jiang He's words were also a warning to the shareholders below. Don't think that just because Yi Fan is backing you, you can be fence-sitters. Let me tell you, I can easily handle a useless young master. Yi Fan frowned, and before he could speak, Huang Yuan, a company veteran, stood up and said, Jiang He, you just said it yourself, young Master Yi is the only biological grandson of old Master Yi. All the shares in old Master Ye's hands belong to Yi Fan. Yi Fan is the sole heir of the Yi group in the future. Why would he not be qualified? Exactly. Young Master Yi is the only heir of the Yi group. If he isn't qualified to sit here, then who else is? Led by Huang Yuan, several old-timers stood up to support Yi Fan. Jiang He smiled faintly and gave a signal to Su Chao beside him. Su Chao from the procurement department immediately stood up and said, Minister Huang, isn't your statement the answer? That is the future. But right now, old Master Yi hasn't transferred the shares to Yi Fan yet, so Yi Fan has no qualification to sit here. As Su Chao finished speaking, Jiang He's face darkened, and he shouted towards the door, someone. Please ask young Master Yi to go out and rest, we will continue discussing the matter of the acting general manager. Jiang He's intention was very clear, if he didn't secure the position of acting general manager today, he vowed not to give up. Huang Yuan and the others were all anxious. Yang Tao and his group were too arrogant. Even Yi Fan personally coming over couldn't intimidate them. This is an open rebellion. Actually, this is exactly what Yi Fan wanted to see. If they don't make a move, Yi Fan won't have a reason to deal with them. Although Yi Fan had already arranged backup plans with Han Zhua and Wang Fugue, if he took the initiative to deal with Yang Tao, Jiang He, and the others, it would inevitably discourage the people below. Chapter 66, There's nothing wrong with me liking women. But that doesn't mean I'm trash. Manager Jiang, I originally wanted to give you all a dignified chance. Do you have to tear the mask off? Yi Fan sat on a chair, completely unfazed by the bodyguards rushing over, instead staring intently at Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others. Jiang He couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart when Yi Fan stared at him like that. Damn it! This Yi Fan, why does he seem so difficult to deal with? But now that things had come to this point, Jiang He knew that if he couldn't secure the position of acting general manager today, his fate would definitely be miserable. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Yi. Sorry to offend you. We're doing this for the good of the Yi group. Young Master Yi, please." Before Jiang He's words had fallen, a loud voice rang out at the door of the conference room, "You bastard. Is this what you call doing good for the Yi group? The mighty Yi group, even the Yi family members can't make decisions for themselves anymore. What kind of Yi group is that? Might as well call it the Jiang group." A frail old man marched in, his face flushed red. It was none other than Yi Changfeng, who had hurriedly arrived. The Yi group was founded single-handedly by Yi Changfeng, and within the group, he was the strongest spiritual presence, like the soul of an army. Yi Changfeng held very high prestige in the Yi group. "Old Yi, so your health is actually fine, that's great. Hello, Elder Yi." When Yi Changfeng arrived, more than half of the people in the conference hall stood up, respectfully and politely welcoming Yi Changfeng. Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and the others all looked bewildered. What exactly is going on today? Are the bodyguards you arranged outside all raised on shit? Not only did you let Yi Fan sneak in, even the old master of the Yi family rushed in. Jiang He and the others still dared not be reckless in front of the old master Yi. "Old Master Yi, we really have the Yi group's best interests at heart. Yi Xiao wants to overturn our board's decision with just one word, but he doesn't hold any shares, so he really has no right." "No shares? Bring me a pen and the documents." Yi Changfeng snapped at his assistant beside him, then took a share transfer agreement and quickly signed his name on it. He then raised the document high. "I have transferred all 45% of my shares to my grandson Yi Fan. From this moment on, he will exercise all the powers of the chairman on my behalf. Now, does he have the qualification?" Yi Changfeng waved the document around in front of everyone, then turned his face angrily to stare at Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others. The Yi group had been managed by Yi Xiu for 3 years. Yi Changfeng usually didn't pay much attention, but that didn't mean he was completely unaware of the group. Someone had told Yi Changfeng a long time ago that Jiang He, Yang Tao, and a few others had unclear and suspicious connections with the Lin family. Yi Changfeng had long wanted to deal with them, but on one hand, he was getting old and lacked the energy, and on the other hand, he was also holding back. Today, I received news from Yi Fan saying that he wants to reorganize the Yi group. Yi Changfeng immediately rushed over. This. Jiang He and Yang Tao were dumbfounded. They never expected Yi Changfeng to be so decisive, transferring all his shares worth tens of thousands of billions to Yi Fan on the spot, catching Jiang He and the others completely off guard. The situation was gradually slipping out of their control. The Yi family grandfather and grandson joined forces, and Jiang He and Yang Tao were struggling to hold on. "President Jiang, think of a way quickly. Otherwise, we're finished today." Yang Tao anxiously reminded Jiang He beside him. Jiang He also knew that once Yi Fan obtained the shares, all actions would be legitimate. Judging by the methods Yi Fan just displayed, he might be even more ruthless than Yi Xiu. They absolutely could not let Yi Fan get the shares. "Old Master Yi, you might have forgotten, right? According to the company bylaws, even if you want to transfer shares, you must first inform the board of directors, and there must be at least a 3-day public notice period. The transfer agreement only takes effect if no one in the group objects. During the notice period, the shares you want to transfer will be managed by the board. Everyone agrees that what I said is correct, right?" Jiang He's words instantly caused an uproar at the scene. Everyone began whispering among themselves. Because according to the company's articles of association, there is indeed such a provision, and moreover, the old man is carrying out such a huge equity transfer, it is even more necessary to make it public. Yi Changfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. "Jiang He, you bunch of ungrateful wolves, are you planning to go against me?" Jiang He stood up and slightly bowed to Yi Changfeng, saying, "I dare not. Old Master Yi, since you intend to hand over power, during the public announcement period from now on, you no longer have the right to interfere in any company matters. Please leave as well. You all." Yi Changfeng's body trembled, but he was helpless. Jiang He's loyal subordinates all gave Jiang He a thumbs up. Jiang He was truly impressive. By using the provisions in the company's articles of association, he actually turned the tables on the old master of the Yi family. The current result is that during the public announcement period, the shares held by the old master of the Yi family are managed by the board of directors, and the old master has lost his veto power over the company. As for Yi Fan, who was actually transferred, if he does not receive the shares within 3 days, he will have no authority to interfere with the company's management. The 3-day power vacuum was enough for Jiang He, Yang Tao, and others to do a lot of things. Even if Yi Fan takes over the company after 3 days, it will already be too late. Please. Jiang He waved his hand arrogantly at the bodyguards, intending to clear out Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng was so angry that he was stomping his feet, his temper flaring up. Someone, I don't believe it. It should be known that Yi Changfeng is a military man by background. Although he is at home now, his bodyguard Captain Ling Feng is still a martial arts expert. With today's attitude, the old man intends to forcibly use violence. But Yi Fan reached out to stop Yi Changfeng. Grandpa, leave this matter to me, I will handle it. After speaking, Yi Fan turned to Jiang He and said again, President Jiang, I'll ask you one last time, do you really want to tear your relationship with the Yi family apart? Yi Fan has already thoroughly investigated Jiang He's background. He originally wanted them to leave with dignity, but they instead want to take over the Yi group, which is disheartening. Confident that victory was already in hand, Jiang He no longer hid his ferocious face. What, young Master Yi, not convinced? Still want to stir up some trouble? Haha. An abandoned family, a worthless young master who hangs around clubs, what else can you do? Yi Fan sneered coldly, is that so? It's true that I like women, but that doesn't mean I'm trash. Bring them in. Yi Fan shouted at the door, and Wang Fugue appeared in the memory hall with a middle-aged couple and an elderly man with graying hair. Seeing these 3 people appear, Jiang He's face instantly changed drastically. You. Yi Fan, you. Someone, who let them in? Immediately kick them out, quickly. Jiang He appeared extremely irritable, shouting at the security guards at the door. But after Wang Fugue slapped 2 approaching guards away, the remaining guards looked at Wang Fugue with fear and dared not take any action. Chapter 67, Easy Control. Turning the tables against the wind. Yang Tao beside Jiang He was somewhat puzzled. Boss Jiang, aren't they just 3 old farmers? Their arrival doesn't affect the big picture at all, right? What are you afraid of? The urgent matter is to get the Yi family patriarch and Yi Fan out so we can continue with the election. But Jiang He was restless, his mind already in chaos. Seeing those security guards not moving, he anxiously jumped up and down. Are you all deaf? I told you to take them out, can't you hear me? In fact, seeing that the security guards had no intention of taking action, Jiang He even dragged his chair, planning to personally drive out that couple and the old man. Everyone present was somewhat stunned. What is going on here? Just a moment ago, Jiang He was extremely arrogant, so why did he become so flustered upon seeing that couple and the old man? His arrogant demeanor instantly diminished by more than half. Yi Fan smiled faintly, flashed forward to block Jiang He's path, and looked at Jiang He with a half-smile, half-serious expression. President Jiang, why are you so agitated? They have a lot to say and want to slowly tell everyone. Did you see what they have in their hands? I even helped them find the surveillance footage from back then. I didn't expect President Jiang to hide so deeply. The reason Jiang He saw this couple so nervous is because Jiang He killed someone 5 years ago. And the people he killed were the couple's daughter and the son of that gray-haired old man. The reason was simple, Jiang He had taken a liking to the couple's daughter at the barbecue stand and tried to forcibly take the girl away. The girl's boyfriend tried his best to stop him, but Jiang He, dragging a wine bottle, killed the man on the spot. Afterwards, he took the girl to a hotel to defile her, then staged the scene to make it look like the girl had jumped to her death. At that time, Jiang He used his connections and influence to forcibly suppress the matter. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan actually brought this matter back to light. Jiang He knew that if this matter was brought up again, the rest of his life would inevitably be spent behind bars. Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Jiang He shouted softly at Yi Fan, his face twisted with rage. If looks could kill, Jiang He would have killed Yi Fan hundreds of times by now. Yi Fan smiled faintly, what do I want to do? Doesn't President Jiang know? Yi Fan remained calm and unhurried, but Jiang He was like an ant on a hot pan. Yi Fan, do you have to destroy me to be satisfied? Jiang He felt a bit discouraged. He really wanted to strangle Yi Fan, but there were so many people here, and Yi Fan's brother Wang Fugue was skilled in kung fu. The security guards outside had not come in yet, probably because most of them had already been dealt with. Jiang He knew that his plans for today were probably already doomed to fail. If you don't admit defeat, you probably won't get through this hurdle. Ha! Whether I ruin you or not depends on your performance, President Jiang. Yi Fan stared coldly at Jiang He. Although he said nothing, the oppressive silence made it hard for Jiang He to breathe comfortably. You. Yi Fan wanted something, and Jiang He was, of course, very clear about it. Today, everyone is giving their all, fighting for control of the Yi group. On the surface, it is a struggle between Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and others against Yi Fan. But in reality, it is the Lin group remotely controlling the contest with Yi Fan. Jiang He indeed craves power and hopes to become the general manager, along with many other benefits promised to him by the Lin family. But all of these only have meaning if he is alive to enjoy them. Regarding the murder case back then, although Jiang He used all his power to settle it, he knew that as long as the parents of that couple were still alive, it would always be a ticking bomb. And now, the bomb has arrived. As long as some evidence is submitted, Jiang He is doomed. Jiang He has no choice. He looked deeply at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you are ruthless. You won against me, but you can't win against all of us. After finishing speaking, Jiang He turned to look at Yang Tao and the others, then said to the hundreds of shareholders and board members below, everyone. Due to health reasons, I, Jiang He, will resign from the position of Deputy General Manager starting today, and will no longer participate in the election for Acting General Manager. Boom. Jiang He's words instantly dropped like a bomb in the hall, causing an uproar among everyone. President Jiang, you want to resign? Are you crazy? Yang Tao almost jumped out of his seat, thinking he had misheard. Yang Tao, Jiang He, and Su Chao were the iron triangle that the Lin family arranged within the Yi group. Now that Jiang He is resigning, the iron triangle has lost its most important corner. What's the point of playing the game anymore? Jiang He leaned close to Yang Tao and said, do you think I want this? Yi Fan has leverage over me. If I don't step down, you'll all suffer with me. I'm counting on you to handle what comes next. You must not let Yi Fan make a comeback. That kid is too terrifying. He's not as bad as the rumors say. Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, looking at Yi Fan, then at Jiang He, his brows sometimes furrowing tightly, sometimes relaxing. Although Yi Changfeng did not know exactly what had happened, he knew that Yi Fan must have made preparations in advance for today's situation. It now seemed that everything, all matters, should be under Yi Fan's control. That kid. You still made me so worried. Yi Changfeng couldn't help but think of the Zhao family patriarch, and also the people from the Zhenwu division who came to visit and apologize. This kid must be hiding something from me. But Yi Changfeng didn't plan to ask further, as long as it's always good news, that's fine. On behalf of Yi Group, I accept your resignation. Yi Fan said to Chiu Wan beside him, Sister Wan, bring the resignation letter, and also the document I prepared. Yi Fan took out the resignation letter and had Jiang He sign it, then handed Jiang He a share transfer contract. President Jiang, please transfer the 7% of shares you hold to me as well. You, don't go too far. Jiang He was almost driven crazy. Not only did Yi Fan force him out, but now he even wanted the shares Jiang He held. The key point is that the shares Jiang He holds are not all his personal property, many are held on behalf of Lin Group. If all of them were transferred to Yi Fan, wouldn't Lin Group be left to suffer the consequences? It should be known that even just 7% of the shares are worth at least tens of billions in assets. He. Mr. Jiang, which is more important, money or life? I think you should be very clear. Look at the number in my hand. While speaking, Yi Fan raised his phone in front of Jiang He, and on Yi Fan's phone screen, the numbers 110 were displayed. I'll give you 3 seconds to think, otherwise if my hand trembles, I'll press it. 3. Yi Fan had completely taken control of the situation by now. I sign. Just as Yi Fan counted 1, Jiang He gave in, I sign. Although the transfer agreement was signed, Jiang He's days at Lin's place would definitely not be easy, but no matter what, at least he had to get through the current hurdle first. After the equity transfer agreement was signed, Yi Fan enthusiastically hooked his arm around Jiang He's neck and said, Come on, President Jiang, I'll see you out. Being hooked like that by Yi Fan, Jiang He felt a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out of the meeting room, Jiang He saw several uniformed officers holding handcuffs waiting for him. You are scheming against me. Jiang He was about to roar loudly, but Yi Fan directly slapped the back of Jiang He's neck, knocking him unconscious. Officer Hua, thank you. Yi Fan handed the person over to the uniformed members opposite him. The leader was none other than Hua Siyu's granddaughter, Hua Shuyan. Humph. You owe me a favor. Hua Shuyan glanced at Jiang He, who was limp like a dead dog, and sighed inwardly, thinking that anyone who goes against Yi Fan is truly out of luck. Chapter 68, She is my woman, and that reason is enough. Good. Yi Fan responded, then returned to the conference hall. At this moment, the conference hall was silent, everyone's eyes were on Yi Fan, waiting for his next move. Yi Fan walked up to the podium and calmly looked at everyone below, saying, "Now, I announce that Qilin will serve as the general manager of Yi Group. She will have full authority over the management of Yi Group and will only be accountable to me. Does anyone have any objections?" Yi Fan's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. He had just dealt with Jiang He, at this moment, who would dare to bring trouble? Even though Yang Tao and Su Chao were extremely displeased inside, at this moment they didn't dare to go against the gun barrel. "I support young Master Ye's decision." Huang Yuan was the first to speak, followed by the Yi family's loyal supporters expressing their agreement one after another, and then the neutral parties also began to show their support. Anyway, whether Jiang He resigns or not, the position of general manager won't fall to them, so whoever takes the general manager position is the same to them. In the final vote, except for a group of diehards like Yang Tao and Su Chao, out of more than 200 people present, basically 70% agreed with Yi Fan's resolution. Qilwan's position was confirmed, and Yi Fan once again turned his gaze to Yang Tao, causing Yang Tao's heart to tremble involuntarily, a bad feeling instantly rising in his mind. But Yang Tao reviewed all his past experiences, and it seemed there was no dirt left behind, even if there were some issues, they had basically all been handled cleanly. "Also, I have one last matter. I have decided to dismiss Mr. Yang Tao, and Jiang Yuan will take over." Yi Fan beckoned at the door, and Jiang Yuan, somewhat inexperienced, walked into the hall. Everyone was once again in an uproar. Yang Tao was the first to stand up and oppose. "Yi Shao, what do you mean by this? On what grounds are you firing me?" Yi Fan said calmly, "Do I need a reason to fire you? If you must have one, it's because you and Jiang He are trying to seize control of the Yi Group. That's the reason. I don't accept this. Yi Shao, this is personal revenge." Yang Tao was clever and knew how to win everyone's sympathy. "By driving the company's veterans out, you will only dishearten everyone." Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. "You will come to accept it." While speaking, Yi Fan took out his phone and played a video in front of Yang Tao. "Mr. Yang, take a close look. Isn't that you in the video? Mr. Yang, regarding the 80 million payment last time, please transfer it to us a few days in advance. Here are 2 million, Mr. Yang, you can just use it to have some tea. Mr. Yang, for the batch of payments from last year's cooperation, could you help us manipulate it a bit? There are 3 million in this card, which is our gift to you." Yi Fan played several videos in a row. The footage was not from conventional angles, but Yang Tao's appearance could be clearly seen, and the conversations could be heard very clearly. "Mr. Yang, you said, with such a huge amount involved in commercial bribery, how many years do you think you should be sentenced to working on a sewing machine?" When Yi Fan put away his phone, Yang Tao was already sweating anxiously. Now Yang Tao finally understood why Jiang He was so agitated just now and why he ultimately unconditionally submitted in front of Yi Fan. Needless to say, Yi Fan must also have a fatal hold over Jiang He. "Yi Shao. I admit it. I admit it." At this moment, Yang Tao's expression when looking at Yi Fan was completely terrified, full of fear. Who the hell said Yi Fan was just a spoiled playboy? Yi Fan could even investigate such secret matters clearly. The ridiculous thing is that Jiang He, Yang Tao, and others still want to seize the power of the Yi Group. Dream on. Yang Tao had already backed down. Yi Fan turned his gaze mischievously to Su Chao and said, "Minister Su, I want to fire President Yang. What do you think? Do you support me or oppose me?" Yi Fan gave Su Chao no other choice, he had to either support or oppose. Yi Fan was basically forcing Su Chao into a difficult position. If he supported, it would be a betrayal of his teammates and he would be looked down upon by everyone. But if he opposed, Su Chao was not stupid. From Jiang He and Yang Tao's reactions just now, Su Chao had already realized that Yang Tao and Jiang He definitely had some fatal weaknesses that Yi Fan was holding over them. As the head of the procurement department, Su Chao had even more leverage. Taking kickbacks was just an everyday occurrence. It was incredibly easy for Yi Fan to control him. After thinking for a few seconds, Su Chao stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, saying, "Support young Master Ye's decision, General Manager Yang should be fired. If a fellow Daoist dies, the poor Daoist won't." Su Chao was very clear that the situation was lost today. No matter what, he had to save himself first. But for Yang Tao, that was completely like killing someone and destroying their heart. "You." Yang Tao saw Su Chao's behavior, his face darkened. At this moment, Su Chao actually sold him out, but under such circumstances, there was no way for him not to admit defeat today. But Yang Tao still wanted to try to make amends. "Young Yi, if you want to fire me, I admit it. But even if you want to fire me, you can't appoint such a young girl as the financial director, right? The group manages funds worth hundreds of billions, and what you're doing is irresponsible to the group. How about I recommend Deputy Director Tang Chong to you? Tang Chong is someone Yang Tao personally promoted and has also had contact with the Lin family. If Tang Chong becomes the financial director, even though Yang Tao has left, within the company group, Tang Chong and Su Chao can still cover for each other, so there is at least a chance to turn things around. But Yang Tao overlooked the relationship between Jiang Yueran and Yi Fan. Yi Fan stepped forward 2 steps, reached out and hugged Jiang Yueran's slender waist, and said calmly, "There's no need for you to recommend anyone. Yueran is my woman. The company's finances are entrusted to her. Do you need any other reason? If any of you dare to obstruct her work, then Jiang He will be the outcome. The same goes for Sister Wan. Have I made myself clear enough?" Yi Fan added a sentence from behind, making everyone present feel a bit awkward. "Chiu Wan as well. What do you mean by also? Also your woman? Or do you mean you also have to cooperate with Chiu Wan's work?" However, given the current situation, the exact relationship between Chiu Wan and Yi Fan is no longer important. Jiang He was taken away, Yang Tao was fired, and the company's general manager and finance departments were once again under Yi Fan's control. As for the HR department, it was originally controlled by the elders supporting the Yi family, like Huang Yuan. The remaining middle management and the small fry will be dealt with in due time. There is still one key position left, the purchasing department under Su Chao. Yi Fan smirked, the operation had already begun. Within 3 days, Su Chao would definitely resign and get out on his own. As for Yi Xiu, Jiang He, Yang Tao, and those small cliques they colluded with before, I will not hold you accountable for now. I am giving you a chance to repent and start anew. But if you dare to cause trouble again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. After Yang Tao signed the resignation application and left the conference hall, Yi Fan signaled Wang Fugue to plug the USB drive into the computer and played some footage of Jiang He killing people at that time. I think everyone must be curious why I treated Jiang He and Yang Tao like that. You can see for yourselves. As the footage of Jiang He and Yang Tao's crimes played, the shareholders on site were full of sighs, finally understanding the truth behind it. They really deserved to die. Yeah, they were so cruel. Letting him off like this is way too lenient. That Yang Tao too, the company offers such a high annual salary, yet he still embezzled so much. While everyone sighed, they all felt that just firing Yang Tao and the others was too light a punishment. The company is now in the hands of you two. If there's any problem you can't solve, feel free to come to me anytime. Yi Fan sincerely said to Jiang Yueran and Xiu Wan. Jiang Yueran had already had close contact with Yi Fan, but fortunately, it was Xiu Wan who blushed with embarrassment and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely do my best." Beside him, Yi Changfeng watched Yi Fan's decisive and efficient methods and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This Yi Fan really did not disappoint him. However, Yi Changfeng had some doubts in his heart. After Yi Fan finished giving instructions, he pulled Yi Fan aside and said, "Xiao Fan, be honest with me, where has Yi Xiu gone?" Chapter 69, The Bloody Dog Head. Although Yi Xiu was only adopted by Yi Changfeng, at that time Yi Fan was not around, and Yi Changfeng still put a lot of effort into Yi Xiu. Originally, Yi Fan planned to tell Yi Changfeng the truth, but seeing the look in Yi Changfeng's eyes, Yi Fan still felt a bit reluctant. Oh. Big brother said he feels his strength is insufficient and wants to go abroad for further study for a while, so the company is temporarily entrusted to me to manage. Yi Fan casually made up a reason, the purpose was only to reassure Yi Changfeng. It won't be long, after Yi Fan and the Lin family go to war in full force, all the truth will come to light, and Yi Xiu's identity will naturally be exposed. Like this? Yi Changfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. In fact, the shrewd Yi Changfeng had already guessed most of the situation, but since Yi Fan did not expose it, Yi Changfeng naturally did not point it out either. Yi Fan was so aggressively cleaning up the Yi group that there must be collusion between Yi Xiu and the Lin family. Yi Fan usually does not act recklessly, since he has taken action, there must be a reason. However, whenever he thought about Yi Xiu, whom he had raised for 18 years, actually raising an ungrateful person, Yi Changfeng still felt somewhat distressed. Yi Fan, I'm hungry. Take me to eat. Zhao Linglong, who had come along with Jiang Yueran, said to Yi Fan with a face full of grievance. That damn Yi Fan, locking himself away and living carefree, yet he actually made me move things for Jiang Yueran. It's simply too despicable. Alright. Then let's eat together, old Wang, let's go together. Yi Fan called out to Wang Fugue. He originally planned to invite his grandfather, but Yi Changfeng was very sensible. You young people go ahead, I'll head home first. The matters of the group company have come to a conclusion, and a burden on Yi Changfeng's heart has finally been lifted. After that, it's just a matter of waiting for Yi Fan to grow a bit more before handing the entire Tianlong army over to him. Once Yi Fan completely takes control of the Tianlong army, and then has a few more children, anyone who wants to mess with the Yi family will have to think twice. When Yi Fan, Zhao Linglong, and Wang Fugue were leaving the group's main gate, in an alley near the Yi group, a middle-aged man wearing a black shirt and sunglasses stared at Yi Fan with hatred and said, "Bastard, I finally found you. You killed my son and stole my treasure. Today is the day you die." This man was none other than Zhong Hua's master and the biological father of the illegitimate child, Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect. Since last night when Zhong Hua's life-guaranteeing Gu died, Long Zhong has been investigating who exactly killed Zhong Hua. And this morning, Long Zhong finally found out that it was Yi Fan who killed Zhong Hua and took that priceless treasure from him. Long Zhong chased Yi Fan all the way and finally caught up with him at the Yi group, waiting for the right moment to kill Yi Fan and take revenge, with the key goal of retrieving that item. What? Our well-planned scheme actually failed. What the hell is Jiang He good for? At the Lin family mansion, Lin Hua jumped up in anger after hearing the report from his subordinates about the Yi group's situation. The Lin family wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Xian family, but it was ruined by Yi Fan. Lin Dong and Lin Yang even lost their lives, so Lin Hua placed all his hopes on controlling the Yi group. Over the years, the Lin family has used these relational tactics within the Yi group to win over a large number of middle and senior managers. If Ruo Yi Xiu hadn't encountered trouble, they could have completely taken control of the Yi group within a month. But when Yi Xiu was caught, Lin Hua's first move was to let Jiang He take over, even exposing all of Lin family's spies within the Yi group. Yet even so, Jiang He still failed. Yang Tao. How are they doing? As long as the financial director is in our hands, there's still a chance to turn things around. Lin Hua asked somewhat stubbornly. Family head, just received news. Yang Tao was directly fired by Yi Fan, and all of Jiang He's shares have also been transferred to Yi Fan. One distressing piece of news after another was driving Lin Hua almost crazy. Ah! Yi Fan, why don't you just die? Those shares worth hundreds of billions in Jiang He's hands were all bought by the Lin family with real money. Are you some kind of nemesis sent from heaven? Ah! What is the blood-clothed sect doing? Why haven't their people arrived yet? Lin Hua really wanted to call the leader of the blood-clothed sect to urge him, but thinking of the threats from the last time, Lin Hua chickened out again. The blood-clothed sect said their people have already set out and will arrive in Yin City soon. Lin Hua restrained his agitated emotions and ordered, immediately have Yang Tao and Su Chao come see me. A bunch of useless people. We must launch a full counterattack, otherwise it's just too pathetic. Third brother, the Lafayette stock god from the beautiful country you contacted, is he also helping us deal with the Yi family? Lin Hua was so angry that he was stomping his feet. Now that the plan to control the Yi family from within has failed, the only option left is to target the Yi family through the stock market. So, the Lin family plans to ask the Lafayette stock god from the beautiful country to take action. Big brother. The great Lafayette has already agreed and will fly here tomorrow. At the latest, he will arrive in Yin City the day after tomorrow. Very good. When that time comes, it will be the Yi family's downfall. By the way, go contact the Zhao family. The Xian family's attitude is unclear now, so we must gather more support to act together. Yes. Big brother. In the underground parking lot of the Yi group, Su Chao was also preparing to drive out to find Lin Hua when he happened to receive a call from Lin Hua. He quickly answered, I'm coming right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Chao sat in his car. Before starting the vehicle, he suddenly felt something wet on his head, and some liquid dripped onto his cheek. Su Chao thought it was just water droplets, but after touching it, it kept dripping continuously. Su Chao started the vehicle, touched it again, then held it up in front of his eyes and was instantly dumbfounded. Blood? Why is there blood in my car? Su Chao's heart skipped a beat, he looked up at the top of his head, and immediately screamed in fright. Ah, damn it. On the roof above Su Chao's head, a dagger had impaled a bloodied dog's head onto the car roof. The dog's skin was torn open, its two eyeballs gouged out, leaving dark, hollow sockets, with fresh blood dripping down from the eye sockets. Especially in the underground parking garage, where a few lights were broken, flickering on and off, the lighting dim and bright. Under the light, the skinned, bloodied dog's head looked like a demon from hell, its dark hollow eye socket staring at Su Chao. Su Chao let out a miserable scream and hurriedly opened the car door, trying to escape. But he was so scared that his legs went weak, and he could only crawl on the ground. After crawling for more than 10 meters, Su Chao happened to meet Yang Tao, who had also received the call, coming out of the elevator. Seeing Su Chao in such a state, Yang Tao was momentarily stunned. "Boss Su, what happened to you? Why, are you lying on the ground like this, feeling cooler?" Although Yang Tao knew that Su Chao betraying him before was the best option and also the best way to preserve strength, hearing his companion betray him with his own ears still made Yang Tao feel very uncomfortable. "Quick, save me." Su Chao reached out to Yang Tao for help. When Yang Tao saw the blood on Su Chao's hand, his expression grew serious. He hurriedly reached out to help Su Chao up from the ground. "President Su, what happened?" Now Jiang He and himself had both been driven out of the Yi group by Yi Fan. Su Chao was their only hope. Yang Tao still did not want anything to happen to Su Chao. "A bloody dog's head, in my car. Oh my, this is terrifying." Perhaps seeing a familiar face, Su Chao's mood improved considerably at this moment, and he recounted the situation to Yang Tao. "A bloody dog's head? Someone must be playing a prank. Let's go, take a look." Yang Tao helped Su Chao back to Su Chao's vehicle, which was still running, and the driver's door was still open. Yang Tao stepped forward and glanced into the driver's cabin, his face full of confusion. "Boss Su, there's nothing there, right? Isn't everything normal inside? There's no dog's head or anything. Maybe you scared yourself." "Nothing. I clearly saw it just now, a dog's head, hanging right above my head. How could there be nothing?" Su Chao, who had originally been afraid to get close, was also a bit surprised when he heard Yang Tao say there was nothing. He quickly stepped forward, opened the door, and looked up inside the driver's cabin, only to be dumbfounded. "Huh? The dog's head? Wasn't it just there? How is that possible? It can't be." After Su Chao got into the car, he also didn't see the dog's head on the roof canopy. Logically, with the dagger stuck on the roof, there should at least be some holes or something. But now Su Chao carefully checked again, and there were no traces of any holes on the roof, everything was completely normal. Could it have been my illusion just now? But I clearly have blood on my hands. Yang Tao also nodded beside him. "Yes, I saw it just now too." But when the two of them looked at Su Chao's hand again, an even more bizarre scene appeared. Just a moment ago, Su Chao's hands were covered in blood, but now they were completely clean, without a single trace of blood. What the hell? This time, not only Su Chao, but even Yang Tao was shocked. In broad daylight, did we just run into a ghost? Chapter 70, Su Chao was scared to collapse. No. No. It's not. Su Chao looked somewhat dazed. He clearly just saw it, so why did it suddenly disappear? Oh whoa. In the underground parking garage, a strange whimpering sound suddenly echoed. Su Chao and Yang Tao were completely stuck, howling as they rolled and crawled out of the underground parking lot, running towards the elevator entrance. Oh my god. This is so terrifying, what on earth is going on? After coming out of the elevator on the first floor, Su Chao and Yang Tao felt as if they had been reborn upon seeing the sunlight again. How about this? I won't go to the Lin family head today. I'll go to the hospital's psychiatry department to see if something is wrong. Please help me convey this to the Lin family head. Su Chao was really scared because the situation just now was too strange. He didn't rule out the possibility that Yi Fan was behind it, but even if Yi Fan was involved, it was impossible to have cleaned the dog's head and bloodstains on his car so thoroughly in such a short time. Besides, what about the bloodstains that disappeared from his own hands? Su Chao didn't go to the hospital and decided to go home to rest first. He took a taxi home, opened the door, Su Chao changed his shoes, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Bang! From above the doorway, a dog's head fell again, landing squarely on Su Chao's face, splattering blood all over him. When Su Chao saw clearly what it was, he was so scared that he fell straight to the ground with a thud. Ah! Su Chao was so frightened that his voice became hoarse. Another dog's head. If it were just a dog head, it would be one thing, but the key is that Su Chao saw very clearly that this dog head is exactly the same as the one in the underground garage of the Yi group, completely identical. I didn't have any delay on the road just now and went straight home from the company. And yet I saw the same dog head at home. How is that possible? Could the dog head have walked here by itself? GH. Su Chao's mind finally completely collapsed, foam spewed wildly from his mouth, his head tilted to one side, and he fainted outright, while a puddle of yellow liquid leaked from his crotch. Poor Su Chao, he was so scared he wet himself. Just before fainting, Su Chao's last thought was, had he offended some powerful person? But after thinking it over, the only person he had offended recently was Yi Fan. What kind of skills does Yi Fan really have? Can he control a dog's head to take off? Damn Yi Fan, you brought me to a place like this to eat. In a rundown alley in the western suburbs of Yun City, Yi Fan parked the car by the roadside, then led Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugue towards a roast chicken shop. Zhao Linglong spoke with a look of disgust. Miss Zhao, this chicken here is really delicious. The lady boss is very good at making chicken, she plucks the feathers especially clean. Listening to Wang Fugue's introduction, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel something was a bit off. Without giving Zhao Linglong a chance to object, Yi Fan directly took a table at the entrance of the small shop and said, "Boss, 5 roast chickens, please." "There are 3 of us, why 5 chickens?" Although Zhao Linglong was complaining that this was just a street stall, she was soon attracted by the aroma inside the shop. When she heard Yi Fan only ordered 5 roast chickens, she immediately became willing. "Can't you even do this math? Big brother and I each have 2, and since you're a girl, finishing 1 is already good enough." Wang Fugue was still kind-hearted and carefully explained to Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes, "Humph. Who are you underestimating? I can finish 5 all by myself." Yi Fan and Wang Fugue thought Zhao Linglong was just speaking out of frustration and didn't pay much attention. The roast chicken arrived quickly, and the 3 of them started eating right away. At first, Zhao Linglong only tried a small piece cautiously, but she found that the chicken here was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, surprisingly fragrant, sweet, and sticky, melting in the mouth, with the aroma lingering inside. Although Zhao Linglong had been to Michelin restaurants countless times, she had never eaten chicken this delicious before. Zhao Linglong was eating while licking her fingers, perfectly embodying the image of a foodie. Yi Fan shook his head repeatedly, slowly picked up a piece of chicken, and mixed it with the side dishes to eat slowly. Crash! Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the alley entrance. A group of tattooed tough guys dragging steel rods surged inside, heading straight for the roast chicken shop where Yi Fan, Wang Fugue, and the others were. Is it aimed at me? Yi Fan frowned, are there still such reckless guys in Yin City? Do you really think you're that playboy who hangs around the club? Whose people could this be again? Yi Fan was still pondering when a group of people had already surrounded Yi Fan, Wang Fugue, and the others in the middle. "Stop eating, all of you, stand up." A blonde-haired man waved the steel rod in his hand and shouted fiercely at Yi Fan and Wang Fugue and the others. The owner of the roast chicken shop saw a group of hooligans causing trouble and quickly put on a smiling face as he stepped forward. "Brother Bao, the shop just opened today. How about this, Brother Bao, give us some face, and today the brothers' food and drinks are all on me." The owner was a man with a square face, looking honest and simple, but he had his own way of doing things. Some small-time thugs came to cause trouble before, but the boss easily resolved it. But today's group of thugs were sent by a powerful figure specifically to cause trouble for Yi Fan, so they were naturally not so easy to deal with. "Get lost. You better not interfere in today's matter, or you'll be dealt with too." The blonde thug kicked the boss in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Yi Fan and Wang Fugue had already stood up, their eyes flashing with cold light. Although Wang Fugue and Yi Fan both like to rescue those beautiful women in their spare time, they respect their labor and sweat and would not bully these hardworking people. The two have always disliked these bullies who pick on others at the slightest provocation. Such ants, not to mention these dozens in front of them, even if many more come, Wang Fugue alone can easily take them down. What really caught Yi Fan's attention was the man wearing a hat behind the crowd. Although he deliberately concealed his aura, Yi Fan still sensed a strange aura emanating from him. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered nearby. Watching Yi Fan and the others surrounded in the middle, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. Poor handsome guys and beautiful girls, it looks like they're in trouble today. The fiercest guy in these few streets, Rolling Meat Leopard Brother, is here, and he is extremely ruthless. I've heard about it too. They say that Brother Leopard, when he gets furious, even cuts himself. Hurry and call the police, hopefully we can still stop it. Huang Mao saw Zhao Linglong still happily gnawing on a chicken leg and immediately got angry. Damn it. I told you to get up, are you deaf? Get up right now. While scolding with his yellow hair, he snatched the chicken leg from Zhao Linglong's hand and flung it away, dropping it at his feet. The yellow-haired guy disdainfully stepped on the chicken leg and looked at Zhao Linglong with a sinister smile. Oh. So you're a beauty after all, Today I'm in luck. Zhao Linglong was enjoying her meal when the chicken leg was suddenly knocked away, instantly furious. Didn't your parents teach you to cherish food? Go to hell. Zhao Linglong angrily swung her fist, punching towards the yellow-haired guy's chest. The blonde guy teased Zhao Linglong, showing no intention of dodging at all. Hee hee. Still a little wild horse. I like it. Damn. The blonde guy was originally still showing off. He thought, how powerful could a punch from a girl like Zhao Linglong be? But just in that moment of carelessness, Zhao Linglong punched the blonde guy in the chest, and he was immediately sent flying, soaring 7 or 8 meters away, crashing hard into a flower bed, then collapsing weakly to the ground. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of the yellow-haired man's chest bone breaking. Hiss. Zhao Linglong's power made everyone on the scene involuntarily gasp in shock. Even Yi Fan was stunned. He had previously investigated Zhao Linglong. This girl had no martial aura. Was she born with divine strength? Humph. Consider yourself lucky. I wasn't fully fed today, or else one punch would have killed you. Pfft. Zhao Linglong's words almost made the staggering blonde guy spit blood. You damn nearly sent me off with one punch, and you're still not fully fed? Damn. What kind of people are these?